Chapter 411 Wife. Take it easy. In this way, the affair between Xian and Luo Shi was directly exposed in the stage of conspiracy. Fortunately, the object of exposure was Leah, who admitted the matter for the time being. Even though she still seemed a little reluctant, she decided to help Xian and Luo Shi so that the two could get married smoothly. In order to promote this matter, Luo Shi also discussed many details with Leah, who looked like she could no longer be motivated, and prepared to carry it out. According to Luo Shi's opinion, the affair between her and Xian can be postponed for the time being, and this drama called the selection of a son-in-law. But actually the internal decision can be played out a little bigger. Otherwise, if the calculation here is exposed too quickly, it may make some people with ulterior motives realize the purpose of this drama. Therefore, Luo Shi thought that she could wait until all the dignitaries from all over the world came together, and create the illusion that she really intended to select the best person from all the heroes of the human race, and then release her decision to choose Xian, which would have the best effect. Firstly, in that case, the whole human world would know that Luo Shi finally chose Xian, and then many royal relatives and nobles, who were originally entangled with Luo Shi, would give up. Secondly, if the whole human world decided on this matter, even if it was the kingdom, it would not be able to deny it afterwards. Otherwise it would be a slap in the face in front of everyone in the world. Luo Shi's idea was that it would be best if everyone in the three races of gods, humans, and demons knew that they already had a master, which would be satisfactory. Because, if this marriage contract was so well known, it would basically be completely finalized, unless something really happened to Xian. Otherwise, there would be no other twists in this matter. In view of this, Luo Shi wanted to make this son-in-law selection conference as big as possible. Of course, looking at Luo Shi's enthusiastic and passionate appearance, Xian and Leah felt their heartbeats quicken. You are planning to completely block your retreat, my stupid sister. Leah felt a headache. Luo Shi's plan sounds like it is all-encompassing. But as Leah said, it is simply blocking all her retreats. If there is no turning point in this matter, then Luo Shi will also be unable to regret it. Right? If this is not done well, it can kill everyone. First of all, those powerful descendants, who are full of expectations, and dream of marrying the princess, and the most beautiful woman in the human race, will definitely die violently in the end. Secondly, those people are likely to feel unwilling and embarrassed, and feel that they should not lose to Xian. And then, they will all run to challenge Xian one by one, and let Xian die violently. Finally, if Xian can't stand the pressure and collapses, then Luo Shi himself will die violently. Roxy was planning this feast, which was very likely to lead to the violent death of everyone with such full fighting spirit and enthusiasm that even Leah felt terrified. On the other hand, Xian also felt that he was doomed. If I don't want to get married so soon, won't I be torn apart alive? People say that marriage is a grave. In the past, Xian always thought that this sentence was just a disguised boast of those damn winners in life. If a wife and children are all in the grave, then do single dogs deserve to be lemons all the time? Isn't it better to die than to live? Being single is not good, and getting married is not good either. What can you do? The best in life? Why not go to heaven? But now, Xian feels that, regardless of others, his marriage does seem to be a bit like dancing on a grave, desperately seeking death. I say, wife, take it easy. Xian couldn't help but say this, but this sentence was exchanged for Luo Shi's pitiful expression. Don't you want to marry me? The faint words of the kingdom's treasurer made Xian surrender directly. Well, this time I'm really going to step into the grave. Xian felt that he, the hero, must have come here to make trouble. I guess I'm the one who got married the fastest among all the protagonists. After a few hundred chapters, I'm afraid they really have children. Right? I might as well rename this book My Story of Getting Married Quickly After Traveling to Another World, or The Hero's Flash Marriage Travelogue, or something like that. __Oh. The matter is a foregone conclusion. Whether it is Xian or Rosie, they can't escape now. So, Leah could only sigh and help Rosie go on, and continue to plan this grand and violent death banquet. As for Xian, he was called away by a sudden unexpected visitor. His Majesty wants to see you. Arida came to Rosie's bedroom, asked for an audience, and said this expressionlessly to Xian, who was in the room. Xian raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. Lead the way. Under the gaze of Roxy and Leah, Xian accepted it openly. Your Highness, Roxy and Leah don't have to go. His Majesty just wants to talk to Viscount Boztut alone. Aridia stopped Roxy and Leah, who were about to follow. Alone? Leah frowned. I can't go either. Roxy was even more unwilling. Unfortunately, facing Iridia, the words of these two princesses are also useless. Please wait here, your highnesses. Iridia was like a machine without any personal feelings, and declared to Roxy and Leah without any mercy, and facing the strongest knight in the kingdom, the first legendary strongman in the human world, not to mention Leah. Even Roxy didn't dare to be too willful. After all, Iridia is Roxy's mentor. Roxy still had some respect for her mentor, so she fell silent. I'll be back soon. On the contrary, Sheen, as if not worried at all, showed Roxy and Leah a reassuring smile, and then followed Iridia and left Roxy's room. Will he be okay? Looking at Sheen's leaving back, Leah seemed a little worried. Roxy calmed down instead and regained her composure in princess mode. Don't worry, Sister Leah. Roxy smiled brightly at Leah and said this. He is much more capable than you think, and he won't let you down. After leaving Roxy's bedroom, Sheen, led by Iridia, went to the direction of the king's bedroom. Along the way, the two met many nobles, and were pointed at and whispered by many people. This is a very normal thing. Originally, as the first candidate for Roxy's husband, many people were watching him. So when he came here, he drove hide and almost sneaked in. Now he walked under everyone's eyes. It was impossible not to be noticed and pointed at by others. If it weren't for Iridia leading the way in front, with a cold expressionless face and a cold look that kept strangers away, which shocked many people. I believe that at this moment, many people who don't know their own strength should have rushed up to challenge or provoke Iridia. Right? The strongest reputation of the human race was fully demonstrated on Iridia. However, Iridia followed behind him and looked at this strongest legendary knight with a meaningful look. Iridia didn't look back, but he seemed to have noticed something. You seem to have some hostility towards me, Viscount Bostut. Iridia suddenly said this. Where? She narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, How dare I be hostile to the legend of the kingdom? Is that so? Iridia said indifferently, Just now. Weren't you considering whether to kick me in the back? How dare you? Sheen blinked his eyes and said innocently, It's just an illusion. Right? Whether it's an illusion or not. Only you know it. Iridia still didn't turn around, as if deliberately exposing her back to Sheen. Only the voice came over, saying, You are hostile to me because of Tears Matter. Right? Sheen finally couldn't answer this sentence in the first time, because Iridia guessed right. It seems that you know a lot of things. Iridia still said indifferently, Did someone tell you? Or did Tyr tell you himself? What's the difference? Sheen stopped pretending and said leisurely, You just need to know that I don't like you. Hearing this, Iridia stopped. Sheen also stopped, still looking at Iridia's back without changing his expression. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere between the two began to have a bit of gunpowder. Iridia turned around and looked at Sheen, his eyes full of scrutiny. There are many people who don't like me, Iridia said, but you are the first person who dares to say it in front of me like this. Oh, Sheen said playfully, what does Marquis Elbian plan to do? Rush over and give me a sword like the first time we met? Sheen's words were exchanged for Iridia's serious expression. I do want to. Iridia looked straight at Sheen and said, Others think that although your strength is enough to be the best of the younger generation, you are only the best. Not as good as our level. But I don't think so. In the eyes of others, although Sheen has the strength to annihilate the killer faction, this strength should not be considered a big deal in the eyes of legendary beings above level 90. Sheen is too young. Even if he has fought with Roxy, the result of that fight also had a great impact. But that alone is not enough in front of those truly high-end strongmen. In other words, many people have not yet glimpsed Sheen's true strength. During the killer faction, Sheen's level was still very low, and the only bystanders were Lemidgen and his group. And there were not many witnesses. During the Outlet Canyon, no one saw the scene of Sheen performing the Aurora meteor shower. Sheen also acted with AI and Vivian and others. Others only thought that the Galuoli family was destroyed by the Black Dragon Yulin. Not to mention the time in Cosmos. Except for the orcs, who knew the strength that Sheen showed. Only Capelin and Anima. Right? Capelin has disappeared. And Anima, one of the three goddesses, has returned to the divine world. In summary, Sheen has not really demonstrated his strength in front of people. Therefore, even though Sheen's influence is no longer comparable to before, the recognition of his strength is still not much compared to other rumors. But Arida doesn't think so. I always feel that you are dangerous. Arida stared at Sheen and said in a deep voice, I always feel that you have the strength to threaten me. This is the impression that Arida has of Sheen. Chapter 412, Kick You Hard. Hearing what Arida said, Sheen was still quite surprised. I didn't expect that I would have such a high evaluation in the mind of the head of the guard knights. Sheen cast his eyes on Arida with a rather unexpected expression. You deserve such an evaluation. Arida said seriously, You are the only young man who can take my sword without any injury except Her Highness Rosie. Before you and Her Highness Rosie appeared, the person who could achieve such a result was 33 years old. It is because of this that Arida has such a high evaluation of Sheen. Originally, I thought that except Her Highness Rosie, only the Valkyrie of the Empire could take my sword without any injury when she was in her teens or 20s. You can do this, which proves that you are not much worse than those two, even if you are not as good as them. And you are able to make friends with the dragon demon among the 6 great demons, and have a connection with the moon demon, and tame the black dragon of Atrus. I don't think this is just luck. So, I once boldly guessed that maybe you have the real strength that is not inferior to Her Highness Rosie, even if Her Highness uses the holy sword and unique skills. Because, only in such a Her Highness, I feel the same threat. Am I right? Arida made so many speeches at once, which is completely different from her usual silence. It can be seen that Arida really values Sheen. However, Sheen was not happy about it. Are you sure that no one can threaten you except me and Rosie? Sheen finally said sarcastically, Have you forgotten the power in your daughter's body, Captain? As soon as these words came out, Aridia's eyes froze instantly. Have you seen that? Aridia's tone suddenly became cold. Yes, I have seen it. Sheen sneered. What? Are you afraid that this matter will spread? Are you worried that others will know that there is a monster in your Elbian family? Aridia did not answer, but just stared at Sheen. It seems that you are more threatening than I thought. You can come back alive after seeing that. Aridia said lightly, It's a pity that it is a cursed power. I will not recognize that power. So what? Sheen sneered, without the power that can make you recognize. You can treat this daughter as non-existent. Right? At this moment, Sheen made a decision. As long as Aridia dared to say yes, he would attack directly without saying anything. Although, without releasing the holy sword, Sheen was not 100% confident that he could defeat the strongest person of the human race with a level of 98. But even if he couldn't win, he would still skin him hard, not knowing if this idea had been leaked. Aridia remained silent for a long time. I didn't pretend that she didn't exist. After a while, Aridia spoke. No matter what, she has my Elbian blood flowing in her veins. In the past, now, and in the future. After leaving such an incredible sentence, Aridia turned around and continued to lead the way. Sheen frowned and stared at Aridia's back until his back was about to disappear. Then he curled his lips. If I have the chance, I will definitely kick you hard to see if you can still maintain your paralyzed face. After saying that, Sheen caught up with Aridia. Such Sheen didn't notice that in a corner, a weak nobleman with 2 guarding knights was looking at him. Is he the Viscount Boztut? Edel asked a knight on the side. Yes. The knight glanced at Sheen, then nodded and replied, He is the first priority candidate chosen by Her Highness Rosie Lusty. Is that so? Edel cast his eyes on Sheen again, and whispered with extremely strong envy and jealousy, What a lucky guy. He is obviously just a Viscount. Edel is really jealous. Ever since he met Rosie, Edel has been deeply fascinated by her. She is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen in his life. Even the holy goddess and the pure elves are not as beautiful as her. Edel, the son of the Duke who is already deeply fond of women, can't sleep at night and is drooling over her. Unfortunately, Rosie is not someone that a mere son of the Duke can touch casually. He has paid a very painful price for his coveting of Rosie. Even now, Edel still remembers that day, when he confessed his love to her in front of the princess's bedroom. He was beaten mercilessly in return. As the son of the Duke, that was the only time that Edel was taught a lesson. It was also the only time that even after being taught a lesson, his family, which relied on its arrogance to dominate the country, could only choose to keep quiet and even forced him to apologize. It was because of that time that Edel, who had always thought that he could act recklessly and lawlessly, was completely scared. Without the support of his family and his father, who was the Duke, he was just a waste who could not do anything. Naturally, he was very scared and could only run away with his tail between his legs. But even so, Edel still couldn't forget Rosie. It was because the princess was so beautiful that the narrow-minded Edel couldn't hate her even after being taught a lesson. After that, Edel even fell into a strange state for a while. He felt no taste for any woman. Only his fiancée, who was the sister of Princess Rosie, could make Edel feel moved. After all, although not as beautiful as Roxy, who is known as the best among humans, Kalia is also a beautiful princess, who is in no way inferior to the goddesses of the gods and the elves of the elves. Therefore, Edel came back happily to continue licking Leah. But because of his disgusting behavior, Leah was completely disgusted by him. Leah didn't know that after Edel returned to the Lizica territory, he had done fewer crimes than before. It's not that he is no longer capable. But after seeing Rosie, Edel found that he would only be attracted to those women with extremely good looks. In addition to women with extremely beautiful looks, Edel would only be envious of one type of woman. That is, women who have similarities with Rosie, whether it is temperament, figure, or even just eyes, nose, mouth, ears, etc. As long as there is even a little bit of similarity with Rosie, Edel will not be able to control himself. For this reason, Edel was attracted to a 40-year-old woman who looked extremely bad, but happened to be dressed a little similar to Rosie. And he raped her. In other words, Edel has developed a strange habit that is not flattering. This shows how obsessed Edel is with Rosie, and the reason why he used violence against his wives and concubines, causing their deaths, was because they did not look like Rosie, and were not the kind of beautiful women, which made Edel angry and repulsive. And finally, he could not help but beat them all to death. In Edel's view, how jealous and even jealous Sheen, who had the greatest possibility of becoming Rosie's husband, was. Is there any way to break his hands and feet so that he could not participate in the election? Edel said such vicious words to the knights around him. But the two knights shook their heads without hesitation. No, we can't do it. That's a man who can defeat the Slayer faction alone. And there is a dragon beside him. Let alone us. Even if the three major knights led by Lizica come, I guess they can't do anything to him. The two knights were so scared. What a waste. Edel was immediately furious. In fact, he also knew that he was just forcing others to do things against their will. Because he became the first priority candidate, Sheen instantly entered the vision of human countries and major dignitaries, and his life story had been investigated clearly. Therefore, many people already knew that Sheen himself was quite powerful. And there was also a dragon of more than level 90 beside him. And he seemed to have a relationship with the demons. So he was not someone who could be easily provoked. If it were not for this, what Sheen would face now was not a challenge, but assassination, murder and frame-up. It was precisely because many people were afraid of the power behind Sheen that those dignitaries did not dare to act rashly, and could only prove themselves through open challenges, and compete with Sheen openly. Although Edel was a scumbag, he was not a fool. And he also did not dare to provoke Sheen, who had a demon behind him. Otherwise, not to mention the Lizica family, even the kingdom, the human race, and even the gods can't protect him. Forget it. I'll continue to keep an eye on Lyadella. Edel muttered to himself unwillingly. Although she is not as good as Her Highness Rosie, she can also make my heart beat, which is much better than those ugly monsters. Edel dared not to hit Rosie again. The lesson of the year directly left him with a psychological shadow, and he had no confidence that he could be favored by Rosie. Edel could only retreat to the second best and force Leah to submit. On this side, Sheen also came to the king's bedroom under the guidance of Aradia and met Anchi. Your Majesty, looking at Anchi sitting in the room, painting the lake outside the window. Sheen curled his lips and performed a noble salute. Are you here? Anchi put down the brush, looked at Sheen, and smiled as if he was satisfied. Don't look at me like that. I just paint casually, because Luoshi also likes to paint. Anchi's words reminded Sheen of the first time he met Luoshi. Luoshi was indeed painting. Sheen still remembers the beautiful scene at that time. Come! Sit down. Anchi greeted Sheen. Thank you. Sheen sat down in front of Anchi without being polite. Arida returned to Anchi's back and guarded him like a loyal knight. And Anchi continued to look at Sheen sitting opposite. And the more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. And he laughed. As expected of Luoshi's first priority candidate, Lord Bastutu. You seem to have become much stronger than before. Anchi seemed to see some growth in Sheen. But Sheen just felt weird. Is it really that good for this father-in-law to praise me like this when he meets me? Will he throw a check in my face later to test whether I am sincere to Luoshi? Chapter 413, I would never think about it. In fact, Anchi also has complicated feelings about Sheen. Although he is not as aware of Sheen's ability as Aradia, Anqi is still quite satisfied with Xian even if it is the ability he shows on the surface. If not, how could Anqi go to great lengths to recruit Xian and make Xian a noble of the kingdom? It is because he values Xian's ability. But Anqi still feels a little uncomfortable about Xian being so close to his precious daughter. It's not that Xian did anything wrong, but that Luo Shi's performance has always been so excellent and so transcendent that Anqi feels that no man in the world can catch the eye of his overly excellent daughter, including Anqi and Leah. Anyone who truly appreciates Luo Shi's excellence and knows her perfection will subconsciously feel that there is no one in the world who is worthy of Luo Shi. Therefore, seeing that Luo Shi was not polite to the opposite sex around her, not only kept a distance from everyone, but also never gave any opportunity to the opposite sex. The people of the kingdom basically thought that this was a very normal thing. Although, as a princess of the royal family, this would not be a good thing. After all, the biggest responsibility of a princess of the royal family may be to be used for marriage. Luo Shi's behavior is really inappropriate for a princess. However, no one will embarrass her for this matter, and no one will force her for this matter. Luo Shi is not an ordinary princess, but is destined to surpass everyone, catch up with the footsteps of the heroes of all generations, and become the strongest person of the human race. Her future is not just to survive as a princess, but to be cultivated as a reserve of a hero, and become the trump card of the human race and the human world. With her, the human race may be able to occupy an advantage that it did not have in the past in dealing with the powerful demons. The brave is the natural enemy of the demons, the nemesis of the demons. If a brave can be cultivated, it will be a great blessing for the human race. Under such circumstances, everyone turned a blind eye to Luo Shi's self-righteousness. Even if Luo Shi does not recruit a son-in-law in the future, people may feel regretful, but more people will take it for granted. Right? In a word, people think that there is no man in the world who can catch Luo Shi's eye and is worthy of Luo Shi. In this case, instead of letting Luo Shi, a perfect goddess, commit to an unqualified husband, people would rather see her single for life. This is probably the same as the so-called fans and die-hard supporters in the previous life who hope that the goddesses can be single and never have a boyfriend for life. Right? The same is true for Anqi. Therefore, compared with a general father who hopes to marry his daughter off to a good man, Anqi also subconsciously feels that his daughter will stay single. Whoever thought that this happened today, which caused her daughter to marry, compared with the heroes of the world, their daughter looked at the unsure of this kind of sexual temperament. The first pre-replenishment proved that his daughter did look at him. Under such a situation, Luo Qian has already scored each of the relatives, although the score is not made public. At present, more than 90% of the relatives have been eliminated directly at low scores. There is no opportunity for competition, only in the appearance of Luo Qian showing ceremony every day. He tries to show himself. Without a mile. Basically all the famous young talents were all. But as a king, as a father, he naturally saw the young talents. If this play is performed, Logi wants to give the rest directly to the rest. Otherwise, only to let Haynes score a high score. And the rest of the people are scratching. That is, they are telling everyone. Loki. As long as he just. In order not to expose the stuffing, Rosie deliberately gives some good people who compete for better people. But they refuse to give high scores. In the end Robiai's status is very special. She doesn't want to get close to any opposite sex and live with others. Is that because she is worried that her true face will be exposed? Don't look at Luo Shi like that. She is actually a very reclusive person. If there is nothing important to do, even after finishing work, she will stay alone in her room. Is it because she wants to hide in the room and roll around? Luo Shi doesn't have any hobbies. Apart from occasionally drawing. We have never seen her ask for anything. Is it because she doesn't want you to know that she likes desserts and meals outside? Although my daughter is very outstanding, she has always been very obedient. I still can't believe why such a revelation suddenly appeared, forcing Luo Shi to get married. Is it because she is anxious to get married? And she seemed to want to talk to Xian. With a sighing expression, she kept telling Luo Shi's story. But she didn't notice that Xian's mouth was twitching all the time. And he kept whispering, revealing some truths that must not be known to others. And she, who didn't know all this, talked to herself. This should be a very difficult thing for you. Right? Anqi said soothingly, now you are the first priority candidate for this son-in-law selection meeting. Many people are probably thinking about how to defeat you, embarrass you, and lower your evaluation in Luo Shi's mind so as to replace you. But I know that Luo Shi actually has a good impression of you. Even if you are frustrated, she probably won't lower your evaluation. Right? Anqi half laughed and half sighed. I can understand Luo Shi's current thoughts. She must think that if she must find someone to spend the rest of her life with, then this person must be you, who has the best relationship with her. No. You are wrong. Your Majesty. That slacking princess just wants to get rid of the current environment as soon as possible and live a salted fish life. She is not as great and sacrificial as you think. Xian found that he could not stop complaining. If he wasn't worried that these guys who had been completely deceived by Luo Shi and almost became her crazy fans would be disillusioned and even their worldviews would be shattered. Xian really wanted to tell Anqi the truth and tell him that your daughter is very bad. Of course, if Xian really told the true face of Luo Shi, then Anqi would never choose to believe him. He would only think that he was slandering Luo Shi and would never look at him well again. Right? No matter in which world. Drama queens are the most popular. Xian looked up at the sky in silence. At this time, Anqi finally revealed the real purpose of his trip. I called you here this time just to ask you one thing. Anqi looked at Xian and said seriously, if we want to put Luo Shi on the throne and let her become the queen, are you in favor or against it? This sentence made Xian startled at first. And then he finally understood it. Is His Majesty the King worried that I would affect Roxy's future? This is indeed something that must be resolved. You know, once Roxy ascends the throne and becomes the queen of the Mitra kingdom, then as the queen's husband, Xian's position in the kingdom will be truly above one person and below 10,000 people. And that also means that Xian will become the existence with power and status second only to the queen in the kingdom. But Xian has just become a nobleman. Just join the aristocratic circle of the royal capital and become a powerful person. If he rises to such a high position so quickly, you can imagine how worried others will be. Anqi is worried that Xian will be obsessed with power and affect Rosie's succession to the throne and becoming the queen. Anqi even worries that Xian will let Rosie give up the throne to him. As a husband of the royal family, as long as he marries Rosie, Xian will have the right to inherit the throne. Although the right of inheritance is not high, generally speaking, only when there is only one daughter left in the royal family. The husband of this only daughter may replace this royal daughter and ascend the throne. But with Rosie's special status and ability, she wants to support her husband to ascend the throne and become king, which is a very successful thing. It is precisely because of this that people like Limjo want to get close to Rosie. Right? It was not only because of Luo Shi's appearance, but also because they wanted to use Luo Shi's influence and voice to reach the top of the kingdom. Anqi considered this and wanted to test Xian. Xian calmed down. Don't worry, Your Majesty. At that moment, Xian said without hesitation, Luo Shi would not want to inherit the throne. I would not want to either. Chapter 414, Really Smart. Anqi was slightly startled by Xian's words. Not to mention Anqi. Even Erdia, who had been silent, frowned and looked at Xian. Xian, however, did not feel any pressure, because he knew very well that Anqi was just testing him. After all, Your Majesty should have known that Rosie did not want to be the queen at all. Right? Xian said calmly. She had no intention of inheriting the throne, and even wanted to support her sister Lyadila to become the queen. Your Majesty must be very clear about this. Anqi was silent. As a king and father, he could not have been unaware of this. Rosie had never concealed this idea. Right? In front of Leah. Rosie had also said this many times. Therefore, the kingdom had long known that Rosie had no interest in the throne. If not, there should have been many parties in the kingdom's high-level officials who supported Luo Shi's ascension to the throne, and they had been building momentum for Luo Shi's succession. The kingdom also intends to let Her Highness Leah succeed to the throne. Right? Xian said with a smile, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Although Luo Shi is definitely better and more talented, you want Her Highness Leah to inherit the throne more than Luo Shi. This sentence surprised Anqi, because Xian was right. The kingdom does intend to let Leah inherit the throne. Anqi pondered for a moment, and then chose to reveal this important news, saying, but even Luo Shi and Leah don't know about this. How can you know? This is why Anqi was surprised. Except for the real core high-level officials of the kingdom, no one knew that Anqi had actually designated Leah as the heir to the throne. But others didn't know about this, and even thought that Luo Shi would be the heir to the throne. The reason is very simple. Just like what Sean said, Luo Shi must be better and more talented. In this case, naturally many people think that Luo Shi is the one who is most likely to become the queen. But those who think so are actually limited by their own vision. They only see the succession problem of a kingdom, but fail to see the consideration of the entire human race. Sean, because of his strong ability to accept things objectively, saw the situation clearly. Therefore, Sean answered directly, because there are many people who can become kings. But there is only one person who can become a brave man in 1,000 years. Isn't it? Sean's concise response made Anchi's eyes look at him a little different. I didn't expect that you actually have such a big picture. Anchi was surprised, but said with satisfaction, yes. There are many people who can become the king of a country. But only Luoshi can become a brave man. So we can't limit Luoshi to a throne. Just like what I said before. The brave is the trump card of the human race. The strongest of the human race. Cultivating a brave is definitely more important than cultivating a king. Luoshi has been recognized by the Holy Sword, has extremely powerful unique skills, and has been blessed by the goddess of fate, one of the 3 goddesses. She has unlimited potential and conditions that are not inferior to the braves of previous generations, and is even much better than ordinary braves. There is such a talented person who can become a brave. It is too stupid not to cultivate her into a powerful existence that can shock the entire demon race, but to let her distract from state affairs and the throne. The kingdom of Mitra was originally a country created by a brave. If a brave can be cultivated now, 1,000 years after the war ended, it will surely greatly enhance the status of the country and its influence among the human race, the gods, and the demons. Right? Xian saw it very clearly. To put it bluntly, a king is not comparable to a brave. Even if he ascends the throne and develops the country to prosperity, what does it matter? It is easy for a demon to destroy a country. But if there is a hero in this country, a hero who is not inferior to the demon and can even defeat the demon king, then not to mention one demon, even 6 demons will be afraid. Right? So, Xian can assert, the kingdom will never want Luoshi to be affected by trivial matters such as state affairs, which will suppress Luoshi's growth. That is a waste, and a waste of natural resources. So I guess that the kingdom has already decided to hand over the throne to Her Highness Leah. And Luoshi will take the goal of being a real hero and work hard to grow and train. Am I right? Xian's frankness made Anchi look at Xian with admiration and laughed. That's right. This is the decision made by the kingdom a long time ago. You can actually see the reason behind this. You are worthy of being chosen by Rosie. You are better than we thought. Anchi seemed to no longer feel worried. Is your majesty relieved now? Xian smiled curiously and said, don't worry. I have seen the reason behind this a long time ago. So I deliberately approached Rosie, and waited until I married Rosie, and then relied on Rosie's support to ascend the throne, knowing that the kingdom does not intend to let Rosie inherit the throne. If there is someone who really wants to become the king, he should be very excited about it. Right? For example, once Linzhou knew about this, he would definitely feel excited and try harder to approach Rosie. While embracing the beauty, he would compete with Leah for the throne with Rosie's support. By then, as the husband of the hero, he must be able to get a lot of support. And the high-level officials of the kingdom will also consider that this can better take advantage of the reputation of the hero, and then seriously consider the feasibility of it. In other words, as long as he could become Rosie's husband and inherit the throne, it would not be a dream. What Anchi is really worried about should be this matter. But now, since you have chosen to take the initiative to say it, it proves that you don't have such thoughts at all. Right? Anchi said cheerfully. I almost forgot that you are a man who dares to refuse even the title. The throne is not as attractive to you as we imagined. Right? It's like this now. Xian no longer maintained verbal respect, but returned to his nature and said casually, maybe I will change my mind in the future. You should hide these words, and shouldn't say them out. Anchi felt a burst of laughter and tears, but said more assuredly, it seems that Luoshi's vision is still very good. It is true that if a person is really obsessed with power, it is impossible to get her approval. She is willing to get close to you and interact with you, which has proved that you are not a person with ulterior motives. As a person blessed by the goddess of fate, Luoshi's sensitivity in this regard is unmatched. For a person like Linzhou, it is actually impossible to get close to Luoshi. Such a being, once approaching Rosie, will be immediately discovered by Rosie's revelation. Before, when Xian and Linzhou were entangled, Rosie had obviously not seen Linzhou much. But she also said that the other party was not her favorite type. Right? This is the proof. And Xian can get Rosie's approval, which is enough to explain many problems. At least, Xian is not a person with ulterior motives. This is certain. Thinking of this, Anchi was relieved. And his mind became active. Think carefully. If this Xin can marry Rosie, then with his ability, he can also make a lot of contributions to the kingdom. Not to mention that Xin himself is quite powerful. Just say that the Black Dragon of Atlu, which Aradia dare not guarantee to defeat 100%, may become the guardian beast of the kingdom and block many disasters for the kingdom. Xian's taming skill is so advanced. If he is willing to help the kingdom, and help the kingdom train a large number of monster armies, the kingdom's military strategy and combat power will definitely be completely renewed. Moreover, Xian is also connected with the demons, and it is very likely that he can get the support of the demons. Thinking about it this way, if he can help Leah together with Luoxi, and combine the abilities of the three to support the kingdom together, then the kingdom may usher in an unprecedented explosive growth and completely establish its reputation as the #1 in the human world. So, Anchi became enthusiastic. Don't worry, Lord Bastutu. As long as you and Luoxi are in love and can make Luoxi happy, the royal family will stand on your side in this matter. Anchi made a promise. Obviously, Anchi is ready to invest. Xian saw something from Anchi's attitude and thought to himself, sure enough, they are plotting against me. These superiors are all dirty. That's why Xian didn't want the kingdom to know that he had boarded the car first and ruined the kingdom's treasure. Otherwise, these old foxes would definitely catch the opportunity and sign many unequal treaties that would make him work for the kingdom. You want me to work for the kingdom? Then you have to prepare the reward. Xian instantly thought of hundreds of ways to spend money. But before Xian could speak, Anchi threw out his chips in a torrent of words. I know you don't like some troublesome obligations, so I won't give you any position or job. I'll help you raise your title. After all, Viscount is still a little low. Although the Earl above the Viscount generally needs to accumulate a lot of merits, and the family must develop. But you are about to become the princess's husband. And this alone is a reason to raise your title. How about this? After this son-in-law selection meeting, I will use your victory as an excuse to help you be promoted to Earl in the form of reward. After that, when you and Luoxi get married, I will help you upgrade your title to Marquis. As for the Duke, you will probably have to wait until Leah takes the throne. And then you, as royal relatives, can be granted the title and become the Duke. What do you think? The chips thrown by Anchi made Xian stunned. His father-in-law is really smart. Chapter 415, Do I look like that kind of person? Next, the atmosphere between Xian and Anchi changed completely. It became like a father-in-law chatting with his son-in-law. Very harmonious. And very happy. Constantly exchanging all kinds of gossip. Originally, Xian and Anchi should have no common topics. But they couldn't stand the fact that one of them was marrying a daughter, and the other was marrying a daughter-in-law. So, the topic of the two naturally extended to Luoxi. And they talked about Luoxi's affairs. They said they talked a lot. But in fact, the two were more like competing. The cause was Xian's careless words. I know Luoxi very well. Better than anyone else. You don't have to worry that I will bully her. This sentence, for some reason, aroused Anchi's competitive spirit. Do you want to say that you know Luoxi better than me as a father? Starting with such a speech, Anchi began to talk about Luoxi's various things. From the time when Luoxi was born, to when she was a child, and then to when she grew up. Anchi told all kinds of interesting stories about Luoxi in the past 17 years. And he was so excited that he became more and more excited. This made Xian sure. This guy is definitely a daughter control. This is an extremely certain idea that Xian had when he knew that Anchi had a whole warehouse of magic props for recording images, which were all records of Luoxi's various growth stages. That is, photos. To be honest, Xian really wanted it. According to Anchi, Luoxi is beautiful now. And she was even more cute when she was a child. She was loved by everyone. The so-called treasure of the kingdom first appeared because of this world-class cuteness. You can't imagine that someone can be so cute. I even suspect that the gods want Luoxi to become a resident of the gods, because those goddesses are captured by this cuteness. His Majesty, the king, said such stupid words to Xian seriously. But I have to say that because of Anchi's endless praise, Xian was really curious and itchy. Xian also has many cute girls around him. Yi is a super cute little girl. Right? Lilith is also super cute. With two super cute little girls around him. Xian is really curious about how cute Luoxi, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the human race, was when she was a child. So, after a verbal battle, Xian finally convinced Anchi to lend him Luoxi's childhood photo album. Remember? It's a loan. You remember to return it to me later. When handing the crystal-like prop to Xian, Anqi kept saying this. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Do I look like the kind of person who only borrows and never returns? Xian made a promise to Anqi, and then neatly put away the crystal prop that would never return to Anqi's hands. Anqi felt a sense of melancholy, as if his treasure would never come back. So he kept telling him again and again, and warned him again and again. Xian nodded seriously, and his heart had already flown to the album, and he just wanted to go back and enjoy it. After that, Xian successfully got rid of Anqi, and left here under the gaze of Anqi and Aradia. Anqi's expression of a stupid father disappeared. What do you think, Aradia? Anqi watched Xian's back, and only asked Aradia at this time. I can feel that he is not lying. Aradia responded lightly. Really? Anqi murmured, in other words. You think I can trust him? Right? This is just my opinion. Aradia said expressionlessly. I am just a warrior, so I may not be thoughtful. But a pure warrior like you often has intuition and vision far beyond ordinary people. Anqi did not look down on Aradia, but smiled and said, Since you said he can be trusted, then I will believe your feelings. It is an honor. Aradia lowered her head slightly and said, So, Your Majesty is ready to fully support Lord Bastutu in choosing a son-in-law? Yes, Anqi said reluctantly, since Luoshi has a different view of him. I have to fully support that boy even for Luoshi. That's right. Aradia nodded and said, Your Majesty really dotes on His Highness Luoshi, because Luoshi has a special status. I can fully support her love as a father. Anqi was silent for a long time, and then finally smiled bitterly, muttering, If possible, I really want to fully support my other daughter like this. Aradia was silent. As Anqi's knight, Aradia knew very well that Anqi's other daughter had more serious problems than Rosie. As princesses of the royal family, they should have lost a lot of freedom while gaining power that ordinary people could not get. Being born in an imperial family is sometimes so unfortunate. But Rosie, because of her unique relationship, has cleared all the misfortunes that are likely to be shrouded in her with the best performance. This is her ability and her skill. But there is only one person like Rosie in 1,000 years. Therefore, all the misfortunes will be borne by her sister, who cannot be so excellent. On the other side, Xian returned to Rosie's bedroom. Rosie and Leah seemed to be waiting for him. When they saw him coming back, they immediately asked. Xian did not hide it, and told the whole process of his conversation with Anqi. The two sisters were shocked by this. You said that my father had already decided to pass the throne to me? Leah couldn't believe her ears. That's great. Luoshi smiled. Xian shrugged and said to the two, This is not difficult to understand. As I just said, Luoshi will definitely be regarded as a brave and trained. She should not be pushed to the throne and wasted on state affairs. In this case, it is natural to give the throne to you, my sister. Leah's face was complicated. She really didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. Getting the throne seems to be a great blessing. But if the throne falls into her hands because others look down on it, and she is just a spare heir to the throne, then it is naturally not a happy thing. Don't think too much. That's asking for trouble. Xian said to Leah, This situation has only happened once in 1,000 years. At least you are not a loser. Right? Yes, Sister Leah. Luoshi was a little worried that her sister would think too much, and said, You have the talent to inherit the throne. The high-ranking officials of the kingdom made this decision and recognized you. This is the truth. If Leah did not have the talent to be king, then even if Luoshi did not inherit the throne would not fall on her head in the end. Although the direct descendants of the royal family in this generation are only the sisters Luoshi and Leah, the king does not have only 2 children. Xian also learned after becoming a noble that although Anqi only married 1 wife, he had a full 7 concubines. As the wife of the king, the princess only gave birth to Leah and Luoshi. Then, because she was ill, she lived in the temple all year round. One was to recuperate, the other was to cultivate her character, and the third was to use the high-level recovery magic of the priests in the temple to regulate her body. In the words of the previous life, it was equivalent to becoming a monk and basically not appearing in the palace. The 7 concubines gave birth to a total of 18 children. So Leah and Luoshi actually had 18 half-brothers and sisters. However, because the heirs of the concubines did not have the right to inherit the throne, they would not be granted the title of duke when the king of the same generation was decided in the future. Only the children of the main wife had the right to inherit the throne. If they did not ascend the throne in the end, they could obtain the title of duke. They were destined to be dispensable collaterals. According to the laws of the kingdom, they could make their own living with the power of the royal family. That is, they could become knights, or they could work hard to become high-ranking officials of the kingdom. They were guaranteed a future by the royal family. But as collateral descendants, if they want to obtain the title, they can only rely on their own efforts. Or if the direct royal descendants are in trouble one day, then they will have the opportunity to be promoted and have the right to inherit the throne. This situation also applies to the nobles. The same is true for nobles. The descendants of the main wife have the right to inherit the title. The winner will be promoted, and the loser will be exiled to the frontier and get some high-power units in the family. The descendants of the concubines are all spare tires. Unless the descendants of the royal family are in trouble, they will have to find another way out in the future. Because of this reason, the treatment of the main wife and the concubine is very different. This is why Luo Shi felt that if she could not become the main wife of Xian, even the kingdom would risk offending her and strongly oppose it. The reason is that the concubine really has no human rights and reputation. Of course, no matter how bad it is definitely much better than ordinary people. At least, their lives will be guaranteed. And they can also find a way out in the future with the help of the family, which is much more comfortable than being born as a commoner. If it were not so, there would not be so many women willing to become the concubines of nobles, just to enjoy the wealth and splendor. Therefore, if Leah really does not have the talent to inherit the throne, the kingdom may decide to select a capable person from the collateral line to compete with Leah. Leah naturally knew this, but she still felt a little complicated. Leah was not particularly opposed to inheriting the throne. Or, in the past, Leah had hoped that she could be recognized and ascend the throne. Now, Leah no longer has much desire in this regard. If I become the queen, the Luzica family will definitely take the opportunity to expand their influence and interfere with the kingdom's political power. Right? The Luzica family is also a duke's family. Since they are a duke's family, it means that they are also royal relatives, and their ancestors have lost in the competition for the throne. Now there is a great opportunity to return to the capital and return to the center of the political power. They will definitely make a big fuss. Right? When Leah thought of such a possibility, she sighed. However, Leah did not show it, and continued to communicate with Xian and Luo Shi as usual. The three of them kept talking about various topics regarding choosing a son-in-law and succession. It must be said that it really met some of Anqi's expectations. Chapter 416. None of them had a good fight. The sky gradually darkened as Xian and the other two chatted. It was not until the evening that Xian got up and said goodbye, leaving Luo Shi's palace. Luo Shi looked at Xian's departing back, and the reluctance on her face was somewhat difficult to conceal. This made Leah, who was standing by, refresh her impression of her sister several times. Since confirming the relationship between Xian and Luo Shi, Leah has been constantly refreshing her understanding of Luo Shi. She really didn't think that one day Luo Shi would show such a little woman's attitude. But it must be said that Luo Shi, compared with her perfect past, has a little more sense of reality. This made Leah realize that her sister has changed, and she really likes Xian. Alas, Leah wanted to sigh unconsciously, but she quickly stopped in time, shook her head, and tried to get rid of the envy and even a little jealousy in her heart. At this point, Leah no longer wants to feel jealous of Rosie. That would make her feel like she is still the same person she was before, without any growth. The kingdom has already designated me as the next heir to the throne. In this case, I should focus on my own affairs. Leah is ready to study imperial studies recently. Although, as a direct descendant of the royal family, Leah has always been studying the way of emperors. Otherwise she would not be so good at some political affairs. But Leah always thought that the throne would belong to Rosie. So she studied, but did not work hard in this regard. But now it is different. I have to work harder than before. Leah gradually let this thought fill her heart. This is also to be able to fight against the Luzica family in the future and prevent them from manipulating herself and the kingdom's political power. Of course, Leah did not realize that she would think like this. And to some extent, she was resigned to her fate in her marriage. I am not Rosie after all. Leah was bitter in her heart. But on the surface, she calmly woke up Rosie, who was still reluctant to leave, and teased her. On the other side, Xian actually left Rosie's palace with a little reluctance. There was no way. I didn't even have a good time with that shot. Xian said something that would make people want to strangle him to death. Sighed, and walked out of the palace. He didn't realize that, in fact, a pair of eyes had begun to pay attention to him. Is this the hero? in a realm that no one could see. Nadura looked at Xian walking in the palace, and her eyes showed a strong curiosity. This goddess finally came to the human world, found Xian, and paid attention to him. No one discovered her existence. Even Xian didn't realize that a pair of curious eyes were staring at him, because Nadura had used her power to become one with nature. Now she is nature, and nature is her. In this case, the life in the world of nature cannot perceive the existence of Nadura. Now Nadura can be the atmosphere in nature, a grain of dust on the earth, or even a drop of rain, a breeze, a ray of sunshine, a real elf-like existence. Unless someone directly launches a destructive attack on this side of nature. Otherwise, Nadura is nature itself. No one can perceive it, and no one can touch it. In this state, Nadura can easily borrow the power of nature, and can also spread her vision to the entire natural world and monitor every corner of the world. Therefore, Nadura can observe Xian like this without being known, and there is no need to worry about anyone discovering her. It can be said that once Nadura enters this state, as long as she does not launch an attack, no one can detect her existence, including the 6 demons and the other 2 goddesses. Therefore, in terms of concealment, mobility and observation conditions, Nadura is undoubtedly the strongest in the 3 realms. As long as she wants, she can easily go anywhere, get rid of anyone's sight, and monitor anyone. In the war thousands of years ago, before the final battle, it was Nadura who was responsible for collecting intelligence from the demons, finding the location of the demon king and the demons, and finding out the deployment of the demon army, so that the gods and humans could formulate a complete strategic plan. Otherwise, the 6 demons would not be targeted by the gods and humans respectively, and thus defeated one by one. And finally even the demon king fell under the joint efforts of the brave and the supreme god. In other words, the victory of the gods and humans in the war thousands of years ago was due to the contribution of this goddess of nature, second only to the brave. In the past, Sarah had been troubled by Nadura's power, because she didn't know when Nadura would be by her side. Quietly watching her, Sarah had to perform a real battle of wits and courage with the air, just to prevent the prying eyes of this goddess of nature. In this situation, Nadura was not worried at all that she would be discovered by Xian. Instead, she boldly approached Xian and followed Xian to observe at the closest distance. Huh? As she approached, Nadura suddenly became suspicious, because she found that Xian had a very strong sense of closeness. It was a special temperament that was close to nature, and even made nature close to him. No, it was not nature. It should be said that the whole world was close to him. The protection of the world? Nadula showed an incredulous expression. You know, although nature is part of the world, it is only a part. As the incarnation of nature, Nadura has seen beings close to nature, apart from anything else. The elves are close to nature, and were even born from nature, even if the goddess of life has some credit for this. And it is her power that prompted the birth of the elves. The elves are actually the people of nature. Strictly speaking, they should be regarded as the children of Nadura. In view of this, Nadura is the only god believed by the elves, just like Anima is the only god believed by the orcs. Humans are guided by the goddess of fate, Letas, and the 3 goddesses are responsible for the 3 human races respectively. In addition, there were also brave men who received Nadura's blessing in the past. They would also receive the protection of nature and become beings close to nature. For Nadura, a life that can be close to nature is not surprising. But if it is the protection of the world, it is different. The world is the domain of the goddess Omnis, and it is something created by the supreme god. Logically speaking, there is no one who can be protected by the world, unless he has received the blessing of the goddess Omnis. The look in Nadura's eyes when she looked at Xian changed. As the pinnacle of the gods, Nadura naturally knew what the blessing of the supreme god meant. That was a blessing that even the heroes of all generations could not obtain, and no one had ever possessed. The mother goddess had no interest in life in the world, so she had never blessed anyone, nor would she bless anyone. Not to mention, the supreme god had been sleeping for 1,000 years, and it was impossible for him to suddenly wake up, summon the hero, and bless him. There was no need for that. Right? In this way, there was only one situation in which the hero could receive the blessing of the supreme god. That is, once the gods are in danger of extinction. The last hero in this world can be summoned through the secret ritual of sacrificing the hero. This hero will also receive the blessing of the supreme god and become the savior of the gods and the world. That is the last mercy and hope given to this world by the supreme god. Now, the hero carrying mercy and hope suddenly appears. Does that mean that the gods will be annihilated? But who activated the hero's summoning? Even if you want to summon the last hero, you must have a goddess to preside over the ceremony. Moreover, the huge magic power required for the ceremony is directly absorbed from the world. If it is activated, it will definitely cause anomalies in the entire world of gods. But so far, there has been no abnormality in the world of gods, let alone a catastrophic disaster. There is not even a sign. It is very peaceful. What is going on? Najula is puzzled. However, Najula knows very well that the appearance of Sheen is definitely not a coincidence. If something big happens, it is likely to happen in secret. And this hero is the center and the key. Knowing this, the curiosity in Najula's eyes turned into attention. At this moment, Najula made up her mind. I have to stay by his side and observe closely. Only in this way can I gradually discover the truth. Is this the purpose of Anima telling me this? Obviously, Anima also noticed something and realized the importance of Sheen. It seems that I have to deal with this hero for a long time. However, this deal, only I know it. Thinking about it, Najula subconsciously followed Sheen closely. Moreover, the more she followed, the closer Najula could not help but get. There is no way. The breath of closeness to the world around Sheen has a natural attraction to Najula, the goddess of nature. That feeling. It's like being with the mother goddess. Nadura missed her and was intoxicated. At the same time, in a corner of the god realm, inside a temple, Nian frowned and looked at the screen in front of her. On the screen, Sheen was walking alone on the road to the palace, with no one around him. But Nian knew that. In fact, there was a second person following Sheen and observing him. Yes, Nian found Nadura, the goddess of nature who should not be discovered by anyone. Nadura would never have thought that there was someone in this world who could discover herself. Nian murmured. Sure enough, the gods began to keep an eye on Sheen. This was not beyond Nian's expectations. Nian knew very well that once Sheen revealed his identity as a hero, the gods would definitely not ignore him. It's just that. Why send this goddess of nature when there are so many people to keep an eye on him? Nian felt a little amused. With the protection of the world and the blessing of the supreme god, Sheen had a natural attraction to this goddess of nature. It seems that the most popular and perfect goddess of the gods is going to suffer. In this regard, Nian is happy to see it. It is also a pleasure for Nian to see the gods suffer. It's just that her heroes have to be targeted by some coquettish Bexes again, which makes Nian very unhappy. Forget it. She can only eat what others have left. However, I probably can't summon Sheen casually next time, so as not to be discovered by the goddess of nature. Well, I have to plan and plan it well. Chapter 417. The only one who was not kidnapped by the hero. At this time, Sheen didn't know that he had been targeted by an omnipresent goddess. He just used the skill hide while heading towards the direction of Bostut's house. If he didn't use the skill hide, Sheen was sure that he would be challenged by countless rivals and even hunted down. Although Sheen was not afraid, he couldn't kill them all. In addition, it was extremely troublesome. He really didn't have the mood to fight wits and courage with these guys who were destined to be losers. Therefore, he avoided all the crowds with the idea of less trouble than more trouble. Najula, who followed Sheen silently, was a little confused at first, until she peeked at the situation in the royal capital. She was surprised and suddenly realized. So he was going to marry the favorite of the god of fate? That's really a good match. One is a hero from another world, and the other is the only princess in this world who has the qualifications to become a hero in countless years. If these two people get together, it will be a good thing no matter how you look at it. As one of the top of the gods, Nadura habitually thinks about problems from the perspective of the leader of the human race. In the end, she found that this matter is very worthy of support for the entire human race and even the gods. In the future, these two people will definitely become the trump cards of the human race. Even if they are not as good as Mitra, they will not lose to us and the demons. At that time, combining the strength of the gods and the human race, and the power of the two holy swords, we will no longer be at a disadvantage when facing the demons. Moreover, the offspring born from the combination of the two heroes will definitely have good talents and potential in the future. Right? Nadura realized that this might be a good opportunity to enhance the strength of the entire human race from the perspective of race. Of course, Lidas is probably going to be sad. Nadura couldn't help but chuckle. As the three goddesses and the first gods to be born, Lidas, Anima and Nadura are like sisters and have no secrets from each other. Therefore, Nadira knows very well that Lyda's attaches more importance to Roxy than to the heroes she has guided and blessed. Firstly, Roxy's potential is indeed extraordinary. If she can grow smoothly, it is foreseeable that she will be comparable to Mitra or even surpass Mitra in the future. Secondly, unlike the heroes summoned from another world, Roxy was born in this world. She attracted Lyda's attention as soon as she was born, was blessed by Lyda's, and continued to be protected and cared for more than 10 years. In addition, Roxy has been loved by everyone since she was a child, and her performance in all aspects is perfect. In addition, her unique skills make the gods happy to treat this descendant of the hero as their own. Therefore, Lydas treats Roxy as her own daughter. If not, how could Luo she be able to go to the god realm whenever she wanted, and meet the most powerful goddess in the 3 realms whenever she wanted? That princess is really blessed. This is not a metaphor, nor an exaggeration, but a real fact. As a result, the daughter whom she treated as her own daughter was about to get married without her knowing it. It is conceivable how sad the goddess of fate would be. Let's comfort Lydas later, since she has another daughter whom she treated as her own daughter. Nadira laughed and continued to follow Sheen back to Boztat's house. When she arrived at Boztat's house, Nadira was surprised again. Roar! With a roar, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and came to Sheen. Dragon? Nadira was surprised. He actually kept such a high-level dragon? Obviously, Nadira saw through Yulin's level, and saw Yulin's strength. If this dragon was in the demon tribe, once it was successfully cultivated to the point of human transformation, it should become the strongest demon tribe under the demon. Right? Nadira looked at Yulin in amazement. Under Nadira's gaze, Sheen greeted Yulin and touched Yulin's lowered head. After a period of intimate interaction between the master and the servant, he told Yulin to continue to guard the yard while he entered the mansion. Nadira followed Sheen into the mansion, and then saw a number of people who surprised her. First, it seemed that they were waiting for Sheen to come back. As soon as they saw Sheen enter the door, they immediately rushed out and came to Sheen's side. How was it? Did you meet Her Royal Highness the Princess? Has the matter of choosing a son-in-law been confirmed? Mr. Sheen? The members of Vivian's team gathered around Sheen, chattering and asking questions, which made Sheen hesitate and laugh. It is understandable that Nadira was surprised by the appearance of the members of Vivian's team. Isn't that another daughter that Lydas treats as her own? Nadira's eyes stayed on Tyr, who was quietly standing aside, looking taciturn. But her eyes never left Sheen. As far as Nadira knew, this girl was another human blessed by Lydas, the goddess of fate. Although she was not as amazing as Roxy, she had very powerful unique skills, and her own talent was not weak. So Lydas decided to bless her. If Roxy was a well-behaved eldest daughter, who was perfect in all aspects, then Tyr was a little worried and lovable little daughter. Therefore, Lydas was also very concerned about this little daughter. Unexpectedly, this rumored little daughter also appeared beside the hero, and her eyes looked a little strange. Could it be that? Najula felt strange and mourned for Lydas in her heart. It's a pity. Lydas, daughters are destined to get married. Nadira could already foresee the scene where the goddess of fate was so wrong that she cried. However, among the people present, Tyr was not the only one who was special. So she was here too? Nadira looked at Vivian, who was smiling gently, as if she was watching over everyone including Sheen, and sighed in her heart. Nadira was not unfamiliar with Vivian. No, it should be said that she was not unfamiliar with her past. I'm glad to see that you are still in the kingdom, Vivian. Nadira smiled brightly, and then seemed to suddenly discover something, and looked at Melika, who was staying beside Vivian with surprise. Melika seemed to be making a fuss and felt a little wronged. But the way she looked at Sheen was a bit similar to Tyrika, because Melika is an elf. When Najula saw her, a trace of love could not help but appear in her eyes. After all, elves born from nature can be regarded as her children. And Najula naturally cannot help but love her own children. It's just that this child seems a little unusual. Najula can feel that the atmosphere around Melika is constantly gushing out magic power and injecting it into her body, while improving her elf body and constantly improving her magic power. Under such circumstances, Melika's magic power has reached a level that was unattainable in the past, and is even better than many high-level demons, in terms of magic power alone. Even if we look at the entire elf race, Melika is probably now in the top 5. Right? If this improvement can continue, her future will be limitless. Is it because of the relationship with the brave man who has the protection of the world? Nadira guessed the reason at once and cast a happy look at Melika. If this child can continue to grow up like this by the side of the hero. Thinking about it, Nadira has the urge to show up and bless Melika in person. The three goddesses have always rarely given blessings to others. Because giving blessings to others is equivalent to giving them protection. As the top of the gods, they naturally have to screen them carefully. But there are very few human races that are worthy of the blessings of the three goddesses. In the past, only the heroes could truly obtain their blessings. And it was extremely difficult for the creatures in the human world. In view of this, the goddess of fate, Lidas, got two blessing recipients with extraordinary potential at once, which made her very proud, and also made Nadira and Anima very envious. If humans were not the race that Lidas was responsible for, the two goddesses would have wanted to compete for it. Unfortunately, the three goddesses had already agreed that, except for the heroes, the right to bless the creatures in the human world depends on the scope of jurisdiction, rather than being evenly distributed. In other words, if a stunning genius appears among humans, it will be Lidas who bless them. And if a stunning genius appears among the orcs, it will be Anima who blesses them. Naturally, the object of Nadira's blessing is the elves. However, although the elves are a natural magic race, their number is small, their lifespan is long, their population is small, and their birth rate is pitifully low. So Nadira has not found a qualified blesser for 1,000 years. It is conceivable how surprised Nadira was when Melika appeared. But, is this another child harmed by this hero? Looking at Melika's eyes looking at Xian, Nadira felt complicated. Forget it. Following the hero will only benefit this child. And she is not good enough to be blessed by me now. It depends on how much she can improve in the future. Nadira put aside her worries, but laughed at it. If I really bless this child in the future, then the blessers of me and Lidas will become the women around the hero. Anima will probably laugh at the two of us. Right? By the way, Anima also met the orc saint during her visit to the lower world. She thought she was talented and wanted to train her so that she could bless her in the future. By then, that saint would probably be the only one of the three goddesses who was not abducted by the hero. Nadira laughed. Huh? In the old site of Cosmos, Iris, who was settling her people and preparing to lead the orc priests to track down Capelin and the mastermind, suddenly sneezed cutely. Wow. Why do I feel like someone mentioned me? Iris thought while covering her mouth and nose. Could it be that bad guy? Thinking about it, Iris blushed. In her mind, the scene of the other party hugging her in the storm of evil and holding the shining holy sword was still vivid. Chapter 418, what was promised before. Soon, the people in Vivian's team, who were chattering around Sheen, left with their own thoughts. Taking the answers they got from Sheen, Najula could feel that the girls had their own feelings about the fact that Sheen really became the first priority candidate for the husband of the kingdom's treasure. Unexpectedly, it was you who ended up with His Highness Roxy. Vivian sighed like this. Thinking carefully, only you are worthy of becoming the husband of that prince. Tyr didn't seem to care much, and her tone was quite indifferent. His Highness's husband. Lumia looked at Sheen with a hint of admiration. Woohoo! Melika seemed a little unwilling, but she didn't dare to say it, nor did she dare to ask, so she could only look aggrieved. Watching the four girls leave, Nadira looked at Xian with a sullen face and couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, heroes are all romantic. This can be regarded as a kind of nature of all heroes, or the true qualities of heroes. But then, Nadira realized that the girls around Xian were not just the people in Vivian's team. Not long after, Xian met two acquaintances walking in the mansion. Back from the verification? It shouldn't be that the royal family made a mistake. Right? Lexia teased Xian the first time she met him. Congratulations. Unlike Lexia, Laxia seemed to have obtained accurate information through her own channels, and then congratulated Xian expressionlessly. Facing these two people, Xian looked unhappy. Nadira was surprised again, staring at the faces of Lexia and Laxia, and finally sighed. Are they all here? Nadira didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Nadira naturally knew Lexia and Laxia. After all, the thing that had been hidden in the palace of the Mitrok kingdom was also a very important thing for the gods. If the gods and demons had not negotiated privately and decided not to intervene in this matter, then the crime of Lexia stealing the thing alone would have been enough for the three goddesses to go out and catch her personally. Really, Nadira could only suppress the complex emotions in her heart and carefully watch the communication between Xian and the demon master and servant. It was called communication, but in fact, Xian and Lexia were humiliating and bickering with each other. and Laxia was just watching quietly on the side. It wasn't until a while later that Sheen and Leisha had almost finished talking and separated on the spot. One continued to walk into the mansion, and the other seemed to be preparing to take a bath in the large bathhouse. Najula hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to continue following Sheen, although she was also concerned about the demon master and servant. In the end, it was the intimacy of Sheen that attracted Nadira. It was this decision that finally allowed Nadira to see the existence that suddenly changed color. That was what happened when Sheen returned to his room. Bang! At the moment Sheen entered the room, a small figure jumped into his arms, which scared him severely. After that, Sheen saw the full picture of the petite figure that jumped into his arms, and he breathed a sigh of relief and hugged it in his arms. Nadira also saw the full picture of the figure. Lilith. The one who jumped into Sheen's arms was naturally Lilith. The moment she saw Lilith, Nadira couldn't help but subconsciously enter a state of defense. Even though many years have passed, Nadira still remembers that it was this little goddess who turned the earth into H.L., spread evil spirits all over the world, created countless evil things, drove countless creatures crazy, and even sank the continent. In order to seal this goddess, Nadira and others have spent a lot of effort. So, when she suddenly saw Lilith, Nadira couldn't help but enter a state of defense. But the next second, Nadira saw Lilith's pair of smart amethyst eyes staring straight at Sheen, full of emotions and light that had never been there in the past. By the way, Anima said that Lilith has returned and entrusted the true seal to this brave man. Nadira felt relieved and surprised. The reason is nothing else. Just because she has never seen such a docile Lilith. And she didn't expect that Lilith seemed to be very dependent on Sheen, which surprised her greatly. Of course, if Lilith's presence made Nadira feel surprised, defensive and unexpected, then the last character who appeared next was the dangerous existence that made Nadira's whole body tense. Are you back? The little girl holding the pillow sat on the edge of Sheen's bed, looking at Sheen with dissatisfaction. The appearance of the other party made Nadira's heart tremble slightly. Dragon Demon AI. The former enemy finally appeared in front of Nadira. She is really here? Nadira stared at AI. There is no way. In the war thousands of years ago, it was this dragon demon who defeated her who joined forces with Anima. Therefore, even though she knew in advance that AI was currently beside Sheen, Nadira couldn't help but change color when she really saw her appear. However, the hero didn't take the other's dissatisfaction seriously. He held Lilith in his arms, and came directly to the other, and picked her up. Najula covered her mouth. She couldn't believe that in this world, apart from the deceased Demon King and the other 5 demons, someone dared to pick up AI. That would be fine. The problem is that although AI, who was picked up by Sheen, looked a little unhappy, she didn't seem to resist much. What does this show? It shows that this behavior not only obtained the other party's consent, but also did not cause the other party's disgust. Is this really the dragon demon from that year? At this moment, even Najula murmured in disbelief. I still remember that in the past wars, this dragon demon prince had more than once carried terrifying murderous aura and brutality on the battlefield, which was synonymous with cruelty. I don't know how many people were killed by the dragon's breath. I don't know how many countries and races have been destroyed by the claws of this dragon demon. Even among the heroes of the past, 2 had been killed by this dragon demon. After the Demon King was defeated, this Dragon Lord and Dragon King was said to have gone berserk for a while. If it weren't for the other demons stopping him, the human world would have been devastated. So, Nadira couldn't believe that the little girl in front of her, who looked reluctant but didn't resist at all, would be the dragon demon whose brutality was second only to the poison demon among the 6 demons. Could this be a fake dragon demon? Nadira was suspicious. Under such circumstances, Sheen and AI also started a conversation. I said, "What are you upset about?" Looking at AI who was picked up by him and sat on his thighs. Sheen teased Lilith, who was rubbing against him, and smiled bitterly. I don't know why. After returning to the capital, AI seemed to be in a bad mood. I didn't offend you. Did I? Sheen rolled his eyes. How come you didn't offend me? AI said dissatisfiedly. I think you lack a little self-awareness. I lack self-awareness? Sheen said confusedly. Why? Humph. AI snorted coldly and said, You are obviously my person. But you were so easily captured by that pretentious princess, and prepared to marry her without my consent. This is a lack of self-awareness. Do I have to ask your opinion on my marriage? Sheen's mouth twitched, and he stopped teasing Lilith. Instead, he grabbed AI's face and said with empty eyes, You don't really think of me as your subordinate. Do you? Not a subordinate, but a property. AIE frowned, slapped Xian's hand away, and said in annoyance, "That's why I said you lack self-awareness. I think it's you who lacks self-awareness." Xian laughed on the spot and said, "What about property? You might as well say that I am a pretty boy who is supported by you." "What is a pretty boy?" AIE frowned deeper and deeper, but said, "But it's not impossible to support you. If it's you, it wouldn't be bad to support you." "Thank you," Xian said with a fake smile. "In short, you just think that without your consent, I can't have the freedom to decide my own marriage." "Right?" Ai didn't answer, but snorted again and turned her head away. In fact, Ai just didn't know what was wrong with her. Since she knew that Xian and Luo she were going to get married, she has been feeling inexplicably irritated. What her people, what must be agreed by her, are just the manifestations of Ai not knowing how to deal with this irritable mood. But Ai still has self-knowledge, knowing that irritability is irritability, and it is okay to vent, but not too much. Otherwise, if Xian really thinks that she is restraining him and restricting his freedom, it will only make both parties very unhappy. So, Ai wisely chose to shut up. Such Ai didn't realize that if it were someone else, she wouldn't care so much and would say whatever she wanted. As for other people's thoughts, whether others are happy or not, what does it have to do with her? Only when facing Xian, Ai would choose to compromise in some places. A dignified dragon demon would actually compromise for such a small matter. If this were to be told, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Right? Xian, who didn't know what was wrong with Ai, could only look at Lilith, who looked confused, and then began to think about it. Although he didn't know what was wrong with this little girl. Since it was like this, why not coax her? But, am I the kind of person who can coax people? Xian seriously doubted this. At this time, Xian inadvertently glanced at the pillow in front of Ai, and then remembered a big thing. By the way, you don't seem to have fulfilled your promise to me before. Right? Xian tapped his palm. What's the matter? Ai was stunned. Xian smiled brightly. Have you forgotten? Your Highness the Dragon Demon? Xian said happily. You said that after we defeat the old demon faction of Duke Stringham, I will let me see what is under your pillow. After saying this, Ai's face finally changed. Chapter 419, The Universe of Infinite Possibilities. At this moment, the inexplicable irritation in Ai's heart disappeared without a trace. Instead, 3 words appeared. What should I do? The appearance of these 3 words made Ai hug the pillow in her arms tightly, and her eyes looking at Xian became extremely vigilant. But Xian just smiled in response. That's true. Right? The smile on Xian's face was particularly bright. However, that bright smile only made Ai have the urge to punch him hard. In this case, Ai wanted to say that it was wrong. But isn't that cheating? What is cheating? That's what children would do. So, Ai couldn't do that kind of thing. It's true. At the moment, Ai answered very reluctantly. Suddenly, Xian's smile became brighter. Then you should fulfill your promise. Right? Xian said meaningfully. That's right. You are a dragon demon, standing at the top of the demon clan. How could you break your promise? Ai's eyes jumped fiercely. This guy really deserves a beating. Of course I won't break my promise. But you don't seem to have fulfilled the agreement yet? Ai was silent for a long time, and then said expressionlessly, Don't forget, the leader of the Mirage has not been arrested yet. The implication is that Xian has not fulfilled the agreement before all the old demons of the Mirage are eradicated. Unfortunately, if this can get rid of Xian, it would be too much to underestimate him. At the beginning, the agreement we agreed on was that as long as I go with you to the dukedom of Stringham and help you annihilate the old demon clan there, that would be enough. Right? Xian said with a smile. Now, the Duke of Strim has taken you there, and the old demon faction there is almost wiped out. Although the leader has escaped, we didn't say that we must wipe them out without leaving a single one. Right? Hearing this, Ai was stunned. Can it be like this? Do you want to cheat? Ai blurted out such a sentence. I think you want to cheat. Right? Xian stared at Ai and said innocently, in order to help you. I have gone through a lot this time. If it weren't for the power of the Holy Sword and knowing the Jade, we might have to defeat the evil god Lilith released by Mirage in the end. I helped you to the end in such a dangerous matter. But you used excuses to shirk it. You said it yourself. It's not too much. Ai was speechless. In fact, what Xian said makes sense. The purpose of Mirage is to liberate the evil god Lilith. Let the evil god come again. and turn the earth into purgatory. Xian was instigated by AI to go there to deal with this old demon clan. But in the end, he faced an evil god that could rival the demons. If he hadn't had the holy sword in his hand and the blessing protection, it would have been an extremely dangerous thing with a life or death risk. Although Sean himself also contributed to the release of Lilith, and it was his own will, the danger of the incident itself has not decreased much. Even if Sean did not intervene, with the purpose of Mirage, they would still release Lilith in the end. In this case, Sean went through such a dangerous thing, and the reward was just to take a look at what was hidden behind the pillow that AI had been holding. As a result, AI used other excuses to shirk responsibility. Isn't that too much? Fortunately, I was there this time, and Feitsue was also very helpful. Finally, we successfully returned and made Lilith quiet down. Otherwise, if Mirage really succeeded, then he would rely on a little magician to manipulate thousands of evil things to attack the demon world and mess around in the demon world. The demons would be miserable. While touching Lilith's little head, Sean said casually, but in the end, others still want to cheat. It's really sad, don't you think? Lilith? Hearing this, Lilith, who was quietly listening to the two people talking in Xian's arms, kept nodding her head. Although she didn't know what happened, it was right to nod at this time. After all, what Xian just mentioned was not completely unrelated to her. At the moment, Lilith could only nod her head obediently, and this undoubtedly made AI even more speechless. And she had nothing to say. Seeing this, Xian took the last drastic measure. Speaking of which, it seems that a certain dragon demon highness did not make any move from beginning to end except for the last moment. Xian almost pointed at AI Yi's nose and accused her of not doing her best. Who said that? AI Yi finally couldn't help it and said, "Didn't I help you to restrain Anima?" "That was just restraint," Xian said unmoved. "I risked my life to fight. But in the end, alas." Xian began to sigh, as if he was accusing this society and this world. You guy. How could Yi not understand that Xian did it on purpose? But Yi just couldn't refute it. It was really that the reward and the results were too unequal. So Yi stood on the wrong side from the beginning. Alas. And Xian was still sighing, as if he was going to add a drastic measure. Okay. Stop pretending. Yi couldn't stand it anymore, and said extremely unhappy and helplessly, "It's okay to show you. Right?" In one sentence, the helplessness and sighs on Xian's face disappeared. Hurry up, Xian urged expectantly. There was no way. He was really too curious, and he didn't know why AIE and Vivian and the others had been hiding it. AIE glared at Xian hatefully, hesitated for a moment, and then finally sighed as if giving up. The next second, Ai put down the pillow that she had been holding in her arms. Thus, the universe, which symbolizes infinite possibilities, appeared. Wow! Lilith, who had always been watching quietly, made a sound of amazement. Puff! Xian also instantly widened his eyes, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. I knew it. Ai's voice was full of annoyance. In front of her like this, the tall towering was very clearly imprinted in the eyes of Xian and Lilith. And the clothes were lifted up high. This. Xian couldn't believe his eyes. Lilith was even more curious, and wanted to reach out to touch it, but was slapped away by Ai. Even Najula, who had been watching secretly, covered her mouth and looked at Ai's chest with a look of astonishment. This is too big. So you are a giant with a childlike face. Xian couldn't help but want to say something, but was stopped by Ai. Bang! Ai's little fist hit Xian's heart hard, making Xian wail and fall to the bed. Lilith screamed and fell on the bed as well. As for Ai, she had already jumped off Xian. That's why I hate being seen. Ai gritted her teeth and hugged the pillow without hesitation, blocking herself. Don't! Xian covered his chest, but he subconsciously shouted such a word, not knowing what he was trying to keep. Ai was speechless with such a heartbroken look. Man! Ai turned around and left as if he felt disdainful. Lilith glanced at Ai who was leaving, and then at Xian, who was lying on the bed with his hands on his chest. After a while, she actually left Xian, who had been sticking to her all the time, and chased after Ai with her little feet. Obviously, the little girl's curiosity was completely aroused, and she wanted to study Ai's unscientific figure carefully. Xian was still recalling everything he had just seen. How could it be? Xian seemed unable to let it go. Not to mention Xian. Even Najula, who had been observing secretly, looked like she had seen a ghost. After dealing with the dragon demon for so many years, She had no idea that this little girl actually had a big dream. That's older than her. How did the dragon demon grow? Najula was almost unable to think about it. Not to mention Najula. Even Xian was a little unable to think about it. Just, hee hee. After a while, Xian couldn't help but burst into a silly laugh. Because he finally realized it. I have found a treasure. I thought she was just a bronze girl. But she turned out to be a hidden king. It would be a pity to hide this figure? Without much consideration and without finding anything wrong, Xian made a decision. I have to find a way to see more. How can I not do more of such a feast for the eyes? Xian began to think seriously. This hero. Najula naturally saw all this, and knew what Xian was thinking. She felt speechless and helpless. It was not until this time that Najula confirmed one thing. That was what Anima said. She was right. This hero was indeed different from the past ones. Not only was his personality completely different, but also the surrounding environment and relationship were completely different. Looking at Xian sitting on the bed thinking seriously, Najula remembered the scene where Ai and Lilith sat in his arms without resistance. A demon and a goddess who can rival a demon. Both of them are defenseless against this hero. And even trust, rely on and even love him. This really opened Najula's eyes. Perhaps, the long-standing grudge between the gods and demons will be completely eliminated under the influence of this hero. Only then will true peace come. Right? Thinking about it, Najula couldn't help but feel a little excited. Let me take a good look at what impact you, who come from another world, will have in this era where war has ended. Najula's pair of beautiful big eyes curved like crescents, which was very beautiful. Xian was unaware, and was still thinking about it. Chapter 420 Poaching Me? The next day, early morning, when Xian woke up from the familiar bed, the beautiful maid was gone. Just like the previous few days, Xian was a little melancholy. From now on, there will be no more cute maids to wake me up, help me change clothes and brush my teeth, and even solve the men's morning affairs. Melancholy? Really melancholy. When you have it, you are panicking. When you lose it, you know that it is your past self who did not know how to cherish it. How can others understand the emptiness in your heart? Fortunately, after losing an all-powerful maid, God gave Xian a cute little loli. In Xian's arms, Lilith got into the bed again without knowing when, and was sleeping comfortably, holding her thumb, which was so cute that it was hard to describe. Looking at the cute loli in his arms, Xian's emptiness in his heart dissipated a lot. At least it's not like in the past life. When I woke up, I only had a pillow in my arms. As Xian thought about it, he was stunned. Wait, so I only had a pillow by my side in my past life? Because of reincarnation, all the memories related to my life experience in the past life are gone. And only the common sense things that will not affect the knowledge and technology of this world are left. Therefore, Xian should not know the situation of his past life. This time, maybe unconsciously, I muttered something that I had no impression of but had experienced. But it doesn't seem to be a happy thing. Is this hinting to me that I was a damn single dog in my previous life? No wonder I always felt that my ancestral craftsmanship seemed to be too skilled. So, did I really only have my left and right hands to accompany me in my previous life? Cried. Xian missed Luoxi a little. At least, in this life, I am a winner in life that everyone in the world envies. And even the most beautiful woman in the human race is my wife. Xian comforted himself and got up from the bed. Lilith seemed to wake up a little, raised her head slightly, and looked sleepy, unable to open her eyes. Good boy. Go back to sleep. Xian touched Lilith's head and coaxed her softly, as if coaxing his own daughter. However, this was undoubtedly very effective. Lilith seemed to feel relieved, agreed, and continued to sleep comfortably. Xian then covered Lilith with a quilt and left his room. The Bostat family seemed to have regained some vitality since Xian came back. Before, when Xian was not there, everyone in Vivian's team would go to the Adventurers Guild for missions. And Laxia was not there either, which made it seem a bit deserted. Now, Xian is back, and he brought Laxia back with him. And the Bostat family immediately returned to its original appearance. Xian walked out of the room and found that the corridor and walls outside had become extremely clean, as if everything was sparkling, which was magical. Is it Laxia's work again? Xian instantly saw through the truth. In Xian's cognition, only Laxia could clean the house like this, with sparkling everywhere, as if all the floor tiles and wall tiles were brand new, making people feel afraid to step on them casually. Obviously, when I came back yesterday, Everything here was normal. Only when Laxia is here, everything in the house will seem like a paradise. So incredible. It seems that although the girl has not come to serve me, she is still doing chores at home. Judging from Laxia's personality, she probably treats this kind of work as a reward for staying overnight. Right? Xian looked outside through the window in the corridor. As expected, the garden outside became full of birdsong and flowers, and the vegetation and flower beds were trimmed into various beautiful shapes like works of art, which was a magnificent view. Huh? Just as Xian was admiring this beautiful morning scenery, he was suddenly surprised, because he saw someone who shouldn't be here. Is that Jacinta? Xian was a little unsure. The person he saw was Jacinta, one of the 4 major cadres under AI, known as Tyrannosaurus. What is he doing? Xian's expression looked a little weird, because he saw Jacinta lying in front of Yulin in the garden, saying something continuously. At that moment, Xian narrowed his eyes, quietly activated the hide skill, and moved towards the garden. Behind him, Najula, who was invisible to everyone, yawned and followed Xian out of the mansion. Bostut's house. Garden. Just as Xian saw. At this moment, Jacinta kept talking to Yulin, who was lying in front of him. Believe me, I am definitely not lying to you. As soon as Xian approached, he heard Jacinta's enthusiastic words like a sales pitch, which made his mouth twitch. Jacinta did not notice Xian and continued his sales pitch. Among the demons, our dragons are also very special. Only after being guided by His Highness the Dragon Demon and walking on the path of transformation, can we usher in a true transformation and become more powerful. Look at me. Just like you. I was just a dragon in the past. At that time, I had no skills, nor any unique skills. I could only fight with the help of my dragon breath and my powerful body. Although my level was very high, and I could trample on the ants on the ground. When I encountered a real strong one, often, these powerful dragons like us were just the opponent's prey. Looking at the heroes and heroes in history, most of them have killed dragons with their own hands and became famous. You are very strong now. But that is only because you have not met a real strong enemy. Otherwise, you will only become a stepping stone for the other party to become famous and achieve fame. Transformation. Only transformation is the ultimate transcendence of the dragon race like us. Your level is higher than mine. Once you transform and awaken your unique skills, you will be the strongest existence of the demon race except for the 6 demons. Come back to the demon world with me. That is the future you should choose. Jacinta kept persuading like this, and when he was excited, he seemed to move a lot, and his voice was full of high spirits. Jace and Liz stayed by Jacinta's side. Hearing Jacinta's high-pitched speech, they couldn't help but wipe their eyes with some emotion. She'd exploded at that time. Good Jacinta. I thought you were doing something. But you're trying to steal my girl? As Sean spoke in an extremely unhappy voice. Jacinta and his party of 3 were startled. Is it you? Jacinta discovered Sean at this moment, and an awkward expression appeared on her face. Hum. Jace and Liz still disliked Sean, and they all snorted coldly. Roar! Yulin, who had been lying there with an impatient look on her face, only brightened up at this moment, raised her head, and shouted at Sean in grievance. That look was just like saying, Master, look, he's flirting with me. Okay. It's okay. Sean touched Yulin's head, and while touching it, he looked at Jacinta with a smile, and said, It's not very moral to steal someone's girl from behind. Right, Sir Jacinta? Well, don't say that. Jacinta coughed dryly, but soon recovered his original appearance, chuckled and said, as a fellow dragon, I just give some small suggestions to the younger generation who rarely sees me. Please don't misunderstand. Oh, this face. Worthy of being a politician. I believe it. Why are you here? Xian asked unhappily. I came to see the master, of course. Jacinta shrugged and said, I heard that the master left the capital for a few days before, and his whereabouts are unknown. We are worried about it. Especially when we heard that Cosmos, the Duke of Sturm, was destroyed. We almost thought it was a good thing that the master did accidentally. How distrustful are you of your master? Fortunately, it seems that it has nothing to do with my master, although there is information that my master has appeared there. Since the gods have come out to clarify, my master's suspicion has been cleared. Jacinta's thankful tone made Xian look around. Well, without AIE, this kid managed to save his life. If AIE knew that he was always regarded as a troublemaker and a destroyer by his subordinates, he would be very unhappy. Right? Najula, on the other hand, kept nodding behind Xian. That's right. This is the dragon demon. In Najula's opinion, this is the correct attitude and posture to treat Yi. Yi is completely different in front of Xian and in front of others. Especially in the past. The cruelty of the dragon demon was almost known to everyone. And it was understandable that her subordinates would worry about her messing around outside. As soon as he heard that Yi was back, Jacinta immediately ran over with 2 followers. However, Jacinta also knew that at this time, Yi was probably still sleeping. So he didn't bother Yi. When he found Yulin while doing nothing, he immediately became interested in her and started to poach Xian's girls. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet, Lord Xian. Jacinta seemed to remember something and sighed. I didn't expect that the little adventurer I met in the audience hall would become the first priority candidate for the husband of the princess. The princess really likes you. What? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Your Excellency, Jacinta also wants to compete with me? As soon as this was said, before Jacinta answered, the follower behind him spoke. The master is not interested in humans. That's right. Let alone a brave candidate holding a holy sword. It's a foolish dream to want to make the master fall in love with just a skin. Jace and Liz spoke with disdain. Jacinta did not deny the remarks of his 2 followers. It's just that, compared with Her Highness Luoxi, Yulin beside Lord Xian can arouse my interest more. Jacinta smiled and said, How about Lord Xian giving me a chance to pursue your mount? Xian almost fell. Roar! Yulin also roared, her voice full of disdain like Jace and Liz. As if to say, How dare you pursue me? Jacinta ignored him, and was very excited. This made Xian start to feel scared. This guy. He doesn't really want to pursue my Yulin. Right? Oh my! There's a pervert here. Chapter 421. The Former Entangled Family. Next. No matter what Jacinta said, Xian could not listen. This guy not only wanted to steal his girlfriend, but also wanted to seduce his dragon. How could Xian still look at him well? He hadn't even had enough of being a dragon knight. So, Xian said that he would no longer listen to Jacinta. However, there was one thing that Jacinta said was right. She should have a better future. You can't ignore her future because of your own selfish desires and let her never turn into a human. Right? Xian quite agreed with Jacinta's words. In any case, Yulin is a dragon with a promising future. She is only 1 step away from the life limit of level 100. If she is not allowed to turn into a human and become a demon with higher potential and stronger power, it would be a waste of talent and delay her. In fact, Yulin herself was also very tempted by this. However, as a dragon, her pride would not allow her to abandon her master and leave after she accepted him wholeheartedly. Dragons are such beings with strong self-esteem. In addition to paying attention to things that interest her, Yi is completely indifferent to any other existence. Jacinta seems to be very smooth, but in fact, this Tyrannosaurus was also known for his arrogance and cruelty in the past. He was a presence on the battlefield in the war thousands of years ago. Dragons are like this, with strong self-esteem. If others want to force them, they can do it even if they die together or commit suicide on the spot. For example, in the magic ritual of Atla Canyon, Yulin stubbornly resisted the magic of the ritual, struggling to support it, and never compromised, turning into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. But once they are recognized by the dragons, their self-esteem will not allow them to do anything that violates this recognition. Yi was like this. After recognizing Xian, even if Xian bullied her unilaterally, she would just look unhappy, or retaliate, or teach Xian a lesson, but she would not feel resentment for it, and would always stay by Xian's side. Yulin was the same. After submitting to Xian, Xian became her only master. Even Yi, the Dragon Lord and Dragon King, could not order or force her to do anything, let alone let her abandon Xian and leave alone. Therefore, Xian knew that Yulin was actually very tempted by Jacinta's proposal, but she just didn't want to abandon herself. In this case, Xian would naturally not tie Yulin tightly to his side in order not to lose his mount. Of course, Xian also didn't think of accepting Jacinta's persuasion, because his name is Xian, not Xiaoji. So, Xian directly said back, "It sounds so nice. Don't you still want Yulin to go to the demon world and accept your recruitment? Does it mean that you have to go to the demon world to transform into a human? Yi is here with me now. With her guidance, can't Yulin transform into a human? Just make up as much as you can." Xian's statement made Jacinta speechless on the spot. You want the master to help your mount transform into a human? Jacinta looked at Xian with an indescribable look in his eyes. What? Is it not possible? Xian was quite confident. However, that confident statement made Jacinta and Najula, who was watching all this, subconsciously want to say that you are probably thinking too much. How could a dragon demon help you just because you asked him to? This is probably because he has not been beaten by society to be so naive. Right? However, Xian ignored the insults of these guys and went back to the mansion, broke into AI's room, and woke up the sleeping girl without saying anything. When Jacinta and others who followed saw this scene, their faces changed. This guy dared to wake up the master, dragon demon, so rudely. Jacinta, Jess, Liz, Najula and others were shocked and angry. But before they could react, everything that happened next surprised them again. AI, who was woken up rudely, had a black face and looked like she might kill someone at any time. But Xian didn't care. And he even hugged the little girl into his arms, squeezing her in various ways, and finally made the so-called dragon demon surrender. Okay, I'll help you. Get out quickly, and don't disturb my sleep. When Ai's extremely helpless voice sounded, including Najula, everyone opened their mouths wide, with extremely wonderful expressions. Master, Jacinta stuttered and wanted to say something, but was glared at by Ai with murderous intent. Get out. Yes. Jacinta, Liz and Jace shuddered and fled from Ai's room. Only Xian, still holding Ai's soft body, kept reminding her. This is what you said. Don't regret it. After making an agreement, Xian put Ai down, covered her with a quilt, and left with a happy pace. This idiot. Ai's face was still dark, but it was also full of helplessness, making her mutter, I didn't realize that I had been doing this for a long time. One person, one dragon, and the master and servant are equally slow. After complaining like this, Ai fell asleep again. As for Xian, after leaving Ai's room, he immediately received complicated looks from Jacinta and others. What virtue and ability do you have to make the master love you so much? In the end, Jacinta could only leave a jealous word, and then left with Jace and Liz, who were also unwilling to accept this. Fight with me. Xian smiled complacently. That being said, Xian actually knew that he owed Ai a big favor this time. Let's buy her some desserts from Lilith's house when we go out. Xian didn't know how to make his own dragon demon highness happy. After Jacinta and his party left, Xian walked around the mansion again. During this walk, Xian didn't see any of the girls in the family. Lycia hasn't woken up yet. Laxia said in the past that the girl is also very sleepy and not good at getting up early, so she is probably still lying in bed now. Unaware that Laxia is changing her clothes and washing her, Vivian and others went out. Due to the son-in-law selection conference, many nobles and foreign dignitaries came to the capital, which made the capital not only much more lively recently, but also caused many conflicts and contradictions. Some of these dignitaries are political enemies, while others are still at war with each other and have long forged deep hatreds. Now that they are suddenly gathered together, how could there not be some trouble? In view of this, the Adventurers Guild has recently seen many commissions for mediation, adjustment, maintaining public order, and protecting important figures, and the rewards are also very good, which has brought a feast to the adventurers and made many people choose to seize this opportunity to make a fortune. Vivian and others joined this trend. This is not only to earn rewards, but also for Tyr, because it seems that many nobles from the Ragnar Empire have also come, and even the princes of the royal family seem to have come, including the famous family where Tyr's mother is. In order to prevent Tyr from running into them in the capital, Vivian and others had to take Tyr away in the name of the commission. Lycia remembered something Vivian had said to her. In fact, that famous family has been asking the kingdom to return Teal to them. The apparent reason is that the environment here is no longer suitable for Teal to live. But in fact everyone knows that they just fancy Teal's talent and the blood of a brave man in Teal, and want to train Teal into their weapon. This is not aimless. Sheen has also heard that the famous family of the Ragnar Empire is a military family, very good at training spies and assassins, and has an assassination team in private. That assassination team once fought with the killer faction for a period of time, but in the end, neither side could do anything to the other, so it ended in nothing. You know, the killer faction at that time was not the declining old demon clan that suffered heavy casualties after attacking the capital 10 years ago, but was in its heyday. Although there were no high-end strongmen, it had thousands of experts in assassination, espionage, and covert operations. That famous family was able to fight on equal terms with such a killer faction. So one can imagine how excellent the assassination force they trained was. That's why the other party even used their own daughter and sent her to the kingdom through marriage, making her a spy and waiting for an opportunity. The reason why killer faction attacked the capital may be because that famous family did something behind the scenes. In the empire, that famous family is also regarded as the coldest and cruelest noble family, and they can do anything to achieve their goals. How could such a person take her over to take care of her for the sake of considering Tyr's life? He must have taken a fancy to Tyr's talent and wanted to cultivate her into a weapon for fighting. So he made such a decision. Of course, the other party could not succeed. Not to mention that the kingdom had always hated the empire and this family at that time. Just say that Luo she had become friends with Tyr at that time. So she could not watch Tyr being taken away by the people of the empire. Even so, it is said that they still have not completely given up on this matter. This time, the descendants of that famous family also appeared in the capital. In order to avoid conflicts between Tyr and them, it is better not to let them meet. With this in mind, Vivian has been strictly screening various commissions in recent times, trying to choose tasks that will not meet those people, and using the excuse to take Teal away and send her away. When he knew about this, Sheen asked the surname of the famous family. Lephilet. Sheen couldn't help but ponder. In his heart, there was a little throbbing. This feeling, Sheen is already a little familiar. Is it the same revelation as Rosie's blessing effect? In other words, if there is no accident, he may have some dealings with the Lephilet family next. Moreover, it is the kind of conflict that is not small. Interesting. Instead of feeling timid, Sheen laughed. Then, Sheen turned around and left the mansion. Chapter 422 Visitors from the Empire. After leaving Bastuta's house, Sheen was originally going to go to the palace to meet Luoshi. But just after leaving home, before he had time to enter the Hyde State, Sheen was surprised to find that something seemed to be wrong at the door of his house. Yesterday, those noble young masters from all over the world gathered in front of his house one by one, shouting, claiming that they wanted to duel with him. Even if Yulin was guarding here, they did not retreat. Sheen thought that they would definitely come again today. As a result, people came, but they gathered in a relatively far place. Not only did they not shout like yesterday, but they also kept pointing and whispering. What is this? Sheen couldn't help but be a little surprised. But the next second, Sheen discovered another thing. That is, in front of these noble young masters, in front of the main door of Bastuta's house, there was actually a group of people standing. They wore standard knight uniforms, and wore long swords on their waists. They looked like capable knights, but they were lined up neatly like an army, full of solemnity. At a glance, Sheen found that none of these knights, who looked like soldiers, were lower than level 70. In other words, the strength of this knight group was not inferior to that of the Kingdom's Guards Knights. Of course, compared with the Kingdom's Guards Knights, the number of these high-level sergeants was not large. Only 12. But the strength of these 12 people was enough to become the head of the knights of any territory. But now they were gathered together and led by 3 people. Sheen glanced at the 3 people, and then he did not look away, because he found that these 3 people were even more extraordinary than those knights. The leader was a young man who was obviously rich and noble, handsome, and exuded a noble temperament, like the Prince Charming who would appear in the dreams of girls. The young man had blonde hair and blue eyes, and his hair was tied up and hung behind him. He was not wearing the luxurious clothes that nobles often wore, but the ceremonial clothes that were only worn on formal occasions. Beside this young man, there was a young man with a similar age and a rebellious look, and a sturdy old man with half-white hair. Sheen knew at a glance that these 3 people were not simple people, especially the old man in his 50s, who was just standing there, exuding a vigorous aura that made Sheen look sideways. The other party's level was also very high, a full 97. With such a level and such momentum, he seemed to be the guard of the prince-like figure, and even the rebellious young man would look at him with respect from time to time. From this, it can be seen how extraordinary the origins of these 3 people are. Perhaps, the reason why the noble young masters around dared not approach was because of these people? In response, Sheen narrowed his eyes slightly. It was really interesting. Sheen murmured and pondered for a long time, gave up the idea of using the hide skill, and walked out of the gate with dignity. At this moment, everyone suddenly became quiet and focused their eyes on Sheen. The group of people also did the same, as if they discovered Sheen's appearance faster than anyone else, and stared at him closely. Then, Sheen Boztut. She and Boztut finally appeared. The noise suddenly exploded. The noble young masters immediately released fierce light in their eyes. And the civilians at the outermost periphery also made loud noises, making the scene quite noisy. However, this noise soon disappeared. "Are you Viscount Sean Bastutu?" The voice resounded throughout the venue, as if with incredible power, instantly suppressing all the voices in the venue. The prince-like young man smiled with interest, and came to Sean with 2 guards, one old and one young. "Are you Sean Bastutu?" The unruly young man looked at Sean unscrupulously, then smiled disdainfully and said, "It seems that there is nothing special about it." The 50-year-old old man also glanced at Sean, and then silently retracted his gaze, seemingly not paying much attention to Sean. "This style, do you really think it is not pretended?" Sean's expression looked a little playful. "Who are you?" Sean ignored the old and the young, and looked directly at the leading young man. He had already guessed the other party's identity. There are not many people in the world who can lead a guard team comparable to the Royal Guards and be protected by legendary strongmen. And there is one person like this closest to the Mithrak Kingdom. I am Havis Ragnar, the first prince of the Ragnar royal family, and the first heir to the Ragnar Empire. With a very straightforward and refreshing self-introduction, the prince who called himself Havis showed a sunny smile on his face, just like his voice. Sure enough, Sheen was not surprised at all, and obviously had guessed it. On the contrary, the rebellious young man beside his royal highness seemed not to want to see the atmosphere too good, and showed a cunning sneer. Hearing the name of his royal highness, "You dare not salute?" The rebellious young man seemed to be provocative. Unfortunately, Sheen still ignored him. This is really a poor hospitality. His Royal Highness Havis. Sheen pretended to be surprised and smiled at Harvey's and said, "I didn't expect that a big shot like you would come here. Why don't you come in and have a seat?" Sheen acted like a very hospitable person. "No need." Harves looked at Sheen deeply, and then said with a smile, "The dragon you raised doesn't seem to be easy to mess with, and is very hostile to those of us who come uninvited. We dare not rashly break into the nest guarded by the dragon." As soon as this was said, the rebellious young man next to him curled his lips. That big guy with a false appearance is no match for Mr. Rocket. What is he afraid of? The rebellious young man's undisguised speech made Sheen understand that this is definitely a spoiled young man. But? Rocket? Sheen couldn't help but cast his eyes on the legendary old man. She'd almost guessed the identity of the old man named Rocket. In the Ragnar Empire, there is a knight family with a status similar to that of Albion in the kingdom. It is the first knight family in the empire. The head of the family is the strongest man in the country. He leads hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen, and is the unique and strongest knight leader in the empire. The name of the knight family is Bygusler. And the strongest knight in the empire is the legendary strongman Rocket Bygusler, who is second only to Ariga in the kingdom. Is that him? Sheen's eyes were somewhat inquiring. The other party seemed to have noticed it, and met Sheen's sight. The brilliance in his eyes was like a sharp sword, piercing Sheen. If ordinary people met that sharp look, they would even feel a burning pain as if their eye membranes were pierced. Sheen took it head on. Oh! This time, Rocket was a little surprised. Sheen, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze, as if it was his turn to lose interest in the person in front of him and not pay much attention to him, and looked at Harves again. "I wonder why the prince came here," Sheen said leisurely. "Don't you want to challenge me like those people around you?" "What?" The rebellious young man immediately retorted Sheen's words and said, "Don't you have the qualifications?" Sheen still ignored this rebellious guy and continued to look at Harves with a smile. "You?" The rebellious young man's face sank, and he was about to say something, but was finally stopped. "Okay, Wallian. This is my business. Don't interrupt," Harves said to the rebellious young man indifferently. "Cut." The unruly young man named Valian was shocked and turned his head away. A dagger appeared in his hand. It kept spinning and jumping in his hand, making cold blade flowers one after another. It looked really cool. "Sorry. My people are a bit rude." Havis smiled at Sheen. "But I came here for only one purpose. I believe you can guess it. Right? After all, at this time, those who come to Sheen are either his acquaintances or his enemies." The other party came to issue a challenge to Sheen, the first priority candidate. "I really didn't expect that the Empire would also want to marry the princess of the kingdom." Sheen's words seemed very intriguing. But that's the fact. The relationship between the kingdom and the Empire was not good to begin with. But the prince of the other royal family actually came to participate in the selection of sons-in-law and planned to marry the princess of the kingdom. Isn't this intriguing? In response, the other party only had one sentence. That one is special. Havis looked directly at Sheen and said without disguising, I believe that not only Lord Bastutu, but everyone who came here today will understand this. Sheen's eyebrows suddenly raised. He really didn't expect that this prince would say it so bluntly. Our Ragnar Empire royal family is also a descendant of a brave man. If we can combine with the descendants of the brave men of the kingdom, and the other party even has the qualifications to become a brave man, then no matter how you look at it, we have to pursue it. Right? Havis's blunt statement made Sheen look at him with a new eye. It seems that the prince of this empire is quite capable, and not someone who can be easily fooled. However, Sheen did not intend to be too polite to him. No matter what, the prince in front of him came here to stare at his wife, so Sheen would not be so unimpressed. Forget about the other small fry. Sheen has no time to play with them. But if it is the prince of the Ragnar Empire, he should be able to entertain him. Right? Tell me, how do you want to compare? Sheen did not hesitate. This made Havis raise his eyebrows. And he did not waste time, and threw out the words on the spot. Go to the stage. Chapter 423 The challenge that everyone is watching. The first prince of the Ragnar Empire is about to challenge the first priority candidate of the son-in-law selection conference. Such news spread quickly, and everyone in the capital was excited. And then, they all rushed to the direction of the palace, including those dignitaries from various countries who wanted to challenge Sheen and improve their own reputation. After learning about this, they immediately rushed to the palace without saying a word. Finally, someone successfully challenged that Sheen Bostut. This is a good opportunity. Hurry up. These nobles can't give up this good opportunity, because this is a great opportunity for them to observe the strength of this so-called first priority candidate. Many people have long wanted to see what the first priority candidate, who is valued by the kingdom's treasure, is capable of, and whether they have the ability to challenge the other party and knock him off the stage. Therefore, whether it was the young nobles, the heads of noble families, or even the common people, everyone rushed to the palace and crowded the bridge leading to the island in the middle of the lake where the palace was located. Originally, the bridge leading to the island in the middle of the lake where the palace was located was only open at noon. Only nobles could enter and exit freely at other times, and common people could not enter at all. However, due to the son-in-law selection, during this period, the bridge entrance would be open without restrictions during the daytime, and would only be reblocked at night, so that many common people could see the performances and competitions of the dignitaries from all over the world gathered around the stage built for the son-in-law selection. It can be said that at this moment in the capital, the most lively place is undoubtedly the huge stage in front of the palace. Now it is the same, with a constant flow of people gathering and watching in an orderly manner under the guidance of the knights. As lively as a festival. Naturally, everyone in the palace also got the news. Did he accept the challenge? Leah was a little stunned. But then she took Sinai and left the palace without hesitation and headed towards the stage. The first prince of the Ragnar Empire? That Havis? Anshi also got the news, raised his eyebrows, and then left the palace with Aridia. As for Rosie, she was still waiting for Sheen boredly. After hearing the news from the Holy Sword Knights under her command, her first reaction was silence. And then she murmured, "Isn't it good to be alive?" After leaving such a sentence that stunned the female knight who came to report, Rosie got up and rushed to the stage. In this situation where everyone was paying attention, Sheen came to the side of the stage under everyone's gaze. But he couldn't help but yawning. Seeing this scene, many noble children looked coldly. Is he Sean Bostut? He doesn't look that great. I really don't know what the princess sees in him. Maybe it's the power behind him. After all, he is a nobleman who is likely to have connections with the demons of the demon clan. And he has tamed a real dragon and possesses a high-level taming skill. These noble children were whispering to each other, and the contempt and disdain revealed in their words seemed so deliberate, as if they were suppressing their fear of Sean by deliberately belittling Sean. Obviously, they said they wanted to challenge Sean and prove themselves. But in fact, that didn't mean that these noble children were not afraid of Sean. Anyway, Sean's canonization dinner is still spreading like wildfire in the aristocratic circle as a rumor, letting everyone know that this viscount is not only valued by the royal family and various nobles of the kingdom, but also has some dealings with demons, in addition to his achievements in taming dragons and annihilating the killer faction. In the aristocratic circle, Sheen has actually become a person that many people are unwilling to offend. Now, the reason why so many people choose to challenge him is that they have no choice. You can't give up, right? This is the only chance to embrace the kingdom's treasure. In other words, Most of the nobles are just unwilling to give up. So they can't help but grit their teeth and stand up to challenge Sheen. As I said, everyone has a fluke mentality. What if Sheen's strength is not that strong? What if I win? What if I work hard and Her Royal Highness the Princess suddenly falls in love with me? In particular, many people believe that the reason why Sheen has the strength to defeat the killer faction is because he has a unique skill that can improve the level and skills when the conditions are met. And those people can't help but associate it. What if Sheen just can't meet the conditions to open the unique skills? What if Sheen just doesn't perform well? What if he has some weaknesses? All the what ifs are based on luck. At this time, they appeared here for a little luck in their hearts. They just want to see if the rumored Viscount Bostad is so powerful, and whether they can challenge him. What if? The nobles are still thinking like this. Under such circumstances, it is undoubtedly a good thing for them that the Prince of the Ragnar Empire is willing to stand up and challenge Sheen. As a result, even the princes and princes of other countries appeared in various corners unknown to the public. Looking over here, do you think Havis can win? I think the chances of winning are very high. Even if the Viscount, who was born as an adventurer, has the strength to defeat the Slayer faction. What does it matter? The Ragnar royal family is the descendant of the same brave men as the Mitra royal family. Although Havis did not inherit the replica holy sword of the Empire, and his talent is not as good as his missing sister, he is already 24 years old. In terms of level alone, he should not be lower than his 17-year-old Valkyrie sister. I remember that when he appeared in the hunting competition of the Empire last year, his level was already 75. Right? No. It is said that his level had already reached 77 at that time. He was only 23 years old at that time. Right? He is indeed a direct descendant of a brave man. Well, there is a big gap compared to the kingdom's treasure and the Empire's Valkyrie. But it is much stronger than the nobles, who came from adventurers who don't know where. Right? Just wait and see. Let Havis test the strength of the Viscount. You are right. These princes and princes began to communicate with each other, expressing their concern for this duel. On the other hand, Harvest did not take off his ceremonial clothes, but put on an extremely eye-catching broadsword, which looked quite impressive. Wallian was on the side encouraging him. Give him a lesson, Your Highness. Wallian seemed to be eager to play on the field, and kept shouting, let him know that there are some people in this world that he can't compare to. Compared with the descendants of Orthodox braves like Your Highness, his own strength is not worth mentioning at all. Wallian acted as if he supported Harvest. However, Harvest glanced at Wallian. You don't have to encourage me here, Harvest said with a smile. I know. You want me to suppress the limelight of that Viscount, so that you can use the power of the Leffelet family to put pressure on that Viscount and let him hand over the genius that your family has set its sights on. Right? The smile on Wallian's face froze for a moment, but soon recovered. You really can't hide anything from Your Highness. Wallian spread his hands and said frivolously, those old guys in the Empire have always said that His Highness Harvest is not as good as His Highness Capelin. But in my opinion, in terms of brain and psychological quality, His Highness Harvest is much better than His Highness Capelin, who just wants to defeat the kingdom's treasure. This is the truth. In fact, unlike Rosie, who has always been believed to inherit the throne and become the queen, Capelin does not have as many supporters in the Empire as others imagine. First of all, Capelin's style is too tough and upright. In the eyes of many nobles, this is not something worth promoting, and it is difficult to bring goodwill to others. Therefore, in the Empire, many people only regard Capelin as a strong person with extraordinary strength, rather than as the future queen of the Empire. Secondly, Capelin would not spend time on building interpersonal relationships. What she values most is her own strength. She only has one goal in mind, defeating Roxy. This makes many people believe that the Valkyrie of this empire is simply unapproachable. Compared with Capelin, Harvey's is not only smart, modest, and gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, but also has good relations with many dignitaries in the empire. His own strength is also good. Even if he is not as strong as Capelin, he is much stronger than the average noble family. In view of this, almost everyone in the imperial family regards Harvey as the next emperor of the empire. He is also the first heir in line. In terms of supporters and power, he is much stronger than Capelin in the empire. This time, it was also Harvey's own decision to come to the kingdom's son-in-law selection conference. His purpose, in fact, is not to marry Luo Shi. It is better to say that he knows very well that with the gap between the kingdom and the empire, the probability of being favored by Luo Shi is probably infinitely close to zero. So, this time, Hardy just took the opportunity to come to the kingdom. No one knows the purpose except himself. However, one thing is certain. That is, he came for Sheen. Let me try the strength of Sheen Basta first. Havis ignored Volian's flattery and said very honestly, the rest of the things will be discussed after I have found out the truth about this rumored Viscount. As soon as this was said, Volian had not yet expressed his thoughts. And Rocket, who had been silent, spoke up. Be careful. Rocket suddenly spoke up and said, he may be more complicated than we thought. Rocket's words startled Havis and Volian. However, Havis was a little thoughtful in his surprise, while Volian was very disdainful. What's so complicated? Isn't he just a Viscount who was born as an adventurer? Volian seemed to really look down on Sheen. On the contrary, Havis became cautious and nodded. I will pay attention. Hearing this, Rocket's expression slowed down, and he also nodded. Only then did Harvey suddenly smile, turn around, and walk onto the stage. Chapter 424 changed to a challenging pose. Oh. When Havis walked onto the stage with the eye-catching broadsword and appeared in front of everyone, all the audience cheered. Under the gaze of everyone, the nobles of the kingdom and the princes of the empire stood facing each other on the stage, which made everyone excited. There is no way. It seems that everyone is looking forward to our performance. Havis did not look around, but smiled at Sheen standing opposite. Performance? Sheen stopped yawning and said noncommittally, they just want to see how far our battle can go. Right? That's it. Before this, there were many people who used this stage. Every day they would show their abilities here in various ways. Some would amaze people. Some would make people disdain. But without exception, they did not get any results in the end. Luoshi has never raised anyone's score to make him one of the candidates for her husband. So the audience here has long since stopped expecting much. In addition, there are many people who are just filling in the numbers and making noise. So the number of people who come to the stage to watch has been decreasing recently. But today is different. Today, two people who are very popular are on the stage. One is the Viscount, who is rumored to be not to be taken lightly, and the first priority candidate for this son-in-law selection meeting. The other is the Prince of the Empire, the orthodox descendant of the brave. People really want to know how much ability the former has, and what the latter can do. Compared with these two people with many titles, most of the people who have been on this stage before are just actors. Moreover, this time, there are many things that others want to know. If Sheen, the first priority candidate, loses, will the kingdom lower his score and move Harvest up? Does the husband chosen by the kingdom's treasure have to be one with high military power? What kind of partner does Princess Rosie Lusty want? Is he a person with a background? Is he capable? Or is he powerful? These are all things that others are eager to know. In this case, since the first priority candidate has stepped onto the stage, whether he wins or loses, the subsequent handling results will reveal a lot of information. For example, if Sheen loses, but his score does not decrease, and he does not step down from the position of the first priority candidate, it proves that the kingdom does not value strength. On the contrary, if Sheen loses, Havis's score goes up and replaces Sheen's position. It proves that the kingdom values strength. These are what people want to see. Who makes the result of the selection of a son-in-law all depend on the princess's preferences. Without a standard, people can only find rules for themselves, strive to climb up, and finally get both human rights and the beauty. In view of this, in the eyes of many people, they are not interested in who wins and who loses in the duel between Sheen and Havis. Because Sheen and Havis are both their opponents and their rivals in love, they naturally cannot support either of them, and even hope that both of them lose. They only care about the result of this duel. Of course, for the common people of the kingdom, they really want to see our abilities, or how much ability I have. Right? Sheen curled his lips and said, Your Highness is probably also the one being considered. So you must pay attention to your performance? This is natural, Havis said calmly. After all, it is a duel in the capital of the kingdom, in front of everyone in the kingdom, and you can't lose your dignity. Otherwise, the people of the kingdom would definitely not show mercy when they mocked the Prince of the Empire, who seemed like an enemy or a friend. You are really honest. Sheen laughed, but with an intriguing expression on his face. He said, Okay, then let me see how much more capable the Prince of the Empire is compared to that neurotic Valkyrie. This sentence made Havis narrow his eyes. Could it be that you? Havis wanted to say something, but failed. The reason is very simple. Look quickly. It's Her Highness Roxy. Her Highness Roxy is out. Accompanied by such a burst of ecstatic shouts. The whole audience was like an explosion, and cheers soared into the sky. I saw that on the open-air platform, above the main entrance of the palace. Rosie appeared there at some point, looking down at the stage below, with her snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes as red as wine shining with the most beautiful brilliance, her posture dignified, her temperament outstanding, making people feel like a goddess descending, and intoxicated by her. So is that Rosie Lusmitra? Valian, who was originally looking at the stage with a playful look on his face, now stopped breathing, looking at the beautiful princess who suddenly appeared. His eyes showed a little surprise and a little fiery. What a terrible magic! Rocket on the side couldn't help but stare at Rosie and exclaimed, "She is obviously a human, but she looks more like a goddess than most goddesses." Even Najula, who was not noticed by anyone, looked at Rosie at this moment, with admiration in her eyes. She is really worthy of being the treasure of the kingdom. Harvest was no exception. When he saw Luoshi appear, his eyes suddenly lit up for a moment, and his heart was also somewhat excited. Even these people were like this, and the powerful and the common people were not much better. They all looked dazed, and even cheered. Most of the dandies couldn't help but show their possessive expressions, showing their greed, fanaticism and intoxication. Such a beautiful woman. Why is she not mine? Edel, who appeared in the corner at some point, looked at Rosie with evil fire and desire in his eyes. Among all the people, only Sheen could look at Rosie with a normal expression, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This girl is pretending to be a princess again. However, this appearance and temperament are indeed perfect and impeccable. Originally, Sheen thought that he should be immune to Rosie's charm. Who knows? He has done everything he should and shouldn't do. When he saw Rosie like this, his heart still couldn't help but get a little hot. From this, it can be seen that Rosie's beauty has reached a certain level. I've decided to change to a more challenging posture today. Sheen couldn't help but make such a decision. Rosie, who didn't know that she had been targeted by a wolf, completely entered the princess mode, looking down at the stage, and her clear and beautiful voice, like fairy music, spread. "I just came to see you. You don't have to care about me." While Rosie said this lightly, she secretly gave Sheen a look, as if asking him to perform well. Sheen also gave Rosie a look, as if saying, "If I perform well now, it will be your turn tonight." Rosie seemed to receive it, and rolled her eyes at him inconspicuously, and then nodded gently inconspicuously. Sheen smiled with satisfaction, but did not retract his eyes, but looked at Luoshi's side. There, someone else slowly walked out of the palace. "Haha. Today's duel is worth looking forward to." Anchi laughed coolly. "To be honest, I am also looking forward to it." Leah also smiled. Sanai looked down, her face full of seriousness. Ariga stood behind Anchi, expressionless. The appearance of the royal family made the atmosphere reach a high point. Are they so concerned about this battle? Walian was a little surprised, and then he became a little excited. Obviously, this guy is not only a fool, but also a man who is afraid of chaos in the world. On the contrary, it was Rocket who stared at Ariga. Ariga Elbian. Rocket looked at Ariga with a fighting spirit and full of fighting spirit. In the corner, Edel looked at Leah, who was whispering with Roxy, and the desire in his eyes could no longer be concealed. "Even if I can't get the kingdom's treasure, I have to get this first princess." Edel's evil fire in his heart rushed straight. Of course, this has nothing to do with Sheen and Havis on the stage. I didn't expect that the people of the Mitra royal family would come out. Havis turned his eyes and looked at Sheen, smiling. "We probably have to be more serious in this duel, Lord Bastutu." "Maybe." Sheen did not deny it, and said leisurely, "Come to think of it, you haven't said how to compete yet. Is it to fall off the stage to be considered a loss? Or wait for one side to be knocked down, fall off the stage, or one side admits defeat, then it's considered a loss?" Havis didn't hesitate much, and said directly, "I believe that you are also a wise man, and you should not be so far away from admitting defeat. So which side first tries its best and has no other means, but still can't do anything to the other side, then that side will directly admit defeat." "Oh!" Sheen couldn't help but be surprised and said, "It's really a fresh and unconventional way to decide the winner." It must be said that Havis's straightforward and non-annoying style has won some favor from Sheen, compared with the neurotic and stubborn Capelin, who has a tough and strong style. This prince of the empire seems to be more worthy of association. The other party also said so. In addition, in this duel, neither of us should use magic. Harves looked around, shrugged, and said, "If we use magic, it may harm the innocent spectators around us. So let's just fight with swords." Okay. Sheen had no objection. Seeing that the other party was straightforward, he did not hesitate and said directly, "Then let's start directly." "Yeah." Hars smiled slightly and said, "Let's start directly." As soon as the voice fell, the two stopped talking. Clang. Clang. Only the sound of the sword coming out of the sheath resounded clearly around. Chapter 425. The warm-up exercise ends here. For Sheen, Hars is not a strong enemy. At least, compared with the enemy Sheen had seen before, Hars certainly could not pose any threat to him. In Sheen's opinion, since the imitation holy sword of the Empire was inherited by Capelin, it proves that the prince in front of him should be weaker than Capelin. And if even Capelin is not his opponent, and even can't force himself to unlock the holy sword, then it shouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with this prince, even if he doesn't use magic. However, when Hars pulled out the eye-catching broadsword, Sheen found that he might have taken it for granted. Apart from Capelin, I have never pulled out this sword against people of the same age. I hope Lord Bastuda will be careful, so that I won't be able to hold back. Hars still had a spring breeze-like smile on his face, but the whole person gave people a different feeling, becoming sharp and full of sharp aura. Only then did Sheen realize that Havis was not an opponent that could be dealt with casually. Perhaps his potential was indeed inferior to Capelin, but if the unique skills and the factors of imitating the holy sword were not taken into account, this person was definitely not weaker than Capelin, and might even be stronger, because the level of this prince had reached 80, and he also learned a series of high-level skills. Level 6 Magic Sword Skill, Level 6 Body Strengthening Skill, Level 7 Flash Sword Skill, Level 7 Magic Thunder Skill. Sheen suddenly saw several skills between Level 6 and Level 7, which made him realize that Havis's strength should not be underestimated. In addition, the other party might have some unknown unique skills hidden. Otherwise it would be impossible to emit such a sharp edge. And Sheen's eyes became more serious. Descendant of a Level 80 Brave? Sheen murmured, "Well, it's worth my seriousness." As he said that, Sheen raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed it at Havis. Havis immediately narrowed his eyes, and without further ado, he also raised the broadsword in his hand and pointed it at Sheen. Buzz! The air trembled slightly, causing the magic power to burn like flames on Sheen and Havis. That scene made the cheers around him slowly disappear, and turned into an extremely quiet state. Everyone held their breath and looked at the two people facing each other on the stage. Sheen and Havis also looked at each other, one calm and the other smiling. They didn't look like opponents who were about to duel, but rather like a pair of friends reminiscing about the past, without the slightest smell of gunpowder, on the open-air balcony of the palace. Everyone, led by Anshi, also watched this scene in silence. Luoshi glanced at Havis, then looked at Sheen, pursed her lips, and suddenly picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it to the center of the stage. Then, the stone flew through the air. Snap! With a crisp sound, the stone fell between Sheen and Havis. At this moment, bang! Bang! Two heavy footsteps sounded at the same time, and the two figures turned into a gust of wind and swept towards each other. Ding! The next second, the blades of the holy sword and the great sword collided heavily above the place where the stone fell, making a sound like a bell. Sheen and Havis collided with each other at an astonishing speed, and the weapons in their hands bit fiercely. The sudden bell-ringing sound made the audience around the stage exclaim and scream, like a whale. Clang, 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 clang. At the same time, Sheen and Havis suddenly burst out, swinging countless slashes at each other, causing the holy sword and the great sword to collide with each other, raising waves of sword lights and shadows. And countless collisions sparked a series of crisp collisions and dazzling sparks. The two of them swung their swords with all their might in the center of the stage, and attacked each other for at least hundreds of rounds in an instant, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. However, this extreme attack did not last long in the end. Clang! At a certain moment, a heavy sound of steel hitting steel suddenly appeared in the continuous collision sound. Suddenly, the sword lights and shadows disappeared. Suddenly, countless collisions ended. The audience around the stage opened their eyes wide. They saw that on the stage, at this moment, Sheen was using a big move to deflect Hars's sword, stopping Hars's slashing and causing Hars's body to lean back, with a gap in front of him. What? That scene made Wallian exclaim in surprise. His Highness's sword was deflected? That scene also surprised Rocket. In the instant of attack, Sheen won the first round. Unfortunately, this is not the first time I have faced the sword skill of flashing sword. So I know it is easy to attack but difficult to defend. Abandoning defense. And is a thorough high attack fast sword. Right? Sheen smiled at Harves, whose face changed slightly. And then the holy sword in his hand was like thunder. And he chopped it down suddenly. Choke. The cold sword chanting sounded above the stage. Sheen's slashing cut through the air. And slashed with such a sword chanting. Unfortunately, the sword hit the air. At the critical moment, Harves stomped his feet on the ground, causing his body to retreat rapidly in midair, avoiding the cold blow that was meant to hit his chest. Sheen raised his eyebrows and rushed forward without any hesitation. The holy sword in his hand turned into a flash of swords and slashed at Harves. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of collision rang again, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. While Harves was retreating, he waved the broadsword in his hand, and he swung it vigorously, as if he was holding a light willow branch instead of a heavy broadsword in his hand. With one move and one block, he bounced off the incoming slashes. However, this situation not only did not make Harves happy, but made his face change again and again. Because, as Sheen said, the flash sword he used was not a skill that made achievements in defense, but a sword skill for quick attack and fierce attack. Since it was a sword skill for quick attack and fierce attack, Harves would be on the defensive now. And I am afraid it would be broken soon. At that time, he would be in danger. Hey! At that moment, Harves no longer held back and directly used the skill of body strengthening, making the muscles of his whole body bulge in an instant. And a bulge made Harves' physical ability soar. Magic Sword. At the same time, Harves used the skill of Magic Sword without hesitation, making the crimson magic light shine on the broadsword and transform into a magic blade. Ding! The magic sword in Harves' hand was like a red lightning, rushing and flashing in an instant, slashing on the swung holy sword, and once again making a loud bell-like sound. Bang! In a muffled sound, Sheen and Harves were shaken away from each other by an amazing force and pulled away. Huh? Harves breathed a sigh of relief, but stared at Sheen closely, with a solemn look in his eyes. Did he use the magic sword so soon? Sheen shook the hand that had just clashed with Harves with the sword, as if it was hurt by the power of the demon sword, but with a playful smile on his face. The audience around looked at this scene stupidly, looking at the two people who were pulling away and confronting each other again, and began to look at each other in bewilderment. Oh. The next moment, cheers finally rang out. It was so exciting. Hey. Are you kidding me? What happened to that scene just now? Is this their strength? That Sheen Bostad is so strong? Oh my god. The dignitaries who were watching this duel changed their faces one after another, and couldn't believe what they saw. Not to mention them. Even those related to Sheen and Harves were shocked by this fast and fierce fight. So amazing. Leah was shocked. These two young men are quite capable. Anchi was also somewhat surprised. Aridia, Rocket and Sinai, the other three knights, had blank expressions. Some were slightly surprised. And some, like everyone else, widened their eyes in surprise. No way, Wallian murmured, as if he couldn't believe it. Did the Viscount actually block His Highness's flashing sword? So strong. Edil's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The fierce battle between Sheen and Harves lasted less than half a minute, and the atmosphere on the scene was completely ignited. Only the two people on the stage. One still looked calm, and the other looked a little solemn, which was completely different from the situation at the beginning of the confrontation. So that's it. Is this your strength? Harves said, it seems that the fact that you single-handedly conquered the killer faction is not just a rumor without purpose. Harves glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of Sheen's power. Don't be too surprised, Your Highness. It's just because I fought against Flashing Sword once. Sheen didn't seem to care. So, you have really met Capelline, right? Harves looked at Sheen deeply, as if he wanted to see through his inner secrets, and said, moreover, you have fought with her once. So I am very curious about who will win and who will lose. Sheen didn't answer this question. Are you trying to delay time? Sheen made a provocation. How could it be? Harves shrugged, stood up, and said, the real battle is just about to begin. Yes. Sheen also agreed with the stunned expressions of the audience. The warm-up exercise is enough. That's right. The fierce fight just now was just a warm-up. At least, for Sheen, that's the case. Chapter 426 Thunderstorm. In fact, Harves could see that Sheen had not yet used his full strength. That calm and relaxed feeling could not be faked. So Havis's expression looked a little solemn. He was not like those incompetent nobles who only envied and jealous. He had never underestimated Sheen from the beginning. Not only because Sheen had conquered the killer faction, but also because Havis knew very well that people who could be looked at differently by the kingdom's treasure were definitely people with real skills. Those nobles may have forgotten how Sheen had crushed the whole audience with his momentum during the first audience. However, Havis learned about this through his own channels and kept it in mind. Otherwise, he would not have used his broadsword Thunderstorm right away. Ha! With a low shout from Havis, the great sword named Thunderstorm in his hand suddenly exploded with bursts of lightning. That is, everyone present saw the scene and was shocked. Sheen was also a little surprised. And for the first time, his eyes fell on the broadsword in Havis's hand. This great sword, which was flashing with lightning, was not only very eye-catching in size, but also had a layer of crystal luster on the blade. And the hilt was inlaid with crystals. It was emitting bursts of strong magic power, making the lightning flash continuously. This scene made many people recognize this sword. Could it be the Thunderstorm of the royal family of the Ragnar Empire? Anchi was a little surprised. His Highness used the Thunderstorm so quickly? Valian was also a little stunned. Thunderstorm? Luo, she remembered where she had heard this name. And Havis smiled with full of fighting spirit in front of everyone in the audience, facing Sheen, who also showed a surprised expression. This is a magic weapon that was created by one of the emperors of the Ragnar Empire, who commissioned the 100 highest level forging masters of the dwarves to spend a whole year to make. It is a gift for the descendants, who cannot use the imitation holy sword. Although it is not as powerful as the imitation holy sword, it is one of the most advanced magic weapons in the world, especially in the hands of people who have the magic thunder skill. Its power will be very powerful. Havis's explanation did not surprise Sheen too much, because, before he explained, Sheen had already used the identification skill to see through the true face of the Thunderstorm sword. Just as Havis said, it is one of the most advanced magic weapons, and its effect is to trigger lightning phenomena. Not only can it use thunder attribute attacks, but if it is used by someone with a magic thunder skill, the higher the user's magic thunder skill level, the more powerful this sword will be. In the end, it can even manipulate the celestial phenomena, turning the weather into thunderstorm weather, and bringing down lightning, which is very scary. Through the power of this sword, the user's magic sword will be transformed into thunder attribute, and the power will be greatly increased. Therefore, this Thunderstorm Great Sword is also a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the royal family of the Ragnar Empire, second only to the imitation Holy Sword. In the eyes of many people, I may not be as good as my talented imperial sister. Havis smiled in the lightning and said, indeed. In terms of potential talent, I really can't compare with Capelin. She reached level 70 when she was 17 years old, and I was only level 60 at that time. Compared with her, it is really a lot worse. But I am 7 years older than her after all. The fighting spirit in Havis's eyes burst out with thunder and lightning. There is a gap in training, tempering, and growth for a full 7 years. Don't think that I will be much weaker than her. As soon as the voice fell, Havis suddenly rushed to Sheen like a flash of lightning, and came to Sheen in the blink of an eye, holding up the Thunderstorm Great Sword in his hand, and slashed it down suddenly. Boom! The roar exploded on the stage, causing the lightning to bloom like an explosion, plowing across the entire stage and expanding to the surroundings, causing lightning to jump on the stage and create cracks on the stage. For a moment, lightning leaped, gravel danced, and the audience around all exclaimed. On the open-air platform, Anchi watched this scene and issued instructions without hesitation. Raise the barrier. Under Anchi's instructions, several magicians holding staffs from the knights responsible for maintaining order around the stage rushed out, chanted spells, and deployed transparent protective barriers around the stage. Under such circumstances, the fierce battle between Sheen and Havis finally entered a white-hot stage. Swish! Sheen's figure suddenly appeared behind Havis as if teleporting, and swung a cold slash at him, causing the sword light to cut through the space. Harz noticed all this, but did not turn around to respond. Instead, he turned the Thunderstorm sword in his hand, making the lightning jumping around him seem to have life. With a leap, they all hit Sheen. Bang, 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 bang. Lightning after lightning suddenly hit Sheen, causing a series of dull sounds. However, Sheen ignored it and was unharmed. The holy sword in his hand suddenly flashed red magic light, and the magic blade appeared from the holy sword. Puff! With an extreme flash, he cut through the air and cut off the lightning that was jumping like a snake on the spot. dissipating into nothingness. Do you have resistance skills? At this time, Havis turned around and saw Sheen, who was unharmed. He was shocked, but his face was serious. He raised the thunderstorm sword in his hand without any hesitation, and let countless lightning explode on it and bombard the surroundings. The power was several levels stronger than the advanced magic of the lightning system. Perhaps it was just to be able to use this thunderstorm sword perfectly that Havis learned the skill of magic thunder and upgraded it to level 7. Good fellow. Sheen could not help but mutter. But his hands did not slow down at all. Puff! 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 Under the flashing of sword light, Sheen slashed countless slashes with magic sword, cutting, slicing, and splitting the incoming lightning on the spot, dissolving Havis's attack. In this situation, lightning continued to rush in all directions and landed on the stage, like thunder falling from the sky, continuously plowing the floor, scraping cracks, and exploding waves of rubble, turning the entire stage into a thunder pool, with arcs flashing. Everyone looked at this suddenly fierce battle, looking at the countless running lightning and rubble flying on the stage, with dull and shocked expressions. At this time, Sheen had already split countless incoming lightnings, and with the help of the close-range evasion skill, he circled all the way and rushed to Havis. Clang! In the loud sound of the collision, the holy sword mixed with red magic light, and the great sword mixed with endless lightning light collided with a bang, setting off a turbulent flow of magic power and rioting lightning. Clang, 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 clang. On the stage where lightning and thunder were flying, Sheen and Havis once again set off waves of swords and shadows, slashing at an astonishing speed. However, this time, every time Sheen and Havis slashed against each other, the magic power would riot, and the lightning would flash and leap, shaking the entire stage, making the stage tremble constantly and become shaky. It must be said that after using the thunderstorm, Havis's combat effectiveness has risen by more than one level. He could perfectly manipulate the power of thunderstorm, wrapping the lightning attribute magic sword on the great sword, speeding up the slashing speed, and making the already amazing attack speed and attack power of flash sword soar, as if what he held in his hand was not a sword, but a lightning. Between swinging and dancing, even Sheen could only see a flash of lightning. If it weren't for the extreme fighting instinct brought by the God of War skill, it would be difficult for Sheen to catch up with his slashing speed. In addition, the lightning carried on the blade of thunderstorm is not vegetarian. Every time it collides with it, it will burst through the collision point, and through the holy sword that collides with it. It will quickly rush to his body like a venomous snake, causing Sheen to be struck by lightning continuously. If it weren't for the resistance skill to protect his body, Sheen would never dare to fight with Havis like this. This prince is really good. Sheen realized this. Perhaps many people only saw the glory of the imperial princess and the strength of Princess Capelin, but ignored the prince who reached level 80 at the age of only 24. The strength of this prince is also very terrifying, so Sheen has to take it seriously. Evolve. So, Sheen finally used the skill limit transformation. Boom! The terrifying magic power erupted from Sheen's body, flowing through his body, turning into amazing power, and rising into the sky like a volcanic eruption, shattering the barrier rising from the surroundings of the stage. What? At this moment, not only Havis, but also those who were concentrating on watching this fierce battle could not help but change their faces, including Wallian, Rocket, Sanai, and Leah. One by one, their faces changed. The magic power that erupted from Sheen's body turned into a storm in an instant, sweeping away the lightning around, and also blew away the audience, who had no time to react, causing the audience around to be blown to the ground or simply falling to the ground, emitting waves of screams and wails. At this time, Sheen began to fight back. Boom! Another roar sounded. That was the sound of the magic sword on the holy sword of Sheen swelling up in the wind and turning into a huge magical blade. Sheen raised the huge magical blade high and slashed at Havis, whose pupils shrank sharply. Boom! The island in the middle of the lake where the palace was located shook violently at this moment, causing the surrounding lake water to surge and create waves. Chapter 427. It won't be boring next time. It took an unknown amount of time for the raging magic to subside. In the square in front of the palace on the lake island, the audiences were still in a state of uncertainty. Roxy, Leah, Anchi, Arya, Shania, Valian and the dignitaries hiding in the dark stared at the direction of the stage. There, Sheen jumped away with a holy sword in hand, and the huge magic blade on the blade dissipated at some point, A closer look revealed that the stage was not further damaged by the amazing blow just now. And it was exactly the same as the scene before Sheen slashed the magic sword. Havis raised the Thunderstorm Great Sword, as if he was ready to take it hard 1 second before Sheen's attack. And his face was still full of tension. Obviously, although Havis made a defensive posture in a hurry, he did not have much confidence that he could take Sheen's earth-shattering blow without injury. The reason why he could still stand there unscathed was because there was suddenly a person in front of him. Lord Roque? Havis immediately recognized the other person's back. It was Roque Bygusler, the strongest knight in the Empire, who was responsible for protecting Havis this time. This rank 97 strongest existence in the Empire was holding a giant sword that was even more exaggerated than the thunderstorm in Havis's hand, with magic flowing on the blade, blocking Havis. That scene made Sheen narrow his eyes, because, just now, it was the other party who suddenly broke into the field, pulled out that terrifying giant sword from somewhere, and with a wave, he wiped out his magic sword. Yes, it was wiped out. Sheen saw it clearly. When his magic sword slashed down and touched the giant sword, the magic power gathered on the blade of the holy sword seemed to be dispersed by some mysterious power and disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the stage was not destroyed, because Sheen's magic sword was wiped out, and only the airflow formed by the magic power rolled around like an avalanche, causing the vibration and roar. In this case, Rock carried the terrifying giant sword on his shoulder, looked at Sheen deeply, and then spoke to Havis behind him without looking back. Your Highness, you lose this time. Rock made such a declaration on behalf of his master. Everyone present reacted at this time. Some looked at each other. Some still had lingering fears. And some stared at Rock tightly with a solemn expression. For example, Anchi and Luoshi both looked solemn. Even Aridia's eyes flickered slightly. Obviously, these people had seen the scene where Rocket blocked Sheen's magic sword just now. Moreover, these people also felt threatened by the power displayed by Rocket. Harvey opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but fell silent after a while and exhaled. In his hand, the lightning on the Thunderstorm Great Sword quietly disappeared. Indeed, I lost. Harvey relaxed his body, looked at Sheen, and said frankly, I didn't expect that you actually have such amazing magic and power. I almost didn't react at that moment. So I lost with conviction. After speaking, Harvey saluted Sheen to show his respect for Sheen. Looking at Harvey like this, everyone's eyes looking at Sheen also changed. This guy. Wallian's face kept changing. So he is so strong? Leah, Sanai and others also looked at Sheen in the field in a daze, recalling the earth-shaking sword just now, and couldn't come back for a long time. Damn it. Edel's face turned pale, and he cursed, but his eyes showed genuine fear and dread. Most of the dignitaries hiding in the dark were also like this, as if they had thoroughly understood Sheen's strength. Their eyes and expressions when looking at Sheen were different from before. Until this moment, Sheen showed some of his extraordinary strength in front of people, being able to defeat the first prince of the Empire. This will make Sheen's status in the minds of many people rise a lot at once. Right? Only Luoshi was not surprised at Sheen's performance. After all, only she knew that the strength Sheen showed now was just the tip of the iceberg of his power. No, it was not only Luoshi. There was another person who knew this clearly. He hadn't used his holy sword yet, so the strength he showed now was probably just a small part. Right? Najula, who was unaware of her existence, looked directly at Sheen and admired her in her heart. Seeing Sheen's strength with her own eyes, Najula was still quite satisfied. Therefore, neither Rosie nor Najula felt that Sheen's performance was too much. Instead, it was Havis's performance that made the two of them look at him sideways. So Kaplan's brother is so strong? Rosie was quite surprised by Havis's strength. With that strength, if she didn't release the holy sword and use the unique skills, Rosie herself would not be sure of winning. Of course, the holy sword and the unique skills are the real trump cards of the heroes. If these two factors are not taken into account, then all the heroes are not really that strong. At most they are at the level of Aridia and Rock. However, Havis has not used his unique skills yet. It is not known whether he has not used them or is deliberately hiding them. Anyway, Rosie has never heard of this prince of the Empire using his unique skills in front of others. In this situation, either there is no unique skill at all, or it is just like Luoshi herself, because the unique skill is too powerful and too special. So she is unwilling to show it in front of others. Luoshi thinks it is the latter. Even Najula thinks so. Humans are still the same as in the past. Although the population is large and the base is large, most people are just ordinary people. But there will be some amazing people in each generation. Najula sighed. Sheehan didn't think as much as others thought. He just stared at Rocket, then cast his eyes on Havis and smiled slightly. Is this okay? Sheehan said meaningfully. Your Highness should have some tricks that he hasn't used yet? Meaning? Is it too early to admit defeat now? In response, Havis laughed. I don't deny it. But this is just a duel, not a fight to the death. And I am indeed convinced. I can accept this result with pleasure. As Havis said this, the comfort that makes people feel like spring breeze was fully displayed on him, coupled with his humble and frank appearance. Many people looked at him with admiration. Some girls even blushed and looked at Havis with fascination. However, Havis changed his tone again. Besides, I think that Lord Bastuta still has many tricks that have not been shown. Havis smiled and said, You are much stronger than the rumors say. I already know this. If so, that's enough. After speaking, Havis nodded to Rock on the side, and then looked at the royal family on the open-air platform. I lost this duel, Havis declared loudly, saying, You are worthy of being a talent valued by the kingdom. I, Havis Ragnar, think that such a hero is worthy of Princess Rosie. So I am willing to withdraw. As soon as this was said, not only the royal family, but also the audience around them made a noise. Rosie was also stunned. She had never expected that Havis would say such a thing. Sheen also raised his eyebrows, because he knew that he might owe this prince a favor. As the rival of Mitra Kingdom, the son of the royal family of Ragnar Empire, and the first prince, who was the first in line to the throne, he actually admitted that he was inferior in front of everyone and declared that Sheen was qualified to be Rosie's husband. Then those civilians who were originally skeptical would probably change their previous public opinion and begin to accept the pairing of Sheen and Rosie, especially the people of the kingdom. Knowing that Sheen made the princes of the empire admit that they were inferior, they who had always regarded the empire as an imaginary enemy would definitely feel proud of it, and their resistance to Sheen would be reduced a lot. In the future, the public opinion of the kingdom will definitely lean towards Sheen. That abominable prince. How dare he do such a thing? Bastard. The children of the powerful and wealthy suddenly changed their expressions and started to curse. If public opinion in the future is biased towards Sheen, then their chances as opponents will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, the higher the public evaluation, the greater the chance of being recognized. Competitions like this are the basis for improving the kingdom's score. Right? Harvey's move directly created Sheen's reputation and suppressed the competitiveness and influence of others. In this way, how could the competitors not curse? If this was a fair competition. After this, Sheen's chances of being elected as the princess's husband would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Unfortunately, there was an inside story in this game. Sheen's face became quite strange. Only Luo she seemed to have no change. But she was very happy in her heart. This result was undoubtedly what she was very happy to see. Although she had already decided on Sheen, she would be happier if the people of the kingdom could also recognize Sheen and think that Sheen was her perfect match. With this happiness, Luo she also felt that Havis looked much more pleasing to the eye. Well, if Sheen is 100 points and other stinky men are 0 points, then the prince of this empire should reluctantly give him 0.1 points. Anchi also looked at Havis seriously. Leah, you understand? Right? Anchi spoke to Leah beside him with a serious face. Yes. Leah nodded with a heavy face and whispered, If he is the emperor of the empire in the future, then the empire will probably become more difficult in the future. There is no doubt that the strength, character, quality and brain shown by Havis have been recognized by the two. This is the prince of the Ragnar Empire, Shania murmured. Arita looked at Rocket standing next to Havis. One had a calm face, while the other had a fighting spirit in his eyes. As for Havis, he had already come to Sheen. Come on, Lord Bastutu. Havis stretched out his hand to Sheen and said with a smile, I like you very much. Don't I? Sheen looked at Havis steadily, and after a while, he shrugged, stretched out his hand, and shook it with Havis. At this moment, Havis whispered something to Sheen. Sheen's eyes flashed slightly, and before he could react, Havis took back his hand first, and took Rocket back to Wallian. There, Wallian stared at Sheen with a completely different look from before, as if he was afraid, and also as if he was gloomy. Sheen looked at all this and suddenly smiled. It seems that it will not be boring next. Chapter 428, I want to usurp the throne. Soon, the crowd gathered around the stage began to disperse. The audience still had a trace of lingering fear on their faces, as if they had not recovered from the earth-shattering sword. They did not talk about it until they left the lake island. It is conceivable that after watching this battle, Xian's evaluation in the hearts of the people of the kingdom will rise a lot. At least, the voices of those who think that Xian is not worthy of Luo Shi are destined to disappear a lot. And many people will take this Viscount, who was born as an adventurer, seriously. And those noble children are completely opposite to the people of the kingdom. They are in a very bad mood. Because this is definitely not good news for them. Especially those who originally thought that Xian's own strength was not outstanding. Or that this was his only weakness. Now all feel bad. Who said that the Viscount's personal strength was not outstanding? Didn't they say that conquering the Slayer faction was nothing? Didn't they say that taming a dragon didn't prove anything? Didn't they say that the Kingdom Knights of the Gaglioli family were destroyed by Atrus's Black Dragon? Didn't they say that he could succeed because of the support of His Highness and the demons behind him? Rumors kill people. Many noble children started to curse on the spot. After this battle, all those who said they wanted to challenge Xian disappeared. There were no more people blocking the door of the Boztut family every day. And the hostile reactions fed back to Xian through the enemy since skill also decreased a lot. It can be said that until this moment, Xian's position as the first priority candidate was relatively undisputed. Of course, it was just relatively undisputed. In fact, there were still many people who were unwilling to give up and began to make some calculations. Presumably, as long as this son-in-law selection meeting is not over, they will not rest for a day, and will never let Xian sit in the position of the first priority candidate for too long. Unfortunately, they don't know that Xian doesn't need to sit for a long time, as long as he sits firmly. Moreover, once these guys know that the so-called son-in-law selection meeting actually has a predetermined winner, and they are just here for the show, they will probably not be able to bear the blow and faint directly. Right? Anyway, their tragedy is already doomed, and they can only take advantage of this time to make more trouble. Xian held this idea. Not only did he not think these people were hateful, but he felt that they were very pitiful. In short, after this incident, Xian was completely angry. Before, Xian's anger was limited to the aristocratic circle, and it did not cause much sensation among the common people. But this time, Xian was undoubtedly really popular, and became a figure that the people of the kingdom have been talking about verbally in recent times. Even the people of the royal family found Xian after this incident. Well done. You are much more capable than I thought. So you don't need to have too much psychological pressure to be with Luo Shi. And I can rest assured. Anqi said something that made Xian feel a little subtle. Finally, I know how strong you are. No wonder Luo Shi looks at you with new eyes. Leah's tone of voice was a little subtle, making Xian not know what to say. Even Aradia and Shanai were looking at Xian, one with a little inexplicable depth in his eyes, and the other with awe of Xian. And their performances were different. It can be summed up in one sentence. That is, these people are both satisfied and relieved with Xian's performance. This made Xian murmur. I was just a little serious. And you are like this? If I give my all, will these people start to worship me? Well, it feels a bit like Long Outian's protagonist. On the contrary, Luo Shi, for some reason, looked a little serious. That prince is not simple. You must remember to be careful when dealing with him. Luo Shi said such inexplicable words. But Xian agreed with it. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Xian nodded to Luo Shi, making Luo Shi relax her expression. Luo Shi didn't know that before leaving. Heva said something to Xian. Tonight, please come to the wild forest outside the west gate of the royal capital. There is something important to discuss. This is what Heva said when he shook hands with Xian. Important things? Xian muttered again. This day was spent in such a lively atmosphere. Night fell quietly. After dark, the capital was still brightly lit. Compared with the cities that Xian had visited before, the prosperity was not on the same level. The spectacular scene of every household lighting up magic lamps was something Xian had only seen in the capital so far. The capital was also the most beautiful city Xian had ever seen at night. Even the streets were lit up by magic lamps, making the night in the capital no more deserted than during the day, but more lively. After all, at this time, many people had finished a busy day of work. For them, the night was the beginning of leisure and entertainment. If nothing unexpected happened, Xian would have stayed in the palace and played all kinds of games with Rosie to please her body and mind while no one else was around. Therefore, calling me here, if nothing interesting happened, I would be very angry. Right? Outside the west gate of the capital, in a wild forest in the suburbs, Sheen appeared here at some point, and threw out these words to the shadow in front. As soon as he said this, a laugh rang out, responding to him. I don't know if it's interesting or not, but I think that you should be a little interested in what you said. Saying this, Havis walked out of the darkness in front of him, followed by someone. It was Rocket. He actually brought the strongest knights of the Empire out to run at night. His Highness Havis's pomp was really scary. Sheen pretended to be scared. There's no way. My identity is so special. If I dare to go out alone in the kingdom, I might be killed silently. Havis did not expose Sheen's pretense, but instead catered to him. And his attitude was still so kind. I don't think anyone would be so stupid. Sheen spread his hands and said, let the first heir of the Empire die in the capital of the Kingdom of Mitra. This is simply because the current peaceful and prosperous times are too cheap. It's hard to say. Harvest stopped smiling, stared at Sheen seriously, and said, not everyone wants to see peace. There are definitely many people who hope that the kingdom and the Empire will fight to the death. This meaningful speech made Sheen think deeply. So, Sheen looked at Harvest, then looked at Rocket, and suddenly said, by the way, Your Highness, didn't you bring the young man next to you? Young man? Do you mean Wallian? Harvest was startled at first, and then guessed who Sheen was referring to, and said, he didn't come, and I can't let him come. Okay. Having said that, if I keep it a secret, I will really become an old Riddler. Your Highness asked me to come here. Why? Just tell me directly. Sheen crossed his arms and looked at Harvest. Harvest did not respond at the first time, but fell silent, as if he was trying to calm down. Sheen was not in a hurry, just waiting quietly. On the side, Rocket seemed to completely exclude himself from the conversation, reducing his presence and keeping silent. After a while, in fact, my purpose of coming to the kingdom this time is not to compete for the position of the husband of Her Highness Rosie Lusty. Harv stared at Sheen and said, the main purpose of my coming here is to gain the support of the kingdom. The support of the kingdom? Sheen frowned and said, what does this mean? Hearing this, Harv still did not respond in the first time, but fell into struggle and hesitation. Your Highness. Rocket spoke up and said expressionlessly, this is something only you can do. I know. Harv was silent for a while, then took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Looking at Harv like this, Sheen knew that he must have something important to say. However, Sheen's expression changed again after hearing Havis's next words. Because, put it simply, Lord Bastutu. Havis spoke calmly. I want to usurp the throne. This prince never stops talking until he is shocked. Usurp the throne? Sheen was stunned. Yes. However, Sheen smiled bitterly and said, I want to usurp the throne and drive the current emperor, my father, from the position of the ruler of the empire. Such words echoed very clearly in the forest. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely heavy. Sheen and Sheen looked at each other. After a long time, Sheen was sure. It seems that you are not joking. Sheen sighed, as if he felt that he was involved in an extremely troublesome matter, and said in annoyance, let me ask you first. Does this have anything to do with me? Yes. Havis did not beat around the bush and said directly, I will find you first. First because you have a close relationship with the Mithraic royal family, and can introduce me. Second because I think you have the ability to change my situation. And third because this matter also concerns the people around you. So I think you should not stand idly by. I think so. Otherwise, the prince would not directly find a viscount like me from an enemy country to help him usurp the throne. And Sheen could guess who the people around him mentioned in the other party were. Is it Teal? Sheen seemed to be asking, but his tone was full of certainty. Yes. Havis nodded and said affirmatively, if I am not wrong, she will be killed by Valian and the people of the Lephalet family next. Chapter 429 Moro. Killed? Havis' words made Sheen's heart tighten. What's going on? Sheen cast his eyes on Havis and said in a deep voice, the Lephalet family is the family of Tyr's mother. Right? I have heard that they have taken a fancy to Tyr's talent and have been planning to take her back. But I have never heard that they want to kill Tyr. Therefore, she never thought that the news revealed by Havis would actually be related to Tyr's life and death. And seeing that Sheen was serious, Havis also knew that his news was indeed correct. This Viscount Bostut had a very good relationship with the daughter of the Elvian family. Ordinary people don't know this news. Only people with means like Havis can find out. After all, Sheen and Tyr have never shown how close they are in public. The relationship between them is even deeper than the relationship between Sheen and Rosie. And ordinary people can't know it at all. Harv's grasped this point, and just now thought that Sheen was a person worth cooperating with. So, let me start from the beginning. Harz pondered for a while, and then began to tell the story. In fact, this matter should be started from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. It was exactly the time when the capital was attacked by the killer faction of the old demon clan. According to Harz, everything started from that time. Before that year, although the relationship between the Empire and the kingdom was not very friendly, it was not as tense as it is now. Harz said, even though the Empire and the kingdom have fought several wars in history due to border issues, the wars were limited to the border and had not yet affected the domestic environment of each other. Sheen also knew about this matter. The Empire was established longer than the kingdom, because the kingdom was founded by a brave warrior who defeated the Demon King thousands of years ago. And the founding king, who was hailed as the strongest brave warrior of all generations, was the last brave warrior, after which the secret ritual of the brave warrior summoning was sealed. So the Ragna Empire, which was also founded by a brave warrior, could only have existed before the Mitra kingdom. However, unlike the famous Mitra, the brave ancestor of the Ragna Empire was not very famous. He might be very powerful among humans, but he was not as powerful as the other brave warriors. He was at the bottom of the list among the brave warriors of all generations. Therefore, within a few years after the brave warrior founded the Ragna Empire, he was killed by a demon from the demon clan. That demon was Ayi. Ayi had killed 2 brave warriors, so he was so notorious and feared by many people. Because of this incident, although the Ragna Empire was a country founded by a brave warrior, it had gone through countless difficulties. It had not only been criticized by many people, but also encountered many difficulties. Sheen had heard that in that dark age, the country founded by a brave man lost his brave man. The Ragnar Empire was not only targeted by many demons, but also by many humans. After all, for the demons who were extremely hostile to the heroes as their natural enemies, the Ragna Empire, a country founded by the heroes, was a thorn in their eyes. For the rest of the human race, no matter what, the royal family of the Ragna Empire were all descendants of the heroes and had the blood of the heroes. If they could intermarry with them and obtain offspring with the blood of the heroes, it would naturally be a great thing. Therefore, the Ragna Empire at that time was greatly targeted. The demon army would invade the empire every few days. The human countries exerted various pressures to force the royal family of the empire to intermarry with them. In order to survive that era, the Ragna Empire struggled to the extreme. Not only did it sell its dignity many times, reducing the royal family to a breeding existence, seeking support from the human race, but it also had to gain the attention of the gods and let the gods protect the descendants of the brave men. It constantly sent domestic elites to the battlefield as the frontline combat force to resist the demon army, and experienced countless times of life and death. Under such circumstances, the Ragna Empire finally survived the darkest era, and finally became the most powerful country of the human race during the war 1,000 years ago. A real military empire. But at that time, Mitra was born. Not only was he highly expected by the human race, he successfully defeated the Demon King, and he also established the Mitra kingdom directly next to the Ragna Empire. With the help of the gods and humans, it developed rapidly, and soon became a country comparable to the Ragna Empire. How could the Ragna Empire, which had experienced so much darkness, be willing to accept this? This is not only because of the imbalance in his heart, but also because the location where Mitra chose to establish his country was actually on the battlefield where the Demon King was killed. And the Ragnar Empire is right next to this battlefield. What does this prove? It proves that during the war, they were the ones who stood at the forefront and resisted the greatest pressure from the demon army. As a result, as the country that resisted the most enemies and bore the most pressure on the battlefield, they not only did not get the due reward, but even the land of the battlefield was taken over by Mitra. The kingdom of Mitra, also a country established by the brave, not only did not suffer any difficulties and criticisms, but was full of glory. And with the continuous help of the gods and human countries, it developed at a very fast speed and became a presence comparable to them. It is conceivable how dazzling this is in the eyes of the people of the Ragnar Empire. In addition to the bordering of the land and the fact that they are both the countries of the brave and are constantly compared, it is almost inevitable that the two sides will have contradictions and conflicts. However, no matter what, Mitra was the hero who ended the war, and the kingdom of Mitra was therefore treated with courtesy by the gods. The empire could not take any action against the kingdom, as that would be unreasonable. Therefore, the conflicts between the kingdom and the empire were limited to a few minor wars on the border in the past, and did not cause too much trouble. If it weren't for this, the Empire wouldn't have had the opportunity to send Till's mother here for marriage. Right? It's just because the hatred between them is not obvious. It wasn't until the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago that the relationship between the kingdom and the Empire reached a freezing point. That's what Havis said. If I tell you that the incident happened suddenly, would you believe it? Havis said this. Suddenly? Sheen was stunned. That's right. Havis said seriously. The Leffelet family is a military family that trains spies. Assassins and assassins. They are highly valued by the royal family in the Empire. In history, they have been granted marriages by the royal family several times and have been able to marry princesses of the royal family. So they actually have the blood of the brave men of the Ragnar Empire. Hearing this, Sheen was stunned. Doesn't that mean Teal Elbian is actually the heir of the two great bloodlines of the Mitrak Kingdom and the Ragnar Empire? When the Empire proposed intermarriage, the original purpose was not to let the daughter of the Leffelet family be a spy, but to steal the blood of the heroes of the Mitrak Kingdom and combine it with the blood of the heroes of the Ragnar Empire to give birth to a gifted offspring. Havis felt a little helpless. There was no way. At that time, the birth of Her Highness Roxalesti almost shocked the entire human race. The Empire, which regarded the kingdom as its opponent, was ecstatic about the birth of Capelin. But it ended up with such an amazing news. At that time, it was said that many people in the royal family felt desperate and thought that fate was playing tricks on our Ragnar Empire and not letting us stand out. It is not surprising that under the influence of such a mentality, some unconventional strategies will appear. The head of the Leffelet family at that time was one of them. He believed that the brave blood of the Empire alone would never be able to defeat the kingdom. So he resolutely decided to intermarry. Unfortunately, at that time, Ansi was the only direct descendant of the royal family of the kingdom. The rest of the royal descendants were either collateral or were jointly sanctioned by the former king and Ansi because they went too far in the process of fighting for the throne. In addition, the Leffelet family was not the royal family of the Empire, so it was basically impossible for them to intermarry with the royal family of the kingdom as soon as they arrived. Therefore, the Leffelet family planned to start with the Elbian family, which was the guardian of the royal family. The ancestors of the Elbian family were originally descendants of brave men, and some of them had married princesses of the royal family in history. They themselves had a relatively strong blood of brave men. As the first target of stealing the blood of the rival country, they were undoubtedly very qualified. In view of this, the El's mother was sent here, and gave birth to Tiel the following year. It must be said that the birth of Tiel Elbian really made the Leffelet family happy. Havis sighed and said, I heard that she not only has extraordinary talent, second only to the kingdom's treasure, but also possesses very powerful unique skills. She has incredible power since birth. Although the Elbian family chose to hide these secrets, the daughter of the Leferet family secretly sent the news to the Empire, and the Leferet family knew about it. From that time on, the Leffelet family had been thinking about taking Tyr Elbian back, and took her very seriously. Havis looked at Sheen and said meaningfully, Unfortunately, the Leffelet family did not reveal the unique skills of Tyr Elbian, including Wallen. Every time I asked him, he would choose to perfunctorily pass it over. It really makes people curious. What kind of power is that? Hearing this, Sheen's expression was not very good. He knew that the Leffelet family must have known about the existence of the ghost in Tyr's body, so they took her so seriously. For the people of the Elbian family, Tyr's power is a very dangerous thing. But for the Leffelet family, which specializes in training spies, assassins and even dead men, the more dangerous this power is, the more fascinated they are. Right? They only value Tyr's power. In their view, it is not difficult to use some extraordinary means to train Tyr and make Tyr an obedient tool. In this way, the other party's purpose of wanting Tyr so much is completely clear. However, the nature of this matter suddenly changed 10 years ago. At that time, a woman of unknown origin appeared in the Leffelet family. Havis's face began to be gloomy. Woman? She also frowned. That was a very scary and hateful woman. Havis said coldly, I don't know what method she used to make the Leffelet family obey her orders and introduce her to the Emperor. That is, my father. From that time on, everything changed quietly. My father was fascinated by that woman. No matter what that woman said, he would obey her orders. Gradually, he even ignored the state affairs and let the Empire's political affairs be gradually infiltrated by that woman. That woman also framed my mother and made my father dismiss my mother as the imperial concubine. She herself took the throne calmly and has now become a person with great influence in the Empire. Because of her ascension, my father's concubines either died or were imprisoned like my mother. Now the empire has almost become her one-man show. Even many nobles who originally opposed her have been dismissed. And only 1 in 10 survives. And the Leffolet family is the confidant of the poisonous concubine. The large-scale assassination in the capital was planned by her. And she let the daughter of the Leffolet family carry it out. Even the killer faction was found by her. Havis's expressionless explanation made Sheen narrow his eyes. If this is true, it proves that the poisonous concubine mentioned by Havis is the beginning of all tragedies. Capelin and I have resisted her more than once. Especially Capelin. Unlike me, I know how to flatter her and confuse her on the surface. It can be said that we are almost incompatible. If it weren't for Capelin's special status, she might have attacked Capelin long ago. Right? Havis said so. I even suspected that the poisonous concubine had intervened in the incident of Cosmos. Because Capelin was sent there by her through means that were almost semi-forced. And afterward, Capelin disappeared. Hearing Havis's words, Sheen's heart suddenly throbbed. This feeling. Sheen pressed his chest inconspicuously, feeling the accelerated heartbeat, and suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. Could it be that in the incident of Cosmos, the hidden mastermind who cooperated with Mirage in the dark was this woman? When this thought came to mind, Sheen immediately understood. This is the revelation of Blessing. The revelation of Blessing is telling Sheen that this woman is the mastermind behind everything. Why did she plan such a thing against the kingdom? Sheen asked Havis. I don't know about this either. Havis shook his head and said, I only know that she seems to hate the kingdom very much. Especially the royal family of the kingdom. Every time there is a rumor about Her Highness Rosie in the Empire, she will show a creepy smile. As if she wants to cut Her Highness Rosie or the royal family of the kingdom into pieces. And her murderous aura is very heavy. Sheen fell into deep thought. What is her name? Sheen asked this question for the time being. Havis answered. Moro. Chapter 430 Blessing Oath. Moro. Sheen couldn't help but repeat the name several times in his heart. He had a feeling that he couldn't ignore this woman named Moro. Apart from anything else. If the other party was really involved in the Cosmos incident, then he would have a reason to find trouble with the other party. Sheen has never forgotten that account. And this woman is obviously not simple. I have investigated her, but I can't find her origin at all. It seems that she really appeared suddenly. At the beginning, she appeared in the home of Leffolet, and I can't find her identity before that. Havis's tone is full of fear and hatred for Moro. But she is undoubtedly the cancer of the Empire, and the enemy who killed my father, my mother, and possibly my sister. This time, Havis will appear here to find an opportunity to bring Moro down. My father has gone mad, completely bewitched by Moro. He didn't even ask when Capelin got into trouble. He no longer listened to me. If it weren't for the fact that a group of nobles led by Lord Rocket around me had long been dissatisfied with him and chose to support me, I, the first heir, would not even be able to sit here until now. I know that they will definitely not give me the throne. Whether it's my father or Moro. They are just playing with power and life at will. If this goes on, I will probably never be able to do anything to them. And sooner or later I will be eliminated by them. So I chose to seize this opportunity and come to the kingdom for help through this selection of a son-in-law. Havis's explanation finally made Sheen understand what he was planning. Whether it was contacting me or fighting with me, it was just a means for Havis to achieve his goal. Because of the relationship between the kingdom and the Empire. Even if he directly contacted the royal family as the prince of the Empire and told them his intentions, it was still unclear whether the royal family would believe him. They could not directly intervene in the political power of another country, because Havis would lend a helping hand with just one word. Therefore, Havis chose to start with Sheen. First, Sheen had close contacts with Rosie and could introduce Havis. Second, by confronting Sheen and showing his strength in front of the royal family, he could also gain the recognition and attention of the royal family. Third, Sheen had the support of the demons, and Havis would definitely want to try his best to gain some power in this area. In addition, the fact that he was confronting the first priority candidate of the son-in-law selection conference could completely confuse the spies of the Empire, and make them think that he really intended to compete. How could Havis not use this plan that achieved 4 goals at once? Sheen also understood why Havis had to sell himself a favor after the duel, and gave him such a big face. All this is to get in touch with me better, and get some help from me. To be honest. Except for the noble who just became a noble. I can't ask other nobles for help even if I want to. I can't be sure whether they will be hostile to the Empire. Nor can I guarantee that there will be no spies from the Empire among them. let alone whether they will choose to use me to push the empire into dire straits. Har smiled bitterly. Only if you have just become a noble, have the help of demons behind you, and have refused the opportunity to be conferred a title, can I be sure that you are not from the empire, and will not do anything for the sake of profit. The hostility to our empire should not be as great as those nobles in the royal capital. Right? Almost all the nobles in the royal capital have experienced the persecution of the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, and their hatred for the empire is imaginable. Therefore, Hars chose to contact Sheen first, which was also a helpless move. Coincidentally, Sheen also has someone he wants to protect. That is Tyr. Hades thought that Sheen would not sit by and watch TL being killed by the people of the Lephilet family, and he had also experienced the incident of Cosmos. So he would not have any good feelings towards Moro, who was very likely involved in this incident. So, Hades decided to contact Sheen first, and try to get Sheen's help. Sheen knew all this, but did not express his opinion at the first time. Why did the Lephilet family kill TL? Sheen decided to find out about this first. Unfortunately, Hades did not seem to be very clear about the inside story of this matter. I only know that this was an instruction from Moro. Hades said, according to the information I got. Moro did not know why he needed to use TL Elbion's body to do something. So she said Valian when I proposed to come to the kingdom to compete for a husband. The apparent statement was to let Valian come to protect me. But in fact, she wanted him to monitor my every move and take TL Elbion back. For this reason, she seemed to have deliberately stated that she did not need to be alive. That's why Hades said that Valian was going to kill TL. Valian was originally from the Lephilet family. He was dissatisfied with the family's previous efforts to bring TL Elbion back. He felt that his position in the family would be threatened by her. Therefore, when Moro gave the order, he immediately volunteered. I'm afraid he wanted to take this opportunity to completely kill TL Elbion and leave no one alive. Right? This explains why the guy repeatedly provoked Sheen. It's not just because the other party is a fool, but also because he knows that Sheen is a relative of TL, or even a protector. This time, I directly stated in public that I am not as good as others, and I am ready to give up the election. He must think that I will leave the capital and return to the empire soon. Then, this Valian will definitely take action against TL in the near future, so as not to wait for Hades to leave, and he will have to leave with him. And then, he will lose the opportunity. Therefore, Hades said that if he guessed correctly, TL would be killed by Valian, and the people of the Lephilet family next. From the information I got, Moro attached great importance to TL Elbion. Even if Valian failed this time, she would continue to send assassins in the future. Right? Hades raised his eyes, and looked at Sheen. If you want to protect TL Elbion, then cooperating with me should not be a bad thing. Indeed, after knowing that Moro was the mastermind behind the Cosmos incident, Sheen knew that he could not let this mysterious woman go easily. She not only calculated herself and the kingdom, but also seemed to be supported by the old demon faction behind her. No matter how he thought about it, he should not let her go. And if the life and death of TL was involved in this, then Sheen would not sit idly by. Although it was obvious that this matter was extremely troublesome, and Sheen wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it and just leave. It seemed that it was imperative to deal with this poisonous concubine of the empire. In this case, it is indeed not a bad thing to have Hades, the prince of the empire, to help. The only problem is, how can I trust you? Sheen raised the most fundamental question. That's right. Sheen didn't completely believe in Hades, even if there was a revelation of blessing, telling Sheen that the matter of Moro should be true. It didn't mean that Hades was trustworthy. Who knows if this prince of the empire has other purposes? Who knows if he will be used as a gun? Judging from the brains that Hades showed, the good impression this person showed was not necessarily his true face. It was very likely a disguise. Even after the empire became a tool for others to play with the regime, he was able to win the support of a group of nobles. Not only did he compete with Moro in wits and courage, but he also seemed to be well informed. Not only could he know the information about Tyr, but he could also get some information about Moro, proving that his methods were indeed good. Just as Roxy said, you must be careful when dealing with this person. Hades naturally understood that he had not yet gained Sheen's trust. So, I swear in the name of Hades Ragnar to the goddess, I protect that what I say tonight is not false. If there is a false word, I am willing to accept the punishment of God. Hades suddenly swore an oath like chanting a spell, which made his whole body glow. Your Highness. This scene made Rocket, who had been silent, change his face. Sheen also stood up in surprise. You actually made a blessing oath? The look in Sheen's eyes, when he looked at Hades, was completely different from before. Blessing oath. As the name suggests, it is a vow made using the blessing that one possesses. Once the oath is issued, it will be recorded by the blessing held by the person. Once it is violated, the blessing of the person who issued the oath will disappear in an instant and will not be restored. This is not a trivial matter. You must know that generally speaking, only those who are extremely evil will lose their blessings and be exiled by various countries and races of the human race, or even killed on the spot. Those who lose their blessings are equivalent to being abandoned by God. They are undoubtedly great sinners. There is no place for them in either the human world or the divine world. In view of this, losing blessings is an unbearable thing for any race or any person of the human race, especially for an imperial prince like Havis, who has a noble status. Once he loses his blessing, he will be hostile and despised by the entire empire in an instant. Not only will the people no longer recognize his status as a prince, but the royal family will also execute him on the spot without hesitation in order to remove this stain. Thanks to this, the blessing oath must not be made lightly. Once it is made, there is no way to cancel it. Now, Havis swore to his blessing without hesitation. This is the only way I can think of to gain your trust. Havis smiled at Sheen as if he had done something very ordinary. You should be more relieved. Right? Sheen was silent. It must be said that Havis's approach solved the most difficult problem at once. Even Sheen had begun to believe him inside. You are probably the kind of person who is born to be an emperor. Your Highness Havis. Sheen said this sincerely. This is the greatest recognition of me. Havis smiled suddenly and said, so, what do you think? Don't worry. Sheen would naturally not agree so easily. After a moment of silence, he said, if I choose to cooperate with you, what do you want me to do? It's very simple. Havis didn't hesitate and said directly, I will help you get rid of Valian and the Lephalet family first, and ensure the safety of Teal Elbian. So that's it. Sheen laughed and said, feeling, is this the favor that His Highness really wants to sell me? It's not a favor. It's mutual benefit. Havis corrected, since it's a cooperation. We have to do things that can benefit both parties. In Havis's view, helping Sheen solve the troubles of Tyr and completely eliminate the threat of the Lephalet family is a matter of profit for Sheen. As for himself, it means to overthrow Moro, overthrow his father, and ascend to the throne of the Empire. And Sheen definitely wants to do this. It doesn't mean ascending to the throne of the Empire, but to overthrow Moro. After all, Moro is the one who has set his sights on Tyr. Sheen thought about it, and felt that it was still feasible. In order to prevent Moro from running away, he had to use the prince's support, cover and intelligence. Otherwise, if I go to the door openly, I may end up with nothing. If I wasn't worried about this, Sheen would have brought Ai, Yulin and Lilith to the capital of the Empire directly. Would he be afraid of not being able to deal with a woman who hides her head and shows her tail? The other party is the mastermind behind the scenes. And there is the old demon clan behind her, pulling her out, and then following the clues to pull out the old demon clan behind her. That is what I should do. So, maybe I really have to find time to go to the Empire. Let's solve the matter of Valian first. Sheen said, where is he now? In the Imperial Embassy. Havis was not surprised by Sheen's actions. So he quickly said, he should still be collecting information about Teal Elbian and looking for an opportunity to attack her. If you trust me, you can let me handle this matter first. Leave it to you? Sheen raised his eyebrows. In order to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. Har said without any disguise, this time, Valian brought an elite assassination team from the Lephalet family with him. I plan to catch them all in one fell swoop, so as not to alert the enemy by solving Valian, and let the assassination team report back to the Empire, causing the vigilance of Moro and the Lephalet family. There is also an elite assassination team? Sheen's raised brows frowned again. That team should not have entered the capital yet, but wandered around the capital, waiting for orders. Har said, I will pay close attention to their every move. Once they show up, it will be their death. Really cruel. It seems that this prince is also desperate, and even the elites of the Empire are planning to cause trouble. But since he has made up his mind to eradicate the Lephalet family, what he is doing now is just a drizzle. Okay. She nodded and said, but I have a condition. What condition? I'm going to take care of these guys myself. Chapter 431, Tyr's Revelation. The conversation with Havis ended here. Afterwards, Sheen decisively turned around and left, separating from Havis. The two have only established a preliminary cooperative relationship now. Whether they will continue to cooperate in the future depends on the subsequent handling of the assassins sent by the Lephalet family. Anyway, when she knew that the other party was coming for Tear and intended to take Tear's life directly, he had no intention of letting the other party go. After all, he didn't want to be the kind of plot-killing male protagonist who waited for the event to come and then passively solved it. As long as you confirm that the other party is an enemy and that the other party is a threat, just press it to death. Otherwise, it would be too sorry for his almost invincible plug-in at the beginning. With this idea in mind, Sheen returned to the capital without being known. And after thinking about it, he had no choice but to go home. If he went into the palace to look for Rosie at this time, his impure motives might be seen. It was already the middle of the night, and he was still entering the princess's bedroom. If he said that his motives were not impure, no one would believe it. Therefore, Sean could only return to Bostut's house reluctantly. As soon as he entered the door, before he had time to enter the mansion, Sean noticed a strange movement, which made him turn his head and look at the side of the garden. There, a figure appeared there. Thier? Sean was slightly startled and a little surprised. The other party was Thier, who Sean and Havis had been talking about before. At this moment, Thier was holding a sharp blade and concentrating on gathering magic power. Buzz! The air was trembling slightly, causing circles of magic waves to ripple and gather on the sharp blade raised by Tear, forming a red magic blade. It was the magic sword skill. Is she practicing the use of the magic sword? Xian saw what Tear was doing at a glance. From Tear's actions of gathering the magic sword, it can be seen that this girl seems to be trying to use the magic sword in a better way. Xian looked closely, and was surprised to find that Tear's magic sword skill had been trained to level 5. Even Tear's own level had risen to 66. Has she grown again? Xian said to himself in surprise. This speed is too fast. Isn't it? It shouldn't have been long since the incident in the Atla Canyon. At that time, Tear's level had just reached 60. But now it has risen to 66. Is his growth rate almost catching up with his own, when he was not practicing seriously? After thinking for a while, Xian raised his steps, and walked towards the direction where Tear was. Swish! Just as Sean came behind Tear, Tear suddenly turned around, and the magic sword in his hand was like a red thunder that cut through the night sky, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and slashed towards Sean. Clang! Sean stretched out his hand without any hesitation, and caught the blade of the magic sword with his bare hands, making the magic sword make a crisp sound of collision, as if it had hit steel. The sharp magic sword was still cutting Sean's palm, trying to cut off the flesh palm that caught it without knowing its own strength. Unfortunately, Sean, who had the two resistance skills of physical resistance and magic resistance at full level, could not even cut a little skin with a mere level 5 magic sword. Isn't it so murderous? Sean could only look at the magic blade cutting his hand, and said something speechless. Is it you? Thier seemed to have reacted, and suddenly withdrew the power of the magic sword, letting the red magic light on the blade dissipate. What? Did you get scared? Sheen looked at Thier with a smile. It really scared me. Thier stared at Sheen, and said in a rare unpleasant tone, you can actually catch the magic sword S/ with your bare hands. If this matter gets out, not only me, but everyone will be scared to death. As he said this, Thier lifted his cloak and put away the sharp blade in his hand. Sheen looked at this scene, and after a while, he spoke, saying, your strength seems to have increased very quickly. TL seemed to be aware of it, so she didn't deny it. She nodded and said, in the capital, the difficulty of the commission and the level of the monsters to be conquered are much higher than those in Lemidgen. After choosing to develop in the capital, the strength of everyone in the team is growing rapidly, including me. According to TL, the strength of everyone in Vivian's team has made great progress since they came to the capital. For example, Vivian is now preparing to break through level 60. And Lumia and Melika are also preparing to break through level 50. Everyone's strength is growing, and the speed is much faster than when they were in Lemidgen. Are you about to break through too? TL stared at Sheen with a scrutinizing look. Well, I guess so. Sheen touched his nose. When he left the capital, his level had reached 55. In the Battle of Cosmos, he fought against the rampaging evil god Lilith. Although he did not defeat her, he fully experienced the world's highest scale power and accumulated valuable combat experience. Therefore, his level had already reached 59 without him noticing. Just like Teal at the beginning, he was only one step away from reaching level 60 before reaching the breakthrough level. In other words, the problem of low level, which had always been a weakness in the past, was almost solved by Sheen. Even though he is still not as good as those truly high-level warriors. Xian is no longer the rookie who just joined Vivian's team. At that time, he was only level 10. Now, his level has surpassed Lumia and Melika, and is even on par with Vivian, and is about to catch up with Tyr. Tyr had been stuck at this step for a while, so she almost intuitively noticed Xian's current situation. Worthy of being a hero. Tyr made such an evaluation. Xian laughed immediately, and was somewhat grateful in his heart, because he knew that Tyr must have doubts in his heart. You know, how long has it been since Xian joined Vivian's team? It's only been about 3 months at most. Right? In 3 months, he actually rose from level 11 to nearly level 60. Such an amazing growth rate is a bit unacceptable even for a hero. In view of this, TL may have realized that there is something in Xian that can make him grow up quickly. However, TL did not choose to pursue it. She probably thought that this secret was very important to Xian, so she deliberately chose to ignore it. Xian would not be unaware of the degree of trust this represents. It's so late. And you are still practicing here? Xian suppressed his gratitude and said, you have grown fast enough. It's okay if you don't worry so much. Hearing this, TL shook her head. This is not enough. TL said lightly, it's just that at this level, it's impossible for that man to even look at it, let alone surpass him. The person TL was referring to was naturally Aridia. Surpassing Aridia is a goal of TL, and it can even be said to be a wish. You still care about him. Xian said intentionally or unintentionally, then do you want me to help you beat him up first? That's meaningless. Tyr said indifferently, it's not that I don't believe you can do it. You should be able to do it. But even if you beat him up, he probably won't feel anything. It's better not to do it. Tyr's words made Xian feel a little paranoid. In fact, I had a brief contact with him this time. After a moment of hesitation, Xian said, I think he may not be as emotionless as you said. This is not Xian speaking for Aridia. In fact, after contacting Aridia, Xian did find that the old-fashioned knight, although his emotions were very indifferent, was not completely without them. He would care about Xian's strength, and would show his willingness to fight with Xian. He would care about what Xian said. After hearing Xian mention Tyr, he would also say that no matter what, she has my Elbian blood. And it was in the past. It is now. And it will be in the future. Xian didn't know what Aridia was thinking when she said this. But he was sure that Aridia was indeed paying attention to Tyr, and not ignoring her as Tyr said. However, do you think I did something wrong? Tyr seemed to frown. I didn't say that. Xian raised his hand to surrender. There was no way. Tyr's tone was full of unhappiness, telling Xian how bad her mood was. There was nothing he could do about it. If someone else said this to Tyr would just choose to ignore it. But when Xian said this, Tyr couldn't pretend not to hear it. The reason was simple. You are the person I recognize. And you are the one who entrusts all my existence. Tyr looked directly at Xian and said very seriously, others can admit everything that man did. But you can't. Xian was speechless. He knew what Tyr wanted to say. Tyr wanted to say that if even she, who had placed all her trust in him, admitted Aridia, then her denial of Aridia would become a joke. Of course, Xian did not really admit Aridia. I just said that he was not as ruthless as you thought. Xian said, but what he did to you was wrong. And I would not generalize it. That's it. That's good. Tyr relaxed his expression and said, don't worry. I will surpass him soon. Tyr did not say this with full confidence, but with a momentum of breaking the wall and not looking back. This was not something Tyr wanted to do, but something Tyr had to do. Xian wanted to say something, but gave up. Seeing Tyr working hard to practice just for such an illusory goal, Xian felt a little distressed. She clearly has something she wants to be recognized for, and she keeps working hard for it, even risking everything. But someone is still eyeing her behind her back. Thinking of the Leffelet family, Xian couldn't help but say something. Have you encountered anything strange recently? Xian's words made Teal frown slightly. Teal murmured about strange things, and then said, not that there aren't any. What? Xian was refreshed and asked quickly, what strange things have you encountered? For this question, Teal's answer was this. It was Vivian and the others. Teal said bluntly, recently, they have been taking me to do some irregular commissions, as if they were hiding something from me. Really? Xian laughed dryly. Needless to say, this is what Vivian did to prevent Tyr from meeting the people of the Leffelet family. Tyr saw some signs keenly, but seemed not to say it out loud. Although this girl is taciturn, her mind is unusually flexible at times, and her intuition is also very sharp. Many times, when others are still groping for something, she has already found the rules in it, one step faster than anyone else. But she just didn't say it, no matter what. She is a lucky person like Rosie, who has been blessed by the goddess of fate. So it is normal for her intuition to be sharp. Sean sighed so. And this idea was immediately confirmed. In addition, I always feel that something seems to be happening recently. Thea murmured, it seems that some evil existence is staring at me, which makes me feel a little uneasy. These words made Sean silent. But, this silence, Thea felt something again. Are you hiding something from me? Thierry stared at Sheen, which made Sheen feel a little guilty. It seems that I really need to become stronger as soon as possible. Thierry seemed to understand something. After a while of silence, he said, otherwise, it would not be a good feeling to be protected by others all the time. In the past, Thierry had always been protected by Vivian, Roxy and Laylee. Now, Thierry may also feel that she is protected by Sheen. This is definitely not what she wants to see. She wants to entrust everything to Sheen and let Sheen lead her to grow, rather than being protected by Sheen and living in a greenhouse. Sensing Thierry's emotions, Sheen trembled and wanted to say something. But before that, Thierry had stepped forward, held his hand, and went to the direction of the mansion. What? What happened? Sheen asked hurriedly. In response, Thierry only replied with a faint word. Go take a shower. These words, which used to make Sean ecstatic, now made him tremble all over. He knew that Ter was going to use extraordinary means to trick him. Can he hold on? For the first time, Sean had no confidence in his ability. Chapter 432 What Should I Do? On the other side, when Sheehan was caught by Ter and became a toy, Lumia and Melika were walking outside alone. Alas! On the way, Melika held her staff and listened to the discussions from all directions, and couldn't help sighing. Next to her, Lumia, who was trembling with fear, looked worried. Are you okay, Melika? Lumia said with a worried look, if you feel unwell, then you go back and rest. I can go alone to prepare the purchase of recovery products. The two of them went out at such a late time just to purchase the recovery products to be used in the adventure activities. That is, various magic potions. Since the incident in the Outlet Canyon, Vivian realized how important it was for a team to have sufficient recovery medicines in times of crisis. This was not only a necessary condition for maintaining a protracted war, but also a necessary means for safety and not losing combat effectiveness. For this reason, Vivian's team has now formed the habit of preparing a certain amount of recovery products in case of emergency. This task is usually carried out by Lumia and Melika, because as the team leader, Vivian needs to make various contacts and discussions with the guild, and may not have the time. Ter knows nothing about this, and only Lumia and Melika can barely handle this task, and thus become the logistics personnel specializing in purchasing items in the team. Now, Vivian is still in the guild, preparing to screen the commissions to be executed tomorrow and investigate the movements of various powerful families. Ter went home first, and only the two of them came outside to prepare to purchase some insufficient recovery products. Under such circumstances, Melika could not go back alone. There is no way. If Lumia goes alone, she will be too nervous to talk properly when she meets a strange clerk. Right? Melika smiled bitterly. Lumia said in a voice ashamed of herself, if the clerk is a sister who is easy to communicate with, I can still do it. In other words, if she is not a sister who is easy to communicate with, then Lumia will not be able to do it. On the other hand, although Melika is also easily nervous, she at least has the ability to have a normal conversation with people. So if she goes back this time, Lumia will probably hide back and forth at the door of a store because she dares not enter the store, and she will be anxious to tears for this. Right? Thinking of this, Melika wanted to laugh a little, but her mood made her unable to laugh. Alas! Unconsciously, Melika couldn't help sighing again. This situation has been going on for a long time, and it's not just today. Melika. Lumia peeked at Melika's expression, hesitated for a while, and then mustered up the courage to ask, what's wrong with you recently? You have been looking listless, and Sister Vivian is worried. Is that so? Melika seemed to be aware of it. So she said with guilt, Sister Vivian has noticed it? Yes. Lumia nodded, but was puzzled. But Sister Vivian seemed to know why you were like this. When I asked her if she wanted to comfort Melika, she said that you have to think about it yourself. Even Tears said that you have to think about it yourself, and she will not interfere with your thoughts. Melika's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she murmured, so Sister Vivian and Tear know my feelings? So shy. What happened? Lumia seemed to be a little awkward. And said, everyone knows about your affairs. Only I don't know anything. I feel like I am being excluded. No. Melika hurriedly said, no one means to exclude Lumia. Then what happened to Melika? Lumia pouted and said, if you have any troubles, you can also tell me, although I may not be able to help. Speaking of this, Lumia's upset look became a little depressed and frustrated. Okay. Melika could only comfort Lumia. And after hesitating for a while, she blushed and said, then I tell you. Don't tell others casually. Okay? Yeah. Lumia nodded repeatedly and promised, I won't tell others. Hearing this, Melika became shy. And then shyly put her mouth close to Lumia's ear and whispered something. What? Lumia suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, you like she-woo-woo. Before she could finish a sentence, Lumia's mouth was covered by the blushing Melika. Don't say it. Melika looked at the pedestrians around who were looking at her in surprise. And said shyly, I heard it all. Lumia. You idiot. Woohoo. Lumia quickly shook her head with tears in her eyes and begged for mercy. It must be said that the scene of two beautiful girls playing with each other on the street is pleasing to the eye. Those pedestrians who cast their eyes over may not necessarily look over because of Lumia's exclamation. Fortunately, the two girls have become accustomed to the sight of others. They are no longer as nervous as when they first came to the capital. They have achieved a certain degree of immunity. It was not until a while later that Melika let go of her hand, giving Lumia a chance to breathe. And now, Lumia finally understood Melika's troubles. Are you worried about Mr. Sheen becoming the first priority candidate for Her Highness Rox's husband? Lumia finally felt relieved. It's not really a trouble, Melika said shyly. I know. This is a great thing for Mr. Sheen. I am very surprised and feel that he is worthy of being Mr. Sheen. He can actually become the husband of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yes, Lumia said with deep conviction. That is Her Royal Highness Rosie Lusty. Most people would be proud to have a good relationship with Her Royal Highness. It was surprising that Mr. Sheen was so close to Her Royal Highness at the beginning. I didn't expect that he would become the first priority candidate for Her Royal Highness husband now. It's really surprising. Because of this, Lumia actually admires Sheen. After all, not long ago, Sheen had just become an adventurer. For everyone in Vivian's team, he was a junior who needed to be taken care of. Because of some unpleasant things that happened in Vivian's team, Sheen was guarded by a group of girls for a period of time. Now he has become a hot figure in the kingdom. Not only was he knighted and became a noble, but he also made a series of surprising achievements. In addition, he became the first priority candidate for the husband of the kingdom's treasure. Everyone in Vivian's team can be said to have watched him rise to fame all the way. It is impossible not to admire him. Of course, in addition to admiration, Lumia still has some questions about Sheen. Recalling the brilliant holy sword that Sheen released and used when facing the out-of-control runaway Tyr in the Atla Canyon, Lumia murmured unconsciously. Sure enough, Mr. Sheen is actually a brave woo-woo. Without any surprise, Lumia was once again covered by Melika's mouth. You can't say this. Melika covered Lumia's mouth and said seriously, Sister Vivian has already said that this is a very important matter, which is related to the future of the 3 realms and 3 tribes. So we can't pursue it, and we can't talk about it casually. Have you forgotten? Lumia reacted and cast a wrong look at Melika. You can't talk about this casually in the future. Okay. Melika let go of Lumia, but still worriedly told, you can't say it at home. Okay. Got it. Lumia said with a bitter face, I won't say it again. And I won't ask again. That's good. Melika was relieved. Compared with Lumia, who was half aware, Melika had already determined that Sheen was actually a hero. Although she didn't know why the hero suddenly appeared. But thinking of the mysteries of Sheen before, and the lack of common sense about this world, Melika was basically sure that Sheen was the hero from another world. But there must be a very deep secret in this matter. After 1,000 years, when the secret ceremony of the hero's summoning has been sealed, why did the hero suddenly appear? As long as she thought about it, Melika knew how serious the secret was. And Sheen was in such a vortex, and his situation might not be too good. Therefore, Melika had already made up her mind to help Sheen keep the secret no matter what. But only outstanding people like Her Highness Rosie Lusty are worthy of being the partner of the hero. Right? Melika thought about this and sighed unconsciously. Ah. Sighed again? Lumia wondered, what is Melika thinking about it? I didn't think much about it, Melika stammered. but said in confusion, "I just don't know what to do next." Melika was indeed just thinking about such things. Although Melika felt envious and surprised about the marriage of Sheen and Rosie, she did not think there was anything wrong, as she thought. Since Sheen was a hero, it seemed normal for him to be able to tie the knot with Rosie, who was a hero candidate. The problem was that the person she admired was getting married. So what should she do? Should she continue to get along with the other person while hiding her love as she did in the past? Or should she give up this unrealistic fantasy and face the reality? After all, she was just an ordinary elf. In the eyes of ordinary people, elves might be noble and pure. But if the object was a hero, how could an ordinary elf like herself be qualified to walk beside him? What should she do? Melika thought about such things, and was unconsciously lost in thought. Melika did not notice at all that a pair of eyes were staring at her in the crowd around her. Those eyes were filled with surprise, amazement, and evil desire. Chapter 433, The Most Unfortunate Person. Edel felt that he was both unfortunate and lucky today. The unfortunate thing was that after what happened today, he had clearly realized that the goddess in his dreams would belong to someone else. And he could not earn it, let alone dare to earn it. So he realized the reality in his heart with almost despair, and no longer dared to fantasize about Luoshi. Among the powerful people who were competing in this royal capital, there were many people who were better than him and had better backgrounds than him. He, the son of the Duke who only dared to show off in the territory where his family was, had no merits at all here, and he didn't even dare to provoke a viscount. That was fine. After all, in the matter of Luoshi, Edel had long realized the cruel reality, and knew that it was impossible for him to get the kingdom's treasure. So he had already shifted his goal early, just wanting to complete the marriage contract set by his family and marry another princess. However, even in this matter, he did not make any progress at all, which was the real misfortune. Walking on the streets of the capital, Edel was furious and resentful when he recalled that he had just gone to Leah's palace to ask for an audience, but was turned away. He even failed to ask for an audience with the king and had to leave in disgrace. Those guys in the royal family must look down on me and have no intention of fulfilling the engagement. Right? Edel could still see this. That's why Edel felt angry. I am also the son of the Duke, and I also have the blood of a brave man in my body. Why did they look down on me? Edel vented his resentment, rushing all the way, knocking away passers-by one by one, and attracting the angry eyes of countless people. But when passers-by saw the two knights guarding Edel, they knew that Edel was a noble, and they dared not speak. They could only curse in their hearts, and then leave the scene as if they didn't see anything. Edel was like this, venting his anger, and cursing from time to time, which made the two knights around him despise him in their hearts. He dared to say that he was the descendant of a hero. With such a character, even if he had the blood of an orthodox hero, he would be ruined by him. Not to mention that after several generations of delusion, the son of the Duke no longer had much blood of a hero. The two knights looked down on Edel in their hearts. Edel was really too ignorant and could only bully men and women. He was a complete playboy, and his level was less than 20. If it weren't for the only one left in the Lizica family, he would have been abandoned long ago. How could he be so arrogant here? Both knights had served the Lizica family for a long time, so they knew very well that, in fact, the person who had made an engagement with the royal family at the beginning was not this ignorant playboy. Edel's two brothers were once very outstanding talents, especially the eldest brother, whose talent was not inferior to that of Linjo of the String family. At a young age, he was regarded as the pillar of the family, and was cultivated by the family. It is precisely because he cannot match his outstanding elder brother that Edel has become an unlearned and unskilled playboy out of jealousy. At the beginning, the Lizica family was also prepared to let the outstanding eldest son be engaged to the princess of the royal family. And at the very least, the second son would be engaged. Who would have thought that an accident caused the eldest and second sons of the Lizica family to lose their precious lives? And the engagement between the royal family and the Lizica family fell on Edel, allowing Edel to pick up a big bargain. If not, how could the Lizica family push out an unlearned and unskilled playboy to embarrass themselves? It was really a helpless move. But Edel had no awareness of this at all. He thought it was destined that he would be the son-in-law of the royal family, and the one who could marry the beautiful princess was destined to be him. His two brothers were not lucky enough to enjoy it, and he was always proud of it. It was not until he came to the capital and was treated coldly by Leah several times and rejected by the royal family that Edel became like this, with resentment in his heart. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Thinking of the anger, Edel finally couldn't help but get angry and kicked down the sign of a roadside store, making the people around him run away as if they were frightened. At this moment, what Edel thought was a lucky thing in his heart came to him. After the people around him ran away, Edel saw a pair of girls who seemed to be discussing something very serious, so they didn't notice the situation here. Seeing the pair of girls, Edel's resentment suddenly stagnated, and his angry eyes suddenly lit up. The reason was that the sudden pair of girls looked too outstanding. They were a combination of an orc girl and an elf girl. The orc girl seemed to be a dogman, with a pair of cute dog ears and a furry tail. She was not wearing the animal skin clothing that orcs loved, but the light armor that adventurers loved. She looked pitiful and timid, like a cute little animal shivering, stimulating the desire to protect in men. Such a cute orc girl. Even Edel, who had seen countless girls, felt a sense of brightness when he saw her. Compared with most girls he had seen, she was much cuter and prettier. It can be said that if Edel saw her, he would definitely regard her as his prey. But besides such a cute orc girl, there was an even more beautiful existence. She looked pure, with fair skin, slender figure, and robes. She had a sense of holiness close to nature, but she seemed to be troubled by something, with a melancholy face, and hit Edel's strike zone at once. Since meeting Rosie, Edel's habits have become a little strange. Except for extremely beautiful women, other people have become real vulgar women in his eyes, and he no longer looks at them. Only those women who have some impression of Rosie can stimulate his desire and make him become strange. But after seeing the elf girl, Edel found that his past pure love for beauty seemed to have returned. That was a woman who was not inferior to Lyodila at all, and even surpassed her. Moreover, the other party was an elf, a race famous for its beauty and purity. Just think about how much it stimulated men's desires. For the creatures in the human world, elves are an unattainable existence. Whether it is beauty or holiness, they are second only to the goddesses of the gods. Therefore, there are countless people who have a special liking for elves. The higher the status of people, the more enthusiastic they are about the girls of the elves, and the more they want to be. Unfortunately, the elves are not only small in population, but also naturally difficult to get close to. They have a different cleanliness from ordinary people, and will never be easily touched by others. The royal family of the elves may even feel dirty when talking to people of other races, unless they are recognized by them. Otherwise, even the brave will not give face. In addition, the elves have always lived in the forest far away from the hustle and bustle. Ordinary people can't contact them at all, and it's hard to see them. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can get married with elf women. Edel has never seen an elf in his own territory. Because of the reputation of the Lyusica family, the Lyusica territory, which has always accepted tributes from neighboring small countries, is not a place that is looked down upon among the many territories of the kingdom. Although it is not chaotic, it is full of nobles who are lining their pockets and people who play with power. Therefore, even adventurers don't want to develop there, let alone the elves. The elves sometimes leave the forest and go outside to train, but they only go to those territories with better reputations, or the bases of some elves who are developing outside. After all, no one knows better than the elves how much people outside covet them, how greedy and evil they are to them. Thanks to this, although Edel had heard about the elves and had a yearning and desire like a normal man, he never had the chance to get involved. Until today, Edel found that the goddess of fate finally favored him. Ike, Red, did you see it? Edel pointed to the front with excitement and spoke to the two knights beside him. It's an elf. It's really an elf. Hearing Edel's excited voice, the two knights called Ike and Red were even more contemptuous in their hearts. But they were not immune to the commonplace. When they saw the elf girl, a touch of surprise and desire appeared in their eyes. There are really elves. It's worthy of being the capital, Ike and Red exclaimed. This undoubtedly made Edel more excited. From her appearance, she seems to be an adventurer. Right? Edel kept staring at Melika and hurriedly said, Do you know her? Ike and Red shook their heads very simply. In this world, there are indeed some elves who make a living as adventurers and travel in human countries and have made a name for themselves. But as far as Ike and Red know, the elf girl in front of them cannot be compared with those powerful elves. In other words, it is very likely that it is an elf who has just come to the human world not long ago. Thinking of this, Ike and Red couldn't help but look at Edel with envy, because they knew that Edel must have set his sights on her, and an elf girl who has just come to the human world not long ago should be easier to get. Right? It seems that I am still quite lucky. Edel grinned, and the desire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He hasn't been so excited and felt so much for a long time. So, that elf. I'm determined. After making such a decision, Edel took a step without hesitation and walked in the direction of Melika. Ike and Red couldn't help but frown, but could only follow helplessly. Edel was right. Today, he was lucky. But, at the same time, he was also the most unfortunate. Chapter 434. Let's see if you dare to do it again. Finally, I got away with it. In the big bathhouse of Bostut's house, Xian walked out with a damp body, leaning on the wall as if he was very tired. Don't get me wrong. This is really exhausting. Not because of doing something popular that makes his legs weak and unable to walk. Although Xian really wants to turn into a beast and eat the daughter of the Elvian family who is giving away benefits. The other party obviously has no intention of letting Xian get his wish. She just keeps tormenting him and tricking him. But once Xian dares to pounce on her, she will immediately punch him and beat him away. Unless you tell me what you are hiding from me. The naked purple-haired girl said this more than once, even though her tone was calm and her expression was flat, because she would no longer wear a mask in front of Xian. Xian really wanted to surrender more than once when he saw the pretty face of a beautiful woman who was unknown to anyone and would definitely be a treasure of the kingdom in the future. And then looked at her naked posture. He really wanted to surrender more than once and just tell Thea about it. However, it was not suitable to tell Thea about this matter, because she knew that with Thea's character, if he told her about Moro and the Leffolet family, she would probably disappear suddenly without a word. And he would go to her house and settle the matter with her. Don't doubt it. This is exactly what Thea would do. This girl has never been afraid of danger, and she has never had the habit of handing over her affairs to others, relying on others, and asking others for help. Therefore, Xian can say with certainty that once she knows about this, she will definitely want to go to her house alone to solve it. This is absolutely not possible. Xian recalled the intelligence Havis had given him. The elite assassination forces of the Leffolet family are generally loyal dogs trained from childhood. They have a very hidden organization that has been secretly collecting talented and gifted children, or abandoned babies, and conducting all-round closed training for them there. In this process, I don't know how many people died because they couldn't bear the intensity of the training. And I don't know how many people had mental breakdowns and were dealt with. In the end, only a small number of elites who lost themselves, were numb to reality, and only obeyed orders were left. It is precisely because of this that the elite assassination forces of the Leffolet family can even be compared with the killer faction in the past. Such elite assassins trained by the Leffolet family are all at least level 60 or above. And there are even elites among the elites at level 70, who have solved many opponents and troubles for the Leffolet family. This time, the Leffolet family seems to have set a team of 10 people, 2 of whom have reached level 70, and the remaining 8 are all above level 60, which is very powerful. And Valian himself was adopted by the current head of the Lefra family. Because of his outstanding performance in the training institution, he was allowed to enter the Lefra family and became a powerful weapon under the command of the head of the Lefra family. His level is as high as 77, and he also possesses a unique skill. It is said that this skill is very bloody and ruthless. If you are not prepared, even a legendary strongman may be killed. 2 years ago, Valian had a fight with Killian from the killer faction. In the end, if it weren't for Beto's action, Killian might have been killed by him. I once fought with him in the name of sparring. I didn't use unique skills or thunderstorms. And he didn't use his unique skills either. As a result, although I had the upper hand, I couldn't defeat him. In this way, how strong Valian is, it is conceivable. For Xian, this opponent may not be a big deal. But for Tyr, this is a terrible opponent that is difficult to defeat. At least, Xian can't see the future of Tyr defeating Valian, let alone the future of Tyr to deal with a 10-man assassination team, unless she uses the power of the horn. But in that case, the problem will be big. Once the power of the horn is released, the rampaging Tyr is likely to tear down the entire capital. In terms of potential, Tyr is naturally not inferior to Valian. But Tyr is still young, only 16 years old, and his strength is still improving. It is naturally not an easy thing to compare with Valian, who is nearly 30 years old. In this case, Xian would not tell Tyr about this. I am doing this for your own good, you little goblin. And you are still tormenting me like this. Xian sighed against the wall. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel down and call me daddy. And see if you dare to do it again in the future. Xian felt indignant and prepared to return to the room. I was out all day today. I heard that Lilith couldn't find me after getting up, and almost overturned the entire Bozta family. If it weren't for AI and Laxia stopping her, this evil god might have rushed to the street. For this reason, Xian had to go back and coax this little girl, so as to prevent this little girl, who was too clingy, from raiding his house every day. While Xian was thinking this, he didn't notice that the goddess, who was integrated into nature, was sighing helplessly. So, has his relationship with another blessing of the god of destiny reached this point? Nadira felt funny and emotional at the same time. I really don't know how this brave man did it. As a person who watched everything, Nadira was thinking. By the way, the name Moro always seemed to have been heard somewhere. After Xian talked with Havis, Nadira, who witnessed everything, kept muttering this sentence. But, for some reason, Nadira always couldn't remember the name. I feel a little concerned. If I have free time later, I will take a look at the situation in the Empire. Nadira decided so. But, at this moment, Nadira suddenly felt a throbbing sensation. What is this? Nadira frowned, and her pretty face sank. During this period of time, Nadira focused all her attention on Xian. But for some beings that she cared about, she also divided a little of her spirit, as if unconsciously, monitoring through the flowers, grass, trees, and woods in nature. In this case, once the existence that she was concerned about did something incredible, or encountered any situation, all the flowers, grass, and trees in nature would convey information to Nadira and let her know everything. Therefore, Nadira already knew that the candidate for the blessing that she had taken a fancy to was now in trouble. Should I go over to help her? Nadira hesitated. For her, this was just a piece of cake. However, once she took action, it would inevitably be noticed by the existence of the dragon demon and Lilith. If they noticed, it would be impossible for me to continue to observe Xian silently like this. Especially the dragon demon. Even if I saw a different side of him here. For Najula, he was still a cruel and bad-tempered existence. Not so easy to deal with. If she knew that I had set my eyes on someone she liked, she would probably go directly to the god realm to ask for an explanation. Right? That would be troublesome. That's right. Najula cast her eyes on Xian, who was walking against the wall in front of her. He has the blessing of the Mother Goddess. So he should also have the power of my blessing. The blessing of the Supreme God includes the protection of the world. The blessing effects of all the goddesses of the gods can work on him. And there must be his own power, the blessing of the God of nature. In this case, using the method we usually use to enlighten believers and blessers, we should be able to talk to him directly. Just like Iris, who can borrow the power of the goddess of life through prayer. The goddesses can also connect with the hearts of their believers or blessers and communicate directly with each other. Let's do it. Najula made a decision. Xian, who was heading towards his room, suddenly stopped and his face changed slightly. Because, at this moment, a hidden magic power descended on him, as if connected to him, covering him. What is this? Xian subconsciously wanted to mobilize magic power to defeat the envelopment of this magic power. However, before that, a voice sounded incredibly from the bottom of his heart. Hello, brave Xian. It was a voice as clear as a spring in the water, and as comfortable as a breeze blowing through the forest, making people feel relaxed and happy. Who are you? Xian stopped the action he was about to take and asked silently in his heart. The other party gave an answer. I am Nadira, the goddess of nature. The owner of the voice told Xian so, which surprised Xian. Goddess of nature? One of the three goddesses of the gods? Isn't that the pinnacle of the gods? As famous as Enema? I am glad to meet you. And I am glad that you know me. It is my honor to be remembered by you as a hero. The other party said such words in a dignified and polite voice, which made Xian feel like he saw a noble princess saluting him. And he couldn't help but marvel and sigh in his heart. This elegant, dignified and polite feeling. Even Xian can understand that the other party must be a very pure and flawless existence. I'm very sorry to talk to you in such a presumptuous way, but I have something I want to ask you to do. And it may be a little urgent. So can you please rush to this place now? Along with the appearance of such a sentence, a message appeared in Xian's mind, pointing out the direction for Xian. Then, before Xian had any doubts, the explanation of the goddess of nature came immediately. There, a child I care about is in trouble. She is also someone you know. Her name is Melika. As soon as these words came out, Xian's eyes suddenly focused. Chapter 435 Mr. Xian? As Najula said, Melika is in big trouble now. Melika. Lumia has completely entered a state of fear, hiding beside Melika, and her body is trembling, as if she may cry at any time. It's okay, Lumia. Don't be afraid. Melika held Lumia's hand and comforted her with her mouth. In fact, her face was full of tension. Not only did she bite her lips tightly, but she also held Lumia's hand very hard, telling others that she was definitely not relaxed. In front of Melika and Lumia, Edel took Ike and Red, blocking the girls' way, and looked at them wantonly. The smile on his face seemed polite, but very deliberate, giving people a feeling of artificiality. It is better to say that Edel's eyes at this time still contained extreme excitement. That was the manifestation of the sadistic heart being stimulated. Obviously, Melika's nervousness and Lumia's fear stimulated the pleasure in the heart of the Duke's son. Therefore, Edel not only did not restrain himself, but became even worse. Why are you so nervous? Edel smiled and said, I just want to invite the two ladies to have a meal together. Isn't that too much? Hearing this, Lumia couldn't say a word, and Melika was also very scared. But she still plucked up the courage to speak. I am very embarrassed. Really? Can you please not be like this? Melika tried her best to express her thoughts. However, Melika didn't know that her appearance, for those who had ill intentions, not only did not have the slightest persuasiveness, but also strengthened her image of being easy to bully. At least, Edel thought so. Therefore, this is a bit ungrateful. The lady of the elf tribe. Edel laughed wantonly and said, I'll tell you the truth. I'm the son of the Duke. My father is the head of the Luzica family. I'm not only the next Duke, but also the fiancé of Princess Lyadila, who has the first right of succession. Even the royal family of your elves have to be polite to me. Are you sure you don't want to give me face? Melika was speechless. If what the other party said was true, then the other party's status is indeed not something that people like me can defy. Although the elves are a very noble and transcendent race, especially the royal family of the elves. They are a symbol of nobility in the human world, and even the kings of humans will pay respect to them. However, the kingdom of Mitra is also a country of heroes. A country established by the heroes who defeated the demon king. The royal family of this country is also a respectful existence for the elves. Once upon a time, the king of the elves was a companion of the brave Mitra. He had friendships with the ancestors of the Elbian family, and the outstanding warriors in the brave team that was the predecessor of the Knights Guard. It could even be said that he was one of them. In a war 1,000 years ago, he and those brave companions fought against the beast demons among the 6 great demons. And for this, he left his name in history and enjoyed great fame. Because of this anecdote, the relationship between the elves and the Mitra kingdom is very good. If the elves leave the forest to train, they will generally come to the Mitra kingdom, and few people will go to other countries. In view of this, the elf royal family can be said to be unattainable to the royal families of other countries. But the elf royal family has always had a respect and affection for the Mitra kingdom. In this case, if the other party is really the fiancé of the royal princess, it is not strange that the elf royal family will become polite when they see the other party. Besides, even if the elf royal family can be impolite, Melika can't. Because Melika is just an ordinary elf who can't be more ordinary. She belongs to an ordinary family in the land of elves, far from the noble royal family. Do you understand? Edel smiled proudly and said, Since you understand, you should know what to do. Right? As he said, Edel also gestured to Ike and Red beside him. Ike and Red looked at each other, then stepped forward expressionlessly, releasing their aura. That aura made Melika's face change. Level 70. Those two knights were actually above level 70. Knowing this, Melika was already desperate. With two such powerful knights here, she couldn't even resist. Not to mention the difference of more than 20 levels. She was also a magician. At such a distance, I was afraid that as soon as she chanted the spell, the other party would immediately attack and subdue her. Right? Realizing this, Melika spoke with a trembling voice. I can go with you, but you must let my companions leave. Yes. Melika was ready to compromise, and at least save Lumia. No! Melika! Lumia realized this, and kept shaking her head with tears in her eyes. Edel glanced at Lumia, and felt conflicted. After all, this orc girl was also very outstanding. Although she was not as pure and beautiful as the elves, her weak and helpless feeling also stimulated Edel's sadistic heart. Among the women Edel had seen, Lumia might not be the most beautiful, but she could be ranked in the top 5. If it weren't for Melika, Lumia would also be a top-notch prey in Edel's eyes. Unfortunately, Melika has the bonus of race, which is the best of the best, as the closest existence to the gods among the human race. Every elf is so pure and beautiful, and is the perfect object that everyone wants but cannot get. In terms of appearance and hobbies, for Edel, Melika's priority is even higher than Leah. So, after thinking about it, Edel decided, since the elf lady said so, then well, I'm not a rude and unreasonable person. Let this dog lady leave. Edel said this nonchalantly, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. First find a way to get this elf. Send someone to keep an eye on the dog man. And when I succeed, I will find a chance to bring her back. Edel was not going to let go of any of the two rare and exquisite things in front of him. Melika and Lumia, who didn't know what Edel was thinking, got into a dispute. You go away. Lumia, I don't want it. Please. Go back quickly. Woohoo. Melika, no. The two girls couldn't help hugging each other, one with an anxious look on her face, and the other with tears on her face. Looking at the two girls, Edel didn't feel sorry for them at all, but looked appreciative, with a hint of regret in his heart. If I can enjoy these two people together tonight, that would be the greatest enjoyment. Thinking of this, Edel didn't want to let Lumia go, but the consequence of doing so might be that Melika and Lumia would fight to the death. Edel was not worried that these two young girls would hurt him, but he was afraid that they were too stubborn and would commit suicide on the spot like some female adventurers he had forced in the past. That would be a big loss. Adventurers are different from others. They often go out on adventures and have experienced countless life-threatening things. For them, losing their lives is something they have already prepared for. If they are really pushed to the limit, they will definitely not mind giving up their lives. If these two top girls miss out on him because of this, he will definitely regret it to death. Be safe first. Anyway, this goal can be achieved sooner or later. Thinking about it for a while, Edel felt a little hot in his heart. Such Edel didn't know that Melika was more stubborn than he thought. Perhaps because Melika looked a little timid, Edel subconsciously ignored that as an elf who values her own purity, Melika would never let someone like him touch her hair. So, Melika had already decided. After Lumia leaves, I will immediately use the magic of self-immolation. Melika thought so resolutely. I don't know if Sister Vivian and Tyr will be sad. And will Mr. Sheen feel sad? If so, that would be good. Thinking of this, Melika kept pushing Lumia away. Let's go. Lumia. Melika forced a smile and said, go back to find Sister Vivian and Mr. Sheen. They will definitely find a way. Melika Lumia was about to cry. On the other hand, Edel was originally smug, as if he didn't know what excited he was thinking about. Until this moment, his face suddenly froze. Wait, who did she just say? Edel opened his eyes wide and murmured, Mr. Sheen? Sheen. That's not. Could it be that you know? Edel's face finally changed. However, it was too late to change color at this time. Whoosh! A figure rushed from the air at an astonishing speed, like a stream of light, and rushed to Edel's front while bringing a gust of wind and waves. Bang! With the sound of a muffled blow, Edel, who was furious, had no time to react at all, and was kicked away and hit the wall of the building. Puff! Edel spit out a mouthful of blood, his face full of pain and horror. What? Attack! The faces of Ike and Red finally changed. They looked shocked and angry. They drew their swords and rushed towards the attacking figure. Without any hesitation, the two knights above level 70 directly chopped down their swords and slashed at the attacker. But, clang! Clang! With two steel-like knocks, the two swords fell on the figure, sparking a burst of sparks, and then bounced away. Bang! Bang! The next second, two more muffled blows sounded. Ga! Goo! Ike and Red were kicked away like Edel, hitting the ground and rolling out. The owner of the figure appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Sheen? Mr. Sheen! Seeing the full picture of that figure, Melika and Lumia were startled at first, and then showed a surprised expression. The person who came was Sheen. Chapter 436. What the H.L. What? What happened? Private fight? Hurry up and inform the knights or adventurers on night patrol. The pedestrians around seemed to have finally noticed the movement here. They were startled and then started to stir. Sheen turned a blind eye to it, and didn't even look at Edel and the others. He just turned his head and looked at Melika and Lumia behind him. After taking a look at the two of them, he breathed a sigh of relief without leaving any trace. Are you all right? Sheen stepped forward to ask. The familiar voice finally made Melika and Lumia realize that they were saved. Mr. Shishian. Mr. Shishian. The next second, the two girls threw themselves into Shin's arms. Shin had never expected that the two girls, who were usually nervous and timid, would be so excited that they would throw themselves into his arms. So he was also shocked. But soon, Shin only felt pity in his heart. It was because the two girls, who threw themselves into his arms, were trembling all the time. It is conceivable how scared the two were just now. Especially Melika, who looked like she had survived a disaster and was crying with joy. Mr. Shin? Mr. Shin? Melika hugged Shin tightly as if she was holding an important thing that she almost lost. And while hugging her, she also muttered Shin's name like crying, which made Shin imagine what kind of psychological activities this girl had just gone through. Originally an elf who valued purity, and had been offended by people like Mager in the past. It was completely conceivable that such a Melika would behave like this when encountering such a thing again. Therefore, Shan could not help but become a little softer, patting Melika's back and Lumia's shoulders, comforting them. Okay. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Shan was rarely gentle. At this time, Aki and Red, who stood up shakily from the ground, saw the appearance of the attackers who attacked them, and their faces could not help changing. Shan Bastutu. She and the others actually knew Shan Bastutu? Aki and Red both sweated profusely at the same time. Obviously, the two were scared. Cough cough. Edel was coughing up blood, ignoring the severe pain in his chest, and wanted to run away even if he rolled and crawled. Just kidding. He is just unlearned and unskilled. Just a dandy. But not a fool. Since Melika and Lumia are Shin's acquaintances, if he doesn't run now, he's really done for. What a pity. Grant binding. Around Edel, the air suddenly became substantial, like an invisible crane, pressing heavily on Edel. Gaw! Ah! Edel's body suddenly stopped there, not only unable to move, but also seemed to be suffocated by the pressure, making a series of strange cries, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Shin then pressed the shoulders of Melika and Lumia, turned his head, and looked at Edel. Did I let you go? Shin had a smile on his face, but for some reason, it made people feel cold inside. Wait! Stop! Ike and Red looked at this scene and screamed subconsciously. You have nothing to do here. Go away. Shin didn't even look at the two knights, and said this lightly. But that was it. The two knights really didn't move. There was no other way. Shin had already used the skill oppression, and cast a terrible aura over the two knights, making them look horrified, trembling all over, and unable to move. Shin suppressed two powerful knights above level 70 with just his aura. All these scenes were seen by the pedestrians around. They started talking about it, their faces full of surprise. I don't know if they recognized Shin's identity or Edel's identity, and they surrounded the whole scene. You two step aside first, Shin whispered to the two girls in his arms. Yes. Lumia seemed to have calmed down. Seeing that she was hugging Shin tightly, she hurriedly let go of her hand and timidly stepped aside. Mr. Shin? Melika didn't know what Shin was going to do, and her face was a little uneasy. It's okay. Step aside. Shin smiled at Melika and said, I will help you get back your position. Hearing this, Melika looked at Shin steadily, then nodded heavily and stepped aside. Shin put away his smile, stepped forward, and came to Edel. What do you want to do? Edel was already frightened. Seeing Shin walking towards him, he trembled at his heart and shouted in a cowardly manner. Don't come over. My father is Pooh. Before he could finish his words, Edel was hit hard in the face, causing him to fall to the ground with a bang and blood spurting from his nose. The pedestrians around him exclaimed. Ike and Red were even more shocked. But Shin turned a deaf ear to it, and instead raised his foot and kicked Edel again and again. Bang! 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 With the sound of heavy blows, Edel was kicked mercilessly all over his body, making the people around him look terrified. Gaw! Ah! Stop! No! It hurts! Stop! Spare my life! Ah! Edel kept screaming and rolling. But Shin didn't show any mercy at all. Shin kicked him expressionlessly, leaving him with bruises all over his face. He truly demonstrated what it means to be a ruthless person who doesn't say a word. He didn't even let the other person say a word. His fierce look was very scary. Shin didn't stop until Edel was out of breath. He reached out and grabbed Edel, who was bruised and swollen, and dragged him to his front. Come on. Tell me, Shin said with a smile, Who is your father? Sheen didn't even give this little character a cliched plot to scare people. After giving the other person a good lesson, he would investigate it properly. Edel had already cried. Moreover, he cried so hard that his tears and snot came out together. My father is the Duke. Edel said this sentence vaguely with some air leaking out of his mouth. Really? Sheen smiled and said, Are you sure your father is not the king? Edel was stunned. It seems not. Sheen nodded as if he got the answer. And then his face suddenly changed, saying, Since your father is not the most powerful one, then what are you doing here? After saying that, Sheen punched out again. Bang! Ah! The fist was firmly imprinted on Edel's face, causing a muffled sound and screams. Edel was beaten and flew away, just like the 2 nights before, rolling on the ground for several circles, rolling straight into the crowd of onlookers around, scaring the pedestrians there and avoiding them in a panic. And this time, Edel completely lost consciousness, fainted there, and could no longer move. Blood was left under the opponent's body and on the ground where he rolled over. The scene was so miserable that it was indescribable. Master Edel, Ike and Red finally couldn't help but scream out, and their hearts were filled with despair, because they knew that it would be difficult for them to give an explanation to the head of the family for letting Edel fall into such a miserable state. At this time, someone around brought the knights over. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! What happened? The knights hurried here, and after seeing the situation here, they issued a stern warning. However, when they saw Sheen standing there with blood dripping from his fist and an indifferent face, they were all shocked again. That is, Viscount Bostut, the first priority candidate for Her Highness Rosie's husband. The knights recognized Sheen very smoothly. This would not have happened in the past. In the past, although Sheen was famous, he was not as famous as this. So famous that he could be recognized casually. But ever since the battle with Havis on the stage, Sheen's appearance and life story have become more and more well known. Now, at least in the royal capital, there is no one who doesn't know him. It was because of this that the knights were shocked. Presumably, they didn't expect that the one who was making trouble here was Sheen, a recent celebrity. Right? But Sheen still ignored everyone. He walked straight to the unconscious Edel and lifted him up with one hand. Are you two his guards? Sheen held Edel in one hand, looked at Ike and Red, and said indifferently, In this case, you go back and tell the Duke who is the father mentioned by this guy to come to my house to pick him up. Having said that, Sheen looked around and said word by word, I want to see if a Duke is so lawless that he can indulge his son to rob a girl in the street in the capital with bad intentions. Hearing this, the people around knew what happened and instantly made a commotion. Ike and Red were even more pale, their lips trembling, and they couldn't even say a word. After leaving the words behind, Sheen came directly to Melika and Lumia. Let's go back. With that, Sheen took Edel, Melika and Lumia and returned to Bostut's house. Only the people at the scene were left, looking at each other. And finally the noise became even louder. The people of the knights also realized that something was wrong. Let's go and report this matter quickly. Viscount Bostut seemed to be confronting a duke. Something big was going to happen. The knights came and left in a hurry. In the capital, a not-so-small riot was about to begin. Chapter 437 I just want to make a big deal. Royal Palace, King's bedroom. At this time, Anchi was just about to go to bed. However, before Anchi went to bed, a piece of news reached his ears through the guards of the royal palace. What did you say? Anchi, who had already changed into pajamas, was awakened by the guard's words. The son of the Lyusica family was taken away by Viscount Bostut, and he also claimed that Duke Lyusica would go to take him away himself. After learning about this, Anchi had only one thought in his mind. That is, that kid. Why does he always do something earth-shattering? Anchi thought so while changing out of his pajamas and putting on clothes for going out. There is no way. The guards have told him that the head of the Lyusica family is now furious, and he is heading towards the Bostut family with his guards regardless of everything. What a fool. Knowing that there is a demon behind that kid, he dared to do this. It seems that the Luxica family has been too comfortable in the south for these years, so they have forgotten that there are some existences that must not be provoked. In order to avoid bloodshed in the capital, Anchi had to bring guards quickly, and even Eridia did not have time to notify him, and went directly to Bostut's house. At the same time, the two princesses also received the news. Luxica. Luo, she raised her eyebrows, not knowing what she thought of. Not only did she not feel wrong, but she laughed. This is really a good opportunity. After all, Luo she has long disliked those people in the Luxica family. It should be said that she has long disliked the other party's engagement with her family. Now it's good. Finally there is a chance to take advantage of the topic. Let's go. Let's go and see. So, Luo she also changed her clothes and led the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights out of the palace. And of course, Leah, who had just fallen asleep, was also awakened by the news. Edel tried to rob the woman next to Viscount Bostad on the street. So he was now seriously injured and taken to Bostad's house? Leah was stunned. But after being stunned, Leah was annoyed and disgusted again. That young master finally caused a big disaster. Leah did not doubt the authenticity of the news at all. Because this is indeed what she knew Edel would do. How could she not know what kind of virtue her fiancé is? Originally, I thought that at this time, that guy should be restrained. But I didn't expect that he would dare to do so. You know, at this moment in the capital, because of Luo Shi's selection of a son-in-law, all kinds of dignitaries have come here and may appear at any time. Under such circumstances, even the most dissolute noble sons would be told by their families to be more restrained recently and not to offend people who should not be offended outside. Edel was so good that he dared to do such a thing. He really asked for death and could not blame others. However, Edel could not be blamed for this. Firstly, Melika was an elf and was obviously not a nobleman from any country. So Edel did not think about it in this way. Secondly, both Melika and Lumia were dressed as adventurers, which made Edel feel that the other party was not a person of great origin. In addition, Melika looked like a rookie, and Edel was annoyed and impulsive because he was rejected by Leah and the royal family. In the end, Edel still took this action. If Melika's clothes were more exquisite, and Lumia was not the only one around her, but had guards, then Edel would not mess around at this time even if he was bold. Even if he wanted to. Aki and Red, his guards, would stop him from causing trouble for the Luxica family. Again, Edel was just uneducated and a dandy. Not stupid. This time, he really just happened to kick the iron plate that he shouldn't kick. This time, the Luxica family is really famous. Not only did Leah not feel ashamed, but she felt a little happy. She also wished that Edel would be punished and let the Luxica family lose face once. To see if they dared to come to the door again and again with a high-sounding name and asked to complete the marriage contract made by the previous king. Of course, from a standpoint, Leah couldn't pretend not to hear about this. I don't know what Sheen thinks. It's understandable to teach that young master a lesson, and the Luxica family wouldn't dare to retaliate against him for this. But if he took him back directly, the old man of the Luxica family would certainly not let it go. That was not only for face, but also because the only child left in the Luxica family. The old man was too busy protecting him. So how could he watch him get into trouble? Therefore, this conflict must be huge. Did he do it on purpose? Leah couldn't guess what Sean was thinking. In fact, this time, Leah thought too much. You know, Sean didn't even know who Edel was. However, Sean was really annoyed. He didn't expect that this kind of bad plot of aristocratic children bullying men and women by relying on their power would really happen to him. Although this plot is bad, it really happened. In addition to being angry, there was only anger. Sean didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Melika if he hadn't received Najula's revelation and didn't know what Melika had encountered. The more he thought about it, the angrier Sean became. Therefore, Sean would never let this matter settle easily. Although Sheen hated trouble and the cliched pretense, he was a noble after all, and the future husband of Her Royal Highness the Princess. He had dragons and demons behind him, and evil gods around him. He was also a brave man. If he didn't show off his power, his trip to this different world would be in vain. In view of this time, Sheen made up his mind to be ruthless and let everyone know that he is not easy to mess with, so as to prevent others from touching the people around him in the future. Duke? The last Duke who dared to be so arrogant. Not to mention the grass on his grave. He didn't even have a grave. This is what Sheen thought. Leah, who didn't know all this, thought there was some reason for it. After thinking about it, she finally decided, let's go and take a look. Without notifying Shania or others, Leah also left the palace with a few guards. All this could not be hidden from the eyes of the nobles. The nobles who understood the cause and effect knew that tonight, the capital was destined to be uneasy. Bastuda's house. The main hall. Bang! With an extremely abrupt muffled sound, Edel was blasted away and hit the wall. With a scream, He fell down. Teal looked at Edel screaming with a murderous look on his face, and walked with a step full of anger, holding a sharp blade in his hand, as if he was going to kill Edel. Teal! Stop it! Seeing this scene, Melika and Lumia seemed to be frightened, and hurried forward to hug Teal. Vivian also pressed Teal's shoulder to stop her. Okay. Calm down. Vivian's face was as gloomy as water, and said, if you continue to hit him, he will really die. Then kill him. Teal said coldly, it's best to kill such a scum. Don't kill me. Edel was already frightened and terrified. Regardless of the severe pain all over his body, he cried and begged for mercy. Beside him, Xian sat by himself, without any intention of stopping Teal. It seemed that even if he beat Edel to death, he would not frown. Instead, it was Melika who tried to persuade them. I'm fine. Aren't I? Tyr, Melika said weakly. Tyr immediately glared at Melika and said unkindly, what? Do you still want to be in trouble? Melika shook her head quickly. Of course she didn't want to be in trouble. In fact, until now, Melika still had some lingering fears. However, this was not the first time Melika had encountered the same thing. So, Melika just whispered, I know that everyone is trying to protect me, but I always feel a little sorry for making such a big fuss for my affairs. This is what Melika really thinks. Melika really doesn't care much about Edel's life or death. Elves are a kind race by nature, but they value their purity more than anything else. If someone intends to offend them, even if they will not kill them, they will never plead for them. The reason why she stopped Tyr was purely because she felt bad for causing trouble to everyone and making everyone so angry. Vivian patted Melika's shoulder and sighed. This time I didn't think it through. Vivian said with some guilt. I should have thought that at this time. There are many noble children in the capital who bully others. I shouldn't let you and Lumia go to purchase recovery products alone. As she spoke, Vivian herself felt a little nervous. Fortunately, Xian was here this time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to apologize to you. Vivian's words made everyone look at Xian. Who could have thought of it? At the beginning, the new male adventurer who was stuffed into their team by Riley, and was guarded by everyone, fearing that he would have some improper thoughts, now not only lives under the same roof with them, but also rescued Melika and Lumia from the noble children who had improper thoughts. Fate is really a wonderful thing. But, is this okay? Vivian said solemnly, if I am not mistaken, this person should be the son of the Lizica family, the biological son of Duke Lizica. If you bring him back directly like this, and openly let him take him away by himself, if you don't handle it well, even the royal family may find it difficult to support you. After all, the Duke is a noble of the highest class, a true royal relative. If he is too presumptuous, even the royal family will find it difficult to help Xian handle this matter. However, don't worry. Xian was not worried at all, but smiled. This time, I will let all those who doubt me know that the power here is not just from the Mithraic royal family. No matter what. One thing is certain. I just want to make a big deal. Chapter 438. No way. No way. This incident has really made a big fuss. At least, in the entire capital, in less than an hour. Not only the nobles, but also the ordinary civilians knew about it. I heard that the eldest son of Duke Luxica offended Viscount Boztut. The eldest son of Duke Luxica offended the woman around Viscount Boztut. Duke Luxica has now gone to Boztut's house with the guards and the knights. A Viscount actually confronted the Duke, which is really amazing. Only Viscount Boztut dared to do such a thing. It was clearly the middle of the night, but the streets and alleys of the capital were full of various discussions like this. It is conceivable how big this incident was. This is also because the protagonist of the incident has something to do with Xian. Because Xian was famous, many people were paying attention to him. Once he did something, it would naturally spread immediately and be known by everyone. So, not only the nobles, but also some bold civilians went to the noble district and the Boztut family, intending to spy on the incident. However, when they arrived at the Boztut family, they were shocked to find that this incident was really bigger than they had imagined. Because, in front of the gate of the entire Boztut family, a dense crowd of knights had surrounded the place. The leader was a middle-aged noble who was dressed luxuriously and seemed to be about 50 years old. This person was Edel's father, the Duke of Mitra Kingdom, Jeraman Lizica. At this time, Jeraman's face looked extremely gloomy, and next to him stood Ike and Red, who were timid and submissive. It was obvious that they were on the verge of an explosion. In fact, Jeraman was in a really bad mood now. Not only because of the good things his son had done, but also because the incident was known to everyone, which made him feel ashamed. So, without much thought, Jelloman directly brought all the guards and knights around him, and surrounded the entire Boztut family. Sheen Boztut, Jelloman shouted in an angry voice. Give my son back to me. Under Jelloman's roar, the knights behind him stepped forward one after another. Boom! The sound of heavy footsteps in a neat and orderly manner suddenly sounded, and the world was instantly filled with a murderous atmosphere. This surprised the nobles and civilians who were watching this scene. Does this Duke Lizica really want to fight with Viscount Boztut? He really dares. Although the other party is only a Viscount, he is also the first priority candidate for Her Highness Rosie's husband. He didn't even give the royal family face? It seems that he lost his mind for this only child. Everyone was talking about it. Until it was really disturbing. He was still so noisy in the middle of the night. He was worthy of being the Duke. He really knew how to bully others. With such a word, the door of Boztut's house opened. There were no guards or knights inside the door. Only Sheen and the people of Vivian's team walked out slowly and appeared in front of everyone. Of course, Edel was also brought out. However, he was dragged out by Sheen by the back of the collar. Everyone looked at this scene and took a breath of cold air. Not only because Edel was dragged out, but also because the son of the Duke was not only covered with scars, but also bruised and swollen, dying, and even dragged a trail of blood under his body, looking extremely miserable. This is not just embarrassing. Edel! Jelloman was shocked and angry, and he looked at Sheen as if he was looking at the murderer of his father, and growled, Bastard! How dare you! Looking at the furious Jelloman, Sheen showed a cheerful smile that didn't look like he had done all this. Of course I dare, Sheen said with a half smile. What can I not dare to do to a waste who bullies men and women? You? Jelloman pointed at Sheen, panting, and shouted with red eyes, Give him back. However, in the face of Jelloman's angry shout, she not only did not do it, but smiled, dragged Edel over, and threw him in front of him. Bang! The next second, Sheen raised his foot without hesitation and stepped heavily on Edel. Ah! Edel screamed in agony, making people tremble. Stop! Jelloman finally exploded, raised a staff, chanted magic, released a blazing flame, and blasted towards Sheen. Give and dispel. Sheen did not even move, just chanted a sentence, and the magic power on his body erupted, and the flames that fell on him were immediately dispersed and disappeared without a trace amid the exclamations of everyone. Bang! Without too much nonsense, and without fighting back, Sheen raised his foot again after dispersing the flames, and kicked Edel with an expressionless face, causing Edel to scream again. The silent ridicule and sarcasm made Jelloman lose his mind. All of them, Jelloman roared, and the knights behind him drew their weapons one after another. The magicians also raised their staffs and attacked Sheen. Unfortunately, Sheen still didn't move at all. Even the girls around Sheen just looked at it with a gloomy face, without moving a muscle. However, just because Sheen and the others did not move, it did not mean that no one else would move. In midair, a scorching breath suddenly descended, blasting in front of the charging knights. Boom! Amidst the roar of an explosion, the scorching breath spread like erupting magma, scorching the ground in an instant, and blasting away the attacking knights, making them all scream, blown upside down, and fall to the ground. Roar! The pitch-black dragon then descended from midair, came to the top of Sheen and his group, looked at everyone in front, and let out a violent roar. The roar turned into a surging air wave, blowing on everyone. Atreus's black dragon. It's Atreus's black dragon. The spectators, who were watching this scene, all exclaimed in fear. Jelloman, who was overwhelmed by anger, was like being splashed with a basin of cold water. He was cold from head to toe, looking at the black dragon that fell from the sky. He was shocked and angry. Even he understood that facing the rumored Atreus black dragon, no matter how many people he had, it would be useless. That was a legendary monster with a level of more than 90. A nearly invincible monster king. Unless it was the guards knights. Which nobles' private army and private knights could defeat such a monster? Are you awake? Your Excellency the Duke? Sheen spoke sarcastically until then. You don't really think you are the strong one, do you? No way. No way. With one sentence, the veins on Jelloman's temples burst out, and his fists were clenched tightly. It is conceivable how angry he was. After all, when has he ever been so angry? As a duke, a noble of the highest class, a true royal relative, Even the royal family had to greet him with a smile. In the small countries adjacent to the territory, even the kings flattered him. How could Jello-man have suffered such humiliation? This is also the reason why he dared to bring the knights to block the door even though he knew that Sheen was not easy to mess with. In his opinion, Sheen was just a viscount after all. No matter how extraordinary he was, he should give face to the Duke. Who would have thought that Sheen not only did not give him any face, but also tried his best to ridicule and trample on him, and did not take him seriously at all. You are just a viscount. How dare you do this to me? Jello-man roared. Do you really think you are the husband of Her Highness Rosie? You are just a candidate. This is also one of the reasons why Jello-man dared to block the door. After all, Sheen was just a candidate, not really Rosie's husband. So Jello-man dared to act so strong. But? Are you getting old and confused? Do you really think you are so great? Sheen stopped smiling and looked at Jello-man, saying leisurely, let's not talk about whether I am a candidate or a viscount. I was awarded the royal token when I was still an adventurer. Have you forgotten it? Or do you really not take it seriously? As he said that, Sheen took out the royal token from his arms. Looking at the token, everyone woke up from a dream and remembered this matter. Yes, Sheen has a royal token. Because Sheen has done so many things that people talk about. So many people have forgotten that Sheen still has a royal token in his hand. Seeing the royal token is like seeing the royal family himself. I don't need to teach you this rule. Right? Old thing? Sheen looked at Jello-man, whose face was pale and blue, and said with undisguised sarcasm, do you want to compare status? I really want to say that you are not a king. And there is no one with a higher status than you. You are a duke. To put it nicely, you are a noble of the highest class. To put it bluntly, you are a guy who failed to compete for the throne and was exiled to the frontier. You are still a descendant. What is there to be proud of? You? Jello-man pointed at Sheen's hand and was shaking. That was both angry and annoyed. He couldn't believe that Sheen dared to say such a thing. You know, it's not just him who said this. All the dukes were almost mocked by it. The people of the duke's family twitched their mouths in the crowd because of Sheen's words. But at this time, Sheen was no longer restrained. Want this guy? Sheen kicked Edel under his feet, and a chilling smile appeared on his face. Okay, I'll leave the body to you. As he said that, Sheen stepped on Edel's neck mercilessly, and suddenly exerted force. Crack! Edel's scream stopped immediately. No! Jerriman's cry of grief resounded throughout the venue. Chapter 439, Then You Must Show It Off. Jerriman's grief-stricken howl seemed to have reached everyone's heart, causing the entire scene to fall into a dead silence. Everyone was extremely shocked to see Edel, who was killed on the spot by Sheen's ruthless neck stomping, and they felt their hearts trembling. He actually killed the son of Duke Lizica? That's the son of the Duke. How dare he? Oh my god. At this moment, both civilians and nobles were shocked by Sheen's unscrupulous behavior. Killing a duke's son, and the only son of the family, the only heir to the family. This hatred is huge. I'll kill you. Jerriman roared hysterically, and began to release magic at Sheen regardless of everything. In an instant, countless fire magics bombarded Sheen like a purgatory that was intended to destroy everything. That was not ordinary magic, but a feast of advanced magic. Unlike the unlearned Edel, Jello-man was a duke after all, and his ancestors were also members of the royal family. Even though his bloodline was thin now, he still had a certain degree of brave blood, and his level was still above 70. He was a pure magician who had practiced magic fire to level 7 and could use advanced fire magic. Now, Jello-man completely lost his mind, chanting spells in a roaring voice, releasing all kinds of advanced fire magic, bombarding Sheen. In response, Sheen only made one move. Give dispel. Just like before, Sheen just stood there motionless, using a short spell to launch the dispelling give magic. Suddenly, all kinds of fire magic that came were rolled up by Sheen's magic power, either scattered into sparks all over the sky, or exploded on the spot, and none of them touched him. Sheen was like this, slowly disintegrating the magic used by Jerriman, making the entire square in front of the Bostut family constantly have flames forming, sweeping, spreading, and exploding, which looked so spectacular. Go! Go! Kill him! Kill him! Jerriman roared, making the knights of the Lizica family tremble uncontrollably. And finally they could only grit their teeth and shout at Sheen. Yes, this is interesting. Looking at this scene, Sheen's mouth corners rose. Not only was he not timid, but he had the urge to let go of all restraints and have a big fight. If it were in the past, Sheen really didn't want to do such an eye-catching thing. Sheen, who was familiar with all the routines, knew very well that the more eye-catching he showed, the more likely he was to cause trouble, let himself enter the sight of some people, and be targeted by others. In this way, if it goes on for a long time, Sheen's being a brave man will be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Sheen is disgusted with pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But he is not disgusted with being low-key. The premise is that no one should mess with him. If someone messes with him, then he knows very well that he is definitely not a destined protagonist who can think about things rationally and make plans to do big things. He is very impulsive, very emotional, even a little unscrupulous and a little hot-tempered. Therefore, Sheen will say more than once that he is not destined to be a protagonist. However, facts have proved that in life, facing many things, if people do not choose to compromise, they must be outspoken. Only if you are outspoken enough and strong enough, you can be uncompromising. Low-key? That's not impossible. However, from the moment you are unwilling to compromise, being low-key becomes a luxury. In addition, many people now know his identity, and he can no longer hide his fame because of Rosie and others. So, in order to prevent others from provoking him and the people around him, it is time to make people afraid of him. If Moro was afraid of him enough, she would not dare to take advantage of Tyr. If the Luzica family was afraid of him enough, they would not let their son touch the people around them. Even now, the Duke named Jeramin has not admitted his son's mistakes, but came to ask for people in a high-sounding manner, which only shows one thing. That is, the other party is not afraid of him enough. What's more, Sheen had already made plans when he was preparing to marry Rosie. After all, his future wife is the most beautiful woman in the human race, the lucky one favored by the gods, the treasure of the kingdom, and the goddess in everyone's mind. If he harms such a person and does not let others recognize his ability and be afraid of him, the troubles in the future will be endless. In view of this, Sheen has already prepared to establish his authority. In the battle with Havis, Sheen planned to establish his authority, but unfortunately, he was interrupted halfway. Now, since you have run into the gun, I will use you to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The magic power surged from Sheen's body like a storm. Give fly. Sheen's figure, which was about to be submerged by the night, immediately rose into the air and landed on Yulin's head. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at Sheen standing on the dragon head, bathed in the gazes of the crowd. Sheen looked down at Jelloman. The magic power on his body kept rising, and rising again, until it caused a hurricane and dark clouds to surge. And it continued to rise. Such terrible magic power. Many people were shocked, including Jelloman, including everyone in Vivian's team. Naturally, this also includes Najula, who has been watching all this. Then, with the vast magic power, the aurora from the sky is drawn. Sheen chanted the magic spell. The tears of the sky, the rain of stars, the bright and dense sky, can now shine on the earth. The chanting of the spell echoed in all directions, reaching everyone's ears and the entire world. Accept the call. Accommodate the dispatch. Use the sword of glory to punish the world. The terrifying magic power that emerged from Sheen's body was injected into the night sky and turned into streams of light. Then, shining stars appeared in the night sky. Terror enveloped the whole scene. What does he want to do? What kind of magic is that? Such terrible pressure. No! Run! Run! Everyone present began to panic. Some people ran away screaming. Some people fell to the ground trembling. Some people were at a loss. Some people had not yet responded. Wait! Sheen! Even Vivian and TL realized that something was wrong and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. But it was too late to speak out at this time. Calm down. Stars. Sheen made a judgment in an indifferent voice. Aurora's meteoric, the most advanced and powerful star shower in celestial magic. After destroying the entire Geluli family and half destroying the kingdom's knights last time, appeared again. The people in the capital will never forget this day. Because, on this day, the stars in the sky fell and ravaged this land. What is that? Look over there. Meteors. Oh my god. In the capital, people in all the streets and buildings saw the meteor shower at the same time. Meteors fell from the sky one after another, streaking across the night sky in the dull eyes of everyone, dragging long tails of light, leaving beautiful trails, and then fell towards the noble district. Boom! A meteorite first landed on a building near the center of the noble district, smashing the building to pieces. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Following it, pieces of meteorites fell one after another, causing bursts of roars. The earth began to tremble. Dust began to rise. Buildings were destroyed one after another. Pieces of land were smashed to pieces. People watched this scene happen, screaming because of the strong earthquake, and fearing the sand and dust that came like an avalanche. They were horrified, panicked, screaming, and dazed, and couldn't believe their eyes. Some knights and adventurers who had experienced the Battle of Atla Canyon looked at the scene, as if their psychological shadows were awakened, and they screamed desperately in fear. That's it. It's this meteor shower. Gallipoli was destroyed by this. The Kingdom Knights were almost destroyed because of it. It's here again! It's here again! This is a riot. A riot that is no less than the Cosmos incident. Many people who ran out of the noble district looked at the land behind them that was constantly being ravaged, felt the sandstorm and the terrible earthquake that was blowing, and had completely lost their minds. They rolled and crawled, crying and shouting as they kept rushing out. Some of the dignitaries from various countries who came to the capital to choose a son-in-law were also fleeing frantically, while others were not in the noble district, looking at the destructive scene. Their hearts trembled again and again. At this time, they had only one thought in their hearts. Is that a divine punishment? Yes, it was a divine punishment. Although it was not a real disaster sent by God. It was a judgment made by the brave man summoned by God. The clergy had already knelt down to pray. The high-ranking officials of various countries and ethnic groups also shed cold sweats in horror. Among them were Jacinta, Harvest, Rocket, etc., all of whom were in shock and could not extricate themselves. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on? Anji, who was rushing to the noble district, was almost going crazy. Leah also smacked her mouth in the carriage, her eyes full of shock. As for Luoshi, who led the Holy Sword Knights, her heart tightened when she saw this scene. It's over. It seems that he is really angry this time. Luoshi had to abandon the knights under her command, and the whole person turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the noble district. This knight was destined to be crazy. Chapter 440. The man protected by the dragon demon. Unconsciously, the meteors falling from the sky began to gradually decrease until they disappeared completely. The meteorites that ravaged the earth finally stopped, causing the continuous earthquakes and the rolling sandstorms to slowly subside. Everything returned to calm. However, the entire ravaged noble district could no longer be restored to its original state. Snap! The sound of rolling gravel was everywhere. The sand and dust that had not yet completely dispersed was also spreading, like wolf smoke. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yulin was still flapping his wings, flying in the air, watching the ground below turned into a ruin, with only dilapidated buildings and large pits, and the completely destroyed land. Although he restrained the urge to roar, he still couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Obviously, the destruction in front of him pleased the nearly invincible Monster King. Then Xian jumped down from the dragon head, like a feather, and landed on the ground lightly, extinguishing the magic power in his body. The people in Vivian's team either raised their hands to block themselves, or sat on the ground, or gathered in front of Boztat's house, looking at the destruction in front of them. All fell into a state of speechlessness. In the noble district, except for a few houses, only Boztat's house was still intact. Other places have all fallen into ruins. Lumia is speechless. Tira was also silent. Mr. Xian? Melika seemed to be afraid to believe that all this was done by Xian. Even Vivian was shocked to see the scene. And then she looked at Xian, who stood expressionlessly in front of this devastated scene, and did not react for a long time. You have gone too far. After a long time, Vivian could not help but whisper this sentence. Xian curled his lips. Don't worry. I am not so crazy as to kill people in the capital. Xian curled his lips and said, I have reduced the power of the magic just now to the minimum, and it is limited to the noble area, and the power is dispersed. Moreover, I deliberately avoided the position with magic reaction, and gave people a lot of time to escape, so there should be no innocent casualties. Of course, there are no innocent casualties, but innocent casualties are another matter. Xian's half-smile words made everyone in Vivian's team notice. In front, in the bumpy ruined square, the knights and guards of the Lizica family have fallen to the ground. Some of them were buried in the dust. Some of them were sunk deep into the pit, and without exception, their life force disappeared. Yes, only those who accepted Jelliman's order and attacked Xian were truly fatally injured. Now some died, and some were injured. As for Jelliman, ugh, This duke has fallen to the ground, with a pool of blood under him. His breath is weak, and his body can't even move. It is obvious that he is dying. There is no way. If it were others, Sheen could let them escape. But this duke couldn't escape. He was probably hit when the second meteorite fell. How could he escape? If he hadn't unfolded a scroll at the very end, used some magic props, and propped up a very solid magic barrier around himself, and was protected by the barrier, he would have been shattered to pieces. After all, he is a duke, with a lot of money, and it is impossible for him to not have something to save his life. Sheen came to Jelloman and kicked Jelloman, who was lying on the ground, over to face him. So, how do you feel, Duke? Sheen looked down at Jelloman, his tone full of sarcasm as before. Jelloman opened his blood-stained eyes and looked at Sheen. In his eyes, there was no longer the previous anger and hatred, only fear. It was you, Jelloman said with his dying breath. The one who destroyed Gallioli was you. Jelloman finally realized this. I don't think I have ever said it wasn't me. Right? Sheen shrugged and said, it's just that you self-righteous nobles think I can't do it. So you think it's not me, isn't it? Now Jelloman understood. This time, he really provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Why? Jelloman spoke with difficulty and said, why? Do you want to kill Luzica? Edel was killed mercilessly by Sheen. Almost all the knights he brought with him were killed. Even he himself was dying. And such a result? Jelloman still couldn't believe it. However, his doubts and questions were ridiculous to Sheen's ears. You actually asked why? Sheen seemed to have heard a big joke, and he looked like he couldn't help laughing. But there was not even a smile in his eyes. Indeed, this time Jelloman and others ran into their own guns and were killed by themselves. However, Sheen didn't choose this chicken casually. Since you asked me why, I have to ask you, Sheen said sarcastically. Why can your precious son bully men and women? Why can your precious son rob women and will regardless of other people's wishes? Do they deserve to be bullied and killed? And you, knowing this, why do you still have the nerve to ask me why? And why can you come to me so pretentiously, surround my house, and ask me to hand over the people? Sheen stretched out his foot and stepped on Jelloman's chest. What? Are you only allowed to bully others, but not others to bully you? If you don't have any self-awareness. Let me tell you, if it weren't for you being a duke, and your Luzica family being the so-called duke's family, then based on what your son did and your protection of him, you would have died more than 10,000 times. However, the reason you didn't die before is not because you shouldn't die, but because the people who can ignore your power are not threatened by you, and have the ability to kill you have not appeared for the time being. And now, since you have provoked me first, it proves that your death is coming. That's all. Sheen told Jelloman in the most direct, domineering and simple way why they had fallen to this point. So I said, you are obviously not the most powerful one, and you don't have the ability to be unscrupulous at all. Why do you dare to do so many things that ignore human rights? Your son bullies men and women, and you condone and cover up. The Lyusica family took all the bribes, and you were the first to bear the brunt. Even in the Lyusica territory, there are many nobles who are corrupt, accept bribes, collude, and rely on power to mess around. You, as a lord, know it clearly, but you still choose to turn a blind eye. In this case, tell me, why can't I kill you just because I don't like you? Your son, and your whole family? Jelloman heard every word of Sheen clearly. Sheen didn't know if he understood it, and didn't care if he could understand it. Therefore, the Luzica family has come to this day, and this is the end, Sheen declared lightly. You and your precious son will go to H.L. and confess to those who have been harmed by you. Hearing this, Jelloman laughed. He laughed crazily. You will die too. Jelloman coughed up blood and laughed. You have destroyed the noble district like this, offended so many nobles, and offended so many dignitaries from various countries. They will not let you go. The kingdom will not let you go. Jelloman has accepted his fate and despaired. But he did not forget to drag Sheen to H.L. with him. In fact, there are still some nobles who are still in shock appearing from all corners of the noble district, as if they have escaped a disaster, gathering here, looking at Sheen, with fear and hatred in their hearts. Just as Jelloman said, it would have been fine if Sheen had just wiped out the Luzica family. But he actually dared to use such large-scale magic in the royal capital and destroy the entire aristocratic district like this. He must have been hated by many nobles. Many of the dignitaries from various countries who came to the capital also experienced the thrilling meteor shower just now and were affected. Now they hate Sheen. Right? In this case, they only need to put pressure on the kingdom. And with the crime of destroying the noble district, Sheen will definitely not escape. That's what Jerriman thought. It's a pity. I really want to know who dares to touch my people. When such a faint word appeared between heaven and earth, everyone's face changed. Duh. With the clear footsteps, the girl holding the pillow walked out of Bostut's house step by step and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the girl, many people took a breath. Dragon Demon AI. It's Dragon Demon AI. She is still in the capital? This, on the edge of the surrounding ruins. People who came back here one by one exclaimed. Yi came to Sheen's side, glanced at Jelloman who looked dazed, and then turned his sight and looked in one direction. Do you dare to move? The king of Metro. Yi's words made everyone startled at first. And then, they were shocked to find that in the direction they were looking at, Anchi appeared at some point and got off a luxurious carriage. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The nobles and civilians around them all changed their faces. And some bowed, and some knelt to greet Anchi. Anchi looked at the surroundings that had turned into ruins, and then looked at Jelloman who was stepped on by Sheen, his face full of bitterness. Your Highness Yi. Anchi opened his mouth and found that he couldn't even say a word, especially when he looked at Sheen. His eyes were so complicated that they were hard to describe. Anchi really didn't expect that Sheen would be so bold that he not only killed a duke's family like this, but also destroyed the entire noble district. Such a treasonous thing. Anchi couldn't believe that Sheen really did it. Moreover, Ai stood up and spoke for Sheen. This is also a matter of course. Since Sister Sarah came here last time and let you discover my existence, you seem to have been guessing what the relationship between Sheen and I is. Right? Ai said indifferently. Indeed. People have been guessing what the relationship between Sheen and Ai is. Why the dignified dragon demon actually appeared beside him. This is also why everyone's description of Sheen is suspected of being supported by demons behind the scenes. Because they are not sure whether Sheen is really supported by demons. Maybe he just happened to come here? Compared with Sheen and others who have established a friendly relationship, many people are more willing to think so. But now, I can tell you directly and dispel your luck. Yi's voice resounded throughout the venue. Sheen is my favorite human. And he is also the one I protect. To be an enemy of him is to be an enemy of my dragon demons and my demon clan. Want to touch him? Then you must give my consent first. Chapter 441. An existence that cannot be offended. Silence suddenly spread among everyone. All those who heard Ai's declaration were shocked by Ai's speech. No one would have thought that one day a demon would actually stand up and confess that he would protect a human. That was a demon. The pinnacle of the demon race. With great power. And even the three goddesses did not dare to underestimate the existence. They can fight against the power of a country with their own strength. It is easy for them to destroy a country. In addition, there is the entire demon race behind them. If they stand up to protect one person, then even the gods and the entire human race will be helpless. Right? But how did Sheen do it? How could he let a demon do this for him? Throughout the ages, there have been many people who have dealt with demons. Perhaps, there has never been a single existence protected by demons like this, including the brave, and also the goddess of the gods. Now, a young man of human beings, a noble who was born as an adventurer, a small viscount, has done all this. This makes everyone, including Anchi, feel like they are in a dream. And they just feel that everything is too unreal. Of course, they don't know that Ai will stand up and speak so blatantly for two reasons. One is that Sheen's approach this time is very much to her taste. In fact, Ai has long felt that Sheen should do this. In Ai's view, there is no such thing as power and dignitaries in this world. There is only the difference between being strong or not. If you are strong enough, then you can do anything wantonly, and all the power and dignitaries will bow down before you. On the contrary, if you are too weak, you don't need any power and dignitaries. Anyone can bully you and insult you, and no one will care about the human rights of a weak person. And Sheen is a strong enough person. No, it should be said that the heroes of the past were all strong enough. However, those heroes all abided by some inexplicable rules and regulations. At first glance, they seemed to be admired by many people, and were heroes in the hearts of many people. In fact, they were just used by the gods and the human race as weapons on the battlefield. Are there no pests among the human race they protect? Are all the things in the world they protect worth protecting? They are obviously the owners of the holy sword. They are obviously heroes. And they obviously have such powerful power. but they seem to be bound by the curse called saving the world and protecting everything. They think that the demons are evil and war is a kind of cruelty. Why? AIE just couldn't stand it. People who had power actually lost their freedom, and were willing to be driven and used by others. They felt that they should give everything for these people just because they were called heroes. But they didn't know that behind these people, there were many people who were secretly happy and felt that someone was helping them. Like the former Ragnar Empire. Once the hero died, those who flattered him during his lifetime immediately devoured him. If the other party was still alive and saw all this, would they still think that they needed to protect him? In view of this, in the past, AIE always thought that the hero was just a powerful puppet. And for this reason, he killed 2 of them himself without any discussion. However, Xian was completely different. He did not have an inexplicable sense of justice. And every action had his own will and his own ideas. He did not have strange principles. And did whatever he wanted. So he could not care about the opinions of others at all. He would not worship others because they were gods. Nor would he be wary of others because they were demons. Even if he was a demon, he would say whatever he wanted to say and do whatever he wanted to do. Every move was so natural and casual. And he never cared about race, position, camp and other boring things. This hero might be both good and evil, and too self-willed, but it just hit AIE's senses. Xian gave AIE the feeling that he was not a puppet called a hero, but a person with strong self-assertion and personality. Although he would not boast about his strength too much, he would never be stingy in using his strength to fight for what he wanted. This time was the same. He got angry for the people around him, and used his power once and for all in order not to be underestimated, which made people afraid and avoided possible troubles in the future. Even if the opponent was a human of the same race, he would not show mercy because of this. Xian's actions were what AIE wanted to see. In a nutshell, everything about Xian was extremely to AIE's taste, and it was so pleasing to AIE's eyes. So she liked Xian so much that she wanted to make him her own. This was also the second reason why AIE stood up and confessed. That was to announce to everyone that this hero was hers. Of course, AIE was not the only one who liked Xian so much that she was willing to stick to him, and didn't care even if he was against the world. Swish. At a certain moment, another figure appeared from Bozdut's house, and came to Xian's side. Buzz. The evil spirit vibrated around him. Whoosh. 12 wings spread out behind him. The little evil god appeared beside Xian, and together with AIE, he protected Xian on the left and right. Only a pair of amethyst-like eyes stared at everyone present, making everyone feel cold. Who is she? Seeing this little girl, who suddenly appeared, everyone was shocked. That evil spirit, that momentum, was not inferior to AIE at all, which shocked many people. Anchi couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and the warning signs at his heart were ringing wildly. He had a feeling that the little girl with 12 black wings in front of him was more dangerous than the dragon demon AIE. When did this Xian have such a dangerous existence around him? Everyone's breathing became a little quickened. In addition, there was a black dragon staring at Xian's head, and it also had the terrifying power to summon a meteor shower. The people present were shocked to find that at this moment, in front of them, there was a force that was enough to shake the entire human race. Xian seemed to have not seen the sights and expressions of everyone present. He touched Lilith's head, did not look at Anchi, but looked around at everyone present. Do you know who the young master of the Lyusica family is going to move today? Xian said this to himself. Although the person he was going to move today was just an ordinary elf, he was valued by the goddess of nature Nadira, and had always been paying attention to him. As soon as this was said, everyone took a deep breath again. The person that the goddess of nature values. Anchi's face also changed suddenly. Even Jelliman's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Alas? Alas? Only Melika was there, stunned and panicked, and had no idea about it. In this situation, Xian laughed. Today, I knew that Melika had taken action and took action in time because the goddess of nature gave me a revelation and asked me to rush over to save her. Xian said indifferently, if I don't take action today, then what will happen? You can imagine it freely. Without Xian's words, everyone present was already sweating. If this is really the case, then once Melika gets into trouble, it will be a big deal. As human beings, they can ignore the threat of the demons, but they can't ignore the feelings of the goddess of faith. It is conceivable that if the goddess of nature investigates this matter, then, not only the Lyusica family, but also the entire Mitrok kingdom will be blamed. You can think that I am talking nonsense, or you can come to me for trouble because of what happened today. Sheen showed a fearless smile to everyone. But by then, I hope that your family, your territory, and even your country will be strong enough to withstand my Aurora meteor shower. After saying that, Sheen lowered his head and looked at Jeramin. As for you, Sheen narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, unfortunately, no one will accompany you to H.L. After leaving these words, Sheen turned around and returned to Boztut's house. I also followed with an expressionless face, as if following Sheen's lead. As for Lilith, it is needless to say that she took Sheen's hand and left directly, without even looking at the people present. Finally, even Vivian, TL, Lumia, and the bewildered Melika looked at each other and hurriedly followed Sheen. Only Anshi and his group were left at the scene. Anshi looked at Jeramin, who was desperate and gradually losing his life, with a very complicated look in his eyes. Not to mention Anshi, the others all looked at each other and finally fell into silence. No one noticed that in the distance, another carriage arrived here, unexpectedly. He was so powerful and so powerful. Leah also looked in the direction of Boztut's house with a complicated look, and then looked at Edel's body, which had been ignored by everyone. No one knew what she was thinking. Of course, Luoshi had also come here. On the top of a building, Luoshi looked down at everything below, and murmured, not knowing whether she was relieved or sighed. After this, there are probably not many people left in the three realms who dare to provoke him. Thinking about this, Luoshi first smiled, and then the smile disappeared. He did this for another woman. What a playboy. After saying that, Luoshi turned around and left. What happened tonight finally ended here. However, no one will forget this night. Because, on this night, an existence that must not be offended entered the eyes of major forces. Chapter 442, The Bustling Capital. The next day, the full picture of what happened last night quickly spread throughout the capital, and even began to spread outside the capital. Dragon Demon AI personally declared that he would protect Viscount Boztut. To be an enemy of Viscount Boztut is to be an enemy of the demons. There is also a very powerful little girl next to Sheen Boztut. The meteor shower that once destroyed Gallioli was also caused by Viscount Boztut. Viscount Boztut is suspected to have learned the legendary celestial magic. It turned out that an elf girl next to Viscount Boztut was highly valued by the goddess of nature. Viscount Boztut would kill the eldest son of the Luxica family because he was inspired by the goddess of nature. The Luxica family has been destroyed. The noble district has been destroyed. But there are no casualties except for the people of the Luxica family. Such news spread quickly in the capital and was known by everyone. Undoubtedly, these news are shocking. Undoubtedly, these news are suspicious. However, with the royal family's oral order, everyone's doubts disappeared all at once. The Lyusica family intended to offend the believers of the goddess of nature, and has now been punished by Viscount Boztut. Because the situation is too serious, the title of the Lyusica family will be deprived. The Lyusica territory will be recovered, and the Lyusica family will be demoted to civilians. No one will not understand what such an oral order means. It only means that everything Sheen did to the Lyusica family was tacitly accepted by the kingdom. The kingdom will not hold him accountable for this matter, and will even praise him. The apparent statement is a reward for punishing evil. But everyone understands that this may be a sign that the kingdom has decided to completely win over Sheen and stand on Sheen's side. For this reason, the kingdom did not even mention a word about the destruction of the noble district. Those dignitaries who were originally resentful also chose to take this loss and acquiesce to it like the kingdom. This is the result. No matter how others evaluate it, this result seems to be doomed. At least, now no one wants to trouble a person who is protected by a demon and has great power and small forces because of what happened last night, including those nobles who lived in the noble district and whose houses were destroyed by the meteor shower last night. Even if this seems a bit embarrassing, it is better than following the footsteps of the Gallioli family and the Luzica family and being completely destroyed by Sheen. Right? What's more, recently, in the noble circle of the capital, there are rumors that the Stringer family also offended Sheen. In the Cosmos incident, the String family lost the first knights, which they were proud of, as well as Yuri, the strongest man in the family, and Renjo, the future heir. Even Barry, the head of the family, disappeared for unknown reasons. It seemed that he had contact with Sheen before his disappearance. The entire String family is now in chaos. It is said that some people in the Sturm family have recently advocated to seek an explanation from Sheen. However, after what happened last night, the Sturm family, which received the news, seems to have given up this idea. Now, the Sturm family has fallen into a state of civil strife in order to compete for the position of the head of the family. Therefore, not only the Gallioli family and the Luzica family, but also the Sturm family may have suffered from the murderous hands of Sheen and fallen into such a situation. 3 noble families that were once so powerful have all fallen into the hands of a viscount. This situation has already frightened many powerful people. In this case, who else has the courage to find trouble with Sheen? So, all the nobles, without any prior agreement, pushed all the faults onto the Luzica family, and did not mention the affairs of the Bostad family. No, not only did they not mention it, many nobles did not pursue the destruction of their own homes, but also brought gifts to visit the Bostad family, and seemed so excited. In fact, this is not a good opportunity for them. If they can take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Bostad family, then they may be able to gain the friendship of the demons and the demons. Right? Even, they may be able to gain the friendship of the gods. After all, everyone has not forgotten that Sheen will confront the Luzica family because of the revelation of the goddess of nature. In other words, this Viscount Bostad not only has the protection of the demons and the demons, but also the protection of the goddess and the gods. In addition, he is the first priority candidate for Princess Luoshi's husband. He has a dragon and a little girl who seems to be extremely powerful, and he has the power to destroy a family or even a noble district. All these titles make him a hot commodity. Thanks to this, although they were the culprits who destroyed the noble district, from the second day, carriages were welcomed in front of the Bostad family's house, and the busy scene lasted for several days. Those were all nobles who came to visit and planned to establish a good relationship with Sheen. Among them were some dignitaries from other countries, as well as heirs to the throne of a country. Unfortunately, Sheen had no time to deal with these guys who climbed the power and wealth, and only received a very limited number of them. For example, the Lazahad family, who took good care of Sheen when he first came to the capital and always stood on his side. For example, on the side of the demon embassy, Jacinta, who represented one of the 6 great demons, the dragon demon, and his subordinates. For example, on the side of the temple, the Pope and others who had not been seen since the ennoblement dinner. Except for these limited few people, Sheen did not see the rest. If this had happened in the past, many people would probably think that he was ungrateful and arrogant. But now, there are very few people who think so. With the support of the 2 major forces of the gods and the demons, Sheen is also qualified to turn away the dignitaries of various countries. Right? In this case, the people who come to visit can only leave gifts and leave in disgrace. Even so, there is still an endless stream of nobles visiting the Bostad family. This makes Lycia a little unbearable. So many nobles, one by one, all come. How can I go out and move around? Lycia is in a very bad mood, because he is a wanted criminal. Although Lycia has witnessed everything that has happened recently, he has not shown up even once. He has been staying in the room and rarely comes out. Originally, Lycia thought that this situation would last for a few days at most. But now, Lycia found that he was too naive. If this continues, I don't have to go anywhere. Therefore, the unbearable Laxia has not been in the mansion for a while recently. She directly used the magic of space transfer and took Laxia to have fun somewhere. Ayi had no interest in this at all. She had been sleeping all the time, except for eating and taking a bath. She never left her room. As a result, Lilith was led astray by her. Recently, she always looked sleepy, as if she was infected with narcolepsy. As for Sheen, he would rather sleep with Ayi and Lilith in bed than deal with the flattery of those nobles. This led to the fact that most of the nobles who came to visit during this period were received by Vivian. Vivian was also a girl who grew up in a noble family. She was quite good at receiving nobles. Sheen threw all these things to her and asked her to help him deal with them. I am not your retainer. Vivian expressed helplessness, but she could not ignore Sheen's request for help, so she could only accept it. Teal had no interest in those nobles. She had been hiding and training herself secretly for a while. She didn't know if she was stimulated by Sheen's aurora meteor shower. She felt an urgent desire to become stronger. On the contrary, Lumia and Melika had been pestering Sheen for a while. This was also very normal. Is the goddess of nature really paying attention to me? Really? Is there something wrong? I am just an ordinary elf. Since that night, Melika became uneasy about this matter. She repeatedly dragged Lumia to find Sheen, hoping that Sheen could give her an answer. She really couldn't believe that an ordinary elf like herself would be noticed by the goddess of nature, who is the highest belief of the elves. You know, there have been few people who can be noticed by the goddess of nature since ancient times. Even many elf royal families cannot enter the field of vision of the goddess of nature. It was hard for Melika to believe that the goddess of nature would pay attention to her, and that she would deliberately give Xian a revelation to save her. Xian was helpless about this. What I said was true, not deliberately bluffing. Xian said to Melika, "Maybe there is something special about you that makes you valued by the goddess of nature?" This statement was unanimously agreed by everyone. Hasn't Melika's magic power been increasing in recent months? Maybe this is what makes Melika special? Lumia's weak words are what everyone is thinking. Even Xian thinks so. Try harder, Melika. Xian encouraged Melika and said, "If you really have something special, then try to discover it. Maybe that will make you favored by the goddess of nature and bless you." It must be said that Xian's statement made Melika very moved. There are not many people who can get the blessing of the goddess of nature. Even if you look through the history of the elves. In the elves, those who can be blessed by the goddess of nature have a status even higher than that of the royal family of the elves. This made Melika excited, and she had to think carefully whether she really had something special that attracted the attention of the goddess of nature. So, later, Melika stopped pestering Xian, and instead took Lumia with her and Tyr to train together. She no longer cared about anything, and lived a leisurely life in Boztut's house. Until Chapter 443, Getting Married. What? The result is going to be announced now? On this day, Xian had just arrived at the palace, entered Luoxi's bedroom, and met Luoxi in the room, before he had time to take advantage of her. Ahem. A few words. Luoxi told Xian the news, which made Xian stunned. And the so-called result mentioned by Luoxi naturally refers to the result of the son-in-law selection meeting. Yes, Luoxi is ready to announce the result. In other words, the kingdom is ready to announce to the world that Luoxi's future husband is Xian. This is also a matter of course. You have made such a big fuss. How many people think they can compete with you now? Luoxi looked unhappy. Since the incident of the Lu Zika family, Xian has officially entered the vision of major forces and has been feared by them. Before, Xian was famous not for his personal strength, but for his various achievements and battle records, plus some scandals with Roxy and AI, which made him famous. But this time, Xian was completely exposed, except for the things that should not be exposed. He showed everything that should be shown. Dragon Demon, one of the 6 great demons, has officially become his supporter. He also has powerful fighters, such as Yulin and Lilith around him, in addition to the celestial magic and amazing strength he has shown, as well as some connections with the goddess of nature. Xian may not be as high as many people in status now, but no one can match him in terms of uniqueness. And no one can match him. Nobles? He has killed several of them, and each of them is at the top of the country. The dignitaries and royal families of various countries? They are just a part of the vast human race. Can they compare with the gods and demons? With the support of both the gods and demons, his own combat power is strong enough. And there are several strong people around him. Who in the human race can match such conditions? No one. Therefore, when many nobles are preparing to get close to Xian, they are actually accepting their fate and giving up the competition with Xian to get the partner right of Princess Luoxi. Xian himself also feels that the hostility that was originally everywhere in the capital has almost disappeared. And those who are left are the type who dare to be angry but dare not speak. At least, no one dares to block the door of his house anymore and keep saying that they want to duel with him. Xian can walk on the street openly. Although he is a little eye-catching and a little eye-catching, he is no longer the hostility and doubt of the past, but fear and timidity. This shows that Xian's status in people's minds has indeed changed. In view of this, Luoxi thinks that it is time for her to announce the result directly. If it is announced now, then no one should question the result. After all, if even the current Xian is not worthy of Luoxi, then no one in this world can be worthy of Luoxi. Of course, those noble young masters will not give up so easily. Right? That's what Xian thought. He knows how charming Luoxi is. The first beauty of the human race was handed over to someone like this. And Xian doesn't think those young masters will be willing. You know, the reason why lickers are lickers is not only because they are humble, not only because they have no bottom line, but also because they are like real dogs, especially clingy, let alone they are young masters. Even if they are ordinary civilians, if they really become lickers, I'm afraid they will be overconfident for their goddess and fight against the sky, the earth, and the universe, and they will never have the slightest idea in their hearts For example, Triss of Jaredlai. Isn't his stupid son such a fool? Xian believed that there must be many licking dogs and noble young masters who did not want to see Luoshi being pushed by this pig. Pa! She was pushed by this handsome man. Therefore, even if they dare not openly find trouble with him, they may also use some tricks. Anyway, Xian does not think that they will accept their fate obediently. If they care about the goddess in their eyes, the licking dogs may be happy at any minute. For this reason, Xian is ready to find a few more blind guys to establish his authority and completely scare those people with ill intentions. However, Xian forgot one thing. Those dandy boys may be unwilling and want to continue to make trouble, but their elders will definitely not let them go. Luoshi curled her lips and said, "No one wants to become the second Lu Zika family. So the rulers of those noble families have recently issued a death order, so that no one of the younger generations in the family is allowed to come to you for trouble. Otherwise they will be expelled from the house directly, or even executed on the spot." Execution on the spot? Xian raised his eyebrows and said in astonishment, "Is it so cruel? Not everyone is like the Lyusika family, with only one child left. In fact, many noble families will marry many wives and concubines, leaving many descendants. If sacrificing some of their descendants can save the family, they will definitely be happy." Luoshi said to Xian, "It is said that recently, several young masters of noble families have had their legs broken by their families, or have been placed under house arrest, in order to prevent them from getting into trouble." "Oh!" Xian smiled and said, "It seems that I made the right choice this time." Sure enough, after showing real strength and making others afraid of themselves, many troubles can be avoided. This time, my sharp edge has paved a lot of roads for myself. But, while deterring the scoundrels, you have also truly entered the vision of some major forces. Luoshi couldn't help but remind, "I received news that quite a few people have appeared in the royal capital recently. For example, at the demon embassy. It seems that some people from the demon clan have come. They seem to be demons under the command of the other demons, except the moon demon and the dragon demon. I guess they are here to investigate you. The 6 demons are brothers and sisters, and they are said to have a very good relationship." Before, the news that Aie appeared beside Xian was not too sensational. Only the cautious moon demon reacted to it, and came to investigate in person. This time, Aie announced that she would protect Xian and represented the entire demon clan. Naturally, Aie's demon sisters could no longer ignore it, and would definitely react to some extent. Also, there has been some movement in the temple recently. It seems that the goddess of the gods has descended. She should also come to investigate your affairs. Right? Luoshi said so. Unlike the demons who value power, the gods value power and duties the most. To some extent, they value class more than humans. The lower gods will never disobey the upper gods, and the upper gods will never disobey the 3 goddesses. They attach great importance to class relations. And you mentioned the name of the goddess of nature, one of the 3 goddesses, and they will definitely come to investigate this matter. In view of this, the capital is no longer just for the dignitaries of various countries, but also for the gods and demons. The impact of Xian is so great. As it should be. Some countries in the human world have sent people to investigate you, and some have sent people to contact you. Various forces have also appeared in the capital. The knights have even found traces of people suspected to be from the old demon clan. Various beings have already set their sights on you." Luoshi looked serious. "Some of these people will not do anything to you, and some even come to get close to you. But there are definitely some who have shameful ideas. This is understandable. The world is so big. There must be many people who decide to take risks. And for beings like the old demon clan, is it possible that they will not do anything to Xian because they are afraid of him? Impossible. If it is really necessary, they will attack Xian even if they sacrifice their lives. Otherwise, they would not dare to openly unite and become enemies with the gods, humans, and even demons. This is also the reason why Xian did not want to be too famous in the past. No matter how much power he displayed, there are still some people who are not afraid of death and will definitely come to pester you. In such a situation, the more high profile you are, the more likely you are to be targeted. Xian chose to develop in a low-key manner. Not because he was mean, but since he came to the capital, he has become more and more famous. And he can't keep a low profile anymore. Xian decided to be high profile. At least, he can scare most people, and make them keep their tails between their legs in front of him. Xian has already considered all these. Luoshi can also understand. So she is ready to strike while the iron is hot, and settle the marriage between the two. At this time, Many people are just beginning to be cautious and dare not act rashly. Your reputation is also on the rise. At least it has caused enough heated discussions among ordinary people. If we announce this matter at this time, even if others are reluctant and unwilling, they will not dare to openly stand up and oppose it. As she was talking, Luo Shi started to laugh. She laughed very happily. I have already told my father, and told the high-ranking officials of the kingdom, that I am going to marry you. Now everyone is intimidated by the power of the gods and demons, and can't even say a word of opposition. In other words, the kingdom also agreed. It agreed to the marriage between Xian and Luo Shi. Xian was confused. Is he going to step into the grave now? It always feels much faster than expected. So Xian can adapt. On the other hand, Luo Shi's eyes began to sparkle. My father means to announce this matter tomorrow. Determine your identity as the fiancé, and then raise your title in the form of a reward. So, tomorrow, we will be officially engaged, and you will be promoted to Earl, becoming a real upper noble. By the way, my father also said that after the engagement, it won't take long for us to get married, and you will be promoted to Marquis by then. You should prepare yourself. Okay? Luo Shi happily told all this, and Xian really realized it. He was about to get married. Chapter 444, But I am older than her. The next day, early in the morning, the palace, on behalf of Rosie and the entire kingdom, released the news to the world. That is, Rosie has decided to end this not too short, but definitely not too long, son-in-law selection meeting. After repeated considerations and choices, Her Highness Rosie Lusty personally decided to become a couple with Viscount Boztut. From now on, Viscount Boztut will become Her Highness Rosie Lusty's fiancé, and will hold an engagement banquet in 3 days, inviting dignitaries from all countries to attend, in view of Viscount Boztut's outstanding performance. On the day of the engagement banquet, His Majesty will also promote him to a higher rank. When such news spread throughout the capital, the sensation it caused was even no less than the series of events caused by the Lysica family. Sure enough, some wise people had already guessed this result, and they all sighed silently in their hearts. No! This is impossible. Most of the nobles did not dare to believe the news. It was decided just like that? Isn't it too fast? Your Highness, even the common people in the capital did not digest this shocking news in the first place. They just felt dazed and unrealistic. For this reason, on this day, the Lake Island was once again filled with all kinds of people, and the people in the capital gathered in large numbers in front of the palace, causing a huge sensation. People all hoped to confirm the authenticity of this news. Many people still have a glimmer of luck in their hearts, thinking that it is just a rumor. Therefore, they need a statement from the kingdom, and a statement from the royal family before they are willing to admit it. But in the end, the person who appeared in front of everyone was neither a high-ranking official of the kingdom nor the king of the kingdom of Anxi, but Luo Shi, who always appeared only at the noon appearance ceremony. Yes, Luo Shi herself appeared in person, and Luo Shi also admitted the matter in person. Viscount Boztut is a very outstanding person. Even I have admiration for outstanding heroes. Therefore, I hope that everyone can support us and recognize us, which is the greatest blessing for us. Luo Shi left these words behind, and immediately turned back to the palace without paying attention to everyone who was stunned on the spot. What will happen next is basically foreseeable. Those who accept their fate accept their fate. Those who are unwilling are destined to make trouble. Some people agree, some reject, some are calm, some are excited. Anyway, there are all kinds of reactions. Under such circumstances, Xian's promotion to Earl seems to be tepid, and no one asks about it. You know, if it were in normal times, it would definitely be a hot topic. As for the reason, as mentioned before, it is just because the Earl and the Viscount are only one title apart, but their status is completely different. Barons and Viscounts are the lowest level of the aristocratic class, veritable small nobles, and are used to confer titles on adventurers and ordinary people who have made achievements and have made great contributions. That is the meaning of their existence. But it is different for the Earl. Marquis and Earl are the upper class of the aristocratic class, and are truly superior nobles. Once you become an Earl, it means that the entire family has made enough contributions to the kingdom, has been recognized by the kingdom, and has truly entered the upper echelons of the kingdom. At this level, you are qualified to become a vassal of many barons and viscounts, become the suzerain of a faction, start to form gangs, and establish an aristocratic circle and a force. Only at this level can you enter the decision-making level of the kingdom. aiming at the power center of the kingdom, and become an existence that can determine the future of the kingdom. At least, those barons and viscounts could not enter and leave the palace at will, nor could they attend some major occasions, such as the scene when Sheen first met the king. Only the nobles of the guards, knights, and earls, and above could appear in the royal hall. Therefore, in the aristocratic circle, the gap between earls and viscounts can be called heaven and earth, even greater than the gap between a duke and an earl. This is a dividing line. Crossing this dividing line can be considered to be outstanding, to be honored, to make one's family famous in the kingdom, and to continue as a large family. In view of this, ordinary barons and viscounts have to spend decades, or even hundreds of years, to accumulate fame, wealth, connections, and achievements. And through continuous contributions to the kingdom, they can finally successfully be promoted to the title and become upper nobles. It took Sheen only a few months to go from an adventurer to an upper noble like an earl, which is unique in the history of the kingdom. Once such a thing happens, it will cause a lot of heated discussion. But now, because of the engagement of Sheen and Rosie, this matter has been covered up. This shows Rosie's status in the hearts of the people of the kingdom, and how great the impact of this matter is. In short, the capital is once again restless. Unlike the capital, which has become extremely noisy, the atmosphere in Bostut's house is different at this moment. Congratulations on becoming the husband of Her Highness Rosie. Sheen. With Vivian's congratulations, everyone congratulated Sheen. Congratulations. Tears said lightly. Congratulations, Mr. Sheen. Lumia also hurriedly offered congratulations. Congratulations. Melika looked a little reluctant, but still pursed her lips and whispered to Sheen. Congratulations, Mr. Sheen. At home, all the maids and servants lined up in 2 neat rows, bowing to Sheen and cheering in unison. Thank you. Thank you. Sheen laughed dryly, not knowing whether he was unaccustomed or felt unnatural. He kept scratching his face from the beginning. On the side, AI, who didn't know whether he had just woken up or was dragged here, was actually present, but he didn't offer congratulations like the others, but looked unhappy. Lilith tilted her head, looking puzzled, as if she didn't know what happened. And Lexia and Laxia were there too. Congratulations, Mr. Sheen. Laxia's tone was even more indifferent than Tear's. I also have to congratulate you for successfully becoming the public enemy in the minds of all men of the human race. Lexia was teasing, and kept elbowing Sheen's side, making Sheen want to punch her. All the girls who were staying at Bostut's house arrived. The purpose was to celebrate Sheen. This was indeed something worth celebrating. Presumably, the people in Lemidgen were shocked when they received this news. Right? Teal didn't know what kind of mood she was in, and said, who would have thought that the new adventurer, who was only level 10 at the beginning, would not only be promoted to Earl after a few months, but also be engaged to the treasure of the kingdom? Isn't it? I don't know about others, but Riley must have been shocked. Vivian smiled bitterly and said, I just received her letter, which was full of questions about this matter. Even if you read between the lines, you can see that she is still half believing and half doubting this matter. In fact, it's not just Riley. During this period, Vivian also received letters from Burren and others. Those who came to the capital with Sheen and others couldn't believe it. It was just a few months, and Sheen, the adventurer, had become the husband of the most popular princess in the kingdom. It was so magical. I seem to have heard that Mr. Leon has been telling others that he envied Mr. Sheen, Lumia said weakly. My elf friends in Lemidgen are also asking me about this. Melika is still making a fuss. In short, Sheen's engagement with Roxy really caught everyone off guard. Many people suddenly realized that this time, the kingdom's treasure was really going to get married. And the object was an adventurer who was not well known not long ago. And what could Sheen say? Could he say that he didn't expect it himself? At the beginning, I really didn't plan to do this. Sheen defended himself weakly. Maybe his relationship with Luo she did develop very quickly. But at the beginning, he really had no intention of provoking this princess. Who is he? Xian, who is most afraid of trouble. For such a Xian, he wanted to stay away from Luo Shi before. So how could he have any idea of hitting her? Therefore, Xian wanted to say, this is just an accident. This sounds like an old scumbag. The girls naturally don't believe it. Who are you trying to fool? Laxia rolled her eyes and said, I have been observing you in secret since you came to the capital. And I saw you running to the room of the princess every 2 or 3 days. You still say it is an accident? That was forced by the boring princess. She is afraid of loneliness and loneliness. and she showed her true colors in front of me. So she held me tightly and asked me to play with her. Xian wanted to shout like this. But at this time, Laxia spoke. According to the investigation, in the 116 days since arriving in the capital, Mr. Xian went to Lilith's dessert shop for a total of 88 days, where he bought desserts worth a total of 1,357 gold coins. Laxia said expressionlessly, among them, desserts worth 774 gold coins eventually appeared in Her Highness Rosie's room, and all the dessert packaging boxes appeared in the garbage disposal of Her Highness's bedroom. What exactly does this mean? There is no need to say more. Although, Xian wanted to say that it was also forced by the boring princess. However, compared to this matter, Xian couldn't help but complain about another thing. Where did you know these things? Did you find out all this from the investigation? Oh my god. This maid is as terrible as ever. Thinking like this, Xian completely forgot that there was not only Rosie who was crying for food. There was another person who was at the scene. A total of 1,357 gold coins worth of desserts. You actually gave most of them to the kingdom's treasure. And I didn't even get half of it? Aie suddenly turned around and stared at Xian, with murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, His Highness Dragon Demon's dissatisfaction broke out. Why does the princess have so much? But I don't even have half of it. How can my great Aie not compare to that princess? In terms of strength, she has a promising future. But I am still stronger at present. In terms of appearance, she is the first in the human race. But I am also capable of fighting for the title of the first in the demon race. Right? In terms of figure, well, I am not as tall as the princess. But I am older than her. To sum up, why am I not treated as well as the princess? His Highness Dragon Demon was very dissatisfied. You want to compare this too? Seeing the murderous intent in Aie's eyes, Xian's mouth twitched. This girl seems to have accumulated too many emotions recently, making Xian feel a little dangerous. Can't you learn from Lilith, who is still clinging to me, hugging my thighs, and is unwilling to leave? My head hurts. It seems that I have to find a time to coax this little girl, so that she won't get angry. Once this demon gets angry, I'm afraid that no one here can stop her except Lilith, including myself. After secretly noting this matter, Xian hurriedly declared, it's just an engagement, and it's still early for the official marriage. Don't congratulate too quickly. The royal engagement is something that everyone has. Luoxi just got this treatment a little later. Princesses who were born in the royal family and had an engagement since childhood are all Bibi and Xian. It is also common for them to cancel the engagement due to various reasons after the engagement. Like Leah, due to the destruction of the Lizica family, her engagement with Edel has been officially cancelled. Therefore, the engagement is just an engagement, not a formal marriage. So it is too early to say anything. Only when you get married, it will be a done deal. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as divorce. Basically, once you get married, you can never regret it. Of course, there is no divorce. But there are many separations. Therefore, unless it is a formal marriage, a marriage contract does not mean anything. Although, is it really too early for me to get married formally? Xian seriously doubts this. Seeing Luoxi's energy, Xian always feels that if he goes out for a while like last time, he will be forced to go to the wedding scene when he comes back, and end the wedding with Luoxi in a daze. Becoming a married person, it is really hard to bear to have a princess who is eager to get married at home. How can this be the most beautiful woman in the human race? She is clearly the most eager to get married woman in the human race. After thinking about it for a while, Xian feels that he is not feeling well. It's not that he resists marrying Luoxi, but you have to give us some time to react. Right? Xian really wanted to say that he just went out and just came back not long ago. How did he suddenly encounter such a big event in his life? Melancholy. Chapter 445. The next one is definitely me. Unfortunately, no matter how sad Xian felt, his marriage was destined to be irrevocable, and he would not want to postpone it. Thanks to this, the king spent the past 3 days in a lively and noisy atmosphere. Although some people did some stupid things because they could not accept this matter, such as ordinary people organizing groups to protest, and some young masters who did not care about their lives secretly sneaked into Bostut's house and planned to do some sneaky things. But in the end, the fate waiting for these people was often tragic. Needless to say, the latter, their families, who did not want to follow the footsteps of the Lizica family, would not want to take them back. So they either became Yulin's dessert after dinner, or were broken their hands and feet and thrown out, and were expelled from the house. It is conceivable what their future life will be like. The former was forcibly suppressed by the kingdom knights, because both the righteousness, marrying to quell the disaster, and the rationality, Luo she married voluntarily, were on the side of the royal family. And even many ordinary people acknowledged this. Only these extreme guys wanted to continue to make trouble regardless of everything. The result was naturally that there was no need to be polite, and they could be controlled by force. These 3 days were like this. Even if there was noise, even if there were constant disputes, even if there were many small things, they did not affect the marriage of Xian and Luoxi. So, under the instructions of the royal family, the palace prepared the engagement banquet for Luoxi, the world's #1 princess, in an orderly manner, and kept sending invitations to the dignitaries who were still in the royal capital. It must be said that the dignitaries of the human race countries are concentrated in the royal capital, which is convenient for this engagement banquet. At least, the royal family does not have to worry about spending too much time inviting dignitaries from all over the world. Anyway, people are concentrated in the royal capital, so the invitation can be done in minutes. Even though many powerful children were very unhappy about this engagement banquet, and did not want to see the goddess in their hearts get engaged to another man and fall into the arms of another man. In the current situation, in order not to offend the Bastuta family, they had to give this face. This may also be the most grand engagement banquet in history. Right? After all, how could a princess, who could invite the dignitaries of all countries in the human race to attend her engagement banquet, appear, if it were not for the very special status of Xian and Luoxi? This grand engagement banquet would not be held at all. Therefore, many people have already believed that this may be the largest and most high-end engagement banquet that has never been seen before or since. For this reason, the royal family also decided that this engagement banquet would be celebrated by all the countries. What does it mean? It means that on the day of the engagement banquet, the people of the entire kingdom can get a holiday and participate in the banquet held by the local lord. Anqi personally ordered as the king that on the day of the engagement banquet, all cities across the country needed to hold a banquet to celebrate the engagement of Count Bastutu and Princess Rosie Lusti. And all the expenses of the banquet will be reimbursed by the nobles of each territory to the kingdom. When the news spread, all cities in the kingdom entered a festive atmosphere. In this atmosphere, many opposing voices disappeared. And I don't know if this is Anqi's purpose. In this way, even if Xian wants to refuse, he can't refuse. Right? If he refuses at this time, he will not only be killed by Rosie, but also by everyone in the kingdom. Xian seriously suspects that this is also one of Anqi's purposes. This king seems to be planning to completely confirm his marriage with Rosie. It's natural to think about it. Now you are not only a rising star worth looking forward to in the eyes of the royal family, but also a great man with the support of gods, demons, and mysterious strongmen. And your own strength is also terrifying. Although this great man destroyed the noble district and killed the duke, who was a royal relative, in front of the king, which severely lost the face of the royal family and the kingdom. But rather than offending you, your father must want to completely lock you up and tie you to the side of the kingdom. Luoxi once said this with some helplessness, which made Xian shrug. In fact, Xian can also feel that Anqi's attitude towards him has become different from before. Before, Anqi was very enthusiastic and optimistic about Xian. But it was just enthusiasm and optimism. But now, Anqi's attitude towards Xian is no longer just enthusiasm and optimism. From time to time, you can still see a trace of scruples and caution. This is an attitude that only appears when treating people of equal status or even higher status than oneself. It can be seen that Anqi no longer dares to manipulate Xian's affairs as casually as before. In addition, Leah, Luoxi's sister, has also changed her attitude towards Xian. Although on the surface, the first princess of this kingdom seems to be the same as before, smart and capable. But Xian always feels that every once in a while, Leah will cast a complicated look at him. The bitter, confused, melancholy, relieved eyes with a little gratitude have made Xian confused many times. It was not until later that Xian knew that Leah had killed her fiancé and freed her from the uncontrollable bondage of the marriage contract. So she showed such behavior. After the incident at the Lyusica family, when Xian saw Leah, the first sentence she said was like this: "This huge favor, I may never be able to repay it in my lifetime. So from now on, your business is my business. As long as it is your business, I will help you if I can, no matter how much it costs." The words that Leah left behind left a deep impression on Sean. Only because, later on, Leah did help Sean a lot. Of course, it's too early to say this now. Now, Leah has just gotten rid of a doomed unhappy engagement, and is currently the person with the lowest influence and strength in the royal family except for the collateral line. She still has a long way to go, and it will probably take a long time before she can help Sean. As for now, what Leah can do to help Sean is to try her best to help him and Rosie make this engagement banquet beautiful. In view of this, for this engagement banquet, Leah volunteered to take on the responsibility and became the highest person in charge and planner of the entire engagement banquet. All matters of the banquet were handed over to her, and she handled them vigorously and smoothly. As a result, it was Sheen, the protagonist of the engagement party, who spent the past 3 days peacefully, without any waves or busyness. With Leah around, Sheen didn't need to worry about the engagement party at all. Even for some necessary handovers and cooperation, Sheen asked Vivian to help him deal with them, which made Vivian look at Sheen with a lot of complaints these days. Ter, Lumia and Melika were still devoted to exercise as usual. For some reason, they exercised more vigorously these days than before, and they didn't know what stimulated them. Lycia and Laxia were not seen all day. Mysterious, and no one knew what they were doing. While Sheen was enjoying his leisure time, he just played with Lilith at home every day, or coaxed the little girl Ayi based on the previous things, making Lilith stick to him more and more. Ayi finally stopped being angry and let Sheen go. However, for some unknown reason, Ayi actually said something. "I will attend the engagement party." Hearing this, Sheen once thought that this little girl was still angry and was going to ruin her engagement party. Who told Ayi never to attend any banquet? According to her, she had no interest in such things, no intention to participate, and even felt a little bored. Instead of going to any banquet, Ayi would rather stay at home and sleep. She knew Ayi like this, so she thought that this little girl wanted to ruin her engagement party. Ayi seemed to have seen Sheen's idea. However, she expressed disdain for this. "Don't worry. This kingdom treasure is barely worthy of being your concubine, so I won't make trouble." After saying this, Ayi left. Sheen was stunned for a long time. "There is no way. I married my principal wife, not my concubine." Well, I feel more and more that this little girl might cause trouble that day. It was decided that on the day of the engagement party, Lilith would be thrown to this little girl to take care of. With Lilith sticking to her and watching her, she wouldn't be able to do anything decent. Such Sheen didn't know that. In fact, the person who should be worried about was not AI, but another existence. Damn it. It was obviously me who came first. It was obviously me who came first. In the corner of the god realm, Nian had mastered the whole thing and kept going crazy. If she wasn't worried about being discovered by Najula, Nian would have wanted to summon Xian, lock him up for 3 or 4 days, and directly disrupt the engagement party. Her hero was actually preparing to get married like this, which made Nian both unhappy and wanting to cry. The next one will definitely be me. The dreamy goddess was still swearing in a godly way. At the same time, some people from both the gods and demons actually took some actions for this engagement party. It is conceivable that the engagement party will be very lively. However, the day before the engagement party, Sheen welcomed a guest. "What brings you here? His Highness Havis?" Sheen appeared in the reception room of the Bostut family and teased Havis, who was brought in by the maid. The visitor was Havis with Rocket. Rocket, who was following Havis like a loyal guard, was staring at Sheen with a somewhat complicated look. Obviously, the strength Sheen had shown before and the energy behind him made this somewhat arrogant empire's strongest man look at him with a new look. On the other hand, Havis was still smiling like a spring breeze as before, without any change. "Congratulations. You have successfully won the beauty and are about to be engaged to the kingdom's treasure, Viscount Bostut." Havis said, "No. I should call you Earl Bostut." "Right. My title has not been officially promoted yet, so I am still a Viscount." Sheen curled his lips and said, "Even if I am promoted to Earl, I am still not good enough in front of the Imperial Prince." "Your Highness, please don't brag about me." "Brag?" Havis laughed and said, "Now, who would think that Lord Bostut would be a mere Viscount or Earl? With the support of the gods and demons, and the strength currently shown, even the entire human race has to be wary of Sheen. Not to mention a small Imperial Prince like him." Havis was not bragging, but just telling the truth. Ever since Sheen showed his talent, Harvest could foresee that this young nobleman, who was born as an adventurer, would soar to the sky. Whether it was strength, status, or ability, Sheen was far superior to him. Harvest, who knew this, would never act like an imperial prince in front of Sheen. Okay, Your Highness. You are not like those nobles who line up at the gate to see me. You come to my house just to flatter me, and build a good relationship with me. Right? Sheen was not polite to Havis and asked directly, what? Is there any action on the part of the Lefollette family? Sheen did not forget that he needed to help Theodore deal with the elite assassination team of the Lefollette family. In the past few days, Sheen has done a lot of things. But he is most concerned about this matter, because this is something that may actually threaten the people around him. If possible, Sheen really wants to get rid of them as soon as possible. If there is any action over there, then Sheen can take action. Thinking of this, Sheen's spirits were lifted. However, at this time, Havis sighed. Indeed, the Lefollette family has taken some action. Havis said, but this action may not be what we want to see. Not what we want to see. Sheen was slightly startled. Havis did not keep the secret. I received some news. Havis looked at Sheen and said, the elite assassination force of the Lefollette family seems to be preparing to withdraw from the capital. What? Sheen was surprised and said, withdraw from the capital? That's right. Havis said helplessly, not only that elite assassination force, but even Valiant is planning to return to the Empire. It seems that they have decided to give up on Fear Elbion. This Sheen was confused. Why did they give up suddenly? Thinking this way, Sheen had no idea that his sharp display not only shocked the villains, but also shocked his enemies. Havis said so. It is not difficult to understand why the Lefollette family would give up this action. Because they have seen the true strength of the Lord and the power behind you. And then, they have concerns. In other words, they weighed the pros and cons, and finally felt that there was no chance to take action against Fear Elbion, who was protected by you. This should be the reason why they gave up this operation. Right? Chapter 446 ran to the human world. After hearing what Havis said, she not only did not feel relieved, but frowned. Because you are afraid of me. You gave up the action? Perhaps. From the surface, this is the most likely thing to happen. There is no way. The power and energy that Sheen showed this time are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is normal that the Empire does not want to offend Sheen for this, and does not think that it can catch anyone from Sheen's men. Some people think that it is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Even if Sheen is so powerful, as long as he can kidnap Tyr without anyone noticing. Isn't that enough? After all, Tyr is just Tyr. It is impossible for her to stay with Sheen all the time. Once the two are separated, there is still a great chance. But don't forget that Melika was separated from Sheen before. But when Melika was in danger, Sheen arrived in time. This may be only because the revelation of the goddess of nature let Sheen know about this. But who can guarantee that when Tyr is in trouble, the goddess of nature will not give Sheen revelation again? In view of this, it is understandable that the Lefollette family wants to give up the action. However, did the Lefollette family want to move Tyr because of Moro's instructions? Then, will Moro be shocked by the power and energy displayed by Sheen? Impossible. The reason is very simple. If Moro is the mastermind behind the cooperation with Mirage in the Cosmos incident as I thought, then she is likely to know everything I did in Cosmos, including Sheen's defeat of the Orc Priest group alone, including Mirage's destruction in Sheen's hands, and even Sheen's use of the Holy Sword to fight Lilith with all his strength. In other words, this Moro is likely to know Sheen's identity. Even if she didn't know Sheen's identity, she knew that Sheen had extraordinary strength and had subdued Lilith. But even so, the other party sent the Lefollette family to the capital. What did that prove? It proved that she would not give up her goal because of Sheen's power and the energy behind it. So, at this time, the Lefollette family suddenly withdrew from the capital and no longer prepared to take action. What was the reason? Sheen always felt that the story behind this matter was not simple. On the contrary, Havis seemed to have determined it. I came here to ask you, what are you going to do next? Havis looked at Sheen and whispered, before. I promised to help you eliminate the Lefollette family first. And that promise is still valid. Sheen would understand what this sentence means. Do you plan to kill them on their way back? Sheen understood Havis's plan. That's right. Harvey's didn't hide it, and said frankly, although the whereabouts of that elite assassination team are very secretive, and it is difficult to find out their route. According to my observation, Valiant should go there to join them. Therefore, Harvey's planned to send people to follow Valiant all the way when he withdrew from the capital, until he found the elite assassination team. At that time, We can find another opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Is it okay? Sheen looked at Harvey's and said, since the other party is also an elite in assassination and stabbing, it should be difficult for your people to keep an eye on him. Right? It is indeed difficult. Harvey's did not deny it, but stared at Sheen and said, but I must do this kind of thing. Otherwise, I have no qualifications to cooperate with you. Right? Hearing this, Sheen smiled without comment. Harvey's idea is right. If he can't even deal with a small Volian and a 10-man elite assassination team, how can he deal with the Leffelet family? How can he deal with Morrow? And drive his father off the stage? Sheen is capable of helping him do it. But why can he help Havis to this extent? Since it is a cooperation. If Havis does not show enough ability and capacity, Sheen will not need the help of His Royal Highness the Prince. He can just bring AI and Lilith to the Imperial capital and make a big fuss. Which is better than cooperating with a prince who can't help at all. Havis is very smart and knows that he has to show his full value. Otherwise, this so-called cooperative relationship will definitely not be maintained. And Sheen also believes that Havis should have some means that he has not used. With his reputation that can even win over Rokt, the first legendary knight in the Empire. Sheen does not believe that there will be no other powerful talents under this prince. Among these talented people, maybe there is someone who can target the elite assassins of the Leffelet family such as Volian. Anyway, Sheen is looking forward to it. Then I'll leave it to you, Your Highness. Sheen handed the matter to Havis again very readily. Leave it to me. A confident look appeared on Havis's face. The two chatted for a few words and then separated. Havis took Rocket away from the Bostut family. However, before leaving, Rocket, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said something. You are very strong, Lord Bostut. Rocket said solemnly, I am a person who really wants to fight with the strong. And I have always regarded Aridia as a target that must be defeated. There is only one meaning in Rocket's words. Now, there may be one more person in my target. Rocket looked straight at Sheen and said with fighting spirit, I hope I can have a chance to fight you. After leaving these words, Rocket followed Harvest and left. Sheen was stunned for a long time, and then rolled his eyes. Please find another protagonist for this kind of passionate plot. I'm not interested. That's what Sheen thought. Sheen didn't know that at this moment. Najula, who was standing beside him, was struggling. Should I tell him what the Leffelet family is preparing to do? Najula naturally grasped this situation. The goddess who had been monitoring Sheen, after Sheen and Havis mentioned the matter of Morrow, more or less paid attention to this aspect. Although Najula had to focus most of her energy on Sheen and couldn't monitor other places. For some things she cared about. This goddess, who was incarnated into nature and could theoretically monitor the entire natural world, could still divide some of her mind and discover some things happening in other places. The same is true for the Leffelet family. Najula had already glimpsed what those people were going to do. If she told Sheen now, the other party's conspiracy would naturally fall apart. But should I tell him about this? I can still use the fact that I am the goddess of nature and the highest belief of the elves to cover up the matter of the child named Melika. And the matter of the Leffelet family has nothing to do with me. Once I tell him about this situation, he will definitely start to wonder why I know so much about what happened around him. Right? By then, my surveillance of him will probably be exposed. This made Nadura hesitate. After thinking about it, Nadura decided, let's not worry about it for the time being. With Sheen's ability, he may be able to solve this matter by himself. If something unexpected really happens, I can just remind him at that time. As for now, let this brave man get married with peace of mind. Nadura couldn't help but smile. I don't know if Litas already knows that the blessing recipient whom she regards as her own child is going to get married. If she knew, how would she react? Thinking about it, Nadura finds it funny. Unfortunately, Nadura doesn't know that the situation is far more serious than she imagined. In the Divine World, a floating island near the central island. This is the Divine Island where Anima, the goddess of life, lives. Unlike the Divine Island of the goddess of nature, which is full of natural scenery such as forests and lakes, the Divine Island of the goddess of life is like a large ecological park, which not only has various environments, but also has many lives in motion. They are all animals. Some are seen everywhere on the earth. Some are precious species that are hard to find on the earth. And there are even ancient creatures that have become extinct in the long river of history. There is everything, making the entire Divine Island like a living circle of thousands of species, full of vitality and energy. At this time, Anima was returning to her own island from outside, heading towards the central temple, with a thoughtful look on her face. There was no problem with the seal. And the great mystery of the hero's summoning was still sealed in it. This is certain. Just now, Enema went to the corner of the divine world, where the hero's summoning was sealed to investigate the current status of the seal. The seal set by the supreme god Omnis was still running, and no one could enter except herself. Although Enema was unable to enter, since the seal was still in good condition, it proved that there was no major problem with the mystery of the hero's summoning. At least, no one would be able to enter the sealed place and activate the hero's summoning. Enema pondered and murmured, in this case, why was the hero's summoning activated? This problem still could not be solved. It would be great if the mother goddess was still awake. Enema couldn't help thinking so, and then shook her head and shook off this unrealistic idea. She knew that after losing the demon king, Omnipotenthan had nothing that could attract the attention of her mother goddess. It was impossible to wake up the mother goddess. Let's check the ancient books on summoning heroes. Maybe we can find clues. Enema decided the next step. At this moment, a goddess came to Enema in a panic. Lady Enema, something bad has happened. The goddess looked very anxious. What's wrong? Enema was stunned. The next second, Enema's face changed. Lady Letas ran to the human world. The goddess said with a sad face. What did you say? Enema was stunned on the spot. Chapter 447 will definitely be eaten. Just like that, the day of Sean and Rosie's engagement finally arrived. On this day, no one in the capital was open for business, and no one was working. But there were entertainment activities and celebration parties. Led by the Kingdom Knights, a grand parade was launched in the capital. Music full of festive atmosphere came from nowhere and echoed throughout the streets and alleys. Every household hung up curtains and lit up magic lights that were completely different from usual. Like the new year, full of laughter and joy. Under the deliberate publicity and promotion of the palace, the entire capital took the lead in blowing the whistle for this engagement feast worthy of being recorded in history books. Of course, the rest of the city is the same. Even if some people are still unwilling to celebrate Rosie's engagement with others, the royal family has issued an order, and the whole country celebrates together. Even if they are unwilling, they still have to do the superficial work if they should. Therefore, the whole kingdom really entered the atmosphere of universal celebration. Even the adventurers would not work on this day, except for some adventurers who accepted special commissions and needed to contribute to the engagement feast for universal celebration. The rest of the adventurers were eating meat and drinking in the Adventurers Guild. However, their topics were very interesting. Her Highness Princess got married, and my youth is over. Don't say that. It's just an engagement. Not really married yet. Even if it's an engagement, it's very enviable. Yes. In the Adventurers Guild, similar remarks kept appearing. At the same time, in Lamidjan, in the Adventurers Guild, there were also a large group of adventurers sighing. Unexpectedly, the kid who was only level 10 and despised by everyone at the beginning is not only going to become an earl, but also engaged to that Highness Rosie Lusty. A few months ago, that guy was just like us. An adventurer. We are all adventurers. Why is there such a big gap? God is really blind. That's right. I don't know why such a devil has such good luck. If I had known earlier, I would have accepted the guild's commission to go to the capital. If I had gone there at that time, I might have been the one engaged to the princess. Yes, I can do it. A group of adventurers were sour there, as if they had eaten dozens of tons of lemons. In the crowd, Leon was also here. His teammates have changed. Mager was killed by Beto, and Yudris was not there. However, Leon still relied on his own means to recruit 2 high-level adventurers. Well, both of them are female adventurers, and their levels are above 40, which is considered very high in Lamidjan. Unfortunately, not every high-level female adventurer can look outstanding. The 2 female adventurers that Leon is with are like this. One looks indescribable, and the other is as strong as a man. The 2 of them are still sticking to Leon with a face full of intimacy, ignoring the contempt and disgust of the people around them, and feeding Leon with a coquettish voice. Come and eat this, Lord Leon. Lord Leon is also very happy, with us sisters pampering you. Not inferior to that Xian at all. Right? That's right. Come! Let others see how happy we are. Lord Leon. The 2 female adventurers smiled sweetly, but their looks and body shapes made Leon smile extremely forced. Looking at the 2 teammates with extremely distinctive looks in his arms, and recalling the beauty of Luo she that he had seen in the royal capital before. At this moment, Leon's envy and jealousy were stronger than anyone else. I also went to the capital. Why didn't such a great thing come to me? For Leon, who always wanted to become a noble. Everything about Sheen now is what he envied and envied. They were obviously going to the capital together. But now, Sheen is not only engaged to the most beautiful woman of the human race and the treasure of the kingdom, but also a noble. And not an ordinary noble. He was a viscount at the beginning. And now he is about to become an earl. A real upper noble. With the support of the gods and demons. His future achievements and status can be imagined. This is really hard for Leon to accept. It's not that Leon doesn't know himself. But a few months ago, when they went to the capital together, their identities were obviously equal. But now the gap has become so big, it's really uncomfortable. Especially the experiences of both parties, which are a world of difference. Sheen became a noble in the capital, while Leon was humiliated in the capital, and was hit so hard that he returned to the countryside to continue to live. While Sheen was favored by the princess in the capital, Leon was looked down upon by the female companions around him in the capital, and his status plummeted. Eutylis, who had regarded all the beautiful women approaching Leon as enemies, went to the capital and saw more outstanding men. After returning to Lemidgen, she completely looked down on Leon. The reason why Eutylis is not here now is not because of anything else, but because Eutylis has dumped him and followed the family's large caravan to the capital. It is said that Eutylis is ready to inherit the family's magic props business and train and work in the branch in the capital. And her purpose is very simple. That is, she wants to marry into a wealthy family, become the wife of a noble, or the concubine of a great noble, and enjoy wealth and glory in the future. Leon wants to cry. Really want to cry. Lion. Master. Lion. Master. Beside him, two teammates who were as rough as men were still calling Lion in sweet voices. The forced smile on Leon's face became uglier than crying. It was not long before Leon married the sisters and lived a life like a house husband. As for now, Leon is still fantasizing. One day, I will be like that Sheen, a man that everyone envies. For this reason, Leon swallowed all the bitterness and grievances in his stomach, opened his mouth, and bit the food that the two teammates sent to his mouth. That scene was so sad no matter how you look at it. At the same time, Riley was not in the guild, but in a simple small house, accompanied by 7 cute little girls. These 7 little girls all have dog ears and dog tails, and they are less than 10 years old. But they all look a bit like Lumia, and they are lined up in front of Riley. It seems that everyone is ready. Laylee nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "In a few days, my sister will take you to the capital. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the little girls lit up. Among them, a little girl immediately raised her hand. "Sister Laylee, our sister is in the capital, right?" The other little girls also looked at Laylee timidly, and with shining eyes, like this little girl. Yes, Laylee would naturally not lie to these little girls, and said very intimately, "Your sister is in the capital, waiting for you to go there?" This statement, in exchange for the little girls' impatient questions. "We will live in the capital in the future, right? I heard that there is a very big house for us to live in. It's the house of my sister's teammate." "No, it's the house of my sister's man. I heard it's the house of Her Royal Highness the Princess. So looking forward to it." The little girls started to chatter like this, and they seemed particularly lively. Especially the statement about the sister's man made Laylee even more stunned. "Where did you hear that statement?" Laylee asked hurriedly. To this, the little girls answered without hesitation. "It was the old lady next door who said that. We showed the letter that the sister sent to us to the old lady, because we couldn't understand it. The old lady said that the sister said in the letter that she was now living in a very great man's house. The grandmother also said that a cute girl like the sister would be eaten up if she lived in a boy's house. So that was the sister's man. I just don't know what eating up means." The little girls chattered again, one by one, and Laylee felt a headache. It's bad. This misunderstanding is a big deal. Thinking of this, Laylee sighed. Forget it. Let Lumia worry about it herself. Who told those girls to suddenly say that they would not return to Lemidgen and would settle down in the capital in the future? When she first received the news, Riley was shocked, especially considering the specialness of Vivian and Tyr. Those two should not want to stay in the capital forever. Who would have thought that this time they actually made the decision to stay there together? Who is it all because of? Riley, who was talking to herself, was thinking of that incredible man. I really didn't expect that he would become the fiancé of the princess, who was so perfect that I couldn't be jealous of him in just a few months. But if you think about it carefully, with his status, it seems that he is more than enough to match Roxy. I just don't know if Vivian and the others also. Otherwise, why would they abnormally want to stay in the capital? Really? Riley laughed. Outside, the atmosphere of celebration continued. The engagement feast between Xian and Luo was just about to begin. The capital, the temple on the lake island. In the deepest part of the temple, in the inner hall where no one could peek, a glorious door suddenly appeared and opened, allowing a figure to slowly walk out. That was the goddess. The skin was like snow. The hair was long like a waterfall. The figure was graceful, tall and beautiful, with long white hair and blue eyes, and a beautiful goddess wearing a white cassock. It's been a long time since I came to the human world. The beautiful goddess sighed, as if she was reminiscing, or as if she was recalling something. However, after a while, the goddess' face was only filled with indignation. I want to see who wants to kidnap my lovely well-wishers. She embossed it. Right? Waiting. Filled with anger and hostility, the most powerful goddess today stepped out of the temple. Chapter 448. Stop your imaginations. Unconsciously, the engagement banquet to be held in the palace is approaching. When it began to get dark, carriages drove to the palace one after another, passing through the bridge connecting to the island in the middle of the lake and directly entering the gate of the palace. This scene lasted for a long time, and it did not stop for several hours in a row. It is conceivable how many nobles were preparing to attend this engagement banquet. Many citizens came here specially to see it, looking at the palace decorated with lights and colors, ready to hold a formal engagement banquet. They were very envious. I really want to go in and take a look. Yes. I heard that Her Highness Rosie will wear a dress today. I wish I could take a look. Don't think about it. Her Highness Rosie is going to be engaged to Viscount Bostad. No. It should be said that Count Bostad. That it's just an engagement. Right? That's right. It's just an engagement. Who knows if the engagement will be cancelled suddenly later? That's right. Many people held such embarrassing expectations while talking, as if trying to grasp the last straw. In the final analysis, people still don't want to see Rosie marry another man. Even if you can't have it yourself, you don't want others to have it. This is a bad nature of men. As long as the goddess doesn't belong to anyone, it belongs to everyone. There are countless people who think this way. Maybe, even if Rosie really gets married, there will still be many people in this world who admire her and admire her. Right? The treasure of the kingdom is always the treasure of the kingdom, and is deeply loved by the people of the kingdom. People can only admire the princess while cursing Xian in their hearts. Even if the situation has progressed to this point, and many people have accepted this reality, there are still many people cursing the man who has great luck. Xian Bostad. Ha! In the hall of Bostad's house, Xian sneezed violently. What happened? Vivian looked at this scene and immediately asked with concern, "Do you have a cold?" Vivian's words made the girls in the hall focus their attention on Xian. "Are you okay, Mr. Xian?" Melika looked concerned. "Is it really a cold?" Lumia still looked timid. At this time, you must not let down the chain. Tyr couldn't help but say this. Feeling the concern of the girls, Xian touched his nose. "Don't worry. I'm fine. I just suddenly wanted to sneeze." As he said, Xian also looked at the girls in the group. A group of 4 girls gathered around Xian, and they were dressed completely differently from usual. A closer look revealed that the girls in Vivian's team had all changed out of their usual adventurer gear and put on dresses. Melika was wearing a green long dress, which matched her naturally drooping long hair perfectly. She looked like an elf princess at a ball. She was not gorgeous, but she was definitely fresh, pure and beautiful. Lumia was wearing a light yellow short dress, and her white calves were exposed to the air. They were smooth and tender, making people want to pinch them. She had been feeling uncomfortable since the beginning, and was still shy. Even TL took off her black robe that had no atmosphere in the past, and put on a simple but stylishly designed dark black dress, which was the same as Lumia's short dress, but with shoulders exposed. Her eye-catching purple hair was also tied into a braid and hung in front of her body, making her look like a cold little witch. But she still wore a mask covering the upper half of her face, which was somewhat detrimental. And the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Vivian, because Vivian took off the full body armor that she wore all the time, and finally showed the full picture of her body. It was a body with clear curves, enchanting and sexy, not inferior to Sarah at all, and it could be said to be a body with protruding front and back. Vivian wore a dark blue dress, high heels, and a slightly long skirt, so her hands were always slightly holding up the sides of the skirt, which made Vivian's walking posture have an indescribable sense of elegance and beauty. Sean still remembered that when he saw Vivian like this, he was stunned for several seconds. There was no way. In terms of beauty, Sean had seen more beautiful people than Vivian. Whether it was Roxy or Nian, their looks were better than Vivian. Sean had already eaten one and kept another as a spare tire. Nian, haha. It was already difficult to surprise him with his appearance. The reason why Vivian could do this was entirely because that image was too different from her usual appearance, which made Sean unable to control himself and stood still for a few seconds, looking at these 4 girls with different styles, but equally beautiful. Sean suddenly understood why Vivian's team needed to be so vigilant against the approach of male adventurers when they were in Limijin. The reason was nothing else. It was really because these 4 people gathered together. It was really too attractive. However, today, these 4 attractive girls dressed up like this to attend Sheen's engagement party, as the first people Sheen met after coming to this world, and teammates who have been living under the same roof with him for the past few months. It is impossible for the 4 girls not to receive an invitation from the royal family to attend Sheen's engagement party. Of course, among the 4 girls, except Vivian, who grew up in an aristocratic family, the other 3 were very nervous about this matter at the beginning. I have never attended such a high-end banquet. Me too. Melika and Lumia almost panicked when Ter heard that they had to attend the banquet. She frowned for a long time. Obviously, she didn't want to attend at all. But in the end, all 3 of them decided to attend. The reason was naturally Vivian's persuasion. This is Sheen's engagement banquet. Are you sure you want to be absent? This sentence made the 3 girls silent. And finally, those who mustered up their courage mustered up their courage. And those who agreed to attend Sheen's engagement banquet. As for AI, she was naturally there. I didn't hear that I had to dress like this. AI looked unhappy. This dragon demon prince also wore a dress in a very bright red color, with bare shoulders and legs, and 2 ribbons and gauze ridges hanging down from the back of the skirt. I have to say that this dress is extremely suitable for AI. Although it took quite a while to prepare this dress, mainly because there was less fabric in some places and the dress was too tight. It needed to be altered significantly before it could be worn. The dragon demon that once shocked the 3 worlds of gods, humans and demons, actually had such a stunning side, which really made people feel that it was worth the price. I protested and felt dissatisfied with this many times, but was blocked by Xian's words. You said you were going to attend my engagement party, so of course you have to wear a dress. Right? Xian said so. Ai wanted to say that no matter what the occasion was, she would not wear such troublesome clothes. This was also the fact. In the past, Ai had never worn a dress, let alone attended any public occasions. She would only appear in front of some people when something that she had to show up appeared. Such Ai would not consider the issue of dressing at the scene at all, and she would still wear it as she should. In other words, wearing a dress like this was also the first time for Ai. Ai wanted to say something, but after seeing Xian's admiring eyes, for some reason, she swallowed all her words back. In the end, Ai could only say one sentence. In the whole world, only you can make me do this. Ai sighed with deep dissatisfaction. That's really an honor. Xian shrugged and said, by the way, do you feel so uncomfortable? The fabric of that dress should be quite expensive. Right? Especially since this little girl has a famous instrument. The fabric that should be saved was not saved at all. And Xian really spent a lot of money. Therefore, Xian felt a little indignant about Ai's dissatisfied performance. Who would have thought? You won't understand. Ai suddenly fell silent, and then said in an inexplicably heavy tone, if I had shown even a little interest in clothes, then, as early as 10,000 years ago, I would have become a doll of my sisters and been caught by them to play dress-up games. Well, I'll mourn for you for 2 seconds. That's what I said. Since you've changed into a dress. Can you take away the pillow that ruins the view? Sean finally couldn't help but protest. Yes. Ai still held her pillow in front of her. Even though she changed into different clothes than usual, she still covered her body tightly. This made Sean, who thought he could feast his eyes today, very dissatisfied. But this is also the bottom line that Ai will never give up. Forget about you. I don't intend to let other men look at my body casually. Ai snorted lightly. But the words she said were full of ambiguity. Look at the body casually. Wow, 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 wow. Melika and Lumia were shocked. Sean, could it be that you? Vivian and Ter's eyes looking at Sean also changed. Wait. Stop your imagination first. What you imagined didn't happen. Xian trembled all over and quickly explained. But this explanation did not convince the girls, but only made them half believing and half doubting. Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this time, a little hand pulled Xian's sleeve, making Xian lower his head and look to the side. There, Lilith stood quietly, looking up. This little goddess had already put on a dress. But unlike Ai, who was in bright red, Lilith's dress was pure white snow. Although she was an evil god, this pure white snow dress was suitable for her no matter how she looked at it. Xian couldn't help but reach out and touch Lilith's head. Okay, let's go, Xian said so. A minute later, Yulin roared and flew out of Bastuta's house and headed towards the palace. Chapter 449, The Undoubted Focus. Roar! The dragon roar lingered in the sky above the capital, causing the citizens who were celebrating to raise their heads and look up at the sky. Yulin roared with high spirits and flew towards the palace under the gazes of everyone. People pointed and talked about it. People talked about it because they knew that the protagonist of this engagement feast celebrated by the whole country was now on the dragon. Getting engaged on a dragon? I have to say, it's really domineering. Seeing this, I can only say that he is worthy of being the husband chosen by Her Highness Luo Shi. Yes, it seems that people only recognize the reality at this moment, and realize that the person who was about to step onto the throne that everyone envied and jealous of was a hero that they could not even flatter. Compared to others, I am nothing. So what position do I have to oppose? The people in the capital all thought so complicatedly. Xian didn't know that his trip had such a positive effect. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Right? It can only be said that he has begun to get used to the attitude of others. Under such circumstances, Yulin flew over, and soon Xian and his party finally arrived at the palace. The dark dragon bathed in the gaze of everyone, flew across the night sky, across the vast lake, and finally came to the island in the middle of the lake, and landed in the direction of the palace below. This time, the engagement banquet was held directly in the royal hall because there were many invited people. Many people of noble status and a high level. The royal hall, which was used for audiences in the past, was now decorated with many decorations and luxurious tables and chairs. The hot dishes and drinks were served by the palace maids and spread all over the white tables, making the nobles linger in it. Of course, they gathered in twos and threes, and the topic of conversation was inseparable from the protagonist of this engagement banquet. After today, the kingdom's treasure will be completely taken. Think about it. We have been fighting for so long. But in the end, we can't compete with a viscount who was born as an adventurer and has only been a noble for a few months. There is no way. Who let him have the support of the gods and demons behind him? If I had the support of the gods and demons, I would have soared to the sky long ago. I can only say that we are all losers today. A group of noble children and even royal children from various countries gathered together like this, chatting about some sour and emotional topics. At this moment, no matter they were the dignitaries who were in competition and opposition from the standpoint of their country, or the nobles from various countries who were political enemies, they all had a rare feeling of mutual sympathy, and they gathered together to drink wine in big gulps, as if they were ready to get drunk. The noble children who are allowed to come here are basically those who have accepted reality, acknowledged reality, no longer have extra fantasies, and give up against Xian. If not, their families would not allow them to attend at all, so as to prevent them from making trouble and causing disaster. So, today, these noble children are the last to come to commemorate, and it is not a strange thing to gather together like this to appreciate each other. The other dignitaries from various countries also gathered in twos and threes to chat. The topics they talked about were much more advanced than those of the noble children. When the kingdom's treasure and Lord Bastutus are officially engaged, the Mitrok kingdom can be regarded as having a deeper relationship with the gods and demons. Right? In the past, the kingdom had received a lot of help from the gods because of the relationship between the brave Mitra and the kingdom's treasure Her Highness Rosie Lusty. This time, it married someone who has a deep relationship with the demons. In the future, it is afraid that it will surpass the Ragna Empire and become the first power of the human race. Could this be the reason why the Mithraic royal family chose Bastutu? Who knows? Although Ansiford is famous for loving his daughter, he also has a realistic side. Maybe he is really calculating the interests involved. It seems that the Mithraic kingdom will become more and more powerful in the future. Don't worry. The one who should be worried is the Ragnar Empire. That's right. These dignitaries from various countries turned their eyes to the side and looked at Havis, who was chatting with people there. Havis seemed not to notice anyone's gaze, and continued to chat with people calmly. His smile, like spring breeze, really made many young ladies of noble families in the royal hall blush and their eyes shine. However, many prominent people came to this banquet, and Havis was definitely not the most dazzling one among them. At this engagement party, even the Pope of the temple, Yule, came with a group of clergymen. Now he was being greeted respectfully by many people. He also looked kind and didn't seem to be arrogant at all. However, Yule was undoubtedly the center of the most respected and dazzling circle today. As the spokesperson of the gods in the human world, the status of the temple in the human world is very special. The Pope of the temple can be on par with the king of a country, and even higher than the status of many kings of small countries. If you can get in touch with the people of the temple, it will definitely be a great thing for the dignitaries of various countries in the human world. Therefore, after Yule appeared, he immediately became the most respected person in the audience. From the beginning, people greeted him non-stop. Even Hards brought rock to greet him respectfully. This shows the special status of the temple. Yule had never attended any banquet in person in the past, but this time he came to attend Sheen and Rosie's engagement party in person. It can be imagined that in his mind, Sheen and Rosie also have a special status, who made Sheen and Luoshi have a great connection with the gods. With this relationship, Yule dared not put on airs by relying on his status. He had to attend the engagement banquet this time. He basically represented the meaning of the gods here, proving that the gods were also paying attention to this engagement banquet, paying attention to Sheen and Luoshi, and even offering blessings to the two. For this reason, many people from the demon embassy also came, as if competing with the gods, becoming another dazzling circle in the king's hall. At an engagement banquet, people from the three tribes of God, human, and demon all came. In this way, it is no wonder that others think that this engagement banquet will be the most sensational and high-level engagement banquet in history. Under such circumstances, Sheen and his party came on stage late. When such a footstep sounded very clearly in everyone's ears and sounded in the king's hall, the whole scene was completely quiet, and there was no sound at all. Sheen walked in slowly. He was wearing a luxurious ceremonial dress. He held Ayi and Lilith in his left and right hands respectively. Behind him, Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Melika, who were blooming like delicate flowers, lined up in a row, following him like his female companions and followers. The scene instantly suppressed all the dignitaries and figures present, especially the appearance of Ayi, who was led by Sheen and dressed in a bright red dress, made many people's faces change. Not long after, meet Lord Bastutu. Meet His Highness Dragon Demon. At some point, Leah brought Sanai to Sheen and others, and saluted them properly. Everyone suddenly woke up. Meet Lord Bastutu. Meet His Highness Dragon Demon. At this moment, whether it was the royal families of various countries, or the nobles whose titles were far higher than Sheen, they all saluted Sheen and Ayi. Yule and the clergy of the temple were also like this, completely losing their former detachment and lowering their noble heads. Needless to say, the people of the demon clan, seeing Ayi appear, all of them knelt down in panic. Obviously, no one could have expected Ayi's presence. Ayi didn't even look at these people, but just held Sheen's hand coldly. Although the people here were all of noble status and good position, in Ayi's eyes, they were undoubtedly no different from ordinary people. Therefore, Ayi would not look at them more, let alone respond to their salutes. Only Sheen looked around and looked at the dignitaries of various countries, who bowed their heads to him one by one. He felt a little sad in his heart. Others are lamenting that Sheen was an adventurer a few months ago, but now he has soared to the sky, which is quite incredible. But in fact, how good can Sheen be? You know, Sheen has always regarded himself as a very vulgar and ordinary person, instead of seeing himself as the protagonist and the center of the world, even in his previous life. Although Sheen has forgotten who he was at that time, it can be seen from his mentality and values in this life that he is definitely not a rich or noble existence. Such a person actually stood among the dignitaries of various races in just a few months, making everyone bow to him. It is impossible not to sigh for this. No wonder the otakus have a dream of reincarnating into another world and traveling to the second dimension. It is because of this feeling that makes people feel that they have become the destined person that people are so enthusiastic about it. Right? Unfortunately, I am still a vulgar person. A very ordinary salted fish. Sheen smiled generously, and the sigh in his heart disappeared. His ability to accept has always been so strong. So, it only took a second for him to react completely. Meet Her Highness Leah. In such a formal occasion, Xian was not too casual, and also saluted Leah. There was no way. This was his engagement party. And Xian would not be so extravagant at his engagement party, even if he was extravagant. However, Xian was not too polite. What about Luo Shi? Like this? Xian went straight to the point. Leah smiled slightly, turned around, and turned the eyes of everyone present to the direction of the throne. There, on the side road, two figures came slowly and caught everyone's eyes. The people who came were Anqi and Luo Shi. Anqi held his daughter's hand, like a father who was about to entrust his daughter to someone else, with a kind face. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Anqi and the figure. Xian. The same thing. The reason was that Luo Shi was so beautiful today. She was wearing a white veil, a pearl necklace around her neck, and jade pendants on her ears. Although she was not wearing any makeup, her skin was as white as snow, smooth and attractive. She was wearing a pure white dress, like a wedding dress, with bare shoulders and back, exuding a sense of surprise. Today, she had no holy sword or awe-inspiring aura around her, but only a breathtaking beauty, especially the smile on her face that she unconsciously carried, and a pair of red gem-like eyes that curved like a crescent moon. That look added to her softness and beauty that she had never had before. She is a real princess. This is the goddess in everyone's mind. The most beautiful woman of the human race. The treasure of the kingdom. Appeared in the most beautiful posture of her life under the gaze of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's heartbeat also missed several beats. The focus of the whole scene, at this moment, undoubtedly belongs to Roxy. No one can match her. It's really unique. Najula, who has been following Xian, looked at Roxy like this, and finally couldn't help but exclaimed, "So that's it. She is indeed qualified to be taken seriously." Even AI seemed to look at Roxy with a new eye, and murmured. Vivian, Tyr, Lumia, and Melika also looked at Roxy at this moment, and emotions such as amazement, sighing, admiration, and relief appeared in their hearts one after another. Even Lilith seemed to think that Roxy was very elegant, and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Anqi led Luo Shi to Xian and Ai. Meet His Majesty Dragon Demon. Anqi bowed his head to Ai. Anqi did not expect Ai to appear, but he was undoubtedly satisfied, because this means that the demons are paying attention to this engagement party and their mature royal family, which is something worth being happy about. Ai glanced at Anqi. I just came to see. Ai gave Anqi face and said lightly, "Don't worry about me. Do your own things." Yes. Anqi naturally has no objection. So, Anqi turned his eyes and looked at Xian. His eyes were somewhat complicated, but he felt more relieved and satisfied. Although he was shocked by the ability shown by Xian, and even felt dreadful, he had to admit that such an existence was also a good match for Luo Shi. Therefore, Anqi no longer has any regrets. Chapter 450 The luckiest thing in my life. If the protagonists of this engagement party are Xian and Luo Shi, then the host is undoubtedly Anqi. And she nodded to Xian with satisfaction, and then looked around the audience. First of all, please allow me to welcome you on behalf of my daughter Luo Shi and the kingdom of Mitra. And thank you for accepting the invitation of the kingdom and coming to attend this engagement party. And Xi's voice awakened those who were obsessed with Luo Shi's beauty. Today is the engagement day of my daughter, the second princess of the kingdom of Mitra, Luo Shi Lucy T. Mitra. She is my baby and the treasure of the kingdom. She has been gifted since she was a child. No one in the human race can match her. Not only has she been recognized by the ancestral holy sword, but she has also been blessed by the goddess of fate and loved by the gods. I believe that in this world, no one can be better than my daughter, and no one can achieve such an achievement. For this, I sincerely thank God for giving me such an excellent daughter, and I have been proud of her for 17 years. From now on, I will probably be proud of this until I die. I also believe that everyone in the kingdom is as proud of my daughter as I am, and they love and praise her sincerely. Now, my excellent daughter has finally found a husband who matches her. As he said this, Anqi took Luo Shi in one hand and Xian in the other hand, facing everyone present. His origin is not noble, but he relied on his own abilities to transform himself from an adventurer to a hot hero in the kingdom and all races in just a few months. He has tamed the legendary Black Dragon, fought against the old demon clan, and dismantled the conspiracy of the fallen nobles several times. He stood out from the many heroes of the human race, and became the best one. If there is anyone in this world who is worthy of our country's treasure, I think it should be him. So, today, I officially hand over my daughter to him, and betroth my kingdom's treasure, the royal family's treasure, to this equally outstanding man. After saying that, Anqi handed Luo Shi's hand to Xian's. Xian and Luo Shi held each other's hands, almost subconsciously exerting force, and firmly grasped each other's palms. The two seemed to have no longer seen anyone else, and only each other was in their eyes, staring at each other. Anqi also smiled suddenly for this, but his mood was still complicated. I still remember that at the beginning, Anqi had made up his mind that if Xian really had any signs with his daughter, unless he became a member of the kingdom completely, he would not agree to the matter between the two. Who would have thought that things are unpredictable? And now it is no longer a question of whether he allows it or not. After all, his precious daughter is inevitably abducted. This made Anqi very melancholy these days. But he also let it go. So, Anqi spoke loudly, from today, she and Basta will officially enter into a marriage contract with my daughter Rosie Lust Mitra. They will become an engaged couple until they enter the sacred hall and tie the knot. Please give the most sincere blessings to this engaged couple. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Xian and Rosie holding hands and looking at each other, with no one else in their eyes. And they were all reluctant in their hearts, especially those noble children. Seeing Rosie, who was much more beautiful than ever before, their hearts that were originally planning to give up began to waver. Not to mention them. Even those contemporary dignitaries were a little hesitant. Do you really want to give up? Such a beautiful princess. The descendant of the most outstanding brave man in the entire human race. A woman with unique advantages. Can you really give it up? If the one who is to be married to him is his family, what a blessing it would be. The nobles of various countries, who had made up their minds to give up, all wavered. Even Havis smiled bitterly in the crowd. Even I regretted giving up so easily before. Roxalusti Mitra is really a terrible person. No wonder my sister is so stressed that she becomes so rigid and neurotic when facing such a person as an opponent. The people present basically have similar ideas as Havis, and they all feel that they gave up too early before. But now it is too late to regret it. Pa 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 pa. In the venue, a sound of applause rang out first. Everyone turned their heads and looked. And then, they were stunned. Because the person who applauded was not someone else, but AIE. Yes, AIE actually took the lead in applauding. The treasure of the kingdom is well deserved and worthy of my applause. AI glanced at Xian, who was full of surprise, and clapped his hands. Beside him, Lilith immediately imitated him, clapping her hands seriously. Vivian and Tyr looked at each other. The last one smiled suddenly, and the other one relaxed and clapped. Even Lumia and Melika hurriedly followed, and the other one was silent for a while, then laughed as if relieved, and then applauded. Seeing this, the people present began to follow one after another. Two people who are very compatible. God will bless you. Popul smiled and clapped, and the clergy of the entire temple clapped their hands together. The same was true for the demons. Looking at AI, who took the lead in clapping, they followed without hesitation. Havis also smiled helplessly, and clapped his hands with Rocket. The others could no longer hesitate, and could only clap their hands reluctantly. The applause grew louder and louder, until the entire room was filled with applause. However, the nobles were clapping their hands while their hearts were bleeding. Seeing Rosie's beautiful goddess-like figure, and then seeing that she only had sheen in her eyes, and a smile on her face that she had never had before, the nobles were even more crazy, wishing to kick Sheen away, and then go up and become the one standing next to Rosie. Anqi smiled happily. Then, he looked at Sheen. I, Ansifald Mitra, in the name of the 13th king of the Mitra kingdom, grant you the title of honorary earl. Anqi started the last task. From today on, you are no longer just a viscount, but an earl of the kingdom, a superior noble, and have truly stepped into the upper echelons of the aristocratic circle. I hope you treat Rosie well, work hard to improve, and move to a higher level. Count Boztut. After speaking, Anqi let go of her hand, stepped back, and gave the venue to Xian and Luoshi. Xian and Luoshi finally smiled at each other. Luoshi, in particular, had both happiness and relief in her eyes, because she knew that she had finally said goodbye to the past, and no longer needed to continue to live a boring life like in the past. From now on, she no longer needed to live to respond to the expectations of others, and no longer needed to hide herself so hard. Although today was just an engagement and not officially married, Luo Shi, who had the blessing of the god of destiny, had a premonition that her life had completely changed from this moment on. Thinking of this, Luo Shi couldn't help but tighten Xian's hand. Xian rarely stopped playing tricks, as if there was really only this beautiful princess in his eyes, with a gentle smile on his face. Suddenly, Xian seemed to be able to see the scene when he first met Luo Shi in the square in front of the palace. At that time, Rosie was so beautiful and so awe-inspiring that Xian was stunned and held his breath. However, it was that decisive scene that really made Xian recognize Rosie. Until now, Xian can still vaguely hear the words at that time. Why did such a troublesome thing happen again? Can't I just take a good rest? My daily schedule was already so full. Not only did I have to go out and show my face every day, but I also had to deal with those nobles who proposed marriage. I didn't have time to play. I finally got to stay in the capital for a while recently. Why did such a big event that concerns the world happen again? How much work does God want me to do before he is satisfied? I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I want to go out and play. I want to eat desserts from Lilith's shop. I want to eat a big meal from Isis's shop. I don't want to keep eating cold dishes in the palace. Woohoo! Vivian. That idiot. Why did you bring me trouble? What do these people want to do to me? Ah. So troublesome. So troublesome. Recalling the voice at that time. The words at that time. And Luo Shi who was lying on the bed, rolling desperately, and constantly complaining about the current situation. Xian couldn't help laughing. Xian leaned close to Luo Shi's ear. Do you still think it's a troublesome thing to meet me now? For some reason, Xian asked such a question. Luo Shi seemed to know where Xian's question came from, as if she also remembered the things at that time, and looked at Xian with unpleasant eyes. However, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Luo Shi followed her heart, with a bright smile, and answered word by word. That smile made everyone present lose their minds again. Xian couldn't help but be in a trance for a while, and then smiled, looking at the bright and beautiful Luo Shi, and then looking at the noble children around who kept casting envious and jealous eyes. Xian's smile suddenly turned bad. Then, Xian took Rosie's hand and pushed hard. Ah! Rosie couldn't help but screamed and threw herself into Xian's arms. Xian then hugged the princess, then lowered his head without hesitation and took her lips. Wow! Everyone present was speechless. Snap! The hearts of all the nobles were suddenly broken like glass. What? Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika were shocked. That guy. AI's applause slowed down and his face twitched. Even Anshi's smile froze. In front of everyone present, Xian kissed the kingdom's treasure, the most beautiful woman of the human race, and announced to the world that this princess was his. Rosie finally reacted, and was angry and anxious. But then, Luo Shi's body softened. She stretched out her hands, wrapped her arms around Xian's neck, closed her eyes, and entrusted everything to Xian, letting him do whatever he wanted. This was also a declaration, declaring that she had become the property of this man. She fell in love with him, and was fascinated by him. Not for a political marriage, nor for any other considerations, but simply loved this domineering man who kissed her. Ah! Finally, someone in the venue was stimulated to collapse and fainted on the spot. The rest of the people also had dizziness in front of their eyes, and some only felt a dizzy, felt that their hearts were empty, and became lost. Really, even Najula, who was hiding in the dark, was at a loss for words. The only one left was Leah, who had been watching silently from the side since the beginning. At this time, looking at the couple who kept kissing, she felt both relieved and complicated. Her Highness Leah, Sanai called Leah, and her eyes were full of envy and yearning when she looked at Xian and Luo Shi. I'm fine. Leah shook her head and whispered. Luo Shi finally found her own happiness, and found someone who truly loved her, and she also truly loved. Leah will no longer feel jealous. However, she will still feel envious for this. Her Highness Leah has already broken off the engagement with the Lyusica family, and will find her own happiness in the future. As the person who knows Leah best and is closest to Leah, Sanai naturally knows Leah's previous distress and her current mood. Let's hope. Leah did not have a bitter expression as in the past, but smiled brightly. She knew that she was still the same as before, and could not compare with her sister, even if the engagement with the Lyusica family was cancelled. As a princess of the royal family and the first heir to the throne, she would most likely end up in a political marriage and marry someone she didn't like. Without the special status of Roxy and the special conditions of Xian, There were very few things she could decide. But at least, now, she would no longer be as hopeless as before. Right? In view of this, while thanking Sheen for giving her such hope, Leah couldn't help but say something. I have a wish. Sanai. Leah suddenly said this. Wish? Sanai was startled at first. And then she understood a little. Leah said happily and playfully. I want to have a relationship. I don't ask for a grand or unforgettable relationship. I just want to meet such a person. And then I really love him. And he also really loves me. Even if, in the end, the two of them couldn't be together. It didn't matter. This was Liat Ella's wish. Chapter 451. It feels a bit difficult. An engagement banquet. While the host family was happy and most of the guests were in despair, entered the celebration stage. After receiving everyone's blessings, what Sean and Roxy need to do is to walk around the entire venue hand in hand and say hello to everyone present. Frankly speaking, this is Sean's least favorite part. Let him say hello to those so-called dignitaries who he doesn't know at all with a fake smile. That is undoubtedly one of the top things on Sean's trouble-ranking list. The only fun may be that when greeting some noble children, you can see the smile on their faces that is much uglier than your own. And when shaking hands, you also look like you want to crush your palm, but you don't dare to use any force. That look, I have to say, made Sean happy for a long time, and finally found some fun. So he kept taking Rosie to wander in front of those nobles, greeting them with a smile, and humbly said, Please continue to support my husband and wife in the future. Seeing those nobles in such a bad mood, he felt proud. In a word, I like to see you look like you want to kill me, but dare not do it. That's it. Even Rosie rarely had a smile on her face. Holding Sean's arm, following Sean, walking around the venue step by step, greeting those dignitaries. That beautiful look that was absolutely not seen in the past was really eye-catching and heartbreaking. Because the more they looked, the more those nobles realized that this #1 princess in the world was already taken and no longer belonged to them. If those noble children, who have refused to admit this reality, and are not allowed to attend the engagement banquet by their families, had felt that kind of heartache, they would definitely have gone completely crazy and couldn't help but attack Xian. Right? Of course. At this moment, the noble children present regretted that they did not attend the engagement banquet like those noble children. Why did I come here to watch my goddess being taken away? Am I full and have nothing to do? Come here specifically to be stimulated? All the noble children vomited blood. Xian successfully collected a wave of unforgettable hatred. However, Xian did not say hello sincerely. For example, when he came to Havis, Xian did not stimulate him much. Are you satisfied? His Highness Havis? Xian took Luo Shi and smiled at the prince. Meet His Highness Havis. Roxy also greeted Harvey's tentatively, still with a gentle smile on her face, but did not make any further moves. But Havis couldn't help but keep his eyes on Rosie for a second, looking at this beautiful treasure of the kingdom, and sighed in his heart. Congratulations again, Lord Bostut. Her Highness Rosie. Havis replied with this sentence, then looked at Sheen and whispered, Balian has withdrawn from the capital, and did not attend your engagement party. I have sent people to keep an eye on him, and I will probably be able to take action soon. Except for Sheen and Rocket, who was waiting quietly on the side. Only Rosie could hear this sentence. Take action? Rosie was slightly startled, but didn't say anything. Really? Sheen also remained calm and said, Do you need me to take action? No. It's not yet the point where you need to take action. Havis shook his head, looked directly at Sheen, and said, This is my token of surrender. After solving the Leffolet family, please cooperate with me. Okay. Xian said straightforwardly, then I will wait for good news from His Highness. After that, Xian took Rosie away. Rosie spoke up. Are you going to attack Walian Leffolet? Rosie whispered, Is it because of Teal? This princess is really very sharp. I guess so. Xian did not mean to hide anything. He continued to walk forward and replied nonchalantly, You don't have to worry. Just let the prince solve this matter himself. I'm not worried. Rosie looked at Xian's profile and said, I just don't know why he wants to help you deal with his own nobles. Obviously, Rosie has begun to guess Havis's intentions. After all, in the last duel, Havis's performance has attracted the attention of the Mithraic royal family. Rosie is also a little concerned about the prince. It seems that she is worried that Xian will fall into his trap. Right? Don't worry. Xian squeezed Luoshi's hand and said, I know my limits. After hearing this, Luoshi still felt a little concerned, but she didn't say anything more. She nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After that, Xian and Luo she also greeted Yule seriously. Thank you for coming. His Holiness the Pope. Xian bowed his head to the Pope, whose senses were not bad. Thank you for coming. Luo she spoke with honorifics. It is my honor to attend your engagement party. Yule looked kind, as if he was looking at his grandchildren, and said, You two are the best talents in my human race. I am looking forward to your future. God must be paying attention to you. I hope you can work hard in the future and become the backbone of the human race. As he said this, Yule also made a blessing gesture to Xian and Luo Shi. Xian and Luo Shi endured it, smiling, and they had the same idea in their hearts. I am still the pillar of the family. My relationship with the demons is much better than that with the human race. I hope you don't worry about me destroying the human race in the future. This is what Xin thought. I don't want to work hard anymore. This is what Luo Shi thought. When the two of them were thinking this, Yule seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said something to Xin. Speaking of which, Lord Bastuta still has a chance to enter the inner hall of my temple. But it hasn't come yet. Right? Yule's words made Xin startled for a moment. And then he remembered it. That was the reward given to him by the temple when he came to the royal capital to pay homage after defeating the killer faction of the old demon clan. Because the killer faction did whatever it wanted in the royal capital. The three races of gods, humans and demons, were all paying attention to this matter at that time, and were ready to reward Xin for defeating the killer faction. On the human side, Anshi represented the kingdom, and allowed Xin to enter the underground magic library of the royal palace for a month of study. The demons were represented by Jacinta, who gave Xin a magic wand of the highest level, so that Xin could use it to set up the protection system of the Bastut family. Then the gods, represented by the temple, gave Xin a chance to enter the inner hall. Unfortunately, Xin forgot. The reason is very simple. Is there anything in the inner hall of the temple? Xin didn't know about it, so he didn't pay much attention to it. So he forgot it. It wasn't until now that Yule mentioned it that Xin remembered it. In this case, Luo Shi beside him was a little surprised. Haven't you entered the inner hall yet? Luo Shi looked like you missed hundreds of millions. What is in the inner hall? Xin was curious. Luo Shi also knew that Xin had only been in this world for a short time and didn't know many secrets. So, Luo Shi explained to Xin. That is a temple within a temple that can only be found in the main temple of the temple. That is, in the capital of the kingdom of Mitra. It is said that it was created by the supreme god Omnis to enhance the strength of the human race and to fight against the demons. Luo Shi's explanation surprised Xian. A treasure that can enhance the strength of the human race? Xian looked at Yule. Yule smiled slightly. That is a treasure given by God to the human race, and it has been managed and protected by the temple since ancient times. Yule also explained, saying, its function is very simple. That is, it can allow people who enter it to directly connect with the reason of the world, so as to feel the existence of reason and have the closest contact with reason. Luo Shi took over Yule's words. After contacting reason, we will have many insights that we did not have in the past, and directly peek into everything about ourselves, and even directly peek into the whole world. Luo Shi said seriously, after such an understanding, everyone who enters the inner hall will grow. Some will upgrade their levels. Some will learn skills they have not learned yet, and some will even awaken unique skills. It is extremely precious and an opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime. Hearing this, Xian's heart was moved. So, I actually have such a precious opportunity? I really made a mistake before. Especially you'll emphasize this sentence. Many strong men of the human race gained extraordinary insights after entering the inner hall, breaking through the previous limits and entering a new realm. Such as the leader of the Guard Knights, the head of the Albion family, the knight beside his majesty, the strongest existence in the kingdom, Lord Arya. He broke through from level 89 to level 90 after entering the inner hall, and became a legendary strong man in one fell swoop. Therefore, the opportunity to enter the inner hall is very rare and precious for the entire human race, and no one will not care. If Xian knew about this, it would have passed by long ago. But this may also be considered a blessing. There is only one chance to enter the inner hall. Even if there is a second chance, you will not be able to continue to contact reason after entering. Therefore, many people will take such a trip to seek transcendence and breakthroughs there when they feel that their strength cannot improve and have reached the bottleneck and limit. Luo Shi said so. Since you haven't gone yet, you can also consider keeping this opportunity and try again when your strength progresses slowly in the future. In fact, Luo Shi is like this. she naturally has the opportunity to enter the inner hall. But she has never been there. Xian nodded and wrote this down. Is it possible that my strength progresses slowly? It feels a bit difficult. Chapter 452. Ordinary people can't bear too much. After that, Xian came to a corner and greeted the person who stayed here. There was no way. The person who stayed here was Xian's acquaintance. You are? Luo. She approached here with Xian, and then saw the full appearance of the person who stayed here, and her pupils shrank. Xian said lightly with a nonchalant look. Sure enough. You ran here by yourself. I knew you wouldn't stay at home honestly. The people Xian talked to were two girls, who looked exactly the same. But one dressed like a rich lady, and the other dressed like a maid. Like sisters. It was Laixia and Laxia. Congratulations on your engagement, Mr. Xian. Her Highness Luo Shi. Laxia bowed calmly. Oops. I was discovered. Laxia was holding a plate of food, sitting directly on the table, eating in small bites, with a smile on her face. However, no one present noticed the existence of Lexia and Laxia, and even seemed to be unaware of this small corner. And no one approached here. The reason for this is very simple. Did they cast the magic of cognitive obstruction? Luo Shi reacted. Yes. Lexia cast the magic of cognitive obstruction, affecting others' correct cognition of their existence, causing others to be completely unaware of their existence. And then, they did not approach this corner. This magic, Lexia also cast when he was in Limijin. It was under such circumstances that Lexia saw Xian, and then paid attention to Xian, and got to know Xian. Xian, who has the skill of magic resistance, is naturally resistant to this kind of magic that affects his own cognition. Therefore, Xian had already discovered the existence of Laixia and Laxia, unlike the others in the field, who had not discovered this at all. No, Ai and Lilith must have discovered the existence of Laixia and Laxia. However, except for Ai and Lilith, the others were completely affected by Laixia's cognitive obstruction magic. Even a legendary strongman like Rocket was no exception, which showed how powerful this young lady's magic was. Xian knew that this was because Laixia had a unique skill related to magic. Her unique skill increased the power and effect of magic, and even allowed her to use magic that she had not learned, and even gave up the chanting of magic spells, which showed the power of this unique skill. But? You really dared to come to such a place, Xian said unhappily. Aren't you afraid that if you are discovered, you will be finished on the spot? You have to know that this girl was once a member of the old demon clan. 10 years ago, she sneaked into the royal capital together with the killer faction and even sneaked into the royal palace, stealing an extremely important thing from the palace. The kingdom has been looking for her for 10 years. But because of the object in her hand, they did not attack her blatantly. But if everyone finds out that this guy dares to sneak into the palace again, then this time, she will definitely be hunted down the most severely. This can be seen from the fact that Luo Shi fell silent, but her eyes were fixed on Lai Xia. Obviously, Luo Shi has recognized Lai Xia's identity and has developed hostility. Lai Xia naturally noticed it. I said, Princess, can you stop staring at me so fiercely? Lai Xia said helplessly, I just felt bored, so I brought my maid in to get some food. I didn't plan to do anything. Really? Luo Shi said calmly, but your appearance here is already a complete provocation to the royal family like us. The palace was once again quietly invaded by the thieves 10 years ago. This is already a matter of dignity. It's no wonder that Luo Shi would be hostile to it. It seems that Her Royal Highness Princess doesn't like me very much. Laixia raised her eyebrows and suddenly smiled. Does your highness want to catch me here? A little bit. Luo Shi told the truth and said very frankly, it's a pity that I also know very well that I can't catch you with my ability at present. It's no secret to people at Luo Shi's level that Laixia has space magic. Therefore, Luo Shi knows very well that she may be stronger than Laixia. But if Laixia just wants to escape, no one in the world can catch her except the 3 goddesses and 6 demons. No, maybe even the 3 goddesses and 6 demons will find it difficult to catch her. After all, Laixia's space magic attainment is very high, and her magic skill level is not low. In addition to the amplification and enhancement of her unique skills, it is estimated that even if you search the 3 realms of gods, humans and demons, you can't find a person with a higher attainment in space magic than her. In view of this, Luo Shi did not choose to take action, especially on a day like today. Luo Shi didn't want to do it. It's just that you seem to have a good relationship with her. Luo Shi glanced at Xian, and the hand holding his arm unconsciously moved to his waist. It's just acquaintance. Feeling Luo Shi's movement, Xian laughed dryly, and quickly tightened the flesh around his waist. His resistance skills had no effect on this princess. So Xian didn't think that Luo Shi couldn't break his defense. For the sake of his waist, he had to be clear about his position at this time. However, I don't know if it was to retaliate against Luo Shi's just targeting. Lai Xiao's eyes turned, and suddenly held Xian's other arm. Our relationship is not just acquaintance. Lai Xiao seemed to have spring in her eyes. While looking at Xian, she said affectionately, "You have been to my house a long time ago, and I have been living under the same roof with you for a long time. The relationship is very good, right?" At this moment, Xian clearly felt that the hand touching his waist suddenly tightened and grabbed a piece of soft flesh. Xian's face changed drastically, and he quickly pushed Lai Xiao away before the hand exerted force. "This is another price. When did I become so close to you?" Xian almost drove the car off the road. Lai Xiao didn't care at all, but hugged Laxia beside him. "I'm just telling the truth," Lai Xiao said to Laxia, "right? Laxia?" Hearing this, Xian didn't have time to refute, and Laxia spoke. "I think this is a good thing," Laxia said lightly. "With the help of the eldest lady, Your Highness the Princess can also be a lot easier. Otherwise, with Mr. Xian's size, most people can't bear too much." As soon as this was said, the whole audience was silent. Poof! Xian vomited blood directly. Alas! The smile on Laxia's face also froze. Luo Shi was silent. The car that was almost driven off the road suddenly rushed up. But Xian knew that there would be a dead end ahead on this road. That means the car will overturn. So Xian quickly spoke. "We have to go and say hello to others. You guys can do whatever you want. Eat and drink as much as you want. It's okay." After saying that, Xian grabbed Luo Shi and ran away. "Wait a minute. What did you do to Laxia? You bastard." Laxia's exasperated voice came from behind. But it didn't make Xian go back. Looking closely, Laxia seemed to hold the hand of Laxia, who was about to rush out, and dissuaded her calmly. Could this maid do it on purpose? Xian couldn't help but think so. Until, "After you go back? Explain this to me clearly." A devilish voice sounded in Xian's ears. "Yes." Xian's mouth twitched, and he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Little did he know that Luo Shi looked at Xian with a complicated feeling in her heart. Although Luo Shi was not very opposed to Xian marrying a concubine in the future, she had to see who the other party was. Right? The identities of Lai Xiao and Laxia were indeed a bit special. They were so special that no matter whether it was the human race, the god race, or the demon race, they didn't know how to deal with them. As a result, the three races could only ignore them tacitly and let them move freely first. Otherwise, the things stolen by Lai Xiao were so important. Why didn't AI, Anima, or the kingdom easily touch her in the end? It was because Lai Xiao herself was also very special. And after taking that thing, she became even more special. People didn't even want to mention that thing in front of Lai Xiao. The same goes for Luo Shi. She said she wanted to capture Lai Xiao, but in fact, she just wanted to warn the other party, so that he would not go too far and treat the palace as a place where he could come and go as he pleased. Now, Luo Shi was worried that Xian would be so close to Lai Xiao and Laxia, and whether there would be any problems. Perhaps Xian had already entered the vision of the gods and demons because of this incident. That's not certain. It seems that I have to find a time to remind him. Luo Shi thought so. She didn't want to see her lover foolishly touch some taboos that shouldn't be touched, and finally become the common enemy of the three tribes. Of course, considering Xian's identity, those two people staying by his side are the most reassuring. Luo Shi thought so. Luo Shi didn't know that this was the case. On the side, Najula had been watching this scene silently inside. Letting the hero contact the sisters is not sure whether it is a good thing. Najula was somewhat worried. But the next second, Najula's expression suddenly shocked and raised her head. Nadura seemed to sense something and was stunned. At the same time, in the venue, AI, who was holding Lilith's hand and looked bored, suddenly raised his head. This feeling, AI's face tightened, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes for the first time. Even Lilith was shocked and turned her head hard to look in the direction of the gate. There, a figure appeared at some point and stepped into the king's hall silently. His figure instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Chapter 453. It is a plant. At this moment, the entire royal hall suddenly fell into silence, and no sound appeared. Everyone seemed to have a sudden inspiration, as if they were led by God. Naturally, as if they were unconsciously pulled, they looked at the figure that appeared here. Then, Countless people present widened their eyes. What is that? Anchi, who was still chatting with someone a second ago, lost his voice. What? Vivian, Lumia, and Melika also stagnated their breathing, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Especially Teal, whose eyes behind the mask were trembling. Even Havis, Rocket, Leah, Sanai and others fell into a stagnation. Puff, Laxia, who was questioning Laxia and intending to find out what happened between her and Xian, couldn't help but spit out the remaining food in her mouth. The people present were all like this, either dazed or speechless, so that the scene became dead silent. Even Luo, she turned her eyes and looked at the figure, and then her eyes trembled, her face full of astonishment. What happened? Among the people present, only Xian was at a loss. He naturally noticed the arrival of the figure. The figure seemed to have an extraordinary presence and influence, which almost naturally drew Xian's sight to her and discovered her existence. To be honest, when Xian first discovered the other party's existence, he couldn't help being shocked. Not for anything else, just because the other party's appearance was so outstanding. Snow-white hair like a waterfall, skin like frost, graceful figure, extraordinary temperament. All the words of praise that can be thought of in this world can be applied to the other party. That kind of beauty is not as soul-stirring as Luoxi, nor as holy and beautiful as Nian, but it can be said to be transcendent and without any flaws. Of course, if it was just a good-looking appearance, it would not shock Xian's heart. The real reason why Xian's heart was shocked was that he felt a bottomless power in the other party. It does not refer to how huge the magic power is, nor how terrible the breath is, but a kind of power that everything will be controlled by the other party's presence. That kind of power gave Xian an unprecedented feeling, because this is the first time Xian has an idea that is unmatched. It is unmatched. It is not as simple as not being able to defeat the other party, but that you should not be an enemy of the other party, and you should not do evil to the other party. The emergence of this feeling is the reason why Xian's heart is shocked. It is because of this that Xian feels confused. The reason was nothing else, just because it was the first time he saw the so-called top. Then, you are? In the royal hall, a voice finally sounded. That was the voice of Yule, the Pope of the temple, whose status was above the king of a country, and who had almost unrivaled power in the human race, was actually excited at this time. So excited that his hands and feet were shaking. No, it was not just the Pope. All the clergy, including the Pope, were excited and trembling. And the dignitaries of various countries in the human race were also trembling in their hearts. Many of them had never seen that figure. More than 99% of them should not have known her. However, when she appeared here, people still recognized her very smoothly. That was also natural, because she is the greatest goddess who guides human growth, illuminates the way for human beings, and has always protected, loved, favored, and protected human beings. Her name is usually recorded at the forefront of the history of the gods. Her statue has always been located in the temples of countries around the world, and is worshipped and believed in. In this world, there is no one who does not know her. Bang! Yule was the first to kneel down and bowed his head devoutly. Boom! Almost at the same time, everyone in the audience reacted and knelt down in a sensation, including Anchi, including Havis, including Leah, also including Vivian, Tyr, Lumia and Melika. Even Roxy knelt down. In the whole royal hall. In the end, only Xian, Ai and Lilith were left without kneeling, and the rest of the people all knelt down. Then, greetings to the goddess Lydas, Yule shouted loudly. Greetings to the goddess Lydas. Everyone present spoke in unison. Lydas? Xian's heart was shocked again. There was no way he didn't know this name. She was the head of the three goddesses, and the true pinnacle of the gods today, except for the supreme god Omnis. She was the strongest in the three realms, above the demons, and second only to the supreme god Omnis and the demon king Claudius. It is said that in this world called Omnipotensen, except for Omnis, who is a true god, and Claudius, who is a true demon, this goddess was the first person to be born. If Omnis and Cletus were both characters born before the world, then this goddess was created right after the world was created by the almighty goddess Omnis, and is literally the first life form in the world, the most powerful goddess of the gods. Lydas, who controls fate, holds fate, and guides the world. This legendary goddess of fate finally appeared here. Then she set her sights on Xian. Are you Xian Boztut? A cold voice resounded from the mouth of this most powerful goddess. That voice was as cold as ice, and as cold as a sharp weapon. There is no doubt that it was the voice of God. Although not high above. Although not the only one. It seemed to interpret the 4 words God's power is like a prison. Looking down and majestic, Sheen felt a suffocating pressure acting on him. But then, a great force burst out from his body, completely dispelling this pressure. Huh? Lita seemed to have noticed something and spoke with doubt. Sean felt his whole body lighten. And then his face changed. And his expression towards Lita's began to become unfriendly. Although he didn't know why this goddess suddenly appeared here, he knew that the other party was coming for him. The power that burst out of his body cleared Sean's unmatched feeling of powerlessness just now, and made him stare at the other party with a cold look. So Sean stood up. I am Sean. Sean, as if unwilling to be outdone, said in a strong voice, what can I do for you? The rebellious expression and tone made everyone present who reacted stunned. Sean! Luoshi couldn't help but reach out and pull Sean's sleeve. But Sean didn't care. Just stared at the other party, looking extremely unhappy. That look, in the eyes of everyone present, might be very rebellious. Right? That kid. Only Aya's eyes lit up, and her originally solemn expression became cheerful. Damn! Nadura, who was hiding in the dark, cried out in her heart, as if she had guessed what would happen next. Under the gaze of everyone, Lita fell silent, then raised her steps and walked towards the direction where Sheen was. The suffocating pressure filled the whole place. Everyone present held their breath, wanting to say something, but unable to speak, making many people anxious, especially Vivian, Tyr, Lumia, Melika, Leah and Lexia, watching Lita's approaching Sheen step by step. They were very anxious, facing the strongest god in the world, the most terrifying existence now. Sheen was so disrespectful, and everyone could already predict what kind of tragic situation would happen later. Only Roxy and Nadura spoke almost at the same time. Wait! The two of them were eager to say something. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as Sheen was holding his breath, but was determined in his heart, ready to fight to the death while the other party attacked him, an accident happened. Snap! With a light sound, Lita's, who seemed to be walking towards Sheen with the power of heaven and earth, tilted her figure. That's right. Tilt. Because her left foot tripped her right foot. Ah! A scream sounded. Bang! A muffled sound followed. It hurts. A scream of pain followed. And then, there was nothing else. Sheen was stunned. Yule was stunned. Anchi was stunned. Vivian and everyone else present were also stunned. I knew it. Only Roxy, Nadura, and AI could not help but murmur and cover their faces. In the royal hall, the third silence spread. Everyone looked at Lita's, who fell to the ground with her whole face hitting the ground. And her face kept twitching. Woo-woo. It hurts. Lita's finally propped herself up. But she covered her nose that was hit red. And her eyes were full of tears. Silence. Silence. Speechless. Stunned. Such emotions emerged in everyone's heart, especially when they saw Lita's trying to prop herself up. But her palm slipped, and she fell to the ground with a second scream. Everyone present seemed to be unable to bear to see that scene, and turned their faces away for a moment, as if they were in pain. The indescribable silence continued to spread. It hurts. Lita's propped herself up for the second time, covered her face, and stood up with tears in her eyes. She looked like she had suffered a great injustice and began to cry. This time, it was an indescribable emotion that filled everyone's heart. The same was true for Sheen. His face was completely frozen. In his heart, there was only one word he wanted to express. Hack. It was a plant. Chapter 454. What if I am included? The heavy pressure that permeated the royal hall disappeared at this moment. Everyone looked at Lita's, who was covering her face with tears in her eyes. The complex emotions in her heart can be imagined. But they did not dare to say or ask. So they could only lower their heads and continue to pretend to be very pious. Only Luoshi smiled bitterly, then hurried forward and helped Lita's up. Lord Lita's, why are you here? Luoshi seemed to be very helpless. Lita's immediately turned her tearful face to Luoshi, looking very angry. Can I come? Lita said angrily and aggrievedly, if I don't come, I may still be in the god realm when you get married. Then you should stay in the god realm. Luoshi couldn't help but whispered, in that case, you don't have to embarrass yourself. You, Lita, were so angry. However, looking at the strange expressions of the people kneeling on the ground around her, Lita seemed to realize her image, and quickly tightened her face and looked at Sheen, whose mouth was twitching. You are Sheen Boztut? The human who stole my blessing? Lita's looked very unkind. And she was even more unkind than Sheen just now. But at this moment, Sheen's unhappiness had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a burst of weakness. God's power is like a prison? Cold and ruthless? What is that? Was she eaten? Could this goddess be a funny person? At that moment, Sheen sighed. I said, I am Sheen. Sheen said weakly, but what about the saying that I stole your blessing? Hearing this, Lita seemed even more angry. Isn't it? Lita said loudly. You actually got engaged to my Roxy without telling me. If it weren't for the lower-level gods reporting that a human who was inspired by Nadira and had a close relationship with a dragon demon appeared in the human world, I would have never known about it. It seems that the good things that Xian did have been heard by the goddess through the investigation of the gods. Xian really wanted to say it. No way. Xian narrowed his eyes and said, why don't I know that the human race who received the blessing of God has to report to the god who blessed them when deciding on their lifelong events? Lita was speechless, because there is really no such thing. Although the gods bless the human race, protect the human race, and shelter the human race, they will not interfere in the lives of the human race. Even if a human commits a heinous crime and becomes a vicious criminal, the gods will only feel disappointed and regretful, and let the blessing of their blessing disappear. Apart from that, they will not do anything else. Of course, if there is a bad incident that will affect the fundamental existence of the human race, the gods, or even the demon race, the gods will intervene. However, generally speaking, God should not interfere in the lives of people in the lower world, and even interfere in the marriage of the blessers. It is better to say that the general lower gods don't even bother to pay attention to the people in the lower world, because they only bless the human race based on their duties. Just like work. Only when they reach the level of the upper gods, there are only a handful of people who can accept their blessings, and each of them is the elite of the human race. Will the gods pay attention and guide them? As for the three goddesses, their blessers may not appear for 1,000 years, but once they appear, it proves that the other party has amazing potential and will become the pillar of the human race in the future. In this case, the three goddesses naturally attach great importance to those who are qualified to be blessed by them. However, it is understandable to guide people to grow and get on the right path, but it is a bit too much to interfere in their lifelong affairs. So, Lita suddenly found that she was a little bit at fault. At this moment, you are still as reckless as before. Lita's. With such a word, AI came forward holding Lilith's hand. Dragon demon? Lita's was startled at first, and then stunned. She was stunned not because AI appeared here. She also knew that AI was beside Xian, so she was not surprised at AI's appearance. But looking at Lilith who appeared together, Lita's was really surprised. You are Lilith? Lita's covered her mouth and exclaimed, you broke free from the seal? Obviously, Lita's didn't know about Cosmos. After all, Anima didn't say it, but only mentioned it to Najula. And Lita's was still kept in the dark. Of course, everyone was a little surprised to see Lita's surprise when she saw Lilith. They naturally knew Lilith, and knew that she was the mysterious strongman who appeared beside Sheen when Sheen destroyed the Lizica family that day, and protected Sheen together with AI. But they didn't know Lilith's identity or her origin. Now, seeing Lita's surprised look, everyone present was shocked. Could it be that the origin of this little girl was so extraordinary that even the goddess of fate was surprised? Everyone thought so. On the side, Yule couldn't help but speak. There was no way. As early as when Lilith appeared, the Pope of the temple had actually noticed her. Regardless of others, as the Pope of the temple, Yule felt the existence of Lilith. He felt that Lilith was very likely a goddess, not an ordinary little girl. So, Yule asked, do you know this Miss Lilith? Lady Lita's? This question was answered clearly. How could I not know her? Lita said without thinking, as if she had no intention at all. Lilith, the evil god among evil gods, the devil who controls evil and chaos, is the evil goddess who stands at the top of evil gods and devils, and was born at the same time as the goddess of justice Artemis. She turned the earth into H.L. 10,000 years ago, and was sealed by us because of losing control. She is the strongest evil god who is superior to the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, and is as famous as Artemis, and can compete with the devil. Lita's words made everyone present gasp. The strongest evil god who can compete with the devil? Yule, Anssi, Havis, Rocket, Leah and others also looked at Lilith with different eyes. They had never thought that this mysterious strongman had such a great background. No wonder. No wonder even the dragon demon treated her with an equal attitude. Always taking her with him. Going in and out together. With the arrogance of this demon. If there was no existence with the same power as her, how could she be treated like this? In other words, she not only has the support of a demon, but also the support of an evil god with enough power to rival the demon? This fact made many people tremble slightly. Even Vivian, Tyr, Lumia and Melika are the same. You know, the four girls, like everyone else, don't know Lilith's true identity. During these days in the Bostut family, Lilith either stuck to Xian or was taken by AI or Laxia. The four girls were very busy and had almost no chance to contact Lilith. Who would have thought that Lilith's origin was so terrifying? No wonder. Vivian murmured as if she understood something. On the other hand, Lilith, facing the gaze of Litas and the shock of everyone in the audience. Not only did her little face not change, but she also came to Xian's side and held his hand, silently expressing her support for Xian. You? Litas' surprised eyes turned to Xian again. She didn't know why Lilith broke free from the seal. She also didn't know why Lilith appeared here. And it seemed that she had successfully returned. No longer like in the past, with only half of her body wandering outside. But she knew that the relationship between Lilith and Xian must be unusual. Even AI curled her lips, came to the other side of Xian, and took Xian's other hand. I didn't expect you to appear in such a place. Litas, AI said calmly, no matter what your purpose is in coming here, let me make it clear to you first. This human is a favorite of Lilith and me. Even if it is you, don't think of touching him casually. Okay? AI's words made all the nobles present look at each other in dismay. And then, they felt envious and jealous. Yes, they were really envious and really jealous. Seeing Xian being held by AI and Lilith on the left and right, they knew that Xian's relationship with these two beings who could determine the direction of the world was much better than they imagined. With such a demon and a demon god supporting him, is there anything Xian can't do in the human world? Only Litas. Although I don't know what's going on. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Litas' tone changed. No, not only the tone, but also the feeling she gave people. The feeling of recklessness and cowardice suddenly disappeared, replaced by the same cold and ruthless, divine power like prison, as terrifyingly powerful as carrying the power of heaven and earth. That feeling not only suffocated everyone, but also made AI and Lilith's expressions become solemn one after another. Xian also tightened his heartstrings again. This goddess is indeed the strongest person in the three realms today. We must not be careless because of her previous performance. This is also the fact. Even if the two of you join forces to be my enemy, I dare not say that you are not qualified. But I dare say that you can't stop me. Litas' expression also changed. She said calmly and simply, back off. It's too unwise to fight with me here. In the world, only this goddess is qualified to say this. If it is said that the three goddesses and the 6 demons are all existences above the limit of life, and there is a dimensional difference from other gods, humans, demons and other existences, then if the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are ranked, Litas is definitely at the top. The goddess of life Anima and the goddess of nature Nadura are at the same level. The 6 great demons are the second level above these 2 goddesses, and Litas is another level above the demons. She alone occupies the strongest position. In the war 1,000 years ago, she fought against the combined forces of the moon demon and the succubus alone and still had the upper hand. This shows how powerful she is. But what if I am added to the list? Chapter 455 The Big Shots, who appeared one after another. When the faint voice seemed to descend from the night sky and reached everyone's ears, the suffocating pressure in the royal hall was suddenly shaken. Litas' expression changed, and she turned her head to look at the source of the sound. The people present did the same, and they all turned their heads to look. But this time, the person who came into their eyes made their faces change for the nth time. Long time no see. God of Destiny. With a slight smile, the sexy and seductive demon girl like a ripe peach walked out of the door. Behind her, led by Jacinta, a group of demon messengers followed closely, just like the ministers following their king. And they looked so respectful. Lord Sarah. The demons present showed excitement in their eyes. Moon Demon, Anchi, Yule, Leah, Havis, Vivian and others were also moved. Even Xian, Luo Shi and Aie were a little surprised. Sister Sarah? Aie was stunned. Why is she here too? Xian couldn't help but mutter. Luo Shi didn't know what to say. After Aie, Lilith and Litas. Another demon-level existence appeared. It was Sarah, the leader of the 6 demons, and the leader of the demon clan. You are here too? Lita's couldn't hide the surprise on her face again. Not to mention Lita's. The others didn't expect that Sarah, the supreme demon clan, would also come here. This is getting more and more serious. Najula, who was hiding in the dark, smiled bitterly. Only Sarah herself, as if doing something very ordinary, glanced at Xian and AI holding Xian's hand, showing a half smile. After all, it is the engagement party of the person my sister said she would protect. Whether I am the manager of the demon clan or the eldest daughter of the demon, I should come to see it, Sarah said intriguingly, but you, Lita's, came so suddenly. I am afraid that the god realm has been in chaos because of your departure. Anima and Najula are probably panicked. Right? Hearing this, no one saw what Lita's reaction was. But Najula herself smiled bitterly. I was indeed panicked. Now, Najula didn't know how to end it. Lita's arrival was really something she didn't expect. What was even more unexpected was that Sarah, the supreme demon clan, also came. Seeing that AI and Lilith were both protecting Xian tightly, Sarah blocked Lita's way again, and surrounded Lita's in a triangle with AI and Lilith, with a smiling look on her face. Najula knew that if one of them went wrong, she might have to show up to help in order to avoid the next conflict. After all, you don't seem to be very friendly to the little human over there. God of Destiny, Sarah said leisurely, but the other party is also the one my sister claims to protect. In this case, we demons will all stand on his side. Okay? No one will not understand what this sentence means. Even if it is you, facing me, AI and the evil god Lilith at the same time. I'm afraid you will have a headache. Right? Sarah took the lead in making a restraint, saying, you don't want to fight us here. Right? Lita's was silent. She really didn't want to fight with 3 demon-level beings here, regardless of whether they can beat them or not. Once these 4 people fight, they may wipe out the entire capital from the human world. What's worse, if they can't stop, the territory of the kingdom may disappear on the ground because of the fight between the 4 of them. Lita's naturally didn't want to see that scene. Not to mention, this time is different from 1,000 years ago. Sarah suddenly restrained her expression and spoke lightly. It's night now. As soon as these words came out, Lita's heart suddenly tightened. Yes, it's night now. And night is the domain of the moon demon. In this domain, fighting with this moon demon, I'm afraid that there is no need for AI and Lilith to help. And the other party has the ability to stop him alone. Therefore, it is not a wise choice to be an enemy of Sarah at this time. You know, even in the war thousands of years ago, the Protoss and the humans launched an offensive before the night came. The purpose is to prevent this moon demon from exerting its true power. Nadura also thought of this, and couldn't help but get a little anxious. It's not wise to fight with the current moon demon, especially when AI and Lilith are on the side. Even Lita's will inevitably suffer. There is no way. Najula bit her lip, and prepared to show up immediately. But tonight is destined to be lively. Sorry, everyone. Please keep quiet for my sake. Along with such an anxious and helpless voice, a figure seemed to gather all the life breath in the world, carrying a burst of vitality and brilliance, and appeared here. Because of the confrontation between Lita's and Sarah and others, the people present, who were already feeling uneasy, saw the new figure appear again, and first felt bitter in their hearts, and then shocked. Ah, Lady Anima. Yule's voice trembled again because of excitement, telling others who the person who came this time was. It was the goddess of life. Anima. Oh, Anima, you are here too. Sarah smiled again, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Goddess Anima. Luo, she sighed and bowed to Anima. Here we go again. Xian didn't know how to describe the current situation. 2 of the 3 goddesses, 2 of the 6 demons, plus Lilith, the strongest evil god, at an engagement party. Several of the top and most powerful beings of the gods and demons appeared at once. That scene made Xian confused, and everyone's heart trembled. It also made AI and others tense their faces and become serious. Anima. Lita's also looked at Anima, with an expression that was not sure whether it was relief or regret. You are too impulsive. Lita's. Anima first blamed Lita's, and then looked at the whole audience. The next second, Anima's motherly and gentle voice sounded. It seems that everyone has been frightened. I sincerely apologize. But please believe me, whether it is the gods or the demons, they all want to offer their most sincere blessings to today's engagement party. Please do not be affected by us, and celebrate today's betrothed couple. Hearing this, the tremors and tensions in the hearts of the people present were finally soothed by Anima's gentle voice. The constant appearance of the highest level goddesses and demons has caused them this level of psychological pressure. Anima saw this. Leaders, let's leave here first, Anima said to Leaders gently, and then turned to Sarah and AI, asking, how about you two go to the back with us to continue the detailed discussion? There is no doubt that Anima wants to clean up the situation in front of her and let the beings who cause psychological pressure on everyone leave first. I have no objection. Sarah spread her hands, looking indifferent. AI snorted coldly, but did not object. Father, Luo, she then gestured to and she next to him, and she immediately reacted and hurriedly stood up, unconsciously wiping the sweat from his forehead. Please move to the side hall. And she finally remembered that he was the host. Anima and Sarah both nodded, looking at Litas and AI respectively. Lita seemed a little reluctant. I'll go over there, AI said to Xian indifferently. Go. Xian rolled his eyes, not wanting to make any extra comments on the current situation. Just wanted to turn over this one quickly and talk about the rest later. Anima seemed to see the unhappiness in Xian's heart, and said apologetically, I'm sorry to disturb your engagement party. I will send you a gift on behalf of the gods later. I hope you don't mind. All right. Xian nodded. His expression softened a little, and said, I will go there later. He also wanted to know what the goddess of fate was going to do. Okay. Anima would naturally have no objection. However, they didn't know what kind of stimulation it was for the others present when the goddess of life spoke to Xian in such a humble manner. Everyone looked at Xian. At this incredible man. The dragon demon loved him very much. The moon demon loved him, and loved his family. The evil god obeyed his orders. Even the goddess of life was polite and respectful to him. Before, they thought Xian's energy was already great enough. Unexpectedly, this energy and influence were far greater than everyone imagined. At this moment, whether it was the messengers of the demon clan, the staff of the temple, or the dignitaries of various countries in the world, they all quietly refreshed their understanding of Xian in their hearts. Even Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika were silent, looking at each other, and then smiling bitterly. Anchi and Leah were even more so, finally realizing that the power behind Xian was far beyond their imagination. Under such circumstances, Anima took the reluctant Litas, and Sarah took the uninterested AI, and went to the side hall at Anchi's respectful invitation. Laxa, who had been hiding, finally let out the breath that had been held in her chest, and hurriedly took Laxia and ran away. She didn't want to be discovered by Litas. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Xian and Roxy got together again. The two looked at each other, and after a while, they sighed at the same time. Chapter 456. You won't understand. Next, Xian and Luo, she didn't celebrate much. After saying low to some people they were close to, they left in a hurry. There was no way. The situation over there was really worrying. Not to mention Luo, even Xian didn't want to play around. And those big guys suddenly started fighting and ruined their engagement party. So, Xian and Luo, she handed the scene over to Leah to deal with, and then said goodbye. In this situation, a group of dignitaries didn't have the heart to continue celebrating, and they also said goodbye and left the palace one after another. Of course, they will definitely not forget what happened at the engagement party today. They also can't forget that the two goddesses of the gods and the two demons of the demons are now in the capital, in the palace. As for their goals, it is even simpler. They are all targeting Xian. This made many people re-examine the power behind Xian, and deepen the idea that they should not offend this person, nor should they be enemies with this person. It was right to cooperate with Lord Bastutu. Havis was glad for this. We waited for the two goddesses outside the palace to see if they had any instructions. Yule also took the clergy of the temple and guarded outside the palace. Vivian, Tyr, Lumia and Melika were sighing. I didn't expect to see the goddess of life here. It's a pity that I didn't see the goddess of nature. Lumia and Melika were both excited and a little regretful. After seeing Anima appear, Lumia was like this, always looking very excited. After all, Lumia is an orc, and the goddess of life is the highest belief of the orcs. It is impossible not to be excited to see the goddess of life here. Compared with Lumia, Melika only felt regretful. The goddess of fate appeared. The goddess of life also appeared. And only one of the three goddesses did not appear. And this one happened to be the goddess of nature, who was the highest belief of the elves. Melika naturally felt regretful. Of course, Melika didn't know that the goddess of nature was also present. But she just didn't show up. As for Vivian, she looked at Tyr. Aren't you going over? Vivian whispered, if it's you, you should be qualified to go over. Right? Hearing this, Tyr was a little surprised. So you already knew it? Tyr was silent for a while, and then murmured. Vivian would say such a thing, which proves that she already knew that Tyr was a person who was blessed by leaders like Roxy. But Tyr never told anyone about this matter. Only to Sheen. Therefore, Vivian's words really surprised Tyr, because you didn't intend to hide it with all your heart. Right? Vivian smiled and said, I have been with you for a long time, and you sometimes show a bit of abnormal sharpness and intuition. So I will just guess. Did you guess it right? Tyr said lightly, sure enough. Among all people, you know the God clan best. Vivian did not deny it. She does know the God clan, who made this clan have a close relationship with her. There is nothing we can do about it. Are you sure you can't go over? Vivian asked. It's okay to go over and take a look. No need. Tyr shook her head and said, with the dragon demon, the moon demon, and the strongest evil god by his side. It doesn't matter if I can't go over. When she said this, Tyr's tone was a little wrong. Vivian heard it. But she seemed to know what was going on, and didn't expose it. If it were you, even if you only made 1 or 2 suggestions, goddess leaders would listen. Right? Vivian said so for the time being. The higher the goddess, the more she cares about her blessing. Vivian naturally knows this. But I am different from that princess. Except for the time when I was blessed as a child. I have never dealt with the goddess of fate. Tyr said calmly, in this way. The weight of my words is probably not as good as that of the princess. If what I say is effective, what the princess says will be more effective. In this case, it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Tyr wanted to express it this way. Okay, Vivian said helplessly. Then are you going to go back with us? Tyr was silent. After a while, Tyr shook his head. No. I will go out for a walk by myself and then go back. After that, Tyr left on his own, looking at Tyr's back. For some reason, Vivian felt a little distressed. In fact, you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. Vivian couldn't help but said to Tyr's back, I know you look at Sheen differently. Probably betting everything on him. And for this reason you also plan to work hard to improve yourself. Serve him in the future. And be loyal to him. Like the ancestors of the Albion family. Tyr stopped. Seeing this, Vivian continued to speak. I think that in Sheen's heart, your status must be special. Vivian stared at Tyr's back and said very seriously, even if he already has a dragon demon, the strongest evil god, and even other powerful people from the gods and demons paying attention to him, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need you. Vivian finally revealed what Tyr was thinking. That's right. Seeing that powerful people who he couldn't imagine appeared around Sheen one after another, Tyr finally felt worried. Worrying about whether she is no longer necessary for Sheen. During this period, Tyr worked so hard to train herself because of this. Seeing that Sheen's strength was getting stronger and stronger. And the people around him were getting stronger and stronger. And even Rosie was going to marry Sheen. Tyr suddenly felt a sense of urgency in her heart. She was eager to improve herself. Prove herself. And make herself needed by Sheen. At least, her blessing was telling her that if she continued to be so slow, there would be no place for her by that person's side. This made Tyr not only feel urgent, but also a sense of crisis. In addition, during this period, Sheen seemed to have concealed something from her. Under Tyr's taciturn appearance, her heart seemed to be getting more and more anxious. And today's events undoubtedly gave Tyr the greatest pressure. Because Sheen finally attracted the 2 current supremes of the gods and demons. The goddess of fate, Lita's, moon demon Sarah. One is the strongest of the gods. The other is the supreme of the demons. Now that the supreme god and the demon king are gone, these 2 are the true leaders of the gods and demons. These 2 people actually appeared beside Sheen, which not only shocked all the dignitaries, but also caused unprecedented pressure on Tyr. So, you won't understand. Vivian. Unconsciously, Tyr said this. For you who can treat everyone gently and regard protecting everyone as your duty, you don't understand my selfishness at all. Leaving these words, Tyr left here. Only Vivian was left, looking at her back as she left, with a sad look. I actually understand. And I understand it more than I can understand. Tyr, Vivian murmured sadly. How could I not understand the feeling of being abandoned by the people around me? If not, Vivian would not be like this now, and would not take it as her duty to protect everyone. It's just because she doesn't want to see the people around her leave her and leave. On the other hand, after leaving the royal hall, Teal was about to leave the palace. But she met someone she didn't want to meet. Because this engagement banquet for the entire human race was crucial, and no one could afford to make a mistake. She ordered the night guards to strengthen their vigilance in the palace, and not let go of any suspicious person. Of course, as the leader of the entire night guards, the leader was also near the venue. When Teal saw the other party, he was alone on a must-pass road in the royal hall, staring at her with an expressionless face. Teal immediately turned cold and walked forward without saying a word. But she didn't even think of greeting the other party, and directly passed the other party and prepared to leave. But at this time, the other party took the initiative to speak. "Are you afraid to even face me now?" Aradia's indifferent voice made Teal stop in his tracks, turned around, and looked at the other party with an extremely cold gaze. This is not the look of looking at one's biological father. Aradia glanced at Teal. Although she said such words, her expression was as cold as Teal's. Teal was sarcastic. "Could it be that at this moment you still expect me to call you father?" Teal said so. Unfortunately, Aradia didn't seem to care. "That kind of trivial matter really doesn't matter," Aradia said without a trace of emotion, "but don't forget, you are the daughter of the Elbian family, and the blood flowing in your body is Elbian." Teal clenched his fists. "What do you want to say?" Teal asked in a low voice, suppressing his emotions. "Nothing," Aradia still said calmly. "I just want to remind you. Be careful around you recently. Don't let the thieves who covet your blood succeed." After speaking, Aradia turned and left without any nostalgia. Teal also turned and left, as if she couldn't stay here any longer. The father and daughter turned their backs to each other and parted ways. That scene seemed to tell others that the distance between them was getting farther and farther. And this scene was seen by one person. "It seems that I came at the right time." Wallian curled the corners of his mouth, and his expression was full of coldness. Chapter 457. Just like that? Who? Just as a hint of coldness flashed across Volian's eyes, Teal suddenly shuddered, as if she had sensed something, turned around, and a sharp light appeared in her eyes. However, when Teal was about to take her weapon, she realized that she didn't have her weapon with her at all. Wearing a dress, Teal certainly couldn't bring her own weapon. So, Teal's heart sank. But she didn't overreact to it. Instead, she quickly calmed down and looked forward. There, Volian was also a little stunned. I didn't expect her intuition to be so sharp. No wonder that adult wanted to get her, even if it was a corpse. While this thought flashed through his mind, Volian did not lose his sense of proportion. Because he entered the palace openly, no one would blame him or even doubt his appearance. If not for this, the guards knights headed by Ariel would not be vegetarians. So, Volian slowly walked in front of Thier. I saw that Volian was wearing a set of standard armor of the Knights of the Guards, and a long sword was also worn on his waist. Knights of the Guards? Thier looked at the strange old man in front of him, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Obviously, Thier did not expect that the person who was staring at him secretly was actually a Knight of the Guards. But the old man smiled at Thier, and the smile was a little hearty. But for some reason, Thier was very unhappy, because the other party was smiling on his face. But there was not even a little smile in his eyes. That look was like staring at a prey, or staring at an enemy he didn't like. Based on this alone, Thier had reason to believe that the other party was not a good person. Who are you? Thier asked in a deep voice. The old man did not answer, but just said it leisurely. Come with me, Thier Elbian. As soon as he came up, the other party said such words. Thier frowned and didn't speak, or he was too lazy to speak. Since the other party didn't intend to reveal anything and didn't have good intentions, he could just take him down directly without any more nonsense. Volian seemed to see the murderous intent behind Tyr's silence, although he felt quite unhappy about Tyr's existence. He had to admit that the other party did have the qualities that were valued by the Leffelet family, not only because of his talent, but also because of this coldness and indifference. It was really rare for a killer and assassin. Maybe this half-blood was unexpectedly a natural killer. I just don't know why the Leffelet family wanted her. But why did that adult want her? Thinking of this, Volian suddenly spoke up. Don't rush to refuse. Volian was still so calm, making him look extremely confident, and said, this may not be a bad thing for you. Hearing this, Thier still didn't say anything, just looked at Volian coldly. That cold and ruthless look, on the contrary, wiped out some of Volian's prejudices against Thier, and instead felt admiration. As one of the best elites cultivated by the Leffolet family, Valian was very disdainful of Havis's friendly and spring-like way of treating people. For him, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One is the one who can be killed, and the other is the one who cannot be killed. There is no need to give feelings to those who can be killed, and there is no need to greet them with a smile. As for those who cannot be killed, there is no need for too much contact or too much communication, because the two sides will not have any intersection. This is also the reason why Valian is so unruly in front of Sheen. He basically won't be polite to anyone. He will only judge their value, whether they are the first type or the second type. Therefore, Valian doesn't need others to be gentle to him. That is not worth a dime. On the contrary, this kind of coldness and indifference makes him feel like dancing on the edge of a knife. And he has a sense of convenience that he can quickly judge what kind of person the other person is. Coupled with the pride of being a killer and assassin, Valian not only did not feel disgusted with Thier's indifference, but admired it. Thanks to this, Valian's tone turned into a chuckle. In fact, I have been watching you, Thier Elbian. Valian spoke to himself. Others thought that I had been waiting for support honestly, and even thought that I had withdrawn from the capital. But in fact, I have always been by your side. I wonder if you have noticed it. As he said, Valian gave an example. A week ago, you and the women in your team carried out a patrol mission in the civilian residential area in the East District. At that time, a child kept running past the place where you were patrolling. Did you notice it? 5 days ago, you and the dogmen and elves in your team went to several stores in the Southwest District to buy some items. At that time, a clerk in a store kept looking at you. Did you notice it? And 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and even yesterday, there was actually a pair of eyes staring at you. Did you notice all of this? The words that Valian said playfully made Till's expression become more and more sinister. What is your purpose? Till's voice finally became full of coldness and murderous intent. The murderous intent that seemed to be able to hurt people at any time not only did not scare Valian, but made him excited and happy. Therefore, Valian did not intend to hide his thoughts. My original purpose was to kill you directly and take your body back. Valian licked his lips and laughed hoarsely, but the power displayed by Sheen Bastuta really scared me. If I attack you rashly, I probably won't be able to leave the capital alive. Although Valian is arrogant and unruly, he is an assassin who will do anything to complete his mission. Naturally, he will not continue to do meaningless things when he knows that it is impossible. In view of this, Valian decided to give up his original plan. Now, in the eyes of others, I should have left the capital. Valian sneered, but I have always been by your side. As for the purpose, it is self-evident. Since it doesn't work to force it, Valian can only be gentle. That's right. Valian intends to let Thier follow him willingly. In that case, even Sheen will have no choice. For this reason, let me tell you a good thing. Valian smiled cunningly and spoke slowly. As Valian spoke, the originally indifferent Thier's expression froze for a while, and then emotions such as shaking, shock, disbelief, and even speechlessness appeared on his face. By the time Valian finished speaking, TL had already lowered his head, clenched his fists, and said nothing. Tell me your choice. TL Elbian. Valian looked at TL like this, and the sly smile on his face never disappeared. TL was silent. And he was silent for a long time. Until a long time later. Don't lie to me. TL said in the coldest tone so far. If I find out that you lied to me, I will cut you into pieces. Hearing this, Valian nodded nonchalantly, and said in his heart, Mission. Success. At the same time, Najula seemed to have sensed something and stood up in surprise. Did he say anything to TL Elbian? Najula understood the situation on Thiel's side. The goddess of nature knew everything about what Valian had done. However, Nadura thought that everything Valian had done was to sneak up to Tyr and attack Tyr quietly. Who would have thought that the other party did not choose to take action, but chose to talk to Tyr? This gave Nadura a bad feeling. However, soon, Nadura's attention had to be diverted by the situation in front of her. There was no way. The situation here was really not so easy to ignore. I'll be honest. In the side hall, in the most luxurious reception room of the palace, Lita slapped the table and said without question, I don't agree with this marriage. Absolutely not. The most powerful goddess was making a loud noise here, leaving Anchi speechless. Sarah rolled her eyes. I say, God of Destiny, it's really shameful to act unreasonably like this. Isn't it? Sarah was implying something. What does it have to do with you whether they get married or not? Yi was even more merciless and mocking. Yeah. Lilith nodded in a serious tone. Even Anima looked like she had a headache. Okay. Stop it. Litas. Anima patted Litas' shoulder and said softly, I know you value Rosie Lusty very much and even regard her as your daughter. But as goddesses, we should not use our preferences to restrict the lives of the blessing recipients. This is wrong. Anima's tone was just like persuading a child. But? Lita's eyes suddenly became tearful, as if she was very aggrieved. Sheen and Rosie stayed aside and had not said a word since the beginning. That's what they said? Sheen said weakly. Don't you want to persuade them? It's useless. Luoshi had a look of giving up and said helplessly, once I enter this state, no matter what I say, Lady Litas will not listen. Obviously, this is not the first time that Luoshi has encountered this situation. Is it because of this that Luoshi has chosen to remain silent and watch silently after Litas appeared? It is not because Luoshi does not want to express her opinion, but because she knows very well how stubborn this strongest goddess, who gave her blessing, is. Lady Litas is the first goddess born, the first life. So she has always felt that she should guide others to grow and take responsibility for the development of the world and the growth of life. For this reason, she has cultivated a very strong sense of mission and responsibility over countless years, and believes that she has the obligation to shoulder everything. Luoshi sighed. But this overly strong sense of mission and responsibility sometimes gets out of control and runs wild, making her insist on her own way, not listening to others, and causing many big things on her own. This time, maybe the other party thought that he was the one who gave Rosie the blessing, and was equivalent to Rosie's mother. So he lost control and ran away? After all, his daughter got married, and he was the last one to know. It would be impossible for him not to worry that his daughter married a bad man, or wonder if his daughter was deceived or abducted. So, Litas exploded and ran to the human world without thinking about anything, trying to stop the engagement ceremony. But, anyway, I just don't agree. Don't agree. Seeing Litas start to make trouble, Xian had only one sentence in his mind. The strongest goddess? That's it? Chapter 458, the goddess being taught. Anyway, since things have developed to this point, there is no way to go on like this. Even though this rumored goddess of fate really refreshed Xian's understanding of her, and made Xian feel a little pain, Xian felt that if he didn't stand up and say a few words, he wouldn't have to get married. It's not because the other party is against it that he doesn't want to get married. But if he doesn't say anything when the other party comes to his engagement party, then why should he get married? At that time, he might as well change his name to Xian Song Bazata. So, Xian stood up. Litas. Right? As soon as he came up, Xian called her by her name. This startled Litas, and also changed the expressions of Sarah, Ai, Anima, Anchi and Luoshi. The difference is that Sarah and Ai became interested, while Anima, Anchi and Luoshi were a little worried. Anima was worried that Xian would get angry. Luoshi was worried that Xian would speak rudely under impulse. Anchi was even simpler, just worried that Xian would offend the greatest goddess of the gods. Only Lilith looked at Xian very calmly, as if she would support him no matter what he wanted to do. In this situation, Xian spoke. I want to ask you, goddess. Xian said nonchalantly, what kind of existence is the blessing person to you? Litas answered this question without hesitation. Of course, it is a child worthy of love. Litas said without hesitation, especially Luoshi. She is well behaved, excellent, and such a special existence. Even if I treat her as my real child, it's okay. Real child? Sean was stunned. He didn't know what Litas meant by this. But Sean just wanted to say, since you value Rosie so much, I want to ask you. You have been opposing this marriage since you appeared until now. Have you ever asked Rosie's opinion? Sean's words can be said to be quite outspoken. Litas was speechless. Sean immediately took advantage of the victory. You didn't even ask Rosie's opinion, and you unilaterally denied this marriage. This is not reasonable as a god, let alone as a human. Right? Sean sarcastically said, or does the goddess think that she is high above and controls the fate of everyone? So what you say must be what you say, and a mere mortal who is blessed has no right to object? As soon as these words came out of Sean's mouth, everyone realized that it was not good, because this is no longer a question of rudeness, but offending people. Sean! Lord Bastutu. Luoshi and she couldn't help but speak out. Not to mention she. Even Luoshi didn't dare to listen to Xian's words. After all, The other party is the top of the god clan, the strongest of omnipotence, and if he really offends her, it will be a big trouble. What's more, Luo she doesn't want to see Xian and Lidas have too much conflict, because Lidas is not only the goddess who has always protected her, but also the caregiver who has always been very good to her and has given her many special benefits and treatment. Luo Shi's status in the god clan is so special, in addition to her own factors. Lidas's care is also a major reason. In this way, on one side is a lover, and on the other side is a person of faith and care. Luo Shi naturally doesn't want the relationship between the two to be too bad. This is also the reason why Luo Shi has never dared to express her opinions. That is, she is worried that her words will cause stimulation. But before Rosie and Anchi could say anything, Sarah and Ai spoke up. Don't interrupt. Ai said this in an unquestionable tone, making Rosie and Anchi shut up. I think what he said is quite right. Let him continue. Sarah looked like she was looking for chaos. I don't know if Lilith understood it. Anyway, as long as she felt it was good for Xian, she would just nod. In this case, Anima spoke up quickly. In fact, Lidas respected the ideas of her well-wishers. Anima explained like this, like Princess Roxy. When she refused to live in the god realm, Lidas was also very reluctant. But she finally respected the wishes of the blessing, and did not interfere too much. There was also another blessing of hers, who did not want the existence of the god level to interfere too much in her life. So Lidas also kept heartache. Even when she found that she was excluded and targeted by the nobles in the royal capital, she did not take action for this. Anima's explanation did not move Xian, but moved others present. Another blessing? Roxy was surprised. The goddess of fate has another blessing? Anchi was also shocked. Sarah and Ai were also surprised. Is there a genius of that level in the human race? And in the royal capital? Sarah and Ai were both thoughtful. Everyone present did not know that Lidas had another blessing. And this blessing was far away in the sky, but close to the royal capital. This surprised everyone. Only she knew that the person Anima was referring to was Tyr. However, it was also the first time that she knew that the goddess of fate had been paying attention to Tyr, and even knew clearly that Tyr had been excluded and targeted in the capital in the past. It seems that, just as Anima said, this goddess still cares about her well-wishers. But care cannot be used as an excuse. Anyway, I think the goddess should give me an explanation. Xian folded his arms, not feeling that he should respect the other party at all. He was very frank and said, in any case, I have not done anything that harms the heaven and earth. Nor have I offended the gods. My marriage with Luo Shi was approved and allowed by the royal family, and the kingdom under the condition of mutual love. And it was only then that it was settled. In other words, there is nothing unreasonable about my engagement banquet. So naturally there is no reason to be unreasonable denied and opposed. Xian spread his hands and said, of course, if the goddess thinks that we humans should not have complaints about this, should not question what the goddess has done, and that the gods should naturally affect the lives of others and disturb others' good things, then just ignore what I said. After speaking, the whole audience was suddenly silent. Everyone seemed to have nothing to say and fell into silence. Well said. Ai clapped her hands in approval. Well, it makes sense. And I think it's well said. Sarah also smiled. These two powerful demons seemed to be eager to see the goddess of the gods embarrassed. And they were even more happy to see the human race resist the gods. They looked extremely happy. In fact, as demons, they would feel very happy to see the three goddess-level beings being defeated in front of humans. All along, the human race has held an attitude of worship, belief, fanaticism, and even mindless admiration towards the gods. And almost no one has ever resisted the gods. Especially in this world, the distance between gods and humans is very close. And gods are real. They have been protecting the human race since ancient times, making the human race's belief in the gods deeply rooted. And there has never been any doubt or suspicion. In this way, how can the demons, as old rivals, not feel happy to see the gods being defeated by the human race? However, what Xian said was indeed well-founded and could not be refuted. Woo! Lida's eyes were filled with tears again, as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Her expression made Xian feel like she was bullying a child. Anima also smiled bitterly. She knew that what Xian said was reasonable. But as a longtime compatriot and sister, Anima knew that although Lida's was sometimes swayed by a strong sense of mission and responsibility, which led to uncontrolled behavior, her starting point and personality were really not bad. Moreover, although Lida's was the strongest and the first god, because she was always rash and clumsy, In fact, both the gentle Anima and the dignified and polite Nadura regarded her as a sister. So, how about this, Mr. Sheen? I apologize to you on behalf of Litas. What do you think? Anima said this very seriously. Let the goddess of life apologize? Anchi felt panic. This is not a joke. As one of the three goddesses, Anima is in a high position and can be regarded as one of the top of this world. She is also a real god. Asking such a being to apologize will only make people feel embarrassed. However, Anima has made up her mind to do so. There is no way. Litas is very stubborn. Even if she realizes her mistake and regrets it, she will only bear it with a face of grievance and will not choose to compromise. In this case, I have to compromise on her behalf. Anima does not think this is a point-losing thing. First of all, Anima is a very gentle and reasonable person. If she is really wrong, even if the other party is a beggar, she will sincerely apologize. Second, Anima is the goddess of life. All lives in the world are equal in her eyes. Unless she falls, she will not be self-righteous and think that she is superior. Third, Xian is also qualified to receive this treatment. No matter what. Others may not know, but Anima knows it. She knows that the man in front of her is not an ordinary person, but a real hero. The gods have always been respectful to heroes. It is not difficult for them, as goddesses, to bow to heroes. However, just when Anima made up her mind, Litas, who looked aggrieved, spoke up. Anima, don't apologize. Litas wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then she said such words. I did it. I will do it myself. Chapter 459 The Goddess Who Manipulates Destiny. Litas? At this moment, Anima was surprised. Not only Anima, but also AI. Sarah and even Rosie were surprised. Sheen was also stunned, because Rosie had made it very clear that the goddess of destiny was a very stubborn person. In this case, Sheen actually did not expect this strongest goddess to apologize to him. Sheen's idea was just to ask the other party to give him an explanation, so that the other party would not think that he was so easy to manipulate. Unexpectedly, Litas was so straightforward. After being taught a lesson by herself, she not only did not get angry, but also planned to apologize to herself. What is going on? Sheen and the others present were confused. Litas, who didn't know the doubts of the crowd, stood up as if she had given up. Sorry. I was too impulsive. Litas apologized very straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. That was fine. The real problem was that while apologizing, Litas bent down very hard, as if she was about to bow to Sheen. Then, bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the goddess of fate's forehead hit the table in front of her. Yes, because she bowed too hard. Litas hit the table in front of her. It hurts. Litas immediately covered her forehead, wailed, and raised her head with force. But with this lift, Litas's body leaned back severely, and the soles of her feet slipped directly. Ah! So, Litas screamed again and fell heavily to the ground. Litas, Lady Litas, Goddess Litas, Anima, Rosie and Anchi all cried out at the same time. Xian, AI and Sarah were speechless as they watched the scene. Woohoo! Litas also cried again, crying so aggrievedly. Anima, Rosie and Anchi rushed over in a hurry, helping and asking questions, making the scene chaotic. Oh! Nadura, who had been watching, covered her face with her hands, looking like she couldn't bear to watch. Xian's mouth was twitching, seeing that the strongest goddess seemed to have turned into a crying monster, crying non-stop. Xian finally couldn't help it, turned around and asked Sarah, is this really the strongest person in the world today? A ruthless person who could suppress you and your sister alone 1,000 years ago? Xian really couldn't help but doubt. Well, in the words of your world, this seems to be called a person's appearance is not what he deserves. Right? Sarah smiled bitterly and said, but don't doubt it. If it's just about strength, she is definitely second only to the Supreme God and the Demon King. There is no doubt about that. And I also took over Sarah's words. The goddesses of the gods are different from the human race and the demon race. They are born to be in charge of one or more fields, and have the power related to the field they are in charge of. AI said lightly, their power is their unique skills. So all the goddesses of the gods are born with unique skills. It can be regarded as a gift from this world born from the Supreme God Omnis to the gods. The gods who control fire can exercise the power of fire, and freely control flames. The gods who control water can exercise the power of water, and freely control the flow of water. The goddesses of the gods are just like this. Born with the power to exercise the power related to the field they are in charge of. Like Lilith, as the evil god in charge of evil and chaos. She can manipulate evil spirits, make people degenerate, turn into evil beings, and make people fall into madness. In the same way, the goddess of life can use power to manipulate life, and the goddess of nature can use power to manipulate nature. This is their unique skill born from birth. Then, as the goddess of fate, the existence in charge of fate, what do you think the power of this goddess is? AI's question made Xian hold his breath. Because, without a doubt, Lita's power is to be able to manipulate fate. What is fate? Born with fate. The destination of life is luck. No matter what kind of existence, it has its fate and its luck. Some people are born rich. Some people are born poor. Some people are born long-lived. Some people are born short-lived. This is a person's fate. And luck is the experience of a lifetime. Sometimes a person's fate is good luck. Sometimes bad luck. Sometimes good things. Sometimes bad things. That is a person's luck. Being able to control fate means being able to control the birth, aging, illness, death, good, bad and future of all things in the world. In other words, the goddess of fate, Lita's, is the closest to omnipotence, possessing power similar to that of the truly omnipotent supreme god Omnis. Sarah's expression began to become serious. If it weren't for the fact that her power was not as strong as that of the supreme god Omnis, and her power to control fate was only similar to that of the supreme god Omnis, there was still some difference. Then she could be regarded as the second supreme god. Therefore, Lita's is the closest to omnipotence, but not truly omnipotent. But even so, it is not something that others can match. It is said that throughout history, there are only 3 people whose fate is not controlled by her power. Sarah began to explain to Xian in a low voice. The first one is naturally the supreme god Omnis, who has stronger power than the god of destiny, and is truly omnipotent. The power of the god of destiny is naturally ineffective against her. The second one is naturally the demon king Claudius. The power of the demon king who can even invalidate the power of the supreme god is definitely not something that the weaker god of destiny can interfere with. The third one is herself. She cannot control her own fate, which is proof that she has not yet reached the omnipotent realm. Hearing this, before Xian had time to express his feelings, AI spoke again. Because of the existence of these 3 objects, the power of the god of destiny on the things related to these 3 objects will also decrease depending on the situation. AI said so. For example, this world was created by the supreme god Omnis, and the god of destiny cannot control the fate of the world. For another example, demons like us are the closest to the demon king, and the power of the god of destiny cannot control the fate of demons like us. In addition, she cannot control her own fate, and she cannot control the fate of the object blessed by her. She can only give enlightenment and guide by the operation of power. Therefore, although Lita's is the strongest goddess, she cannot control the direction of the world, and there is a possibility that she will be defeated when fighting against demons. Even so, she is undoubtedly the strongest. Even demons like us will only be suppressed by her if there are not more than 2 demons at the same time. AI said calmly, the only people who can deal with this goddess in a single fight, not counting the supreme god and the demon king who are out of the standard, are only 2. One is the strongest hero in history, Mitra, who annihilated the demon king. The other is Sister Sarah at night. AI's words made Xian turn his head and look at Sarah unconsciously. Don't look at me like that. Sarah smiled and said, I am a moon demon. My unique skills are related to the moon. It is normal that I will become stronger at night. It seems to be the case. But, even at night, I can only barely deal with the god of destiny. There is absolutely no way to defeat her. Sarah said seriously, Mitra is the same. He is probably at the same level as the god of destiny. But he can't win for sure. Right? Isn't that natural? AI curled her lips and said, how could Mitra defeat the god of destiny if the supreme god hadn't helped him in the final battle? His holy sword would never have touched his mother. This shows how strong Lita's power is. But it is precisely because of this power that Lita's has become like this. This god of destiny has always used power to manipulate the fate of others, guide and lead the world. It has been like this for thousands of years, so that she has formed the habit of using power to manipulate things. When encountering things that cannot be manipulated, she will show desperate clumsiness. Yi pursed her lips at Lita's, who was sobbing and being comforted by Anima and Roxy. Here, just like this. These words made Xian completely speechless. Feelings, There is such a connection? No wonder this goddess is rash, impulsive, and clumsy. It is because she cannot control her own destiny, but is used to controlling the destiny of other things, which leads to the contrast. Right? It is just like a child who can deal with any enemy with a pistol, but forgets to exercise, so that he is stunted. Sheen sighed. But in this way, Sheen can rest assured. Although Lyda's power is very foul, she is only close to omnipotence, not really omnipotent. At least, according to the current situation. If Lyda cannot completely control the destiny of the people she blesses, then naturally she cannot control her own destiny. I am a brave warrior who possesses the blessing of the Supreme God. Not only am I completely immune to the power of the gods, but because this power comes from the Supreme God, even if I am not immune to the power of the gods, I probably don't need to worry about being affected by the power of Lyda, who cannot control things related to the Supreme God. Right? Thinking of this, Sheen felt more at ease. However, this is only for himself, since Lyda's power has no effect on the demons themselves. But she can still suppress 2 demons. It means that this alone is not enough to make people ignore the threat of this goddess. After all, Lyda can completely control the fate of other things and use them for fighting. For example, it should be easy to control the fate of a meteorite and make it fall down. Right? What a foul! Chapter 468, Until There Is Nothing Left? Although the scene was awkward, with Lyda's personal apology, the matter was over. Of course, that's what she said. I just apologized for interrupting the engagement party. But I didn't admit the marriage itself. The goddess of fate said this unconvincingly. It seems that the goddess still feels very unacceptable that her beloved well-wishers are getting married. It's better to say that she is a willful sister who is worried that her sister will be taken away than a mother who is worried that her daughter will marry the wrong man. So, Sheen said something without thinking. You are the oldest woman in the world, but your temper is almost like a child. This sentence caused a greater blow to Lyda than Sheen imagined. The oldest woman in the world. Lyda shut herself up on the spot, squatting in the corner of the side hall, and could never get up again. How can you say that? At this moment, even Luo she couldn't stand it. There's no way. You guy. Don't you know that for a woman, the issue of age cannot be touched no matter what? Even Sarah suddenly changed camp and began to disparage Sheen. Anima also kept smiling bitterly. AI murmured in her mouth that I would rather you treat me as an older woman. Lilith didn't seem to understand the current situation, but she also saw that Lyda seemed to be no threat to Sheen. So she threw herself into Sheen's arms, rubbed his chest, and didn't leave. As for Anshi, seeing that the situation did not deteriorate, he unconsciously wiped the sweat on his forehead. It can be imagined how nervous he was. It's not that his psychological quality is not good, but there are really a group of terrible big men sitting in this small side hall. If this is not handled properly, a conflict will really happen, and the whole kingdom will be affected. This is not a big deal. The most feared thing is that the balance that the gods and demons have been barely maintaining for a long time will collapse. Conflicts will break out, and war will occur again. Therefore, as a person who watched the entire conversation process, Anshi was already sweating a lot in his heart. Even Luoshi, the princess who was blessed by nature and deeply loved by the goddess, did not dare to say too much, for fear of exacerbating something. It can be seen that in the hearts of the human race, the conversation between the powerful people of the gods and demons is really frightening and trembling, and they dare not intervene casually. Only Sheen, a heartless guy, completely ignored the situation that the scene and the situation might deteriorate. Not only did he look normal, but he also taught others a lesson. This courage and mentality. I am afraid that even the brave Mitra can't reach it, but he intervened very naturally, and was even treated equally by the goddess and the demons, proving how high his status is in the minds of these powerful people. Even when Lyda first met Sheen, she only treated him like a god at the beginning, and then she never treated him differently. She even apologized for the first time, which made Anshi change his view of Sheen again and again. Now, he no longer dares to treat Sheen as an ordinary human. A human race that has such a close relationship with the gods and demons? Is this something that all the heroes of the past generations could not do? Perhaps his future will be more amazing than Rosie's. Anshi finally realized this. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or not. However, only such a person could possibly be worthy of his overly outstanding daughter. Wasn't it? Not letting him marry into the royal family. This decision might really be the right one. Anshi was glad in his heart. Yes, when Anshi decided on the engagement between Sheen and Rosie, He had thought about letting Sheen marry into the royal family directly. At that time, Sheen only showed some talent and taming ability. And the incident with the Lyusica family had not happened yet. For Anchi at that time, with Luoshi's status, beauty and ability, it was natural for Sheen to marry into the family. But in the end, this decision was unilaterally rejected by Luoshi. That person is impossible to marry into the family. So give up this idea before it happens. Luoshi carried the scruples that others did not understand at all, and strongly denied this matter, and forcibly suppressed the matter of marrying into the family. Presumably, at that time, many people could not understand Luoshi's approach. Right? But now, including Anchi, perhaps everyone understands. Because this is not a person who needs to marry into the family, but an object that they need to climb up. If such an object is allowed to marry into the family, it will only mess things up. Thinking of this, Anchi couldn't help but feel fortunate. Unfortunately, Anchi didn't know what Luoshi was thinking. I finally managed to escape from this palace. How could I let Sheen marry into the palace, and be trapped here together? At that time, Luoshi shouted out the voice of salted fish in her heart. In short, no matter what, the engagement party is over. Sheen has not only been promoted to Earl, but also become the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. This is a fact that cannot be changed. From now on, Sheen will officially become a celebrity in the Mitrak kingdom, and even a celebrity in the entire human race. This is certain. However, many people are still speculating about what the relationship between Sheen and the gods will become. After all, many people saw what happened today and witnessed Lida's opposition to this marriage. This made many people begin to wonder whether not everyone in the gods supported Sheen. For example, the goddess of life and the goddess of nature obviously support Sheen. But the goddess of fate, who is the strongest of the gods, is not optimistic about Sheen? Everyone imagined it like this. Even the noble young masters couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope, hoping that the goddess of fate could be more powerful and simply ruin this marriage. In that case, the kingdom treasure will still be everyone's kingdom treasure, not Sheen's kingdom treasure alone. Even if this kingdom treasure has been defiled, kissed, the noble children still can't help but hope that they can return with the least loss before their goddess is eaten clean. They don't know that if this is considered a loss, then they have indeed lost a little bit of billions. What kind of defilement is being kissed? I'm afraid you haven't seen real defilement? Sheen will never tell you that with the thousands of trillions of pictures in his mind, he has unlocked nearly half of the achievements. That means your goddess has taken on the form of someone else. About half an hour later, Lida's, who had been severely injured both physically and mentally, recovered a little bit, and left the palace under the guidance of Anima, who was constantly comforting her. It seemed that Sarah had only come to attend Sheen's engagement party, and now she was ready to go back, leaving Sheen wondering why this guy came. Perhaps, as the moon demon said, she just came to see Sheen and Ayi, to see what happened between the two, which led to Ayi confessing in front of everyone that she wanted to protect Sheen. This was not a trivial matter for Sarah, as she said, since it was Ayi's declaration as a demon. Then, this declaration was equivalent to a declaration released by the entire demon clan. From now on, Sheen will walk in the world with the name and protection of the demon clan. It is impossible for Sarah not to come and see such a big thing. However, I don't know if the moon demon saw anything, and she never mentioned this matter again after that. However, she did mention another thing. My sisters, that is, the other demons, have already known about your existence, and even more about your relationship with AI. Sarah said to Sheen in a teasing tone, they seem to have a great interest in you. They may come to you one after another in the future, and it may cause you some trouble. You have to be careful. Right? No way. Sheen was completely dumbfounded. The other demons are also coming to find me? And they will cause me trouble? How terrible will the trouble be? There is no way. AI is the youngest of our sisters, and the most beloved one. Everyone knows her character. She is not someone who will casually represent the demons and claim to protect others in the name of the dragon demon. Now she has done this. It is normal for her sisters to be interested in you. Sarah looked like she was smiling but not smiling. You don't have to worry too much. In fact, my sisters are all easy to get along with. Well, as long as you don't meet the one who is too easy to get along with, or the one who looks easy to get along with. This sentence really made Sheen feel uneasy. Especially Ayi's reaction after hearing this sentence really made Sheen worried. It was an expression that seemed to be genuinely unhappy. Could it be that Sister Xiafun and Sister Carmina are coming? Ayi looked very resistant. Sheen really wanted to ask who these two were. But before that, Sarah said leisurely, Carmina might not easily leave her territory and come to the human world. But that girl Xiaofun would definitely come here out of curiosity. Right? As she said that, Sarah patted Xian's shoulder and gave him a look that wished him well. I hope that girl won't eat you to the bone, my brave master. After leaving such disturbing words, Sarah left. Eaten to the bone? The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. He didn't know what this sentence meant. He only knew that a strange chill climbed up his spine. Especially Ai, who couldn't help but say something. If it's really Sister Xiaofun who comes, remember, don't have any physical contact with her. And don't make any eye contact with her. Ai said this as if she was going to welcome the enemy. Don't worry. You are my man, and I won't let you become Sister Xiaofun's captive. Okay. Xian had to admit that he was scared. How scary is a sister who even Ai fears like a tiger? Please let her go. Chapter 461. Have a good development. The night gradually deepened. When the full moon was high in the sky, the entire Matrock kingdom gradually became calm. The engagement banquet celebrated by the whole country came to an end under such circumstances. However, along with the news brought by many dignitaries, the inside story of the engagement banquet also gradually began to spread that night. By tomorrow, people in the kingdom and even other countries of the human race will know how exciting this engagement banquet tonight is. Right? Anyway, there will definitely be a lot of rumors about Xian. Let's not talk about anything else. From now on, Xian is a serious reserve prince consort. His status will once again usher in changes and become an existence that others look up to. Under such circumstances, Xian also took Ai and Lilith, took Yulin, and returned to Boztat's home. Everyone in Vivian's team had returned earlier, and they all seemed to have returned to their respective rooms to rest. It seemed that Lexia and Laxia had also returned. According to the maids, they seemed to be a little sneaky and hurried. After returning, they hid in the room and never came out again. It was not easy to scare that young lady. Xian was a little gloating. He knew that Lexia must have been frightened by the appearance of Litas, Anima, and even Sarah. After all, a while ago, this arrogant young lady was caught by Anima and trapped in the god realm. She almost couldn't come back. As a former member of the old demon clan, she didn't dare to appear in front of Sarah, the supreme demon clan, and Litas, the strongest god clan. It was normal for her to be frightened by the appearance of these three people. These three people may not be as Buddhist as Aie and will not care about her. So Laxia must not dare to appear in front of these three big guys rashly? Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future. Do you really think that you can run around and cause trouble just because you are a space magician? Xian felt very happy about this. As for Aie and Lilith, the two little girls seemed to be sleepy a long time ago. So as soon as they came home, one immediately rubbed her eyes and went back to the room, and the other fell asleep directly in Xian's arms. Let me do it. Laxia appeared unnoticed and took the sleeping Lilith from Xian's arms. Xian didn't even have time to say a word, and Laxia left with Lilith expressionlessly, which made him stunned and almost unable to react. Forget it. A lot of things happened today, and Xian didn't want to bother and pursue some meaningless things anymore. So he just let Lilith be taken away by Laxia. Speaking of which, Laxia seemed to have a special feeling for Lilith, and took good care of her, as if she was very experienced in this, and had taken care of many children. Her skilled appearance made Xian begin to wonder if the maid in this bunker secretly opened an orphanage or shelter outside. Well, it is possible that she would have done so originally. Why? I would definitely say so. This is a meaningless question. As a qualified maid, she must serve others perfectly. It is so true. So, Xian ignored everything else and went directly to the big bath. Quickly stripped off her tightly bound ceremonial clothes, and soaked in the hot water. Huh? I am alive again. Leaning against the warm stone wall of the bath, Xian exhaled a breath of comfort. At this time, Xian realized that he was actually quite tired. Getting up early in the morning to prepare for the engagement banquet, communicating with people from the palace, and choosing clothes to wear at night. How could he not be tired? Especially when there are hundreds of sets of clothes to try. It is simply a painful experience. Fortunately, there is a very powerful maid at home, who has the unique skills of helping people undress in 1 second, helping people dress in 1 second, and solving the problem of appearance in 1 second. The painful experience of this process is relieved a lot. Otherwise, Xian feels that he might faint and can't attend the engagement party in the evening. But the engagement party is also magnificent. First, you have to put on a smile to greet others. And then you have to face the bombardment of the big guys one after another. In the middle, you were frightened once. And you experienced what it means to be as powerful as a prison. And you saw the strongest existence in this era. Well, although this strongest existence collapsed in the end. No matter what. That sense of existence and oppression are real things. Recalling the unmatched feeling when he first met Litas, Shin suddenly felt that he was not as strong as he imagined. Of course, compared with most people in this world, Shin is undoubtedly very strong. At least, Shin doesn't think he will lose to beings other than the 3 goddesses and 6 demons. Shin is confident that he can defeat Aradia, who is now known as the strongest being of the human race. Even if he doesn't use the holy sword, Shin has a chance of winning against Aradia. The problem is that he is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. That's it. Now, Shin's situation is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Facing beings other than the 3 goddesses and 6 demons, Shin is already invincible. However, facing beings of the level of the 3 goddesses and 6 demons, Shin feels that he can't beat any of them. This is the standard of this world. According to Shin's view, all people in this world can basically be divided into 3 levels. There are only 2 people on the first level, the Supreme God and the Demon King. These 2 are extraordinary beings, the origin and beginning of everything, and are simply beyond the reach of human power. They can be said to be truly invincible. If it weren't for the mutual restraint relationship and the huge variable of the brave man, no one would be able to do anything to these 2 beings, even if the enemy is all living things in the world. Fortunately, the Demon King has been defeated by the hero and the Supreme God, and the Supreme God has fallen into a deep sleep forever. This level outside the specification can be ignored, and there is no need to consider their problems for the time being. The second ladder is a group of people, the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, and the existences that have reached this level. These existences have broken through the limits of life. According to Shin's view, there is no concept of level. They have broken free from the rules of reason, and are independent of the constraints of the world. In other words, they have surpassed the limit of level 100 and reached another realm, which is not comparable to the other life forms that are still limited to the limit of level 100. The evidence is that even now, Shin has not been able to peek into the level and ability of this class of existence with the skill of identification. Be it Ayi, Sarah, or even Lilith and Anima, Shin could not tell their levels and skills. They also possess power far superior to that of ordinary people. A legendary being like Arya, who was about to reach the limit of her level, was probably just a slightly stronger ant in front of them. Even Shin, after using the holy sword, was completely defeated by the evil god Lilith, who had lost her mind and could only squander her power without thinking. It is conceivable how strong this class of existence is. The third ladder is the rest of the people. All the lives in this world. They are still growing within the scope of reason, and are beings with limits. They have not been able to transcend or break through. The limit is level 100. In the final war 1,000 years ago, the human race needed to gather 13 heroes above level 95 to barely fight against a beast demon. It can be seen that in this class, no matter how strong they are, that's it. Shin has reason to believe that these 13 heroes are all powerful people in the human race, and none of them can be weaker than Aradia. In other words, only when 13 people who are stronger than Aradia are gathered together can the existence of the third level compete with the existence of the second level. But, at most, it is just a competition. It is said that in the end, more than half of the 13 heroes were killed by the beast demons, and the rest survived because the Demon King was successfully conquered and the war was declared over. Otherwise, in the end, there might not be even one of them left. From this, we can see how big the gap is between those who have not transcended and those who have transcended. Shin feels that his current strength is in the middle. Without using the holy sword, I am probably at the top of the third level, about the same level as Aradia. Using the holy sword, I can reach above the third level, but not the second level. At most, I can only threaten them with the power of the holy sword. But my hard power is not enough. This is because my level is too low. I have learned very few skills, and my unique skills are not combat type. I grow very fast, but I still lack accumulation. For example, the holy sword can give Shin 100 levels of strength, but that strength not only does not reach the maximum growth, but can only bring Shin's strength, speed, defense, etc. But the holy sword also has the effect of increasing the level of all skills by 10. And this effect depends on the number and strength of the skills. The more skills Shin knows, the greater the improvement brought by this effect. On the contrary, it is far from reaching the limit. In addition, the Holy Sword also has the restraint of demons and evil forces, and then immunity to negative effects, and the ability to protect against a large amount of damage. The latter brings Sheen the ability to survive and targeted power, allowing Sheen to successfully survive when facing the existence of the second level, but it cannot bring an improvement in hard power. In this case, I should find a way to train myself again. Last time, Sheen made a lot of efforts to learn celestial magic and grant magic. This time, Sheen is ready to make the most of his unique skills with foul growth and develop well. Okay. Sheen clapped his hands and decided. Find some time to go to the temple. Chapter 462. Believe me, this engagement party was not completely fruitless for Sheen. At least, Sheen already knew that he had a chance to become stronger quickly. This opportunity was to enter the inner hall of the temple. As long as you enter the inner hall, enter this supreme divine treasure that allows people to directly contact reason. You will have extraordinary insights and then grow. This growth may be to upgrade your level, or to learn a certain skill, or even to awaken a unique skill. It can be said that it is an opportunity for every human to transform. In this case, this opportunity should not be missed. Although Luo Shi has said that it is the most cost-effective to enter the inner hall when your strength cannot improve, or you have encountered a bottleneck, and you have exhausted your potential and cannot continue to grow. But I should not encounter such a situation. Ordinary people may indeed encounter bottlenecks, reach their limits, and encounter situations where their potential has been exhausted and they cannot continue to improve or grow. But Sheen is not one of them. The existence of this unique skill Tian proves that Sheen has the highest and greatest growth potential in all aspects. In terms of potential, Sheen is even confident that he will not lose to the heroes of all generations, or even to anyone in this world. In addition, the blessing of the Supreme God is also bestowed on him. Sheen has reason to believe that his potential is infinite. This is not blind self-confidence. So far, Sheen has never encountered a bottleneck, let alone a limit. Instead, he can easily upgrade his level and acquire various skills, the strength that others need to spend a lifetime to acquire. He has only been in this world for a few months, and he already has it. His holy sword is also of the highest level. Even the holy sword of the legendary hero who defeated the devil is far inferior, which is also a proof of Sheen's potential. Therefore, Sheen feels that he does not need to worry about the problem of exhausting his potential, encountering a bottleneck, and not being able to continue to grow and make progress. And since there is no need to worry about this, then when to enter the inner hall and get the opportunity for this transformation, there is no need to be so particular. I will go to the inner hall after this storm is over. Sheen decided so. At this time, I knew you were here. A familiar indifferent voice came into Sheen's ears. Sheen was startled at first. Then he guessed who was coming and looked forward. Sure enough, with the sound of treading water, a familiar petite figure appeared there. So you haven't rested yet? Tyr. Sheen looked at the other person intently. The person who came was Tyr. Naked Tyr. Not yet. Tyr was naked, with long, smooth purple hair, and even took off the mask on her face. She appeared in front of Sheen without any cover, showing all the beauty of herself to the fullest. That newborn-like posture was not the first time he had seen it. And Tyr didn't know whether she didn't notice it, or even if she noticed it. She didn't care. As usual, she walked into the water and soaked in it. However, Tyr today seemed different from usual. First of all, Tyr didn't know why, but she was always staring at Sheen. Secondly, at this time in the past, Tyr would soak opposite Sheen, and would not come close unless there was something wrong. But this time, as soon as she entered the water, the girl directly cut through the waves, came to Sheen's side, and sat next to him. Suddenly, Sheen became more excited. Tyr was right beside him, and was sticking to him without any defense. Although it was only the contact of arms, the touch was so clear that Sean's heartbeat could not help but speed up. Sean had a feeling. What was the feeling? Very simple. I might get home base. As soon as this thought came up, his heartbeat immediately increased from 300 to 700. However, just as Sean was thinking about this, suddenly, Tyr's words made him feel like he was splashed with cold water, and all the excitement in his heart was instantly extinguished. I want to tell you something, Tyr suddenly said. I might have to go to the Ragnar Empire. These words made Sean's heart tighten, and he regained his composure all of a sudden. Empire? Sean frowned. That's right, Tyr said lightly. There seems to be something I want to find there. So I plan to go and have a look. Such frank words did not get a response from Sheen. How to respond? At this time, this girl suddenly said that she was going to the Empire to find something. If there was nothing strange, how could Sheen believe it? Did you meet someone you shouldn't have met? Sheen was silent for a while, and then asked this question. But Thier turned around and looked at Sheen. You really know about the Leffelet family, Thier said. What you have been hiding from me before is their business, right? Sheen did not deny or confirm. However, Thier had already got the answer. I have been protected, Thier murmured to himself. Although I really want to solve all this by myself, the result is that I am constantly protected by you. Is this the protection of fate? You know, Sheen was a little worried that Thier would get stuck in a dead end. So he couldn't help but say, we don't want to see you get into trouble. Well, I know. Thier did not deny it, and nodded. That's why. This time, I want to do what I want to do. Go to the Empire? Sheen frowned and said, since you already know the existence of the Leffelet family, you should know that they actually have bad intentions towards you. Right? I know. Thier still said this, but he didn't seem to care much, and said indifferently, but it's not that easy to control me. Hearing this, Sheen knew that Thier had made up his mind. He didn't know who Thier met and what he heard, but he knew that it seemed not easy to persuade Thier. There is something in the Empire that Thier is pursuing. I'm afraid that the people of the Leffelet family have mastered this point, and for their own reasons, they dare not attack Thier openly again. So they want to lure Thier over. Right? Thier can't be unaware of this. But she still decided to go. To prove that thing. It should be very important to her. Then, I can't stop her. In this case, Sean wanted to say something. But, Thier stopped him. Woo! Sean suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seeming a little surprised, Thier suddenly turned around, sat in his arms, hugged him, and kissed him with a cherry mouth without hesitation, blocking Sean's mouth, and blocking all his subsequent words. This is not the first time the two have kissed. At the beginning, in the Outlook Canyon, Thier also kissed Sean like this. However, at that time, Thier was in order to share the information of his skills with Sean. So he used this method to establish the most intimate magic communication, so as to convey the information of the skills. After a long time, Thier finally let go. Let me go! Thier stared at Sheen and said so. Even if I am not strong enough, others will let it go. You must believe me and believe that I am not messing around, Thier said to Sheen. I have my own sense of propriety and my own ideas. You don't have to worry about me getting into trouble. Thier stared at Sheen and said, on the contrary, although you are very strong, you are now being watched by everyone in the world. Once you go to the Empire, I am afraid that as soon as you cross the border of the Empire, the capital of the Empire will receive the information about your appearance and respond. That is actually not conducive to Thierry's next move. But I can't let you run to the territory of the enemy who is eyeing you alone. Right? Sheen hugged the smooth and soft body in his arms, while indulging in Thierry's beautiful face, figure and enthusiasm, but still opposed it. Thierry also knew that if he was too willful, it would only cause trouble to others and cause others to worry. But she didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. If it was before, it would be fine. Now, she already has special feelings for Sean, and she really doesn't want to leave without saying goodbye to him. Of course, Thier also has a feeling that if she leaves without saying goodbye, Sean will be furious. Therefore, Thier thought again and again, and finally decided to speak out and make an agreement with Sean. Give me a month, Thier said very seriously. Just 1 month. Sean was silent. Believe me. Thier pressed Sean's face and made him look into her eyes, with an unprecedented seriousness on his little face. That look, the moment Sean saw it, knew that he couldn't say no. 1 month? Yes, 1 month. What if something happens to you at that time? Don't forget, I am also blessed by the goddess of fate. If there is danger, I will definitely receive revelations and avoid it in time. Then, believe me, the conversation ends here. Because, Thier blocked Sean's mouth again. Didn't you always want it? Thier's whisper sounded in the bathtub. There is no need to say more about everything that happened next. The temperature in the big bath was rising. Sean finally got what he wanted and ate this tempting little fairy. As for the process. Chapter 463, We Will Not Surrender. The island in the center of the lake in the capital. The temple. In the deepest area of the temple, the 3 goddesses of the gods have gathered. Letas and Anima have not returned to the gods, but stayed in the temple temporarily. I don't know whether Litas doesn't want to go back or she is too injured to go back. Anima has been comforting Litas very gently. Until Najula appeared here. Najula? Litas, who was a little listless, seemed to be stunned when she saw Najula appear. You are here? Anima smiled bitterly as always, and seemed a little tired. You have worked hard. Anima. Najula naturally knew what was going on, and patted Anima on the shoulder while comforting her. It was not until this time that Litas reacted, and she immediately leaned into Nadura's arms with grievance. Woo! Nadura, listen to me. Litas began to complain, as if she had suffered a great injustice, hugging Nadura and sobbing. Okay. It's okay. Nadura comforted Litas, but exchanged a look with Anima. The two did not intend to tell Litas what they were doing during this period. Otherwise, once the goddess of fate's excessive sense of responsibility and mission was aroused, she might lose control again. So, Nadura did not make any extra explanations, but just said, this time you are really too impulsive. Najula blamed Anima like her, although Her Highness Rosie Lusty is indeed your well-wisher. And I know that you love her very much and have a good relationship with her. We only have the responsibility to guide the lives of human children, and we should not forcibly interfere and intervene. What you did today must be the most troublesome for Her Highness Rosie Lusty. Do you have the heart to see her in trouble? Litas did not speak, but choked and whimpered. Obviously, Litas also regretted it. She knew that she was impulsive and reckless, but she couldn't control herself every time, as the god of fate who was used to controlling everything in the world, because she was too easy to interfere in everything in the world. Litas had no ability to deal with things whose fate she could not control. And finally she was like this, completely out of control. But, didn't I apologize already? In the end, he said that I said I was the oldest in the world. Litas started to sob again. Nadura and Anima both wanted to say, isn't this the truth? However, once this sentence came out, it would cause unimaginable harm to Litas. Therefore, Nadura could only say, well, this is his fault. It is unforgivable to use a girl's age to stigmatize others. Right? Litas seemed to have found her backbone all of a sudden, and even said, Najula also feels that she can't forgive him easily. Right? Then what are you going to do? Najula laughed and persuaded, if you do too much, you will be hated by Her Highness Rosie Lusty. Right? Lita was immediately wilted by Rosie's dislike. She didn't want to be hated by her beloved well-wishers. Then I curse him to not be able to find tableware for meals, no water for toilets, to lose money when he wants to make money, to lose his wallet when he wants to buy things, to step on poop when walking on the road, to fall when entering the bathroom, and finally to be disturbed, stopped, and forced to stop when he wants to get close to my Rosie. Litas immediately began to mutter, and the resentment made Anima and Najula a little frightened. Perhaps, if it were someone else, this would indeed be just a trivial verbal curse. Right? But who is Litas? The goddess who can manipulate fate. In other words, everything she says will become a reality. Even if Sheen has the blessing of the Supreme God, it will be the same. After all, this is not only a manipulation of his own fate, but also a manipulation of the environment around him. At least, in the eyes of Anima and Nadura, at least half of the curse cast by Litas can be realized. Now, the hero is in trouble. Anima and Nadura can only mourn for her in their hearts. Seeing that Litas seemed to want to continue to curse, Anima hurriedly spoke up. Speaking of which, Litas, I didn't expect you to apologize to him so straightforwardly today. Anima changed the subject while saying with surprise, I thought you wouldn't compromise so easily. Hearing this, Nadura also felt novel. She was also surprised when she saw this scene, because they have been together for many years and have a relationship like sisters. Anima and Nadura know that this current strongest person is a little childish and stubborn. It is really surprising that she would apologize to Sheen so straightforwardly. Lita was also speechless for a while, recalling what happened at that time. Litas couldn't help but feel a throbbing in her heart. Why did Litas apologize to Sheen so straightforwardly? The reason is very simple. That was the first person who dared to stare at me and teach me a lesson without mercy. Litas spoke in a mosquito voice, which made Anima and Nadura a little stunned. But this is what Litas thought in her heart. As the closest to omnipotence, Litas's power is very terrible. Everything in this world, except for a limited part, she can control it. Now that the Supreme God and the Demon King are gone, she is undoubtedly the strongest. When the Supreme God and the Demon King were still there, she was the third after the two out-of-specification beings. No one can disobey her. And no one can disobey her. Even the gods and demons are afraid of her power, and never dare to look her in the face, let alone offend her easily. Even Anima and Nadura. Although they regard Lidas as a compatriot like a sister, they are tolerant, protective, and close to Lidas. They have never reprimanded her, or taught her a lesson. At most, they just blamed her a few words. In other words, Lidas feels that there is no one in this world who will sing against her. Even the demons. The targeting shown to Lidas is actually quite fearful and afraid. For example, Sarah and Ayi, on the surface, were competing with Lidas, but when Lidas made a fool of herself, the first thing they told Sheen was not anything else, but how strong and terrible she was, and warned Sheen not to underestimate Lidas because of this. This is the proof that Sarah and Ayi have been on guard against Lidas and are afraid of Lidas. As a result, no one knows that Lidas is actually very lonely in her heart. No one will sing against her. Everything in the world is basically as she expected. In this case, how could Lidas not feel bored after a long time? The goddess of fate cannot control the world, but the world will still revolve around her. As long as she uses her power, she can basically achieve everything in the world. It is so easy, so simple, and so easy to make everything go according to her wishes. Lidas always feels that if she does not have some principles, she may have already fallen into the existence of evil gods and demons, and changed the world it will under the boredom and loneliness in her heart. For this reason, Lidas cultivated an excessive sense of responsibility and mission for herself in the state of panic and fear. For nothing else, but to limit her inner desires and impulses. Her loss of control and her rampage are actually all deliberately controlled by her within this range. Otherwise, if she really let the inner boredom run away, she would have transformed the world into her own back garden and toy house at will. Perhaps this is the reason why the Mother Goddess is not interested in everything in the world, and resolutely chose eternal sleep after the death of the Demon King. Lidas is the person in the world who understands Omnis's thoughts best. Everything is so easy and smooth. So naturally there is no fun. But today, the man glared at her, scolded her, and even slandered her mercilessly. The way he looked at her was not like the way he looked at others, full of fear and awe. Instead, it was as if he was looking at a silly child, which made Lidas feel angry and wronged. When she came to her senses, Lidas was surprised to find that she felt happy while she was angry and wronged, because her power could not affect the human. In normal times, even if Lidas did not deliberately use her power would have some influence with her mood. Like when she first appeared, Lidas used her power once because of her dissatisfaction with Sheen, which made Sheen feel invincible. Just because, at that time, the whole world was against him. But Sheen quickly broke free in just a few seconds and avoided his own fate from being interfered with, which made Lidas suspicious. Perhaps, it was from that time that Lidas began to take Sheen seriously. Otherwise, Lidas would not even give him the opportunity to talk to Sheen on an equal footing. Right? Later, Sheen glared at her and scolded her again. All his behaviors were different from others, beyond the expectations of others, and even more beyond the expectations of Lidas. The novel feeling of being completely out of control and having no idea what will happen in the next second made Lidas feel happy unconsciously. So, Lidas simply apologized to Sheen. Maybe, even Lidas herself didn't know that she actually wanted a friend who dared to ignore her, scold her, and get angry with her, instead of a puppet who would obey her in everything. Thinking of this, Lidas muttered, "Forget it. I won't curse him. I have to get my place back myself." Sheen Boztut. I won't give in. Chapter 464. Wait for me. King's capital. Outside the North Gate. When it was still dawn, TL, wearing a black robe, slowly appeared here and walked forward. However, not long after walking, TL stopped, because, in front of her, a person appeared, finally here, still wearing the armor of a guard knight, with a long sword on his waist. He looked like an old man in his 60s. He came out of the darkness on the side and came to TL. "I thought you didn't want to go with me." Valian said this in a casual tone. TL ignored him and just walked forward slowly. Seeing this, Valian sneered. "It seems that you have already said goodbye." Valian said casually, "You shouldn't have told Sheen Boztut about us." Right? Before, when Valian was about to take TL away, TL claimed that she wanted to go back first and take a last look at the people around her. Valian didn't want to agree, but TL didn't accept his threats at all, and she was not moved by his threats. She looked like she was going back no matter what, which made Valian who didn't dare to do anything, have no way to deal with her. In desperation, Valian could only agree, but told TL that she couldn't tell anyone about her existence and her departure. TL agreed. So Valian asked this question. Who would have thought? I didn't mention this to anyone, TL said lightly, except Xian. As soon as these words came out, the sneer on Valian's face froze. You told Xian Bostad about this? Valian was immediately shocked and angry. But TL was indifferent. That was also a matter of course. Let me thank you for telling me such an important thing, Thier said indifferently, but you are right about one thing. What is it? I really don't want to go with you. As soon as the voice fell, puff! The sharp blade flashing with red magic light suddenly pierced through Volian's abdomen and came out from behind. Thier suddenly jumped up and activated the magic sword skill without hesitation, piercing Volian's heart with one blow. What? Volian did not expect this change at all, and he could not believe that Thier dared to attack him. Looking at his bloody chest and Thier, who was close at hand, he looked unbelievable. However, this look was only exchanged for a cold word. I have to say, you are ridiculous. Thier exerted force, allowing the blade in his hand to penetrate deeper into Valian's body, and said coldly, you came to me and kept saying that you wanted to kill me, but you didn't dare to do anything to me because you were afraid of Xian. Now that you have said this, do you still naively think that I will follow you to your territory and let you slaughter me? Cough. Valian couldn't help coughing up blood, staring at Thier, and growled angrily, don't you want to find that thing? Of course I want to find it, Thier said expressionlessly, but I didn't say I would go with you to find it. Valian was stunned. That thing is in the imperial capital of the empire. Remember you said so? Thier looked directly at Valian and said, since you have told me the direction intimately, then I don't need you. You will never obediently send what I want to me. Just want to lure me to the imperial capital. Right? Thier's words made Valian angry. And in trembling hands, reaching for the long sword at his waist, Thier seemed not to see the scene, and still uttered cold words. I will go to the imperial capital by myself. I will find the thing by myself. Do you want to trick me there? Then you succeeded. However, whether you can find me, catch me, and achieve your goal depends on your ability. I look forward to the strength of the Leffelet family, and even more to the strength of the person who drives you behind the scenes. After saying that, Thier suddenly grasped another sharp blade in his empty hand. Puff! In the moment when the red light flashed, the sharp blade covered with the magic sword chopped off the old man's head. The headless body fell quietly. The blood was all over the ground. Thier just shook off the blood on the sharp blade in his hand, without even looking at the body on the ground, but turned his head and looked at the capital, as if he could see the luxurious mansion located in the center of the noble district, and the man who had just got everything from him, with a little love in his eyes. Wait for me. Leaving such words, Thier returned and left. At the scene, there was only a headless body left, lying in a pool of blood, looking so miserable. At the same time, in the wilderness some distance away from the capital, a young man with a rebellious look appeared here, with a team of 10 people wearing black clothes kneeling in front of him. If Xian was here, he would definitely recognize that this young man with a rebellious look was Valian. This was the appearance of Valian who appeared in the capital. However, this Valian had left the capital not long ago and came here without stopping to meet with the elite assassination team sent by the Leffelet family. Then, puff! At a certain moment, Valian's face changed, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, covering his chest, as if he was seriously injured. Young master! Young master! Those elite assassins were suddenly shocked. Valian ignored them, but his expression was extremely angry. Thier Elbian. He already knew. Just now, a tentacle that he had cultivated with great difficulty was killed by Tear. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Valian, who had spent a lot of money to cultivate the tentacle. Go! Valian immediately roared at all the assassins present. Let's turn around. Now, he can only turn around and go back to stop Tear and catch her. Otherwise, this time, he will definitely lose both his wife and his army. But such Valian has forgotten that there is someone watching him. It's not even dawn yet. Where is Lord Valian going to go? When such a spring breeze-like voice sounded, Valian's face changed again and again. Who? Around him, the assassins were all startled, jumped in front of Valian, and drew their weapons. Under such circumstances, a group of people appeared in front of Valian and others. It was a group of fully armed knights. The leader was a combination of an old man and a young man. The former was an old knight holding a huge sword and looking cold and arrogant. The latter was a prince with a thunderstorm sword and a smile on his face. His Highness Havis. Valian called out the other party's name in a dry voice. It was Havis. Good evening, Lord Valian. Havis looked normal, as if he was greeting. What does your highness mean? Valian's face was gloomy and very ugly. But he had to say such pretentious words. Unfortunately, Valian actually had a big misunderstanding. He always looked down on Havis's appearance of being friendly with everyone. But he didn't know that this prince would not talk nonsense with others when he was changing his position. Bang! 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 In this wilderness, a thunderstorm appeared without any warning, descending from the sky and ruthlessly bombarding the location where Valian and others were. In an instant, dust and gravel were everywhere, and lightning bombarded the earth, causing great damage. The elite assassins of the Leffelet family had no time to react and were attacked by the thunderstorm. They made a mixed sound of shock and anger in the roar and explosion. Some were blown away, some rolled to the ground, and some were directly hit by lightning and turned into charcoal on the spot. Bastard. In a hurry, Valian could only dodge as much as he could to avoid being hit by lightning. But he was also hit by the blast and electric arc, becoming quite embarrassed. On the other hand, Harvest's smile on his face had been restrained. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your family of Leferet for standing on the wrong side. It's also your fault that you just happened to target the wrong person, giving me a great opportunity. Havis chuckled at the angry Valian. In order to take the first step to cooperate with that existence, you will be my first gift to him here. After saying that, the knights behind Havis immediately rushed up. Fight back. Valian could only order the remaining subordinates to start organizing a resistance. An unknown fight unfolded here. A melee was about to break out. The capital, Bostut's house. When the day began to brighten, Sheen also woke up from his bed. Teal? Sheen touched his side, but did not touch the familiar body. Only a residual fragrance and warmth. This made Sheen sober up and silent for a while. It was not until a while later that Sheen got up and saw a note left by the bed. It said a very simple sentence. Wait for me. Seeing this, Sheen inevitably felt a little lonely. But he also believed that Tyr would be able to handle all his affairs, although she has always been protected by the people around her. Even he himself is a little worried about her, which may make the people around her protect her at all costs. This also proves that Tyr is the blessing of the goddess of fate, and is deeply protected and favored by fate. At least, the goddess of fate will definitely not sit idly by and watch her blessing get into trouble. Right? So, Tyr's trip may be smoother than he imagined. In this case, he will wait for her for a month as agreed. And in this month, he will do what he wants to do. Good. Sheen put away the note and jumped up from the bed. Huh? A cold wind blew, making Sheen feel a cool but Sheen reacted at this time. He hasn't put on his clothes yet. Chapter 465. Don't you dare to play this? After coming out of the room, while eating breakfast, Sheen mentioned the matter of Tyr to the rest of Vivian's team. Of course, everyone in Vivian's team was frightened. Tyr went to the Empire alone. How? How could this be? Melika and Lumia stood up unconsciously and fell into a state of bewilderment. Vivian's face also changed. Although she didn't know about Moro, Vivian knew that there was a Leffelet family in the Empire. Tyr went to the Empire alone. Isn't this a trap? But Vivian didn't panic. Is this Tyr's own idea? Vivian looked at Sheen and asked seriously. It was her own idea. While eating breakfast, Sheen looked normal, as if it was just a small matter. He said, although it was a bit reckless. Judging from her appearance, this matter is indeed very important to her. If so, you also know her character. I can't stop her. Vivian was silent. Instead, Lumia and Melika spoke up. Then let's go find her now. Melika thought so. Even if there is no way to get Tyr back, at least we all go together. Which is also good. Lumia also looked a little worried. Do you think I don't think so? Sheen rolled his eyes and said, but she thinks it will be more convenient for her to sneak into the Empire alone. Too many people will attract attention. Especially me. The implication is that Tyr wants to act alone and doesn't want to be with everyone. This, Melika and Lumia were immediately more at a loss. Okay. Calm down first. Vivian then spoke, comforting the two little girls, saying, since Tyr has done this, it proves that she has her own ideas and reasons. So let's respect her. Obviously, Vivian has accepted it. Is this okay? Tyr, Melika and Lumia were different. They still looked extremely uneasy. And their concerns about Tyr were obvious. Don't worry. Xian couldn't help but say, going to the Empire alone is indeed more courageous but not wise. But she is Tyr. She must have thought more than you. And she is very reliable. Maybe things are not as bad as we think. Xian didn't know whether he said this to others or to himself. After all, it is impossible to say that he has no worries in his heart. But Tyr has begged to that extent. What can Xian do if he doesn't agree? Just as Xian himself said, she is Thele, the second genius of the kingdom. And like Rosie, a being blessed by the goddess of fate. She is not a flower that he needs to keep in a greenhouse at home. If she wanted to do something, Xian could only let her do it. However, he must have wanted to complain in his heart. If I had known, I would not have been gentle with her last night. I would have made her unable to get off the ground today. Let's see how she can walk. Xian thought viciously. Unfortunately, Tyr is not a pushover. She is so petite and usually so taciturn. But she is more proactive than a certain princess who is the best in the world. And even dares to play. That's right. She dares to play. She has unlocked an achievement comparable to that accumulated by Luo Shi for so long at one time. Is she still afraid to play? Xian even wanted to shout. We don't have a drop left. It can be seen from this that Tyr's recovery and endurance are really good. Ahem. I'm getting off topic. Anyway, don't worry. Xian comforted the girls. What else can the girls do? I can only pray with a faint worry that nothing will happen to Teal. Of course, Nadura, who has returned, saw all of this. Did the child actually make such a choice? Nadura frowned, and then diverged her thoughts. Integrated with nature, expanded her perception, and expanded her vision to the entire human world. Suddenly, countless pictures, scenes, and situations turned into real intelligence, which was stuffed into Nadura's mind one after another. Nadura couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Indeed, Nadura can integrate with nature and monitor the entire world. But if she monitors the entire world all the time and watches what is happening in every corner of the world, the information transformed from a large number of pictures, scenes, and situations will make her head ache and extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, Nadura rarely lets her vision spread all over the world and monitor the entire world. If you only monitor one target, it will be much easier. Therefore, Nadura usually monitors only one target. If there are multiple targets to monitor, she will give some instructions to nature, so that flowers, grass, trees, and we can watch for her. Once something happens, they will notify her. Now, in order to find Tyr, Nadura expanded her vision and looked at other places. Fortunately, Tyr had just left the capital for a long time, and Nadura did not need to expand her vision too far to find her successfully. At this time, Tyr actually changed her clothes, used some magic props to disguise, and then nixed into a caravan. The destination of the caravan was the imperial capital of the empire. Tyr, as an adventurer, accepted the commission of the guard and borrowed the carriage of this caravan, hiding from others while heading towards the empire. A very smart child. Nadura didn't expect that Tyr would go to the empire in this way. Let the flowers, plants and trees help me look after the child. Once something happens over there, I can also use revelation to notify the heroes to help. While thinking this, Nadura smiled unconsciously because of another thing she discovered. Maybe there is no need for this. Nadura looked at Xian, who was comforting Melika and Lumia, with a meaningful look in her eyes. At the same time, in the distance of the caravan where Tyr was, a figure suddenly appeared on the crown of a big tree and looked at the caravan that was rolling up smoke and dust and driving along the road towards the Northern Empire. This Tyr is quite smart. She actually went to the Empire in this way, Lexia murmured. In this way, it is indeed not easy for the people of the Empire to find her whereabouts. Having said that, Lexia still thinks it is quite troublesome. If the magic of space transfer is used, it will only take about a day to reach the Empire, and at most a day and a half to enter the imperial capital. Why would we need a convoy? Lycia sighed. Forget it. That guy just asked me to follow this Tyr secretly. Help her when she is in danger, and rescue her. I don't care about the rest. Yes. Lycia was commissioned by Xian, so she appeared here to escort Tyr. With this truly elusive space magician, not only do we not need to worry about being exposed, but we can also watch over Tyr at a safe distance and help Tyr silently when she encounters trouble. Lycia did not refuse Xian's commission. It just so happens that I am tired of playing in the capital, and it is time to change places. Well, she just felt bored staying in the capital. So she came out to play. She was definitely not afraid of being discovered by someone in the capital, such as Litas or Anima. Of course, she didn't agree because of the threat of Xian's refusal when he came to her. I will sell you out. Not only to the gods, but also to the kingdom. Really? Not at all. But? Why didn't you let me bring Laxia with me? Laxia gnashed her teeth and said to herself, sure enough, that guy is planning something against Laxia. Right? For this operation, Xian let Laxia carry it out alone on the grounds that it was not appropriate to bring along an attendant who was in the way. Laxia was left at Boztat's house, which made Laxia very worried. Especially Laxia said something before she left. Don't worry, miss. I have experience and know what to do. Laxia's calm words did not make Laxia feel at ease, but instead filled her with extreme worry. Ah, I'm so worried. I'm so worried. Laxia couldn't help but pick the bark. But what can she do? The situation is stronger than people. For Xian, who has a lot of big guys to protect him, Laxia really doesn't dare to offend him. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Xian, her fate will definitely be miserable. Damn Xian. Curse you to not be able to find tableware when eating. No water when going to the toilet. Lose money when you want to make money. Lose your wallet when you want to buy things. Step on feces when walking on the road. Fall when entering the bathroom. And finally be disturbed, stopped, and forced to stop when you want to be intimate with the princess. Laxia began to mutter with resentment, completely unaware that last night, a goddess actually cast the exact same curse as her. The only difference is that the curse of the goddess will really come true. But it was cancelled by the goddess herself in the end. And Laxia's curse is only a lip service. Really. After a long time, Laxia sighed, turned around and disappeared. The convoy in the distance was still driving at a high speed, and soon disappeared on the avenue. At this time, Xian had also left Bastuta's house and went to the palace. He did not choose to walk, but rode Yulin directly to the palace. In the capital, many people saw this scene, looking up, envious and jealous at the black dragon in the sky. Yulin has become a symbol of Xian, so that everyone will cast such a look when they see Yulin appear. Xian ignored it and let Yulin land in the palace. Since becoming the fiancé of Her Royal Highness, he has obtained this privilege and can ride the dragon freely and enter the palace. Chapter 466 changes over time. Count Bastutu. Count Bastutu. When Xian rode Yulin from the sky and landed in a riding square specially prepared for people who ride monsters in the palace, the knights, civil servants, and even nobles around him bowed their heads and saluted. Xian jumped off Yulin, patted Yulin's head, and used the skills of the taming skill to input magic power into her body, making Yulin make a comfortable cry. At the same time, he looked around and looked at the people who saluted him respectfully. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. It seems that his treatment has really changed completely, exposing part of his strength and the existence of AI and Lilith. His status in the minds of others is completely different from the past. At least, Xian didn't believe that these people saluted him so respectfully because he was a count. Although the Earl is a high-ranking noble, he is only the lowest level of the high-ranking nobles. He is not so treated as to be the center of attention and have everyone salute him when he comes to the palace. Although there is also a reason that he has become the kingdom's fiancé and Rosie's fiancé. It is not so easy to get such treatment if he is just a fiancé. Apart from anything else, wasn't Adele the fiancé of the princess before? Could he have such treatment now? I'm afraid not only did he not have it, but he was also ignored by many people. Right? Among them, it may be because Leah's influence is not as high as Rosie's, but more because Adele himself has no status, no ability, and even notorious. So he is looked down upon. What? You said he is the son of the Duke? That's just the son of the Duke. To put it bluntly, the reason why those so-called noble young masters can be so arrogant and proud is just because they have a good family to support them. Which does not mean that their own status is very high, because their fathers have not retired, and they have not inherited the title, except for some heirs who have been designated. The rest of the nobles, after failing to compete for the right of inheritance, are mostly exiled to the border or given a position. It seems great now, but it is not certain in the future. Adele is relatively good. As the only child of the Luzica family, he is destined to inherit the Luzica Duke family. Although many people do not think highly of him, they will not offend him on the surface. But it is impossible to ask others to salute him respectfully like this. In the palace, only ordinary knights, Servants and small nobles will salute people like Edel respectfully. As for the guards, knights, and the upper nobles above the earl, it is okay to be polite to this young master who has not inherited the title. But it is impossible to ask him to flatter him. On the other hand, Sean's current treatment is far higher than that of Edel. And even those dukes and marquises are completely inferior. This is not only because Sean is Luoshi's fiancé, but also because of the power behind him. And because Sean is not a noble young master, but a real earl who already has a title. It can be said that in the kingdom, Sean's status has completely surpassed those noble young masters of the same age, and even surpassed most of the nobles, reaching the level of being comparable to Luoshi. Now, even Anchi will not talk to Sean too casually, which shows his special status. Of course, these envious and jealous eyes are much more than respectful and fearful. Feeling those eyes from all directions, looking at the envious and jealous eyes of some people in the crowd, Sean laughed in his heart. It seems that he, the earl who has won the kingdom's treasure, is still the public enemy in the minds of many people. Xian didn't put on airs, but he didn't seem too close. After nodding to the person who bowed his head, he whispered to Yulin and asked her to stay here. Then, under the eyes of everyone, he went to Luoshi's bedroom. Along the way, everyone bowed to Xian respectfully, and many people were full of envy and jealousy. Xian ignored them and went straight into Luoshi's bedroom. It is worth mentioning that there are no more licking dogs waiting here every day in Luoshi's bedroom. They seem to have disappeared, making the hall outside the entire bedroom empty, which made Xian feel a little uncomfortable. But there is no way. Luoshi is already a famous flower. If those noble young masters still come to be licking dogs, it is obvious that they want to offend Xian, and their families will definitely not agree. In other words, I don't have to be bothered by those guys anymore. As soon as Xian entered Luoshi's room, Luoshi rushed over with a happy face. You can tell at a glance that she was in a good mood. Xian was actually shocked by this excited girl. Is it that serious? Xian said unhappily. After all, they are a group of noble young masters who have licked you for several years. It's not bad to keep them as spare tires. Right? What do you mean by spare tires? I don't need them. Luoshi wrinkled her nose, snorted a few times, and said, I wish they all disappeared. They stayed outside my room all day long, causing me to be surrounded every time I went out. People who came to see me were repeatedly forced to get in by relatives and friends. If it weren't for them, I would definitely find many opportunities to sneak out to play. You can be a human being. Xian was speechless and said, Sneak out to play? Let's not talk about how chaotic the palace will be because of your sudden disappearance. Just say that with your conspicuous appearance and temperament. If you really run out, do you think no one will recognize you? Luoshi was suddenly speechless. This is indeed not an easy thing. Don't think that it is an easy thing to do when princesses in novels sneak out of the palace and disguise themselves as ordinary people. Xian dare not say about other people. But with Luoshi's conditions, no matter how she disguises, she will be exposed in the end. After all, who doesn't know the treasure of the kingdom? Even if you have never seen Luoshi's appearance, you will be shocked by Luoshi's stunning beauty. Right? Disguise? Is it useful? Maybe the appearance can be disguised. But Luoshi's temperament, figure, and even her heavenly voice, once one of them is revealed, will attract the attention of others and eventually attract the attention of others. In the end, the possibility of this girl exposing her identity can be said to be as high as more than 95%. This is the disadvantage of being too famous. Unless you go to another country, there is still a possibility that you will not be exposed. Xian kindly reminded, but by then, even if no one knows your identity, there will be some bloody things happening. Right? For example, a foreign noble young master happens to see Luoshi, and is so shocked that he can't help but run up to her, and put on a good show of bullying men and women and robbing women. By then, even if Luoshi has the ability to solve it, the rest will be a series of standard plot development patterns. Like beating the younger one, then the older one comes. Beating the older one, then the older one comes. And finally when Luoshi pushes all the way over, the royal family of that country will probably have been alarmed. Then, people will immediately recognize Luoshi's identity, be shocked, horrified, kneel down and lick her, beg for mercy, and then make Luoshi's identity known to everyone, so that the name of the kingdom's treasure will shine in a foreign country, attracting countless people's admiration and pursuit. A proper protagonist treatment. Right? It's just too hacked. So, you better give up on this idea. Xian ruthlessly cut off some of Luo Shi's thoughts. Can't you give me some hope? Luo Shi was so angry. It's not that she doesn't understand these principles. But once she understands, she has to admit a problem. The problem is that she, Luo Shi Lucy T. Mitra, will probably never be able to go out and play normally in her life. Killing people and hurting their hearts. You don't really want to sneak out to play, do you? Xian was stunned and said, please, let people save some trouble. Okay? Although it is a very common plot for Her Royal Highness the Princess to go out incognito, hide her identity, go to the people to play, and look for excitement. Such a plot is usually used to serve the protagonist, so that the protagonist can have a fateful encounter, so that he can flirt with the princess, marry a beauty, and reach the peak of his life. Luo Shi still wants to play like this. Where does this put him? Luo Shi didn't know that Xian's brainstorm had reached this point. I just thought about it. Luo Shi said with a wrong face, isn't this a chance to execute it? Is it? Xian immediately showed a bright smile to Luo Shi and said, then please remember, my princess, you won't have this opportunity in the future. I advise you to give up this idea. Hey! Luo Shi yelled at Xian, are you still my fiancé? It's because I say so. Otherwise, who cares about you? Xian replied, squinting his eyes, still smiling brightly, and said, of course. You can say no if you want to. While the dignitaries of various countries have not left yet, I will issue a statement saying that I have divorced you, and the engagement is invalid. After saying that, Xian still looked like he was going to walk out. Luo Shi was anxious all of a sudden. You dare. Luo Shi threw herself on Xian's back without hesitation and strangled his neck. Do you want to be indecent and then abandon me? I'll bite you to death. You scumbag. Luo Shi opened her little white teeth, like a little white cat, and bit Xian's shoulder. It hurts. Let go. Xian's face was distorted. At that moment, the two of them wrestled in the room. Let go quickly. Bu Shuang, don't let go. Bleeding? Bleeding? If you are lucky, bite you to death. You unfaithful man. It hurts. It really hurts. By the way, why is my resistance skill ineffective against you? What do you mean? What do you think? It hurts. I fought back. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the room, and the sound of beeping and snapping, as if there was a war, kept ringing. Outside the door, the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights looked at each other, and then hurriedly looked at their noses and hearts, pretending that they heard nothing. Well, Lord Bastutu and Her Royal Highness the Princess are still so loving. The female knights nodded seriously. Obviously, these female knights are no longer surprised. However, I don't know when the crackling sound in the room has changed. Specifically, the sound of fighting disappeared, and was replaced by an unnatural silence. Then, such a sound was heard faintly. Do you really think I can't cure you? Don't touch there. Where? Here? Or here? Woo. That was a blushing and heart-beating sound. The cheeks of the female knights began to turn red, and their heartbeats began to accelerate. They are all personal guards carefully selected by Luo Shi. Not only are they talented, but their lowest rank is 50, and they are all unmarried girls with outstanding looks. In the past, they didn't even have the chance to say a few more words to the opposite sex. So how could they have the chance to experience these exciting things? But on the other hand, listening to the noise in the room, the female knights felt incredible. You know, the person in the room is not someone else, but the treasure of the kingdom, the most beautiful woman of the human race, the princess they admired, yearned for, worshipped, and respected in their hearts. The princess who was high above and like a goddess was now being bullied by a man in her own room? After thinking about it for a while, the female knights felt a little incredible. But there was no way. These were all facts. They had to admit that the great princess was no longer single, but had her own fiancé. Moreover, the two were in love with each other, and they were definitely not together because of the revelation of some disaster. Others might not be sure of this, but the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights dared, just because they were always by Luo Shi's side, closest to Luo Shi, and witnessed the emotional journey between Xian and Luo Shi with their own eyes, and saw how many times the two had communicated privately in the past. From that time on, they had been thinking that being so close to Rosie, Xian might be able to successfully win the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Even though Rosie was so outstanding and perfect, it was impossible for her to be attracted by a man who was born as an adventurer. But the fact was that, in the end, this somewhat absurd guess for them in the past had now been realized. The adventurer who had followed behind Vivian and seemed to have come to see Her Royal Highness the Princess by relying on his connections, after a few months, had become a noble who had defeated countless heroes, successfully won the throne, ascended the altar, and had a marriage contract with the kingdom's treasure. Moreover, no one dared to stand up and openly oppose. The female knights thought so, and could not help but lose their minds. The voices in the room became more and more seductive, making the air sweeter. Chapter 467. This dowry is deeply in my heart. Xian naturally didn't know what others were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He understood that since he decided to show off a little, his position in the world would be completely different. The environment around him would definitely change, and other people's views on him would also be different from before. But he wouldn't care about these complicated things, let alone care about them. From beginning to end, Xian had only one idea. That is, just don't mess with me. As for the rest, no matter how big the flood is, it has nothing to do with me. Therefore, Xian put aside all his sighs, and no longer thought about those unnecessary things. He just kept playing with his unmarried beautiful wife, which was so comfortable. When they stopped playing, the two were already lying on the bed. I shouldn't be serious with you, and I will be the only one who suffers. Luo Shi blushed and panted as she sorted out her messy clothes. She looked at Xian, who was lying there with a smug look on his face, as if she wanted to bite him again. This is just to remind you not to act rashly in front of your man. Otherwise, you will definitely be beaten. Xian was pulling like a piece of shit, extremely asking for a beating. Luo Shi really wanted to pull him a few more times. But when she thought about the clothes she had finally put on again, if she rushed up and gave them away for free, the clothes would definitely fall off her body again. So Luo Shi could only bear it. Having said that, Luo Shi asked another question the next second. Now, Luo Shi lay on Xian, staring at him straight, and said with some expectation, "We are now officially engaged. So when can we get married?" Well, this princess, who wanted to get married, was still looking forward to it. But there was no way. Luo Shi had already tasted the sweetness. You don't know that not only did the licking dog you always mentioned stop coming after we got engaged, but even the kingdom no longer assigned me so many tasks to complete as before. Speaking of this, Luo Shi felt happy. Is that so? Xian said with some doubts. After all, you are still the princess, so you shouldn't be too idle, right? In terms of national affairs, Luo Shi rarely involves herself. This is the work of Anqi and Leah. Luo Shi's position is not here, and the kingdom will not let her deal with these tedious chores. However, Luo Shi has been responsible for handling various diplomacy that is beneficial to the kingdom, which is something that others can hardly replace. For example, in terms of the gods, Luo Shi relied on her natural advantages to seek a lot of benefits for the kingdom. It is difficult for others to have any intersection with the gods, but Luo Shi has been loved by the gods since she was a child. Therefore, the kingdom has always let Luo Shi play a role in communicating with the gods. In the past 10 years, she has used the power of the gods to seek benefits. With Roxy here, even the temple has to give face to the Mitra royal family. So Roxy is also responsible for the contact, exchange and communication between the kingdom and the temple. In addition, Roxy's special status has led to the fact that foreign dignitaries also attach great importance to her. Many people want to make friends with her. The preference of the people of the kingdom for Roxy has led to Roxy playing a role in stabilizing the people's sentiments. For example, the daily routine appearance is a very important job. Roxy is responsible for diplomacy in the kingdom. Now, although Roxy is engaged to Xian, she still plays a big role in the kingdom. How could she suddenly have no work? Xian was puzzled by this. Who would have thought? Who do you think this is all thanks to? Roxy rolled her eyes at Xian, and then said, although I have some connection with the gods. What about you? After Roxy said this, Xian suddenly understood a little. You mean, the kingdom has put all the previous positioning of you on me? Xian raised his eyebrows. You can say that. Luo Shi nodded and said, after all, I only have some contact with the gods. But you have actually obtained the protection of the gods and even the demons. And you have friendship with the demons. There is an evil god who is comparable to the demons around you. If you borrow your name, the kingdom can do a lot more than before. That's it. In other words, because Xian has emerged and shown the endless energy behind him, Luo Shi's role in the kingdom has declined a lot compared to before. Luo Shi no longer needs to take the initiative to contact and communicate with the gods, because Xian is here. The gods will take the initiative to contact and communicate with the kingdom. Luo Shi no longer needs to deal with foreign dignitaries. Because Xian is here, those foreign dignitaries dare not have any other intentions. And they are eager to make friends with the kingdom, so that they can hold Xian's thigh like the kingdom. These no longer need Luo Shi to worry about, because someone more suitable than Luo Shi has appeared. Although Xian is a noble of the kingdom, he chose to become an honorary noble. That is, he did not work in the kingdom, and he had no reason to show up for the royal family. Therefore, all ethnic groups and countries could not communicate with Xian directly through the kingdom, and the kingdom could not ask Xian to be responsible for this kind of work. Therefore, the kingdom could use this as an excuse to turn the passive into the active, and let the other civil servants be responsible for this work. And Luo Shi no longer needed to come forward. After all, you are not marrying into the family. Once we are married, I will marry into the Bostut family, and it is not suitable for me to be exposed to too much royal work. Luo Shi looked happy. Xian just thought this girl was stupid. What do you mean by not being exposed to too much royal work? To put it directly, because she is a woman who is going to get married, and she is marrying an honorary noble who is not deeply involved with the royal family and the kingdom. The kingdom no longer dares to let her know too many state secrets, so it gradually took away the work on hand. Isn't it? Is this okay? Xian glanced at Luo Shi and said, to put it nicely, you have become free. But to put it bluntly, this is clearly taking away the power you have on hand. Right? So what? Luo Shi looked indifferent and said, unless I choose to inherit the throne. Otherwise, this is something that will be returned sooner or later. That's true. If Luo Shi does not inherit the throne, then when Anqi abdicates and Leah becomes the queen of the 14th Mitra kingdom, she will be granted the title of duke and leave the royal family. By then, won't Luo Shi's power and work also have to be returned? Now, Luo Shi has only brought this fact forward by more than 10 or 20 years. In this way, I don't have to work for the kingdom and the royal family for nothing, and I can get more than 10 or 20 years of leisure time before Sister Leah succeeds to the throne. Luo Shi clenched her fists with great excitement and said excitedly, I just think that choosing to get married is an extremely smart thing. If I had known that it would be like this, I would. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Shi stopped. What about you? Xian looked at Luo Shi, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, why don't you just find someone to marry earlier? When he said this, Xian was smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. Luo Shi was scared immediately. I didn't mean that, Luo Shi said weakly. Xian said nothing, stood up silently, and retreated to the door silently. Seeing this, Luo Shi rushed over without hesitation. No! Don't regret the marriage, Luo Shi cried. Obviously, this girl guessed what Xian was going to do in his heart with great accuracy. Xian still said nothing, ignoring Luo Shi who was hugging his thigh, and silently moved towards the door. This undoubtedly made Luo Shi more scared. I was wrong. I was really wrong. What I said just now was just nonsense. In your words, it's just talking nonsense. You're talking too much. Really? Roxy raised her hand. I swear, I don't really want to find someone to marry. I will not marry anyone but you. This is of course not a bluff, but a real fact. No matter what. Roxy is not so self-deprecating that she would joke about her future in chastity just for the sake of slacking off and having fun. What's more, before Xian appeared, Roxy would rather not marry for the rest of her life and work for the royal family for the rest of her life than live with other men casually. The future that requires her to constantly disguise her true nature in front of her significant other is something Roxy already fears. So, if Xian hadn't appeared, Roxy might really never marry for the rest of her life. She naturally knew that this girl was just talking too much because she was too happy. But even so, he was still very unhappy. I feel like I am just a tool for you to escape from the sea of suffering. Xian smiled with a fake smile. Luo Shi hugged Xian's thighs and shook her head vigorously. There is no such thing. Absolutely not. Luo Shi said with a wronged look, just tell me. What do you want me to believe and forgive me? Very good. I'm waiting for you to say this. Xian's eyes lit up, and the look he gave Luo Shi made her feel a sense of fear in her heart. Specifically, from the glowing eyes of this animal, Her Royal Highness saw a lot of strange pictures. This made Luo Shi have the urge to run away. But does she dare? No. If she really ran away, I'm afraid that when she came back, Xian would be gone, and she would still be the kind of missing person. In other words, you understand? Yes. in Xian's brilliant smile. Luoshi nodded with a wrong look. This represents compromise, and also represents resignation. Xian has already thought about it. This time, I must unlock a few more achievements. Don't say he is too beastly. You know, Theodore just gave in last night. But the achievements he unlocked are almost catching up with Rosie. As the queen, how can she be overwhelmed by the concubine? Therefore, I am helping you. Xian sighed for his kindness. In any case, Rosie has become much more idle than before. And this is something that will not change. In the future, Rosie will no longer need to make her daily routine appearances. I have become the fiancé of Count Boztut. And as a fiancé who is about to marry, it is not appropriate for me to show up in public. Rosie brought up such a reason, which made the people of the kingdom wail for this. But they had no way to say anything. What else can I say? Can you still ask someone else's wife, who is about to marry, to come out every day to be cheered and applauded by a group of people and admired by countless men? Have you asked her husband? Based on this reason, Luoshi can legitimately cancel the daily appearance ceremony. Even if many people don't buy it, it's unreasonable for them to riot, because a married woman is like water spilled. Of course, it's mainly because Xian's reputation is still there. So the people in the capital dare not resist at all. At least, Xian threw out a sentence. If you insist on letting my wife, who is not married to you, appreciate it every day, then I can only ask my friends from the demon clan and the gods clan to do justice for me. After this, what else can people say? They can only stop the war. Otherwise, there is no need for the demon clan to take the lead. Just a word from the goddess of the gods clan, and the people will not dare to continue to make trouble. To Luoshi, they are longing, yearning, and fanatic. But to God, they are faith, worship, and obedience. This is the difference between people in this world and people in the previous life. In this world, people's faith in God is deeply rooted, and it is impossible to disobey God's will no matter what. In view of this, people can only shut up and stop making trouble. This made Luoshi a little stunned, and even a little furious. Why didn't I think of this trick before? This trick can not only be used by Xian, but also by her. Okay? In terms of the relationship with the gods, Xian is not as good as Luoshi. Right? If I had known earlier, I would have asked the goddess to help me send a message. Luoshi was annoyed by her previous stupidity. That being said, now, with all these reasons, Luoshi can be regarded as out of the sea of suffering. She is no longer as busy as before, and needs to deal with so much work. She no longer needs to worry about the people rioting if she doesn't show up for a day. She has become completely free. This gave the princess another attribute. That is clinginess. With not much to do, Rosie no longer wanted to stay alone in the palace, and said directly that she would follow Xian wherever he went. Xian did not refuse. Since you are free, why not go with me? So, Xian took Rosie and left the palace together. Rosie took the Holy Sword Knights with her. This is the knights I formed for myself. And it is also the only thing I can take away after I leave the royal family in the future. This is what Rosie said herself. Xian was stunned by this. Is this the legendary dowry? Looking at the beautiful female knights who followed respectfully, Xian opened his mouth and fell silent. Okay. This dowry is very popular with me. Chapter 468 Temple. Escorted by the Holy Sword Knights, Xian and Luoshi left the palace. Yulin stayed in the palace, because Xian didn't go far this time. Just next to the palace, the island in the middle of the lake where the palace is located has only one building besides the royal city of this kingdom. That is the temple. Xian's goal today is to go to the inner hall of the temple. Have you thought about it? On the way to the temple, Luoshi made the final confirmation to Xian. There is only one chance to enter the inner hall, and there is only one chance to gain enlightenment. Are you sure you want to use it now? When it comes to business, there are outsiders accompanying her. Luoshi did not dare to release her nature like in the room, but entered the princess mode, becoming stern and indifferent. However, Luoshi did not distance herself from Xian. When the two walked on the road, their shoulders were touching. The defenseless and intimate posture was telling others how the relationship between the princess and Xian was. Xian glanced at the people who were bowing to him and were full of envy and jealousy. After a while, he retracted his gaze. I am sure and certain. Xian did not give up the idea and said to Luoshi, I believe that the sooner I use this opportunity, the better. It is not that Xian is eager for quick success, but in the absence of bottlenecks, and without worrying about exhausting potential, there is really not much difference between using this opportunity early and late. Indeed, if you don't consider the bottleneck and limit issues. You can use this opportunity at any time. Anyway, when you come into contact with reason, you will not be able to understand more just because you are in a state of limit or bottleneck. No matter at which level or stage, everyone will get the same understanding and gains when they come into contact with reason. Luoshi nodded in approval and said so. But if you have some understanding when you are at a bottleneck or limit, it is equivalent to having an extra force to help you. It will be easy to break through. And it will also awaken your potential that has been squeezed out. Such an opportunity is rare. In other words, after entering the inner hall, the things you understand will not increase or decrease. But if you have these understandings when you are at a bottleneck or limit, then, in addition to understanding, your own bottleneck and limit will also loosen, thus getting a breakthrough. In this case, people will naturally want to enter the inner hall when they reach a bottleneck or limit to gain this understanding. However, if there is no bottleneck and limit problem, then this understanding is so much, it will not increase, let alone decrease. Therefore, I believe that my choice is correct. Xian said this to Luoshi. Luoshi did not say much. If it were someone else, I would definitely give him more advice. But you really don't need to worry too much. That's what Luoshi thought. Because Xian is a true hero. Heroes have a promising future and extraordinary potential. Even the worst heroes can naturally grow to the legendary level at least, and will not be much inferior to Arya. And what about Xian? Luoshi is not very clear about his potential. But from the power of his holy sword alone, it can be seen that it is definitely much stronger than hers. The holy sword is a power born from the concept of a hero. Its strength is closely related to the hero who is its root. The stronger the potential of the hero, and the higher the talent, the stronger the power of the holy sword. Xian's holy sword has not been completely sealed even after 3 sealing rings, and he has only been in this world for a few months. But his strength is not inferior to hers at all. This makes Luoshi very sure that the potential of her sweetheart is absolutely inestimable. Then, it would be extremely difficult for Xian to exhaust his potential. Therefore, Luoshi did not think that there was much wrong with Xian's choice. She just reminded him, and chose to respect Xian's approach. So, Luoshi brought Xian and all the people of the Holy Sword Knights to the temple. Before coming here, Luoshi had sent someone to inform them in advance. In this case, when Xian and Luoshi came here, there were actually a large number of people waiting for them outside the gate of the temple to welcome their arrival. The leader was Yule. Welcome to the temple, Earl Boztut. Yule came forward with a smile and saluted Xian amiably. His Holiness the Pope? Xian was a little surprised and said, "You are here to greet me in person? How can I be so embarrassed?" He really didn't expect that Yule would come to greet him in person. But if you think about it carefully, this is a matter of course. You, like Her Highness Rosie, are both people with deep roots in the God clan. In this case, you are the most respected guest. Yule said as a matter of course, not to mention, this time you are going to enter the inner hall. The inner hall is a treasure left by the Supreme God. Every time you use it, you need my consent as the Pope. I am the most suitable person to greet you too. Then please trouble His Majesty the Pope. Xian nodded and said no more. Just said, then shall we go now? It seems that you are very anxious. Yule couldn't help but smile. But said, in this case, come with me. The goddess is also waiting for you. Goddess? Xian immediately raised his eyebrows. Rosie spoke at this time. Is it Lady Anima? Or Lady Litas? Rosie asked this question quickly. The goddesses who will appear in the temple at present are probably the 2 top gods who attended the engagement party of Xian and Luoshi. However, among these 2 goddesses, there is a young lady who may still be resentful about this matter. Luoshi wanted to know which goddess was going to meet them. Yule smiled bitterly. Both goddesses are here. Yule brought such a good or bad news. With Lady Anima here, if Lady Litas loses control, she should be able to control the situation. Right? Luoshi muttered words that she didn't know if she was praying. But this is helpless. You know, this time, neither AI, Sarah nor Lilith are here. If these 3 are not here, who can control Litas? The strongest goddess is not just a casual talk. In the absence of AI, Sarah and Lilith, there is no one who can use power to check Litas. In this case, Luoshi can't help but worry. On the contrary, Xian looked nonchalant. Don't worry. Xian smiled and said fearlessly, Lilith has entrusted the true seal to me. And AI has also left a magic power on me. And it has been there for a long time. If I really get into trouble here, they will definitely arrive here in an instant. This sentence made everyone present take a breath. especially the clergy headed by Yule. Their faces changed. Goddess Lilith entrusted her true seal to Qin? Yule was extremely surprised. There is no way. That is not something that can be given away casually. As the core of the existence of the gods, the goddess's true seal is closely related to their existence. If the true seal is intact, then even if she dies, no matter how many times, the goddess of the gods can be reborn. The only difference is the speed. If the true seal is destroyed, no matter how powerful the goddess is, she will die instantly, unless the supreme god uses the supreme power to save her. Otherwise, she will die. Although the true seal can be entrusted, it can only be entrusted once in a lifetime. Being able to get the true seal to be entrusted, it proves that the relationship between this person and this goddess has reached a level of absolute trust that ordinary people can hardly imagine. And it can be said to be a complete community of destiny. If one person lives, both live. If one person dies, both die. Such a relationship is probably closer than that of a husband and wife. Right? What does this show? It shows that Qin has the greatest trust of Lilith. No wonder. No wonder that as an evil god comparable to the devil, Lilith would stand up without hesitation and protect Qin when facing leaders. It is not surprising that there is such a relationship. However, when Yule and others were surprised, Qin remembered something very important because of the relationship of true seal. Speaking of which, Luo Shi. You? Qian turned to Luo Shi. The reason is very simple. Because Luo Shi also seems to have entrusted a true seal to him. However, the so-called true seal is obviously the core of existence unique to the goddess of the gods. As a human, why does Luo Shi have such a thing as true seal? Qian has always been puzzled. Originally, before returning to the capital, Qian wanted to ask Luo Shi about this matter. But after returning, he became a national enemy and was forced to become the first priority candidate for the selection of son-in-law. He was targeted by so many powerful children, causing Qian to be caught in the center of the storm and had no time to take care of this matter. Until now, Qian remembered this matter and subconsciously wanted to ask Luo Shi. However, before Qian mentioned this, Rosie interrupted him, as if she knew what he wanted to do. Go in first. Don't keep the two goddesses waiting. Rosie winked at Qian as she spoke. Qian realized that this matter was not suitable to be mentioned in this occasion. Then let's go in. At that moment, Qian changed the subject and nodded to Yule. Then, please follow me. Yule suppressed his surprise, took a deep breath, smiled, and then took Qian and Rosie into the temple. The clergy around him immediately followed. Like a minister, respectful and low-key, as the agent of the gods in the human world, the temple is not inferior to the palace and the royal city no matter which country it is in. Especially the temple in the royal capital, which is built in the capital of Mitra in the country of the brave, and is also the headquarters of the human clergy. Such a royal temple, in terms of scale and decoration, is not inferior to the royal palace on the island in the middle of the lake, under the leadership of Yule and a group of priests in the temple. Qian and Luo Shi walked through the magnificent and spacious corridors and went deep into the temple. As the host, Yule seemed to consider that Qian was here for the first time, so he gave Qian a lot of introductions. The main function of the temple is to serve as a bridge for communication and exchange between the gods and humans, providing a suitable place for the two races. It not only has the function of opening the door to the gods, but also its main work in the past is to bless the newborns of the human race by the goddesses. Once a newborn is born in the human race, it must be brought to the temple after the full moon to be blessed. There, the rituals of the gods will naturally work. After judging the child's potential and the direction of his strengths, it will connect to the gods, so that the goddess who is in charge of the field consistent with the direction of the child's strengths will come and bless him. Look, that's the blessing room. Yule pointed to a temple that looked very mysterious and magnificent. Qian could feel the obscure magic fluctuations from there, proving that what Yule just said was true. And there were indeed rituals of the gods in effect there. Then, Yule said this again. In addition, the temple also has some other meanings of existence. For example, it provides believers with opportunities to join the religion. For example, adopting orphans and children with predestined relationships. Another example is to treat people with various difficult and complicated diseases. The next step is to provide some help and training for these believers and orphans. For example, the recovery magic and sacred magic created by the gods can only be learned in the temple. Therefore, people with difficult and complicated diseases that are difficult to cure often go in and out of the temple, and even live and recuperate in the temple for a long time. As he said this, Yule looked at Luo Shi and laughed out loud. Your Highness, would you like to go see Princess Liana first? Hearing this, Xian remembered something. Speaking of which, your mother seems to be recuperating in the temple. Right? Xian also looked at Xian. My mother is indeed here. Xian seemed to have thought of her mother a long time ago. And a smile rarely appeared on her face in public. From this scene, it can be seen that Xian has a good relationship with her mother. Do you want to go over and take a look? Xian thought about it, and hesitantly suggested, I remember that she seemed to have some illness, and has been recuperating here. Right? Well, it is a congenital weakness that has been with her since her mother was born. Luo Shi said with some distress, originally, my weak mother was not even allowed to give birth. But she wanted to leave an heir for the royal family, no matter what. In the end, she not only gave birth to Sister Leah, but also gave birth to me the next year regardless of everything. As a result, her body became extremely weak, and she could only enter the temple to recuperate, and could not leave again. Is that so? Then this mother is really great. Chapter 469. How did you answer? Xian didn't know much about Luo Shi's mother. In fact, at the beginning, Xian thought Luo Shi's mother was gone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have never seen her until now. Whether it was when he was with Luo Shi before, or when he was interacting with the royal family in formal occasions, or even at Luo Shi's engagement party, the princess had never appeared. In this way, Xian would inevitably think more. It was not until later that Xian learned that the princess was ill, and stayed in the temple for years to recuperate and receive treatment, which was equivalent to a semi-monk relationship. So, he had never seen this princess. Now, through Luo Shi's description, Xian found that the princess's health seemed to be worse than he thought. Otherwise she would not have not even attended his daughter's engagement party. Should he go with Luo Shi to meet her? Xian hesitated about this. Luo Shi seemed to sense this hesitation. Are you afraid of meeting my mother? Luo Shi blinked her eyes and smiled. Ahem. Xian coughed awkwardly twice. But he didn't admit it at all, saying, what am I afraid of? Would I be afraid of meeting my mother-in-law? Just kidding. With his current status, he even suppressed the King Anshi. So how could he not suppress a princess? It doesn't exist. Just as Xian was thinking this, Luo Shi's faint voice came. How about we go to see my mother now? Luo Shi's words made Xian's expression change from awkward to unnatural. I knew it. Luo Shi narrowed her eyes immediately, and her eyes seemed a little contemptuous, which made Xian look a little bit down. But Xian was indeed a little afraid to meet this princess. There was no other reason. She is so weak. If I say something wrong and make her angry, wouldn't that be a sin? Xian muttered. This is what he is worried about. Unlike the king of Anshi who has a clear position, the princess is now equivalent to a semi-monk, and she has an attitude of not intervening in the kingdom's national affairs. She is very Buddhist. In other words, for Xian, this is just Luo Shi's mother, his mother-in-law, who will not be shocked by his achievements. Nor will she be so much because of the power behind her. She is just a very ordinary mother. Xian dares to smile at others, dares to fight against the sky, the earth and the universe outside, and can be so confident in front of Anshi, all because of his own reliance. But when facing this princess, Xian's reliance is useless. In addition, the other party is weak and sick, and she seems to have a good relationship with Luo Shi. Xian can already see that he has no confidence when he meets her. In other words, this person, who only has the position of being Luo Shi's relative, has led to a belated sense of tension for the unmarried son-in-law. After all, this is his first marriage. Shouldn't it? At least, Xian doesn't think that he was a married man in his previous life. You guy. Luo Shi said unhappily, you are lucky. Although my mother doesn't care about what kind of person I marry. She is not like others, who attach too much importance to family background and ability. She only cares whether you are someone I really like. So, after I answered her, she agreed with confidence, without any objection, and never proposed the idea of meeting you. Hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Fortunately, I don't have to go to see my mother-in-law right now. Of course, this mother-in-law should need to be met sooner or later. After all, I ate the cabbage that the other party had planted for 17 years. It would be unreasonable not to say hello, but it would be a bit sudden to meet now. I will go to visit this mother-in-law after I am ready. After making such a decision, Xian became curious about what Luo Shi had just said. When your mother asked you if you really like me, how did you answer? Xian became curious about this. Luoshi's pretty face suddenly turned red. Seeing this, Xian was not surprised, but said in a playful voice as if saying, "Oh Moses? Come on. Tell me." Xian said jokingly, "How did you answer? Tell me your husband." Luoshi hit Xian hard to show her shame. Little did she know that the interaction between the two had been completely seen by others present. Seeing Xian and Luoshi playing around without paying attention to others, and Luoshi blushing and shy, everyone was amazed. Unexpectedly, Her Highness Luoshi actually had such a girlish side. Yule was also very surprised, but more relieved. Before this, many people thought that the combination between Xian and Luoshi was too hasty, and there was no emotional foundation at all. Even if Xian and Luoshi had some private friendship before, the two had only known each other for a few months. In just a few months, could it be that the most beautiful woman in the human race was conquered? People naturally would not believe this. Therefore, many people believed that Luoshi would choose Xian. Firstly, because the energy behind Xian was really terrifying, and his own ability was also excellent, which was considered to stand out among many heroes. And secondly, because the revelation of the disaster forced her to choose to marry. So she looked at Xian, who had a good relationship with her, differently. Under such circumstances, not many people believe that there is love between Xian and Luoshi. Even at the engagement party, the atmosphere of love between Xian and Luoshi was almost over the top. And Xian kissed Luoshi in front of everyone and declared his sovereignty. Many people still did not want to believe that the two had a foundation of love, but thought that it was just a show. You also had some thoughts in this regard before. This is helpless. The more people can understand Luoshi's excellence and see Luoshi's beauty, the more they will think that this is a flower of high mountain and will never fall easily. Yule is very clear about Luoshi's status in the kingdom, and even more clear about the preference of the gods for Luoshi. In this case, he will naturally subconsciously think that Luoshi will choose Xian, mostly not because of love, but looking at the current situation, Yule knows that he is wrong. These two people are indeed in love with each other, and have a very strong emotional foundation. So they choose to be together. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if they could become engaged, they would not be able to get along with Luoshi so naturally and casually. And Luoshi would not show such a little girl attitude, which was surprising. These two people are real love. Yule was a little emotional, and at the same time, he was happy for Luoshi. He watched Luoshi grow up, and Luoshi had close contacts with the gods, so she naturally had close contacts with the temple, and often had intersections with Yule. In addition, Yule had a good relationship with the princess, but others didn't know that Luoshi sometimes even called him Grandpa Yule in private. In view of this, Yule was also very caring for Luoshi. Maybe he didn't treat her as his own granddaughter, but he definitely treated her as his goddaughter. So, seeing that Xian and Luoshi were in love with each other, it was impossible for Yule not to feel relieved and happy. As a result, Yule's eyes when looking at Xian became a little different, more kind and gentle than before. At this time, whether it was Xian, Luoshi or Yule, they all forgot. In the temple, there was not only Luoshi's biological mother, but also a person who treated her as her own child and was equivalent to a mother. "You are not allowed to bully my Luoshi, you bad guy." Along with such a sentence, a figure seemed to have been waiting for an opportunity for a long time. Seeing that Xian and Luoshi had been fighting with each other, he finally couldn't help but rushed out from the inside of the temple. Who else could it be except Lidas? However, when seeing Lidas rushing out, both Xian and Luoshi shouted subconsciously, "Be careful!" As soon as the two people's voices fell, Lidas, who was charging, turned her right foot to her left foot very smoothly. Ah! A scream sounded. Bang! The sound of falling to the ground spread. Lidas, who had successfully tripped herself, slammed her face on the ground, and then slid to the front of Xian and Rosie with the inertia of the forward rush, rubbing against the floor. Woo! It hurts. The next second, Lidas's cry reached everyone's ears. Goddess Lidas. Yule panicked? Not to mention Yule. All the clergy around were in a panic. Are you okay? Rosie hurried forward and helped Lidas up. I knew it. Xian covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. Today's appearance of the goddess of fate is still so ridiculous. So I told you not to run so fast. Anima finally caught up, and looking at Lidas, who was covered with tears and helped up by Rosie, she sighed like a mother who couldn't stop her daughter from doing stupid things. Meet the goddess Anima. The female knights of the Holy Sword Knights, who came with them, finally reacted, and they all knelt on one knee to Anima and saluted solemnly. You really didn't go back? Xian sighed helplessly, and came forward to talk to Anima. Originally, I wanted to go back directly, but Litas didn't want to, so I had to stay. Anima smiled bitterly, but still nodded to Xian, saying, I heard that you are going to enter the inner hall today. Right? That's it. Xian didn't beat around the bush and said, it's a rare opportunity to increase your strength. Don't miss it. Indeed. Anima smiled and said, I just didn't expect you to enter the inner hall so soon. Chapter 470 I'll fight you. The inner temple is a treasure left by the Supreme God to mankind, and its purpose is to cultivate outstanding talents. In this case, how could the heroes from another world not have used the inner temple? Anima did not expect Xian to come to the inner temple. But as Anima said, she did not expect Xian to come so soon. The heroes of all generations only felt that their strength progressed too slowly after breaking through the legendary level and entering level 90. And they would want to enter the inner temple and use the understanding of the inner temple to improve their strength. Anima looked at Xian with deep meaning, especially Mitra, who was hailed as the strongest hero of all generations. He entered the inner temple after reaching the life limit of level 100. With the help of the understanding of the inner temple, he broke through the limit in one fell swoop and became extraordinary. In this case, Anima naturally thought that Xian would enter the inner temple when his level was higher. Not to mention that like Mitra, Xian would enter the inner hall after reaching the extreme level of level 100. At least after reaching the legendary level of level 90. This was Anima's previous idea. Who would have thought that Xian would come so soon? You are very strong. But your level is not high. You should not even reach level 60 now. Right? Anima easily saw through Xian's level. This is part of Anima's power. Because she is the goddess of life. The state and level of all things in the world can be seen clearly at once with her eyes that have never been opened. This is a peek at life itself, which cannot be concealed or covered in any way. Therefore, Anima knew Xian's true level from the first time they met. Xian nodded. Compared with those real strong people, my level is indeed not high. Xian shrugged and said, but I think there is no need to wait until the legendary or extreme level to enter the inner hall. That would be too late. Of course, this is for Xian. For the rest of the people, Xian's choice may not be wise. Why are you in such a hurry? While being supported by Rosie, Litas rubbed her face, with 2 lines of tears hanging on her face. She stared at Xian and said, it's not a good thing to rush for success. Your strength is already not low. I advise you to wait and work harder while you can still grow up. Don't waste the only opportunity in your life. Oh! Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Goddess. Are you concerned about me? No. Litas was furious and kept shouting. I am thinking about Rosie. What if you regret it in the future and have a miserable expression all day? Affecting my Rosie's mood? Don't worry about this. Goddess. I have my own ideas. Xian was not irritated, but said leisurely, although I don't know if I will have a miserable expression all day long in the future. You look quite miserable now. Please restrain yourself and don't affect my Rosie's mood. Okay? You? Litas was furious, pointing at Xian, and shouted, I'm not miserable. And Roxy is mine. This is really a self-satisfaction. I don't know what makes you so confident, making you feel that you are not miserable now. Xian smiled and said, and? Roxy should be mine. You. Litas was angry and shouted, it's mine. What are you saying? Xian narrowed his eyes and said calmly, what's mine is mine. You can't take it away. Litas would naturally not agree. Mine. It's not yours. It's mine. Okay. It's yours. No. It's yours. Okay. You said it. Huh? After a fierce, childish quarrel, Litas successfully fell into Xian's exquisite, even more childish, trap and was fooled by Xian. Xian immediately reached out his hand and touched Litas' head with great emotion. Silly child. She is obviously the oldest old woman in the world. But she is still a silly and stupid child. Such a straightforward stimulation made Litas explode on the spot. Hey. I'll fight you. Litas pounced on Xian with her teeth and claws like an angry little white cat. Xian was indifferent. One hand was tidying his nails, and the other hand reached out at some point, pressed Litas' forehead, and stopped her. Litas kept charging, grabbing and waving her hands randomly. But because Xian held her head, she couldn't get close at all. She could only let her hands wave fiercely in front of Xian to do the movement of tracing the human body. But she couldn't touch Xian. The two of them started to quarrel, and everyone around them was dumbfounded. Yule and others looked at each other, at a loss. not knowing what to do. Luo she had a headache, and sighed as if she was looking at two children. Anima was also stunned for a while, and finally smiled bitterly with Najula, who had been hiding in the dark, and felt incredible in her heart, because this was the first time they saw a human dare to compete with Litas, and the two of them were fighting like children, making it hard to believe that all this was true. I believe that if this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely be scared to the point of dropping their jaws on the spot. Right? But no matter what, Sheen did not show the slightest fear of the most powerful goddess, Litas, and Litas was also throwing a tantrum like a child. This was all reality. As a result, everyone was surprised to find that the atmosphere between the two was actually very warm and comfortable. The atmosphere was just like good friends who had known each other for many years playing together, or a family playing together, which made people feel like they were seeing a quarrel between brothers and sisters. Not long after, Litas, who was unable to do anything to Sheen, started crying again. Rosie. Look. He bullied me. He is a bad guy. Litas gave up Sheen and threw herself into Rosie's arms, complaining aggrievedly. It's okay, Master Litas. Sheen was just joking with you. Rosie could only hug Litas, pat her back, and comfort her. Sheen couldn't help but complain. He still treats her as his own daughter. Which side is the daughter? The positions are completely reversed. Dear. Wow. Lita cried even more sadly. This is because she was angry. Although this may be a fact. You can't say it. Don't you know that this is very sad? Okay. Just say less. Rosie really wanted to hit Sheen hard twice. She also knew that it was impossible to expect Sheen, an unreliable guy, to respect the goddess. Thinking back to when she first met him, didn't this guy ruthlessly confront her after knowing her true identity? This lawless hero is simply amazing. It seems that it is better to let Lita stay here and accompany Rosie Lust. Anima still smiled bitterly, then looked at Yule and said, I will take Count Bastudo to the inner hall. You stay here and take care of the god of destiny and her highness Rosie. Yes. Yule looked a little surprised, as if he was surprised that Anima planned to lead Sheen in person. But he didn't say anything and bowed his head to agree. I have no objection. Sheen seemed to be indifferent, just looked at Rosie and said, then I will go by myself. Yeah. Rosie nodded and agreed, saying, I will wait for you outside. Then let's go. Anima turned aside, as if to make way for Sheen, and smiled with her eyes closed, before arriving at the inner temple. I will introduce you to this treasure left by the mother goddess to the human race. Thank you for your help. Sheen then bowed to Anima. So, everyone separated on the spot. Roxy and the crying Litas went to the waiting room under the reception of Yule. Sheen, led by Anima, went to the inner temple. Najula glanced at the two sides that were separated. Then I will stay too, with Anima on Sheen's side. It should not be a problem. I just took this opportunity to see the situation in other directions. For example, the Lefolet family. We are here. When such a sentence came out of Anima's mouth, Sheen stopped his steps. At this time, Sheen and Anima came to the deepest part of the temple together. There are no buildings here. It is like an open-air square. Very vast. Is this the inner hall? Sheen was a little surprised. Looking up, there was nothing in this vast square, except for a door standing in the middle of the square. Yes. Door. There was a door standing alone in the middle of the square, which looked particularly strange. The door looked plain and simple, like a stone door that had been covered with dust for a long time. There was no decoration on the door. Only one word reason was engraved. This is the door that can directly connect to the reason of the world. Anima spoke with a serious face. People who pass through this door will enter another space. There is the inner hall, and it is also the closest place to the reason of the world. From there, you can directly peek into the operation of reason, see the way the world works in the most direct way, and immerse yourself in it and gain an insight. Based on this insight, you will gain unimaginable gains. It could be a sudden increase in level, or a sudden acquisition of skills, or even a sudden awakening of unique skills. It can be said that everything is possible. This treasure has cultivated countless strong people for the human race. Some of them were not famous at all before entering the inner hall. Their strength and potential were mediocre. As a result, they gained extraordinary insights. After coming out of the inner hall, they immediately became a sensation and made rapid progress, becoming great beings recorded in history books. As she said this, Anima turned to Sheen. If you have really thought about it, then go over. Go over and push the door open.